Coach, can you talk just first a little bit about how that transfer window works? The first window, the second window. You get 15 days now where you can transfer to any school, but there are restrictions to it in terms of who you can talk to, how often you can transfer, that kind of stuff.
Well, it changes. So the the rules of engagement have changed so many times in just a year and a half.
That's why I wanted to toss it to my expert.
That's about how long I've been out of it.
Yeah.
The college coaching game myself, but there are two transfer windows. There's the postseason transfer window that typically opens up right around the end of conference championship week.
Okay.
And that's open allegedly for 15 days, 30 days. I don't know. It changed.
So I know it's 30 days if the coach changes, but I think it's only 15 days in the two windows.
The two windows are 15 days. The coaching. So the reason I bring up the ambiguity of 15 or 30 is it seems like every college team is going through a coaching transition almost every year.
Right.
So it seems like end of season, coaches either fired or coaches moving on to the next job, 30 days. Some schools are 15. So in that first window, that's where you get the good quality of players. I was actually talking to one of my good friends who's a director of player personnel in the Big 12 at a different school in the Midwest. So that would limit it to Cincinnati. There you go.
I mean, West Virginia.
They're not Midwest. You think of West Virginia as Midwest? They speak with a Southern drawl down there.
I mean, they want to be
it's
Southern.
Appalachia,
they
man.
want to be Southern, but they're not. That's Midwest, right?
But we were talking last night, and he was just telling me that this is definitely the lower quality of portal players. It's typically the guys that were in a program. They went to that program either, they've been there or they just transferred there, and it didn't go well during spring football.
Okay.
So because it didn't go very well, they're either getting, kind of moved out or, they're disgruntled employees.
Yeah.
How many disgruntled employees do you want to add to your radio station? Or your franchise or your company?
100%. The reason that I ask is because I wondered if we would see more starters from CU, and you're kind of saying probably not, right? Like probably their roster's already mostly set. Over these next 15 days, they might bring in a guy or two, but it's not like they're going to make big changes as we've seen through other transfer portal windows.
Well, I noticed this last night about 9:30. I think 4 CU players had already announced their intentions to enter the transfer portal ahead of the midnight transfer portal opening.
Yeah.
But then I also saw that Shedeur Sanders tweeted out the portal's going to be hopping. It's going to be popping off. Jump in and help us out kind of deal.
And I know they did that last year too.
Which that I would say is more normal in the November, December transfer portal period.
Okay.
The fact that that Shedeur Sanders tweeted that out is kind of giving me some of the feels to think that they're maybe not as content with their team in its current state as I would have thought.
All right, so
because they obviously Shedeur's tweeting that out.
Let me say this as nicely as possible.
You have your CU.
I got my
shirt
CU
on.
shirt on. I'm a CU fan. I like Prime. I'm a believer in Shedeur, in college football, all this stuff. Okay, let me say this as nicely as possible. How many transfer windows do they really need before we can look at it and say if you're unhappy with your roster right now, that's a you problem. That's not a, hey, I'm coming into a 2-win team. That's not a, hey, we had 70 guys transfer out last year. I mean, it's been 4 transfer windows. They've brought in guys, and we keep saying they bring in this big name, another big name, another big name. At what point do we look at it and say, all right, you've had 4 transfer windows now. If you're unhappy, if Shedeur's tweeting that out, you've got maybe a recruiting problem.
I don't think it's a recruiting problem. I do think they're getting some good players. It's more of a systemic issue with purging an entire roster in one fell swoop in really November and December of 2022. When you do that, when you purge an entire roster, that's never been done before in the history of college football and still hasn't been done. I mean, other than CU.
Yeah.
CU is the one program that did it. And that is a massive, massive undertaking to rebuild an entire roster of quality And I'm not talking about just quality players. I'm talking about quality character.
Yeah.
And when you're getting players in the portal, not every time, but most of the time, there's some wart there, Rob. Like a wart exists. There's a reason that they didn't find what they were looking for at their previous institution. Some of it might just be fiscal. It might just be the desire to get more money out of the deal. But I don't.
But they're not landing in Colorado if that's the case,
no,
right?
I mean, I do think that CU, in terms of building up the collective, is nowhere on the same level as some of these other schools. I do think that the namesake, the name, image, and likeness, if you will, of Coach Prime in and of itself is the bag,
right?
Is to be associated with Deion Sanders, and I think that's a real thing. But to do it for 85 scholarship players and hit on even 50% of them in really a year and a half, man, it's a challenge.
It's interesting. You brought up a couple questions in my head because one of the things that I've thought watching Prime go through all this is his guys are his guys. And there's something to be said for that loyalty, that perseverance of, always making sure that people know that your guys are your guys. But also, I mean, if you're not one of his guys, how much do you benefit from Coach Prime? If you're not Travis Hunter or Shedeur or Shiloh or Cormani McLean, these other guys coming in, when he's doing interviews, he's not talking about the other guys. He's only talking about Travis. He's only talking about Shedeur.
I would say you add Jordan Seaton, he's become the new cousin.
Right.
The cousin in the family.
Who can get in if he starts playing well.
If he plays well.
He's gonna be in like Flynn. But you can't do that with all 75 guys that you bring in, right? So it's an interesting question to me of like, how much is that really worth? Because these guys from the outside see him going hard to bat for his guys, but if you're a transfer coming in, how much room is there for you to be one of his guys? Isn't that a hard sell?
Yeah, it's a hard sell, but I think if you look at, these young student athletes don't look at the whole picture, right? And they don't always have the best people in their corners giving them the best advice. And what they do see, though, is they see follows on Instagram. They see follows on X. They see the Prime documentary. They see national TV audiences that are basically unseen in college football. And they see the opportunity for a big platform. And so I think that sell isn't just I'm going to be Prime's guy. It's I'm going to be affiliated with Prime. Therefore, I'm going to get
more spotlight.
I'm going to get more spotlight. I'm going to get more shine. You like that shine, Rob?
I don't.
You got that shine this morning, man.
I don't like when you try to use young man language.
Well, I've been around him. I'm definitely not a young man.
I know.
To be fair,
but it looked like it hurt when you brought the shine out there. It was, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't.
It hurt a little bit. Not gonna lie, it did hurt. I actually don't like that term at all because I think that this is a world, Rob, that we all live in that is so about. It's about clicks. It's about follows. It's about likes. It's about reposts. And at some point in time, the game of football, it's still about being selfless. It's about being team first. It's about being motivated to grind without posting your workout videos vis-a-vis Justin Fields versus Russell Wilson right now. The ultimate QB competition.
I know you and I my favorite thing that you say. Go ahead.
You and I both know that the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback job, it's going to be settled by who posts the most off-season workout videos.
Who's in the lead right now?
Right now, Justin Fields is pulled ahead.
Really?
Which is amazing.
Really?
If you really think about it.
I saw the one the other day, but I mean, I feel like I don't keep up enough to know really who's the stronger candidate here for who's going to end up with the starting job. Marty, how many of these workout videos have you not only watched, but then emulated at home?
I have so many in my drafts that I'm just ready to post of my own. I just can't get the courage to do it,
I believe in you.
I think we should have Marty post workout videos. I feel like if it was one person at the station that I wanted to see do workout videos, it would be Marty lifting a 15.
Yeah, and we actually had a guest visitor yesterday, Anna Mills, who runs a social team for Altitude TV. And I actually heard her, talking to Marty a little bit about mixing in some workout videos.
Listen, she's fantastic. She does fantastic work. Marty, I cannot tell you how important it would be to this station.
It's good for the program.
It's good for the whole group. If
it's
get
good
you
for the group, I'll do it. Okay.
Lifting 15-pound dumbbells, doing a couple squats, and then running. How far do you run when you go for a workout?
Like 10 miles.
Jesus.
Just a quick 10.
Just a quick one.
My left meniscus, which is non-existent, would be matched and have a same side booth partner with my right meniscus if I just went out and ran 10 miles right now.
That's crazy. Like, hey, I think I'm going to get a workout in today. Let me just go run a half marathon. What was that, 13 is a half? Yeah. All right.
13.1.
13.1. You
There
see
we go.
stickers everywhere.
Excuse me, 13.1. All right. I wasn't expecting to jump into transfer portal talk this morning, but thanks for obliging me as we talk a little bit about the Buffs. Coming up next, I want to talk about the Nuggets. They've got their play-in opponent going to get decided tonight, and the Rockies had the most rocky thing happen last night. We'll talk about that too on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, welcome into the 6 a.m. hour. I was waiting for the drop, but it's just kind of like the lo-fi version of this song.
Very lo-fi.
Yeah. It's 6 a.m. with Brad Kane.
You know,
I'm
in the
Rob
back,
Trujillo.
in the back, we got Marty, low energy. Old Chinesky. Give it to me again.
Oleskowitz.
Olaskowicz. I thought I was going to nail it.
This
man.
is that wasn't even close, dog.
Yeah.
That wasn't.
It's long enough. You
In the
don't need to
back,
be
we got
adding
Marty,
things.
low energy, Olaskowicz.
It's like trying to spell his name right on the Employee of the Year award that he never got.
That's why we stop it at O.
Oh, okay.
Marty L.
I get it now. Olaskowicz.
By the way, do they introduce you every day as 2023 Employee of the Year, 2022 Employee
Not
of the Year?
anymore. No, it's gone. It's gone away.
I mean,
Old
it's
news.
still on your record.
I lost the parking spot. It's all over.
Jokic.
We all lost all of our parking spots because they're putting in the skylights.
Oh,
here
but
in the new building.
I'm excited about those skylights.
Oh, it's going to be big.
It's a
We're
different
going to have a
story.
skylight party.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm down. 'Cause
Marty, you ever been to a skylight grand opening party?
I have not, but
They
I'll
are-
bring the lo-fi.
They're wild.
What?
They're wild.
Yeah, they're crazy.
You
You haven't heard about
it goes nuts.
Look at his face.
He's
I
trying
thought
to figure
you-
out my
He
sarcasm.
really
Oh,
is.
okay.
He
Oh,
really
yeah.
is.
Oh,
So
now that I
he was
look
really
even
having
closer.
That was funny. You must be a dad, Sanford.
He really like had such a skeptical look on his face. Like, are you guys
Like,
messing with
are
me?
there really skylight grand opening parties?
All right. Last night the Rockies had the most Rocky thing happen
Oh
ever.
man,
Let's start with that, and then we'll
I was
transition into
watching it.
Nuggets.
I watched the whole game.
Did you?
Yes,
I
I
tur-
watched the entire game.
I turned it on in like I think it was the 7th inning or 8th inning, and they played well. Right? You lose 2-1 in extra innings. It's
Good
not,
team. They're playing against the Phillies.
It's not like there was a shameful output last night. 9th inning comes around. You've got 3 guys who are out sick, I think it was.
Yeah,
And-
Chris Bryant also with the sore back. He's getting paid gazillion dollars, and then my back sore.
Sounds like you want to say something there.
Do you think he loves baseball right now? Do you think he's loved baseball since he's been a Colorado Rocky?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything
Because-
from him that gives you proof to believe that he loves playing baseball?
See, that's
not
Yeah,
not checking that direct
direct deposit
deposit.
day.
yeah,
baby.
right. He loves baseball because
I
it's
really-
a big
I have-
old check for
I have
him.
major questions about his love of the game of baseball. I don't have any questions about his initial talent, hence the 2016 Rookie of the Year as a Chicago Cub World Series champion. But baseball is the grindiest of grindy sports. And you see that there is absolutely no joy in the face of Chris Bryant when he plays baseball.
And
ever.
and guess what? Tough luck. You're locked in.
Yeah, I
You're locked
I
in.
think we're in a much more dire straight situation than a Russell Wilson. Because
Oh, yeah.
I actually think occupying the lineup spot that he occupies, the amount of rallies that just come to a screeching halt because of striking out, putting together a terrible at bat. I mean, he's getting out in 3 to 5 pitches
Well,
consistently.
and thank goodness Bud Black has at least moved him out of the 3 spot, right? Like he's at least slid him down to 5 now for
Jeez,
a little bit. But
even if you
I know.
have some table setters
I know,
and he's in that spot at 5,
I know.
it is brutal to watch.
His fall
Anyway,
off is unbelievable. He was supposed to be a Hall of Fame player, Rookie of the Year, MVP, won a World Series for the Cubs
Right.
the first time in 2 billion years, and then he just stopped playing well. I don't understand.
but you know what that reeks of to me is all the talent in the world. And then you see this in pro sports, but you see it, I think, even more in baseball. I think Anthony Rendon, you get the big contract.
Do you think that's what it is? I don't think that's what it is.
Javier
What do you
Baez.
think it is?
I think it's a certain amount of content.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You get the big contract, and you forgot it doesn't matter anymore what kind of offseason you
See,
have.
but
It doesn't matter.
But I disagree with you because guys like Rendon, I don't know that. I mean, Marty just laid out Chris Bryant's resume. That's impressive. That's impressive if
In
that's
2016.
but that's impressive if that's your entire career, right? Like he can be 50 years old and talking to his 5-year-old grandkid and say, "Hey, man, Rookie of the Year, World Series champion. Like this is what I did with my life. This is what I did with my career." And this is all just on the back end now. Like this is all just, it doesn't matter to his legacy.
But it's been the entire back end. I'm a San Francisco Giants fan. They acquired Chris Bryant. I was excited.
Yeah.
I was thinking all the same things that you're talking about. His resume is really 1 year of really good baseball.
And
he had a subsequent decent year or two, but he still was battling injuries.
And yet his resume is, like Marty said, was good enough to be calling him a Hall of Famer at that point, right? Like straight out of the box, people are like, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Now, he probably won't anymore because of the way it ended.
I mean, have you looked at his last 8 seasons?
He's going to get a big push from Chicago and that media market as somebody who brought them a World Series title for the first time since what was it, 1910?
And I was living
1908.
there. I was living in the area. I was in the greater Chicago metro, which South Bend, Indiana. I was coaching Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And that was magical. It was a magical period of time for, the surrounding 3-hour community around Chicago.
Which is why I think he gets a push towards the Hall of Fame. I don't think he ends up making it in.
There's a 0% chance that Chris Bryant's a Hall of Famer.
I agree.
A 0% chance.
I agree with that.
Would you agree with that, Marty?
He won't even get like one vote.
There's no chance.
I think he will get on the ballot.
Well, everybody gets on the ballot.
I mean, like the actual physical ballot that they send out. That you know.
I think
Sleepy
everybody will
Marty
take
O
a
might
pass.
even be on the ballot.
All right, so let's talk about what happened last night, though. We haven't even gotten to what was the most rocky thing ever, which is they've got 2 or 3 guys out because of an illness that's going around the team right now. Some of the guys didn't even make the trip to the ballpark. They were so sick. So, you got to cut them a little bit of slack with this. But at the same time, this is very rocky. Top of the 9th inning, 1-1 tie. They need a pinch runner. Kyle Freeland goes out to second base to be the pinch runner for them. And he's one of the most athletic guys on the team, but you never want to put your
Ace
opening day starter. I don't want to
Ace.
say ace because he's not an ace, but you put your opening day starter out there at second base as your pinch runner. I mean, that's wild.
I've been watching baseball, and I'd say religiously for 20 years. I've never seen what happened last night.
Why? So then you say that, and a lot of times I tell people, you're overblowing it. He's just running the bases. He's not going to have to try that hard. It's really more about the fact that he's got speed, so if they hit a single, he can score from second base. That's really all it's about. It's not like you're putting him out there to steal a base. Well, guess what happens? Pass ball.
Gets to third.
Looked good. It looked good.
He was rolling.
It looked good. And then you think to yourself, man, if there's another pass ball, he's got to go home. He can't not go home. He's got to try it. He's a competitor. He's a baseball player. If he gets the read on it, he's going to go home because, it's a 1-1 game in the 9th inning. And lo and behold, not only is there another pass ball or wild pitch, I don't know how it got scored, but it hits the backdrop, I don't know. I'm losing the word for it right now.
We'll call it a backstop.
There you go, backstop. Hits the backstop, pops right back to JT Realmuto, where he can throw it to the pitcher and creates this collision at the plate where Kyle Freeland looked like he died. I mean,
Grabs his shoulder.
And
I'm dead.
I mean, literally the look on his face was like he tore at least 3 muscles, 4 ligaments. There's an AC joint separation.
Collarbone got
broken.
Blown up.
Just the list of things going through my head. And then the Rockies challenge the play because he gets called out. And I don't think he was out, but he gets called out. They challenge the play. So you have to watch him in agony 27 times in a row in slow motion and I'm just thinking to myself, how does this happen to the Rockies? Because I don't even think anything they did was wrong there. They got forced into that position. Bud Black had to make that decision. How often does somebody get hurt running the bases? Oh, it happens to the Rockies right now.
Yeah, and they're desperate. And we talked about the game leading up to what the game became known for and infamous for, which is the Kyle Freeland collision at the plate. I mean, collisions at the plate have almost been outlawed from the game of baseball.
Right.
And so I'm sitting there watching the game in real time, and I'm thinking, that's illegal what the pitcher did by fully blocking the plate. But in reality, the rule is that if you're making a play for the baseball, you have the right of way to get to the baseball. And so that's exactly what happened. And the craziest part about it is when you watched it, in real time, you're like, he's in. He's in for sure.
He got under the tag, it looked like.
It looked like he's under the tag. It looked like he timed it up well. But the leg, I forget the pitcher for the Phillies that was throwing. Apparently, he and Kyle Freeland are really good buddies.
Yeah, Jeff Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman. There you
Former
go.
Rocky. Jeff Hoffman
Yeah, so they're
is
tight.
on the mound.
So Jeff Hoffman's knee, and he's down at like his legs at a 90-degree angle, completely blocks the plate. And it actually, you could see Freeland's foot and he actually leg and knee like deflect off of Hoffman's leg, and it never really touches the plate. I watched two different angles, and I actually saw it. I'm like, I don't think he ever touched the plate.
I thought it was his back leg, not his front leg that touched the plate. Because like you said, his front leg hits Hoffman and kind of steers off to the side, but his back leg, the one that you tuck under and you kind of land on when you slide, I thought touched the plate.
You just couldn't see it. You couldn't verify it. And it's almost like, I think Bud Black was so he was so taken aback by the collision at home plate that I think he verbalized the challenge was illegal blocking of home plate,
right,
or whatever,
Yeah.
And so when the ump comes back and they get go to New York and get the replay.
I don't know though. Is it like football? Because in football, once it's reviewed, anything that they see on there, they have the power to change.
Yeah, but it was interesting because the ump comes back and does say that there was no illegal blocking of the plate.
Yeah.
He didn't say that.
Now, listen, I want to say for anybody who didn't watch the game or wasn't on Twitter last night, Kyle Freeland is okay. At least that's what we've been told.
I think Kyle Freeland was taking a page out of Nikola Jokic. He was doing some Euro, even a little soccer. There was he was trying to draw a red card there.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that he was in that much pain, and then literally 90 seconds later, he's back up on the steps. He sprints to the dugout,
screaming at the ump.
He sprints into the clubhouse, and then sprints back to the top steps of the dugout, and he's. I don't know if he's screaming at Hoffman or the umpire.
No, he was screaming at the ump for sure.
Okay, but for what? I mean, it was
because he thought it was a bad call.
But it's a baseball play.
Thought it was a bad call.
And what's a replay?
And Kyle Freeland's a competitor, man. That's a Denver kid right there.
I did like that. I did like of all the things that happened in that game, and the Rockies are a joke, and I like the fact that you saw a little bit of fight, and you saw it from the guy that has been going through it as an opening day starter, historically bad opening day. Second start, bad. A little bit better, third start.
Yeah.
But you see a guy that at least he's taking pride in wearing that jersey.
Well, and I mean, he is a hometown kid, and I do think that matters to him too. Like he's got it tatted on his arm. You know what I mean? And so I think he takes a little bit extra pride, no matter what the situation is, in the fact that he's got his city on his chest right there. You know what I mean? His state on his chest, I should say. We're getting on the Twitch chat that Bud Black is a terrible manager. I'm interested in your thoughts on that because for me, the guy has literally almost nothing to work with. You know what I mean? And I don't fault him for what the Rockies are right now. I also don't think he's helping the situation. I'm kind of just neutral on it. And until you get in a spot where you feel like the roster is so good that he is holding them back, I don't care if you keep him as manager. To have a steady ship, to have a captain, and he is your guy and he is leading this organization, I don't mind them keeping him around. I don't think he's a terrible manager. I'm kind of neutral on him. What do you think about him?
I've been neutral on Bud Black because the people that I know in baseball respect the heck out of Bud Black. He is a baseball man. He's respected. He knows how to manage a clubhouse. He knows how to, he's good with the personalities of a clubhouse. He's not the guy that's going to necessarily create an incredibly toxic environment.
Yeah.
Now, the wins and losses speak for themselves.
But it's not his fault.
I would agree to a point. Because what I do see in the Rockies, I was down at spring training. I watched them in 2 games. There's some good young talent in this organization. And right now, Bud Black, unfortunately, is the face of a lot of losing because he's been a mainstay. You can say Charlie Blackmon's been a mainstay.
Chris Bryant.
Yeah, I mean, but he's
come on.
But he's a recent. He's fairly recent. But what I do see is that with this core of young players, the Brent Doyles, Ryan McMahon, who's not super young, but he's still an up and coming player.
Zeke Tovar.
Ezekiel Tovar, Michael Tolia, who, by the way, is 5 of 33, but 4 of his 5 hits are home runs. That's a crazy stat line.
Chicks take the long ball, man.
Yeah, they do. I just think that a new voice at some point, if this continues, a new voice for this young core.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Is going to be inevitable.
As a coach, I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Well, because I've lived it. I lived it after 2 years in a program. I was a head football coach. We had one bad season, and a new voice was the reason why I was fired. It wasn't like I got fired because there was too much recent losing associated with me getting in front of that team. And I think that a new direction, a new voice, it's going to have to happen at some point.
Really?
And I do think that the Rockies' talent, their young talent, and I would say probably minus the pitching staff, that's a big problem, which is a big problem too for Bud Black.
I mean, we got a text here from Bud Driver Buff. I would go to war for Bud Black. He's doing an amazing job with what he's got. And I think there's developing these young guys is such an interesting dynamic because you do have to eat a lot of losing when you're doing that. But are you getting results developing these young guys as you're eating all these L's? And I don't know. I don't think he's hurting the team yet, but we're getting a lot of texts saying that, Freeland as a pinch runner is 100% a fireable offense.
It absolutely is.
I don't know if it's a fireable offense.
That wasn't the last player on your roster you could have run out there. He's your opening day starter. You're in what game was this, game 17, 18 of the season?
It's not a decision I would have wanted him to make, but I also don't think it's a fireable offense.
You have 145 games ahead of you.
Yeah.
Roughly.
How often does someone get hurt running the bases?
But when you put him in that position with the game on the line and it's 1-1 and you're talking bottom of the ninth.
You're trying to win. You're just talking about how all these losses are trying to win.
But baseball is a long game. You have to play the long game in the sport. You have to. There's no other choice.
I think it's one of the more interesting conversations in Denver sports right now is, what do you do with Bud Black and manager of the Rockies? Because if you bring in another manager, what is the difference? That it's not like they're going to click on and all of a sudden be a wild card team.
But then your argument is that coaching doesn't matter at all. And the word manager
right now,
right? We have essentially our program director, PD, Kevin Shockey's our manager.
Yeah.
He has to manage the personalities. He has to motivate, inspire. He has to have, staff meetings every 3 to 6 months, to give us some direction.
Sure.
If manager doesn't matter, then
stuff,
let's just let the players play and they can just arbitrarily come up with the lineups and, the rotations and, let's go to the lefty in the bullpen.
All that stuff does matter. But how much do you think he's directly responsible for the ratings on this? If you put on a whole bunch of college kids who've never done radio before, you could have the best PD on the planet, but you're not going to get any ratings. But it's all about the talent that you've got. Now you've got to manage the talent, right? And I think when you get to situations where there are better baseball teams, having all those talented players and egos and stuff like that, managing that, absolutely very important. Coaching does matter. But I think coaching matters in baseball maybe less than a lot of sports. It's not like you're practicing every day. It's not like you're putting in plays. You know what I mean? Like I think coaching matters just a little bit less in baseball than most sports. And I just don't think he's got the tools to put out a winning franchise right now.
Well, I think when you lose the credibility with your locker room, your clubhouse, your players, when you make decisions like you did last night. And that's the bottom line.
Really?
You made a decision to put your opening day starter in a 1-1 game in the top of the ninth in a situation actually where the pitcher is throwing the ball wildly. I mean, there were 3 extremely wild pitches that led to the situation. And you got an entire pitching staff. You got a bullpen. Those guys are tightly knit. You're saying that Kyle Freeland's put in that position right now with 140 some odd games to go.
How do you feel as a coach if Kyle Freeland's the one that comes up to you and says, "Put me in"?
That happens all the time. That happens all the time, and you have to be the adult in the room. That's what you're tasked with being. You're the manager.
You're also tasked with winning games. Like, he's trying to win. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you there. He's Mike Sanford. I'm Rob Trujillo. We are going to be joined by Vic in a little bit here, but we didn't get to the Nuggets this segment. I do want to talk about the playing game and who you want. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6 a.m. with Brett Kane. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And you don't have to listen to me pontificate by myself. Normally, I'm begging Marty to talk during these because I hate doing an hour of talk radio by myself. And I love Marty, but we also have Coach today. Marty, do you want to get in on this here and just kind of have 5 minutes to talk about what you ate last night or something?
No, that's okay. I think Coach has much better things to say than I do.
I would disagree with that, Marty. I think you have tremendous things to say.
I wouldn't. I mean, the commercial break conversations have been spicy, so I'm good with it. You know what I mean? All right, let's talk about these Denver Nuggets. You got the play-in game tonight, 5:30. It's the one that is kicking off the night. Lakers at Pelicans. And, of course, we'll talk more about it with Vic Lombardi when he joins us at 7 o'clock. But I just kind of want your take because I don't think the question is, do you want the Lakers or do you want the Pelicans? I think the question is just, do you want the Lakers? Because when you play the Lakers in a playoff series, it's not just a playoff series. It's the circus that comes with the LA market, with those fans, with LeBron James, with AD, who has back spasms and is questionable tonight. I couldn't believe that when
Shocker. He did leave the last game against the Pelicans.
Oh, great. Okay.
With some back pain.
I mean, listen, if he doesn't play tonight, they're ducking the Nuggets, right?
I don't necessarily think that. I think that the Lakers want the Nuggets.
I think they do too. But if he doesn't play tonight,
I think if he doesn't play, it's because he's legitimately not in a good spot physically.
Coach, you can't really believe that.
I do believe that.
You believe that he is so physically unable to perform that he's willing to throw away their season?
If he doesn't play. Because who knows, right? Because that's also the game before the game. It's the lying. That's true. It's the lying games. It's the throwing who's probable, who's questionable. And at the end of the day, if you just put them on the injury report, you can't get fined if they play or don't. Right?
I mean, I think he ends up playing, but I think he doesn't. I think it's a very interesting conversation.
I think that AD ends up playing. I think that the Lakers, any competitor wants to win in the window that you have to get to the real tournament. And if you don't want to win in this game, then it puts an incredible amount of pressure on the next one.
I also think that if they don't win this game and Golden State wins the other game, that the NBA is in a spot they don't want to be in, where one of their superstars gets eliminated before the playoffs are even here.
They might like the one-game ratings of Golden State versus the Lakers.
Games, Cub Scout.
Yeah.
I think the Lakers want to. I think the Lakers want to win this because I think that LeBron James, whether you hate him, whether you like him, whether you're indifferent about him, he cares about his legacy and he cares about him some LeBron James. And I think that LeBron James right now, for the latter part of his legacy, it's going to stand out that he just couldn't get through the Denver Nuggets. And I think that LeBron James is going to want to face that monster head on.
That's very blustery of you.
I believe it.
I don't think, and Marty, I think you guys were talking about this yesterday. I don't think he's ever lost in the first round. Is that true, Marty? Was that you guys? Maybe it's a different
I think that
show.
is right, yeah.
I don't think LeBron James has ever lost in the first round. And I mean, you're talking about the legacy that he cares about and all that kind of stuff. I think he thinks he's got a better shot against Oklahoma City than he does against Denver. Don't you?
I think he has a better shot.
Yeah.
But I also think that if it becomes apparent that the Lakers were ducking the Nuggets,
I don't think they will. To be clear,
you don't think they will duck, or you don't think it'll be obvious they're ducking?
I don't think they will duck. Before the texts start coming in, to have a team throw away a game and put their season on a one game, like that would be crazy. You've got 2 chances to get in the tournament. To throw one of them away, I think would be absolutely nuts. And I don't think any competitor actually does that. But if we're talking about if LeBron had his choice, I don't think it would be the Nuggets. I think he'd pick to play the Thunder, don't you?
I really do think that LeBron is one of those types of competitors that at times his arrogance leads to ignorance. And I think that it's going to be because of the series in Denver, taking on the NBA champs. You're going to put your best foot forward as opposed to playing, in Oklahoma City, middle America,
I mean, so is Denver. It's to them. It's.
Oh, have you been to Oklahoma City? Don't ever put those two in the same sentences.
Listen, Boise State.
I know what a small town looks like. I would rather hang out in Boise, Idaho on a weekend than I would Oklahoma City. But I do think this too. Like, if you're an aging team, and there are some young pieces to the Lakers, Ryu Hashimoto, you have Austin Reeves. AD's, veteran. He's not aging out. He's a veteran that's been battling injuries. Do you really want to go play the Oklahoma City Thunder with all of that youth, all those fresh legs?
Well, and they killed, I think it was this show that killed him for, oh no, maybe it was Dempsey and Company that killed your show. That killed him for it. But Nick Wright said that the first round is when he should want to play the Nuggets because the NBA spaces out that first round so much that you get 2 days or 3 days off in between games and you can be a little bit fresher. I think the same thing goes for Oklahoma City. I mean, I take what you're saying. If they had to play Oklahoma City every other night, yeah, I think it would wear them down. But if they've got 2 or 3 nights off in between, I think that even at his age, they're still fresh when they come out to play. So I don't know that matters as much in the first round. I don't know. Let's get back to the original question though. Like, so that's from LeBron's point of view.
Yeah, I think it's and LeBron he runs that organization. I mean, in that case, I know we had the Bud Black discussion about who's the adult in the room, who's the manager.
Right.
LeBron James is making the decisions in Los Angeles.
Did you see the video of Darvin Ham writing up something during a timeout and just nobody's paying attention to him? It's just like literally guys are getting up, walking away, and he has not even finished. And you see the look on his face like, all right, I guess I'll finish drawing this so I'd finish, but what am I doing here?
It's like when Brett sends a show prep email. Just, yeah, cool. We're going to do what we want to do here. But
he sends it via email?
He used to. He's been so defeated, he just stopped.
He just stopped doing it?
He did it for like 4 years, and then he was just like, you know what? Screw this.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes when you get the big stars in there, like the daddy of Denver sports, Vic Lombardi.
No question. Who's going to be joining us here soon
in studio,
fresh off some spicy confrontation about John Elway's legacy with D-Mac.
I cannot wait to get into the. I don't know if I want to get him that fired up right on the first break.
No, let's let him ease into it. But let's let him get his cup of coffee.
But I might
his
fire
biscotti
right in that first break there. I don't know. We'll have to see. But so I want to know your answer. Truly,
I think because the Nuggets want to play the Lakers.
You think so?
I believe so.
Tell me why.
I just think that they have the formula. They know the formula, and you could say that games are spaced out more so that the Lakers are going to be a little bit fresher. That might give them a game, but not in a full series.
But I'm pretty sure listening to you, I've also heard you say in football, trying to beat a team 2 times, 3 times, tough to do. So
they did it 8 times.
I know, but at some point
they're better. They're better. They're fresher. And they're more complete. They play as a team. They play great defense. The Lakers pick their spots because LeBron James picks his spots, and the Lakers are LeBron James.
The 2-man game is unstoppable. Even if you know that it's coming, Jamal Murray and Jokic with AG in the dunker spot.
That's the other piece of the 2-man game. It's really there's 2 2-man games.
Yeah, right. It's a 3-man game.
It's like a 2-man game that turns into a new 2-man game.
Right.
Once you kind of defeat the 2-man game, at least on that particular set, and then all of a sudden here comes you got AG. Boom.
And so there's a part of me that agrees with you. They're just better, and that 2-man game, even if you know it's coming, it's unstoppable. But at the same time, I mean, you're asking for the circus to come to town. You know what I mean? Like, you're asking for all primetime slots and having to deal with that fan base and the LA media and I mean, how many people picked the LA Lakers in the Western Conference Finals last year? It was a joke. There was no way they were going to beat the Nuggets in a 7-game series, and still 75% of the media picked them to win. You know what I mean? Like, you have to deal with all that, and I think that's the question. Do you want to put up with having to deal with the circus that is the Los Angeles Lakers? Not do you want to play the Pelicans?
I think you absolutely deal with the circus. I think you want the circus because the circus won't allow you to have any lapse whatsoever in your first round of the playoffs.
That's true. It'll keep you focused.
You are ready to go.
That's true.
These are Lakers. And you know what? More than that, The Lakers have to come into this building. They got to come to Denver. They got to beat the defending champs. So you could say, do you really want the circus coming? No, they got to come into your building.
100%. All right, the daddy's here. Vic Lombardi in studio. Excited to have him join us. Coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, but we're minus two of them right now. Vic Lombardi in studio which is awesome. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in, and we got the coach, Mike Sanford, sitting in with us this morning as well for your Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane experience. And I don't want to get Vic fired up early, so we're going to save his tweet storm from last night for a little bit here.
It got a little crazy.
It got a little crazy, Vic.
Yeah.
You know what, Vic? I'm here for all of it, man.
It was
All of it.
Got a little nuts.
the smoke was real yesterday.
Hey, why were you in at the 6 o'clock hour with Rob? Do you crave that much airtime that you come in that early? What's your problem?
Yeah, I'm just a complete narcissist. I love me some me. I want that. I want my voice to be on the Denver airwaves as much as humanly
You
possible.
guys sounded great. In fact, it was just enlightening to hear a show in the morning that I could listen to before mine.
Shots at him when he's not here.
Yeah, you're damn right.
By the way, did you guys ever discuss him milking it? Because we do have Kevin in Illinois on Twitch saying, hey, listen, no Brett Tuesdays on Altitude Sports Radio is kind of what we're doing.
Well, I feel for Brett in this situation because the bottom line is he doesn't have anybody to watch little Jamal Kale, his daughter.
Right.
His wife's out. So I grew up here with family. So I found myself like, what if I were in that situation? I had to go to work at that ungodly hour as when you guys started. I would have many family members in town that could fill in. He doesn't have any family members or friends, really. He's by himself.
It's tough when you're on an island, man. It's a hard place
Wait,
to be.
so is Uncle Vic gonna babysit every once in a while?
No,
I mean, is that what we're getting to? here?
I'll wait for Grant Parenthood to do that.
I just feel like, do you have a kid that can babysit? I mean, your kids are older, right? Like
Yeah, my kids probably wouldn't make the trip to Pueblo to do that either because he's too far away.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I figured we'd check in. So one thing I wanted to touch on real quick is, and we didn't even get to it in the appetizer hour. Caitlin Clark drafted last night into the WNBA. It was kind of the big thing in the sports world. I mean, hockey had a couple big games. Connor McDavid gets his 100th assist, which is cool. But it felt like a lot of people were talking about this Caitlin Clark story and her getting drafted into the WNBA. And I don't know, Vic. First, Vic, what are just your thoughts on the impact that she's going to have on that league?
Well, I hope the impact is of this. I hope that a team ends up in Denver.
See, I knew you were going to go there.
Well, because Denver almost made the last go-around of expansion. Very close. I know a couple people that were involved in that expansion squad, and they thought they had it. They thought they had a team landed. So I think this next round, once the WNBA makes another round, I think Denver will get a team. So if she has an impact on basketball, women's basketball, it's that it expands that league and maybe gets it going around the country. Because let's all be honest, when you go from the college game to the WNBA boys, that's a step down. That's a step down.
And her opening contract was tweeted out several times last night.
Yeah, I'm going to read these numbers.
Go ahead.
So Caitlin Clark, who probably was she making seven figures?
Oh,
at Iowa in
you
NIL.
gotta figure, yeah.
Easy.
I mean, there's really no way to fully verify all this stuff anymore. But
but if you got to deal with State Farm, I'm pretty sure.
You see her on every third commercial
during
during March Madness on the men's side, you're probably making seven figures. So 4-year contract, valued at $338,000 total. Her first year, making $76,000. Second year, $78,000. Third year, $85,000. And then her fourth year option is $97,852.
So first impression of that is that's repulsive. That's way low for somebody who entertains for a living, who's done so much for the game. I get it. But then you got to do the math.
100%.
You got to do the math. What does the league make? What revenue does the WNBA generate? If it generated much more revenue, those numbers would be much higher. Am I wrong here?
No, you're right. And I'm from what I've been able to understand, I don't know the economics of the WNBA, but does the WNBA still hemorrhage from the NBA?
100%.
So you can't justify.
The WNBA would not exist if not for help from the NBA. And that's a fact. I mean, anybody who wants to call in and say, "Oh, you're," that's a fact. Without the NBA's help, the WNBA would not exist.
So then, when we're talking about expansion, they did say the commissioner came out last night, said that they want to get to 16 teams. They got 12 right now. 13th is coming. It's going to be in San Francisco. It's going to be a Golden State sister, if you will. And so they want to get to 16 teams. But Vic, you know better than anybody else. And Coach, you know this from working at CU. I love our city. I love Denver. I've turned down other cities and other jobs to stay here in Denver because I love it here. We are a nightmare for logistics. We are in the middle of nowhere. The next closest major city is Salt Lake City, and you can argue if that's a major city or not if you want. From there, it's 14 hours to the next closest city by car.
Rob, it's 14 hours to the nearest airport here in Denver.
It's a 3-hour plane flight wherever you want to go. To put a team in Denver so far away from everybody else, I just feel like there's no chance that a struggling up-and-coming league would put a team in a city like Denver. I mean, I talk to concert promoters, I talk to sports people, and Vic, like I said, I know you travel with the team. They all say Denver is an absolute nightmare. Not the city. It's nothing wrong with the city. The city's amazing. It's great. Colorado's amazing. We love it.
And number one on that list for people who travel, teams who travel, is the location of the airport. It's number one on the list.
It's a half hour. It's an extra half hour for your travel.
Number one on every list. They say, why is this so far away? It just is. And I know there are people that are going to call the show, text the show, the airport's fine. And there are many aspects of the airport that are fine. I get it. It's an international airport. This isn't Omaha. All right. This airport feeds the entire world. I get it. Yeah. When you have an international airport, you're going to have other headaches. But there's no denying it's just too damn far away. It's too far away. When they built it too far away. Well, and it's hard to get to. And it's always traffic congested.
Vic, I'm going to bring up a even way more horrific of a logistical football program. And we're talking college, but we're talking the level and the notoriety and the prestige of an NFL franchise.
Sure.
And I coached there, and you went to school there.
Yeah.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And it was a major problem.
It's impossible getting in and out of there.
Impossible.
It's impossible.
And if you think Denver's hard, and you think it's hard to get recruits,
drive 2 hours to Chicago.
You just can't get
3
into
hours
South
to
Bend.
Chicago.
The airport, that's the opposite factor there. The airport's too small.
Yeah. Too small, too far from anything. And all the flights go to Chicago. And if it's in the winter, Vic, they only have one de-icer.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, you're going to miss your connector
it's
every time.
It's a factor. But as far as the WNBA is concerned, and you look at those numbers that Caitlin Clark is bringing in, I guess my reaction is always going to be the same when it comes to the lot in life you choose. That is her choice.
She did make a
good
statement.
bundle of money.
Well, but she made a statement saying, I'm going to go to the WNBA instead of going and playing for Ice Cube and making $5 million, right? Yeah. Like she has kind of said, I want to be the reason this league succeeds.
Yes.
And we'll see if she can pull that off. But I can tell you this, they flashed the stat last night, 90% of her games are going to be on national TV for a team that won like 13 games last year.
We're going to get into supply and demand and economics today. We're going to get into, athletes make too much money. And then some athletes don't make enough money. The simple truth, it's somewhere in between. Do baseball players, some NBA players make too much money? Of course. Of course, right? Some people make ridiculous money.
Well, but like $76,000, if you're a kid coming out of college and your first job is $76,000.
Hey,
that'd be great.
I would say two kids that just left college. If they told me their first job was $76,000, I'd throw them a party.
Right? Yeah.
And we can't forget that the $76,000 that she's getting to play in the WNBA, she didn't have at Iowa.
Right.
And the NIL money, which her NIL money was the intended NIL, which is name, image, and likeness. It was through endorsement deals. Right. Those aren't going anywhere.
Exactly. Right. The endorsement money remains.
So this $76,000 relative to her Iowa career, it's actually a bonus. But it's a $76,000 bonus she didn't get as a student athlete.
But we do talk about all the time how you can't blame people for taking the money. I mean, she could have had an extra $5 million from the big three.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And she'll make that. She'll make that back in endorsements.
I want you guys to be brutally honest with me, though, because somebody asked me this question, and I had to think about it. Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, will it make you watch the WNBA?
I'll watch the first one for sure.
So will I. I'll watch a couple games to say, okay, what's going on? But will it make you a weekly viewer? You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to say yes because we don't have a team here. If I had a team here that I can, sort of, this is my squad, this is who I know, I can appeal to certain players. That's what having a team in your local market means. And that's why it's a big difference maker for me.
Vic, what's your favorite sport to watch on the women's side?
I love college women's basketball. I love basketball.
Yep.
I love basketball, but the college women's basketball game is amazing. I love watching women's golf. I think they have the purest swings out there because a lot of the men's swings, they're just hyper, just swing as hard as you can. The women's golf swing is graceful, smooth, and I love watching women's golf.
The anti-DeChambeau.
It really is.
DeChambeau beast.
So
what about you, Rob?
My favorite one to watch on the women's side is soccer.
What, like the Women's World Cup?
Women's World Cup.
I do enjoy that.
And because, in my 20s, they're winning World Cups. Yeah. And it was not like guaranteed. They weren't just running through everybody. It was like that comeback in Brazil. I mean, against Japan, crazy. It was crazy stuff. So I enjoy watching the women's soccer games, but I don't know. What about you, Coach?
Don't discount Bulgarian weightlifting.
Big time. No, seriously. That is incredible.
Oh my God. What about you,
for me, in person, I love watching softball.
Yeah.
Because it's a different game. It's actually it's unique to the women's side of sport.
Yeah.
And
the dimensions are different.
The style is different. And when you start watching the World Series, or the College World Series, that is an unbelievable event.
We've got John on the text line saying women's gymnastics is his favorite. That is coming up at the Summer Olympics.
Gymnastics is an amazing sport that takes amazing strength. My daughter did gymnastics up until 12 years old, and I saw some things like, whoa, how does somebody do that? I get it.
We've got Nevada saying women's hockey, which the women's professional hockey leagues have struggled a little bit, but Olympically, I mean, incredible. And it's not as diverse of a game. You don't have as many countries involved as you would like, but they're incredible athletes on the women's side.
You're all wrong. It's volleyball. The answer is volleyball.
Well,
of course, Marty. Thanks, Marty.
I did not want to go there first, but I'm going to watch me some Olympic volleyball with Chris Marlowe on the call.
Some beach volleyball?
I'm going to tell you right now.
I bet you are.
When Chris Marlowe gets on the call and he does a game between, let's say, Brazil and France, I'm watching it.
2177 says women's tennis. I would tune in for Serena. I mean, how do you not? Same thing though. It's star power. You know what I mean? It's where is the compelling story, I think, is much part of it. Because I would not have paid attention to the WNBA draft last night. But I was sitting there like, I should check in, see what they're saying about Caitlin Clark.
It also helps what channel you're on. Yeah. And if ESPN is pushing it, you're going to watch it.
Yeah, 100%.
More likely than not.
All right. We gave Vic a little warm-up segment there, but it's time.
It's time to choose violence.
Time to choose violence. We're going to get him fired up talking about John Elway's legacy next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You asked the question.
During the break, I asked Vic, hey, man, where do you get your suits? Because I'd like to go just get like a real nice suit. I need a suit. I don't mind paying $300 or $500. Just, even listen, you say that, but like there were times where that was unheard of for me.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's gonna be tough to find one for $300 or $500.
I know. I'm willing.
Vic, that's gonna be true, right? Custom suit.
It depends how you shop. I'm a thrifty shopper. I could find anything for any price.
I'm prepared to go like up to $1,000. Like I want to buy just like a very nice suit, right? Mm-hmm. And so I asked Vic, I'm like, hey man, he's got good threads.
Oh, he's got good suit game.
He wears a suit every night. Like, hey, where do you get your suits? Naples.
Well, I mean, that's why I get some of them, not all of them.
Like Italy itself. I go to Italy itself.
There are a lot of different shops in town. I will point you in the right direction.
Give me a little discount. Give me the daddy of Denver sports discount.
There's no discount. They'll add a price on top of that. Trust me.
All right, so it got a little heated yesterday. Started with the afternoon show. Our guy D-Mac, who I think you're still friends with, Vic.
I love D-Mac. See, and this is what's interesting about when you have heated debates on the radio, and they do get heated. What people don't understand is they come from a good place. I have to let everybody understand something about how this business operates, okay? If you don't have passion for what you believe in, what are you doing? Like, I believe in what I say. I don't make up anything. I believe in everything I say. Honest to God, that's the one element that I bring to the table. I believe in everything I say. And I believe a guy like D-Mac, Darren McKee, who joined us just about half a year ago, is an incredible talent. He's a tireless worker. He's smarter than most of us. I know this for a fact. And he's a very good friend, And when he made the move here, I thought it was a major coup on our end, a coup, okay? So you won't get me to say anything bad about him, except for his take on John Elway, which is preposterously imbecilic and moronic and dumb.
And
it's okay to disagree on something.
If I was to summarize that, it was that he is incapable of drafting well. So, Vic, it started with them talking about this on PhD and you tweeting at them.
Yeah.
You said, listening to PhD on Altitude SR right now. Great stuff as always, but the disrespect from D-Mac shows that D-Mac shows for John Elway is off the charts, uninformed, and perhaps personal. I'm begging Kevin Shockey to give us an hour on air to talk about it. Now, you did go on PhD yesterday and have it out with them just a little bit.
I didn't want to hijack their show.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do that. That's the last thing you want to do is hijack somebody else's show. So
the point that he was making was essentially that he was a bad GM and that it has affected his legacy.
The point that I had a problem with is you could say that he made mistakes. Of course, we all make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. He made some horrible mistakes at the end of his reign as a GM, of course. But when he labeled him a bad GM, just a general blanket label, bad GM, my contention is, how can you be a bad GM if you attended 2 Super Bowls as a GM and won one of them and put together the most explosive offense in NFL history and one of the greatest defenses in NFL history? How can you label that person just by that definition alone a bad GM? That's impossible. That's an impossible definition to make. That's all. And we disagree on that. Wholeheartedly disagree on that.
Okay, but
I see what happens. Here's what happens in this town, especially. People pile on. It's a trendy thing. Like everybody goes to these trendy restaurants. It's trendy to pile on John Elway. Oh, John Elway's legacy was bad. Read a history book. I'm going to use that line again. Read a book.
Len Dawson.
Go
to a history book.
It was honestly my favorite tweet from yesterday so Vic ends up going at it with a whole bunch of people on Twitter about John Elway's legacy, and he does tell one of them to read a book, which is just hilarious.
Listen, I'm going to talk to you, Coach, because you're a coach. You've been in this game. It would be like some uninformed idiot looking at Coach's record at CU when he took over and saying, "Oh, what an awful coach! What an awful he's terrible," without understanding the situation, without paying any credit to the situation you walk into and the obstacles you face and the walls that surround you that you have to scale. Everything comes with scale. What people don't know about Elway's final years as the Broncos president GM, they don't understand what was going on behind the scenes. Now we do with the ownership situation. They don't know when it started and how bad it got and how it impacted his own job. They don't get it. And what you don't know is fine. But I'm here to tell you there was stuff going on behind the scenes, just like I'm sure there were with you when you coached CU to that 1 year, and I attended your one win, and I thought it was glorious. But people don't see that stuff. They don't recognize that stuff. And credit to you for not having to make excuses for dealing with that stuff.
Vic, you bring up an incredibly valuable point that I think people on the inside of coaching, being a general manager, you have to deal with the reality of there is context. And that's a huge piece of the puzzle, is the context of how you get into that position in the first place. Like for me, I got into that position because I needed a job. I needed to get an offensive coordinator job, and I got it at CU. I also didn't know that there was going to be 20 some odd players jump into the portal before my background check cleared.
Exactly.
Going into the 2023 season or 2022 season. And then you go through a season where you're 0-5. You've gotten obliterated
and the
for 5
culture's bad
consecutive
to
weeks.
begin with there. at
Well,
that point.
it's lifeless.
Yeah.
And it's lifeless because of the results. It's lifeless because a lot of the players that were a part of that team the year before are no longer there. And so you have to go and you have to put your best foot forward. You have to go to work. And then when you deal with the media, you can't say, well, we don't have these players. We don't have.
You can't
do it.
because you send a bad message to your team at that point.
Absolutely.
You can't rip the team you're coaching. You can't say what you can't do? You can't do what Prime did when he showed up and say, we're getting rid of you all. Take your Louis. We're just bringing in Louis. You can't say that unless you have that kind of power.
Which I don't. And I didn't.
And to bring it back to Elway, I mean, he did have that problem his last couple years, and I think it's been reported upon enough now that people kind of understand that it was kind of a shell game those last couple of years where he said, I'll stick around and I'll take the heat.
Rob,
because that's what he was really doing.
he could have left the position happily a year after winning the Super Bowl. He stuck around.
Right.
And everybody says, oh, well, he stuck around for the money. Do you think John Elway needs money?
Seen how many car dealerships there
Are you guys blind? Do you think John Elway stuck in that job because he needed the money? Because somehow he wouldn't be able to survive on his name alone? Are you guys that economically stupid? Seriously.
So I know that's what you're saying. I want to propose something different to you.
Sure.
Because I think too often we get into he was great or he was terrible. I think he was okay. And I think part of that is the type of GM that you are. Now, let's talk about the difference here is what I want to point out is Tim Connolly to Calvin Booth.
Yeah.
One of those guys built a team. He built the foundation, right? He's a builder.
Yeah.
He built through the draft. And the other guy got them the championship pieces that they need to finish the job.
Yeah.
He saw what pieces were flawed, what pieces were missing. He went out, he made changes, he got what he needed to finish the job. Elway is a Calvin Booth type GM. He's a finisher. He went and got Manning, which, fortuitous that's available at that time.
Wait, hold on. But you used a word. I want to talk about that word. I want to talk about the word fortuitous. All right. I want to talk about, first of all, the fact that we're having this debate on a Tuesday in April, the day of a Nuggets play-in game that will affect the Nuggets.
We'll talk about
It's amazing. It's amazing that we're having this debate, but fine. I want to read a text, and I'm going to answer the question. David writes in, Vic, if he doesn't get lucky with Manning, how does it turn out? Be honest. I know you will struggle with the answer.
Hold on. It's not lucky that he got Manning.
Mhm.
It's lucky that Manning was available.
Sure.
That is
100%.
timely.
right.
Timely.
No different than the Buccaneers having the opportunity to get Tom
No
Brady.
different.
100%.
No different than Tom Brady being available for the Patriots and being drafted in the 6th round.
But-
Everything's timely.
Or Brock Purdy.
I mean, I could say that about life.
But if you remember that month that he was available, it was Tennessee.
Yeah.
It was who was the other team?
I'm going to
Go
give me the storyline. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You weren't here, Coach, when this was taking place. I was hosting a radio show in town at another station. We had a weekly hit with John Elway on that show. We had done it for 3 years. Well, he had a year left on his contract when he became the general manager of the Broncos. And he said, you know what? I'm still going to do the show. So he joined us every Wednesday, Gary Miller and myself. And that was the year of Tebow Mania. And it was crazy. We all took it hook, line, and sinker. I know I did. And I can speak from a place. Everybody thinks, well, what are you, friends with Elway? He probably thinks I'm a buffoon. Okay? If you asked him quietly in private, what do you think of Vic? He's an idiot. And let me tell you why. I'm not defending Elway because I'm like, I'm not a friend. I'm not a friend. He doesn't owe me anything. I don't owe him anything. I speak the truth here. And let me tell you why. That year, he came on our show every week, and Gary and I are like, oh, Tim Tebow, the savior. Oh, my God. Tim Tebow's the future. And he would bite his tongue, and he would say, yeah, we're playing great. You could tell there was something going on there. But he would never call us out. He would never make any proclamation differently. He bided his time on that show every week. And at the end of the year, he pulled a major rabbit out of his hat. He turned Tim Tebow, the Messiah at the time, who could do no wrong, into Peyton Manning. How many people could pull that off? How many people could take Tim Tebow, who is at an all-time popularity high, with everybody in town saying, yes, work off of this, including D-Mac. D-Mac wrote a freaking proposal calling Tim Tebow the quarterback of the future. Ask him about that. And you know what Elway did? He looked us all in the eye and says, you guys are idiots. You know nothing about football. I'm going to go get Peyton Manning. Who was right?
Well, I mean,
who was right?
He was right.
What were we?
I don't think.
What were we?
If you took the bait on Tebow,
everybody took the bait.
Not everybody.
Not
took
everybody.
The bait. I did not take.
Not
the
everybody,
bait.
but
Okay.
a lot of people took that bait.
But-
And not only did he not take the bait, Rob, not only he managed to take that bait and turn it into Peyton Manning, and he did it within 42 days of the season ending. Who does that?
I think anybody though would take Manning over Tebow,
Fine.
even if you believed in
Fine,
Tebow.
but who does that? You say that.
The
but
ability to get it done, I think, is part of his legacy.
exactly right.
100%.
How many guys get it done? And when I asked D-Mac this yesterday, if another general manager in place, Brian Sanders is a good friend. If Brian Sanders is the GM and not Elway, does that happen? We don't know the answer.
No.
We know the answer.
You wouldn't have the audacity
We know
to do
the
that.
answer.
You wouldn't have the.
Of course not.
You wouldn't
So-
have the fortitude
So
to,
when
to
I
do
hear
that.
people say Elway got lucky with Peyton Manning, luck isn't a factor. Luck may be the way Peyton came back from his injury. That's lucky.
Yeah.
Getting Peyton Manning was not luck. That's Elway being John Elway. And if you don't understand that, you're clueless.
Okay, so but that is a part of his legacy. The timing though was lucky, and that's kind of I think what you're getting at.
But all timing's lucky. Okay. Is it lucky for the Bears to have the number one pick with Caleb Williams? Luck is part of life.
But also what he did at the end of his tenure, even though he's taken a lot of slings
Terrible
and arrows.
missteps.
Yes.
Paxton Lynch, a terrible pick.
There you go.
We all get it.
There you go.
Listen, take the best general manager in football. Who is it today? Who is it? Who's the best general manager in football today?
That's an interesting question.
Is it John Lynch, maybe?
John Lynch is up there.
would be. They've gotten the most value
Okay.
from later rounds.
Have they made some atrocious picks?
Oh yeah, Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, okay, have they done some things where you look at them and say, what the hell are you thinking? Is there a GM or coach out there who runs a show who is perfect and
No, doesn't
impervious to
happen.
this?
And I think you look at it, we're even talking about this year of this draft class of quarterbacks, and we're saying that probably 4 out of the 5 are going to be a bust.
100%.
That's what we're saying.
No one is
That's what Sean
impervious to
Payton's saying.
mistakes. Elway's reign as GM went up in flames because it went part and parcel with a team that had a rudderless owner. It didn't exist. It didn't exist for the last 5 years. Do you understand how hard it is to run a franchise when you don't have an owner? And you don't know who's going to own the team? Which side of the family?
Okay,
People
so-
don't know what was going on behind the scenes.
Vic, you told us all yesterday. Professor Vic told us to read a history book.
Yes.
Can you recap those 5 years and what was happening with the ownership? Because I don't know that part of the story.
At that time, there was a trust that was formed that was basically serving as the ownership group of the Denver Broncos that would pretty much run the operation. How much money do you need? What do you need here? Where's this capital? There was no one person at the top like Pat Bowlen did for many years saying, I want this, I want that, take all the money you need. It was basically a corporation. It was run like a corporate entity. Not many corporate entities can do what an owner can do. All right? It's just not run the same. So if people don't acknowledge that it's not easy to work that way.
Okay, but that doesn't affect the fact that he had picks and made them.
I just said he made some horrible picks.
They were bad.
Yeah.
They were bad.
But it doesn't
so that's
change,
why.
but it doesn't change the definition of what makes a good GM and a bad GM. He had a 10-year reign as GM, correct? 10 years. Take every GM in the history of sports, give them their 10-year reign. 2 Super Bowls, 1 Super Bowl championship.
Okay, but that's why I wanted to get to the Calvin Booth and Tim Connolly comparison, because he did it in a weird, like, flipped way. But when he started with the Tebow years, I mean, Coach, and you can talk about it, he's adding guys like Aqib Talib and DeMarcus Ware and bringing in pieces to get them across the finish line to win a Super Bowl. That takes a certain type of GM to identify that kind of stuff and fill in those gaps to know that that's what your team needs to get to that next level, right? So that is incredible. That's a different kind of GM than the builder who is going to start from the bottom and find the foundation.
It's where your strengths lie more in your pro player acquisition versus your college acquisition.
Also,
but here's the bottom line, Vic, and I think that this is where this can all be summed up. We're having this great debate and people on Twitter saying one thing, oh, Elway was horrible or Elway was amazing. The bottom line is this, is the word needs to be gratitude. It needs to be gratitude. For John Elway.
The greatest sports figure in the history of Colorado sports.
And it is you cannot make an argument.
There's no
otherwise.
argument there.
And here's what happened is the amount of NFL franchises right now that are starving for a Super Bowl championship. Buffalo Bills, great example. Starving to be able to have a parade. Cleveland, starving.
If you told Cleveland that you get 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 to win, and for the next 8 years you suck almighty, would they take it?
100%. Because what is the goal? Is the goal to be competitive every year? The goal is to win a Super Bowl championship and hoist the Lombardi. And so Denver sports fans, whether you agree with what John Elway did in his last few years as the general manager and his drafts or not, you should be grateful. Well, there should be a level of gratitude for a guy that took you to 2 Super Bowls, won a Super Bowl, and that's the end of the discussion.
Well, and I think when you're talking about him in terms of Colorado sports lore, the Avalanche might not be here if John Elway isn't as successful as he is. John Elway is, from a marketing and TV standpoint, is a huge reason why Denver became an appealing market for other sports teams to come to.
Rob, I'm going to tell you this one more time. I have nothing to gain here. I don't get tickets to Elway's Diner, okay? I don't get anything out of this.
He's got a diner now, too?
I don't get anything out of this. I don't have a friendship with John Elway, okay? I don't. But I speak the truth on this. He is the greatest athlete, non-politician, whatever you want, in Colorado history. And he opened up avenues for so many things that people don't understand because they don't know their history. Or they don't like him personally. And they let that personal view skew what they think of what he did historically.
Well, listen, I mean, there's 3 Super Bowl trophies there, and he's got fingerprints on all 3 of them.
Fingerprints on all 3 of them. Fingerprints on every single one but one.
Appearances, yes. I was just talking about the 3 wins, but sure, appearances, yes.
1977 is the only Denver Broncos Super Bowl that did not have John Elway's fingerprints on it. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And
think about 4 decades of Super Bowl appearances with one man's fingerprints on them.
I think is a big reason why the Colorado Rockies and the Colorado Avalanche, he made this a viable sports market to bring in 2 franchises that now make us a 4-sport town that account for now 3 Stanley Cups. I mean, like, I think that can't be overlooked of the impact that he had on the market. Not even just the Broncos or that legacy.
And not just the market, but the actual media market. This building might not exist if he wasn't the trailblazer he was.
Some people don't like it when guys are their own guys. Like, some people don't like Deion because he's Deion. Is that true or not?
It's absolutely true.
Is it true or not?
And that's what I always say about the guy. is he is his own
He
guy,
is his
and he
own
doesn't
man.
care what you
Exactly
think about him.
right.
He sure as heck doesn't care what I think
Do I
about him.
like what everything Deion does? No. Will I call a spade a spade? Yes. That's all I'm asking is honesty. Give me honesty.
Okay,
Do
well-
I like how Sean Payton treats the media? No. But do I think Sean Payton's a really damn good coach? Yes.
Honestly, he was just an okay GM.
Again,
You can't just be an okay GM.
You could say, Rob,
You can't-
It's that mindset. See that throwaway crap.
It's not throwaway.
It's mostly your generation.
Oh
that
yeah,
does
it's
it.
now
It really
it's
is.
a generational thing.
Oh, 100%.
my God.
But you
I
can't.
know
100%.
DMAC was 30.
Yeah, right.
But the
Now it's a
bottom
generational-
line on it is you can't be okay.
You can't be okay.
if you win the Lombardi
And you-
as
and
a
you
general
can't-
manager
there's
and
no
go
such
to another
thing.
Super Bowl.
Again,
You can't be okay.
You can't. That's
He's very good at one style of GM. He was very bad at the other. That averages out to he was a good GM.
but
If in Buffalo, would you take that 10-year period in Buffalo right now?
Right now,
In the history of Buffalo sports, would you take the 10-year period?
sure.
would you
Sure.
take a Super Bowl victory
Yeah. Would
in
you take
Buffalo? Would you take one?
So would that make so if you're a Buffalo fan and he did that for Buffalo, would he be a bad GM?
If you told me that Buffalo won one Super Bowl and then the rest of Josh Allen's career was as bad as the last 8 years, that would be a major disappointment.
They're not going to win one at all. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I mean, thank you, Vic.
No, that's a reality.
It's a
Rob.
reality. So you better take what you can get. You better take what you can get, son. Because I'm going to
listen-
tell you right now, that mindset and that attitude is the problem.
He's
That's
a
the problem.
good he's a good GM. I don't think he's a great GM. I think there were flaws, but when we're talking about his legacy,
Who is the Buffalo GM?
Brandon Bean, and I think he's fantastic. I think he
How
does
many
an
Super Bowls
excellent
does he
job.
have?
I think he's fantastic. I think he does.
I mean,
Yeah,
Super
Brandon Bean, by your metric
Yeah.
of making a fine GM, is really good at drafting and really good with pro player acquisition. But you know what he's really bad at? Winning Super Bowls.
Exactly. He hasn't even
So
been to one.
he's okay to me.
Yeah, he's okay too.
That's fine. You're
He's tied
you're
for
entitled
last
to your
place in
opinion.
Super
How did
Bowl.
this turn into an attack on me?
Well, because the way you define it is ridiculous. See, there are those of us who think winning everything is everything. And there are those of us, like you and DMAC, who like field day and pink ribbons. If you want to live with pink ribbons, go get your pink ribbons.
It's not
and
about that.
Yes, you just defined it that way.
No, Brandon Bean took a team that was atrocious and hadn't made the playoffs in 17
And what did it get
years.
you?
And we're not done with his tenure yet.
Well, how long's he been there?
2017, 2018.
Okay.
So
he's been
6
there
years.
7 years?
6-7 years.
Okay. 4 years into Elway's reign, he already had a Super Bowl.
Okay. He also had Peyton Manning.
You got Josh Allen.
Okay.
Where's your Super Bowl? What's the difference here? I mean, Rob, I'm talking about the ultimate prize. I'm not talking
get
about
it.
pink ribbons.
I get it. I think he's a good GM. I just don't think
You
he's
said
a
okay.
great
You
GM.
called him okay.
He's
Yeah,
okay.
now you're changing.
He's okay. He's okay to good. He's somewhere in the level of I don't think he needs to be bashed for his time as GM. And I think he did important things to make sure that this team won a Super Bowl when they had a window
Yes.
to win a Super Bowl.
Because when I think of modeling a franchise to win Super Bowl championships, I think of the Buffalo Bills. Bring it on.
I don't know why you're turning this into
Because you just called your GM a great GM.
And it's also a valid argument. It's the value of winning it all versus being competitive.
Okay.
And that's what the Buffalo Bills franchise is historically competitive without a title.
Yes.
Without a title.
But where the Broncos were versus where the Bills were when these two GMs took over their tenures to where they have built to is two totally different
Do
situations.
you understand what Elway adopted after the Josh McDaniels mess? Do you understand what he adopted?
Listen,
Do you understand what that team was?
okay. If you want to have that conversation, we'll talk about his other first round pick was Demaryius Thomas. Like, it's not like John Elway inherited nothing. That team won 7 games in a row and then fell off. So it's not like John Elway inherited nothing from Josh McDaniels. He's just kind of a mean coach and nobody really likes him. But it's not like they inherited zero. Now Vic's just silent.
No, I'm fighting people on Twitter.
He's
I've zoned. I mean, I have nothing else. I have no other arguments.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. This is the first time you guys have experienced this. He'll be done for an hour now. He'll be Twitter battling. So if you want to talk to him,
okay.
see him online.
Make sure I address him specifically if I want
I want to
okay,
add
I got
one
it.
more time.
What?
I have zero to gain by defending this man.
Yeah, we get it.
I don't get a
believe
deal
that.
at John Elway Chevrolet.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. I don't think, and even if you did have something to gain by defending him, I don't think you'd do it. Right? Like, you're just not that kind of guy, Vic. So
I just can't wait
I
for.
think you really do believe what you're saying.
I'm
but-
excited for the partnership between Vic Lombardi and John Elway Chevrolet that's coming soon.
Yeah.
The dealership will debut next year in Greater Buffalo.
How about that? Maybe Brandon Bean can get in on it. All right, let's talk about the play-in game tonight. Coming up next, it's the Lakers and the Pelicans for a chance to play your Denver Nuggets, and we'll talk about it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. We got the coach, Mike Sanford, filling in. And, of course, the daddy of Denver sports, Vic Lombardi.
No.
Just yelling at people on Twitter. Do you not like the daddy of Denver
No,
sports?
I don't like to be associated with it. I honestly don't.
I can see why.
And the reason I don't,
I know,
it's pretty
I know.
simple. It's not my game to fight. This is, the Nuggets have to play the Lakers. It's going to be the Lakers, by the way, and I don't want it to be the Lakers. I have nothing to do with that series. Zero. And I don't want any label there. And it was an offhanded comment made at a parade. And
Wasn't
and
necessarily offhand.
whatever.
It was rooted in fact.
Very
Okay.
intentional.
What?
You are a harbinger of truth, Vic.
But do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
I don't
I get
have
you.
any impact in the
I get
outcome
you.
of a game, none. And it's unfair for me to put that on the players and coaches. That's on them.
I know.
Um,
but you
and-
still said it.
Yeah, I know I did, but it was in celebration.
Yeah,
and the fact that it
100%.
lives on, 9 months later is unbelievable. to me.
Maybe forever.
Well, whatever.
Vic,
I want
Vic,
no
I-
part.
Maybe forever. it
I have a
looks
little bit of a different take on this. And I think that there is something special and something unique that has happened with the connectivity of the fan base of the Denver Nuggets and the team and the environment that is a Denver Nuggets game. And I do think that you had an impact on that connectivity between the fans and the team.
Well,
And I do think that, like, I was at the opening game this season against the Lakers.
that was fun.
And I took my kids.
Yeah.
My kids full well knew who's your daddy meant.
Mhm.
And so they actually changed the chant to Vic Lombardi.
No, they didn't.
Oh, you betcha.
Oh, that's
We had it going on in like section 316 of the cheap seats, man. But I do think that there is something special that has been created. And frankly, if us as the flagship radio station for the Denver Nuggets and for the Colorado Avalanche don't do something that connect the fans more to the team, we're not doing our jobs.
Yeah, and listen, they brought it up in their off-season comments. That was their choice.
Yeah.
The AD talking about, oh, we heard what they said and blah, blah, blah. That was their choice. They didn't have. So as much as they want to act like we're not motivated, we don't listen to the noise, quote unquote, all that kind of stuff, they do. They chose to bring it up, and they've gotten smacked ever
Yeah.
since. That doesn't mean that in a playoff series the same thing happened.
Listen, Rod. Let me express what I really feel here. I'm not afraid of playing the Lakers. There's no fear for me. What I think doesn't matter. What I think doesn't matter one bit. What you think, it doesn't matter. I don't fear them. I just don't like dealing with that whole enterprise.
That was the question I asked
Yeah.
Coach in the appetizer.
I don't like dealing with that enterprise. I don't like LeBron is his own
circus.
entity, right? There's the Lakers and then there's LeBron. There's two different things going on there. And I'm not a fan of the extra stuff he brings to the game. I'm not a fan of that because it's too polarizing. I just want to go play a basketball game. Let's go play basketball.
Yeah, I think the question isn't do you want to play the Lakers or do you want to play the Pelicans? I think the question is do you want to play the Lakers and that circus or anybody else? Like, it doesn't matter who the other team is in that question because playing the Lakers in a playoff series is just such a different animal. I mean, it is the media circus, the fans. It changes. And we are not even mentioning LeBron James.
And you know what? Scott Hastings made a great point yesterday. If you listen to the PhD show, he said, and Coach, I'm sure you think in these terms too, the Nuggets have owned them 8 straight. They've owned them. Things don't always stay that way. Things change. Numbers change. Runs, they change, right? I'm not fearful that the Nuggets can lose this series because they will beat the Lakers. But
I
if
hate
you
when you do that.
do what?
I hate when you do that.
What am I doing?
That's the Crackman thing. Crackman does it in the afternoon. They will beat the Lakers. Like,
Okay.
I
I
like
expect them to.
right. Yeah,
You're exactly right.
yeah.
I hate that too. I expect them
Thank you.
as a championship team to overwhelm that opponent.
They should.
But
yes.
if you think it's going to be easy, you're drunk.
Yeah.
You're drunk. You're drunk and you really are basking in the success of last year.
I do think it's going to be easy because while numbers change, runs change, all the different things that go into a series and timing within the season, the year, it all changes. One thing that's not going to change, Nikola Jokic,
Sure.
Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon being the best do-it-all player in the NBA.
The beauty of those guys you mentioned, especially Nikola, is that circus we speak of, he doesn't care.
And that's why that's never going to change.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
That is, and that's to your guys' talk, I think you spoke about Scotty Scheffler yesterday in the morning show.
Yeah, he doesn't
Same
care.
thing.
Yeah.
And there is power in being really, really proficient at a task and a skill
Exactly.
and not caring.
You're exactly right.
And not finding your identity in that only thing.
And that's what makes him so damn good at what he does is, I mean, do you think that Nikola was on Instagram after the Nuggets parade reading LeBron's rant? Do you think he was bothered by that? He was feeding his horses by that point. Do you think you think he heard the discussion from Anthony Davis saying we're having conversations? Do you think he hears that stuff and cares about that stuff?
He doesn't care.
He doesn't.
Doesn't affect him
do
at
you think
all.
Jamal Murray cares?
No.
No, he was too busy being at a press conference watching a UFC fight.
Yeah.
He wasn't concerned with what LeBron James was saying.
And at the
he wanted to
core
see
of this-
Volkanovski.
Listen, at the core of this, what I think and I am guilty. I'll raise my hand right now. At the core of this is, you ask any of those players, they believe they're better than every player over there. They're better.
All right, coming up.
Here's how I feel real quick.
Yeah.
Is Peter Young from the Shop Mazda text line says, I want the circus. Why would any Denver native not want to kick LA in the mouth when given an opportunity? That's how I feel. Like I'm here for the circus.
Yeah.
It makes for great cinema.
Well,
And I
it
love
does do
cinema.
this. It does do this, Rob. My biggest knock on the Nuggets this year is that they did not prepare themselves at times for games that were not up to snuff, like the competition games. Like, it's easy to
Like
prepare
Friday?
for Minnesota,
Yeah,
right?
like
Minnesota
Friday?
was easy. You go to San Antonio, they're up 23, finish it, and you could tell they just weren't there.
Those games against the
Yeah.
Houston Rockets,
So-
same thing,
so
right?
the Lakers, if it is the first round opponent, they would get their attention from the get-go.
That
I
is
do
important.
agree there.
That is important. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about somebody who is maybe listening to the press clippings too much. We'll talk about the Avs and Alexander Georgiev on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Kaner's out. Mosier's out. We do have the Lombo part of this. That's nice. But I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with the coach, Mike Sanford. Listen, I want to preface this by saying we're going to talk to Coach Jared Bednar tomorrow at 8:00 in the morning, and we'll just ask him about his goaltending situation.
Well, why wouldn't you? It's a
you have
problem.
to, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's an interesting conversation for two reasons. One, Winnipeg has a game tonight that if they win, everything's going to be locked in.
If they get a point.
If they get a point,
Mhm.
everything's going to be locked in. And so a question does arise of, do you take your big guns and scratch them all on Thursday night? And that way you get a week rest really for these guys heading into your first playoff game. That I think is a valid question. But also when you get into the playoff series, I've heard Raj on Between the Pipes say that he would start Onanen in the first game. And that's kind of crazy to me. Now, his logic behind that is saying if you start Onanen and he fails, then Georgiev can be kind of the savior coming back in and, handle it. And if he doesn't fail, then great. I kind of would think about it the other way around. I want this guy to know that I have faith in him, even though everything that has been going on has been terrible. I want him to know that I believe in him. He's my day one starter for the playoffs because everybody always wants the backup quarterback. And Onanen can come in for a home game in game 3 and have the home crowd and kind of try to play off that. But Coach, I just want to ask you, when you've got, a quarterback who's thrown 4 interceptions in a game or had a couple bad weeks in a row, like how do you instill confidence in a player that has clearly been struggling, been listening to the media, been listening to the clips, and Forgiev is a funny nickname that he gets on Twitter, but it's a problem for the Colorado Avalanche. How do you instill confidence in a guy like that?
Well, if you're trying to instill confidence you're going to do it in the moment where their confidence is already shaken, you're too late. And I think that when you deal with these island positions where you're on an island, quarterback, relief, like your closer, your ace, Kyle Freeland, and then certainly in soccer, goalkeeper, and I think even more so in hockey, your netminder. These guys, you have to begin the process of relationship building from day one because you got to know what makes them tick. You got to know what is inside of those ears. You need to be able to climb inside there. And there's fears, there's pains, there's hurts that exist. And if you don't know those before you're in the moment of crisis, you got no shot. Mm-hmm. All you can do is just say, hey, man, keep your head up. All you can do is keep trotting them out there and saying you're my starting goalkeeper or goaltender. That's all you can do because there is no secret sauce that you can have in that moment unless you have an established relationship that you can know how to address those issues.
So, Vic, what would you do? I mean, is Georgiev your starter going into Bednar has said on this program that it's Georgiev. He's his number one guy. I don't think there's a goaltending controversy, but I'm interested in your take. What would you do?
I think you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you go in with the notion that if he takes any misstep, you're going to yank him, short leash, how's that going to affect his confidence? What do you think? He's going to sit in the cage there and go, oh, I can't let anything by me because if I do, I'm out. That might make it worse.
Well, and I think him getting pulled in a couple of 2 of the last 6 games or something like that.
The last Winnipeg game, it was 4-0,
and against Nashville as well. Like I think it does affect his mental state.
Yeah, at some point, I think there's that point of no return. If anybody's ever fought fight or flight syndrome, you ever had fight or flight syndrome? You ever had a panic attack? I've dealt with panic attacks in my life.
I had one.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Bad.
So fight or flight, right? And they say when you're doing fight or flight, when you get to the other side, right? When you know it's starting to slow down, that's when you feel your best. You're like, okay, I've got this under control, and then you could sort of land the plane, right? But as you're ascending and you're in turbulence, you don't know what to do. And that's what he's feeling right now in that fight or flight. I think that's where he's got to get to the other side. To that side, like, hey, screw it. This is a job. This is a great career. Let's have fun again. He's not having fun. When you watch Georgie play the game, does it look like he's having fun to you?
No, I mean,
he's
it's a
slamming his
struggle
stick.
right now. Yeah.
He's frustrated, and I don't know how you instill fun when you're giving up goals and you're losing, but it's very important that you understand it's just a game, man. It's a game. How does a coach do that?
But there's so much on the line that
but
he
it's
is
just a
responsible.
game.
But he is responsible for. If Nathan McKinnon wins an MVP trophy this year, if he wins a Hart, and they get ousted in the first round because their goaltending was awful, like he's got to live with that the rest of his life.
I wouldn't want you talking to Georgie.
I wouldn't
want
say
that.
this to him.
Yes, I
but
wouldn't want
I'm
that
just,
speech.
I just like I want a little sympathy for his thought process.
Sure.
Like I understand the pressure that he's feeling, and you feel that in team sports,
Yeah.
right? Like you don't want to let
100%.
the rest
But,
of your guys.
but you want to
down.
know how you lessen that pressure? You called it. Well, it's a team sport. Is that you lean into those relationships with the guys in that locker room with you,
Well, but,
and those guys pick you up.
but part of the problem is that the team's been letting him down, coach. Like the defense in front of him has not been great.
That's where the leadership of a guy like Nathan McKinnon that his hands aren't necessarily as dirty with regards to what's been happening in front of net.
Yeah.
As some of the other guys. That's where he needs to be the cog that gets this machine back together and rolling.
Listen, we know this. There's no chance that the Avalanche are a Stanley Cup contender if they don't figure out this goaltending situation in a week. There's
Someone's
no
got to
chance.
get hot.
All right. Someone's got to gather this and say, I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to have fun. Let's go. You know, when Frankie was backing up Kemper, Frankie came into the cage. He was having fun. He was loose. That's exactly what you want. You want somebody having fun and loose, and like, it's not the end of the world. They're just too rigid right now. Too rigid.
Okay, so
And that rigidity is reflecting on the team. The team is playing rigid. Do you know that the Avs record in their last 10 going into the playoffs right now, they're 3-5-2, the worst 10-game stretch among all playoff teams in the league right now?
it's not surprising. at all.
3-5-2.
I mean, but to that point, and I don't want to get into too dangerous waters here, but they often say that teams take on the personality of their leader and their head coach. And you're saying this team is too rigid right now. Well, their leader is not Gabe Landeskog right now, as much as we'd all like it to be.
Yeah.
It's Nathan McKinnon. And what are some of the complaints that we've heard about Nathan McKinnon?
Yeah.
Don't eat a carb, right? Too serious. We're down to business, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. If what you're
I'm gonna eat a carb right now.
if what you're concerned about
Hey, spit that out right now.
if what you're concerned about is the team not being loose, being too rigid,
Yeah.
isn't that, like you were saying, coach, kind of on the leader to get in there and loosen up that locker room a
Self-reflect.
little bit?
I think there's, and it does happen. There's I think that Nathan McKinnon looks at last year's failed postseason and thought we were probably too loose with how we were conducting ourselves, how we were, our recovery wasn't where it needed to be. And so he has always been that disciplined type guy and has tried to spread that narrative and that gospel to the rest of his teammates. But there's also waves of leadership where you get to the other side of that and you say, you know what? I'm going to self-reflect and I'm going to see that I'm not being the best version of me, of Nathan McKinnon, for these guys to be able to feel loose, to be able to cut it loose. Hey, you know what, guys? Let's go drink some beers tonight.
Yeah.
Let's go have some cold beers. You know what?
God, could you imagine if Nate said that?
It'd be awesome.
It would have an effect on the team, no doubt.
I'm reading some things that just, I think people have to understand the difference between the two. Texter 3971 writes in, the Avs lost 6 of 7 going into the playoffs their cup year. Yeah, they did. They also had home ice the entire run.
Yeah, and it's more akin to the Nuggets last year.
Yeah.
Like they were just kind of waiting for the playoffs to start.
They're-
They were in a battle this year.
It's
and
not
have
even
not
close
played
to
well.
the same situation.
Yeah.
They're going to start the playoffs on the road in a place. They're 0-3 against Winnipeg. They've
Can
been
we-
outscored 17-4. That's not even close to the same situation.
I hate to sidetrack this conversation, but can we talk about how stupid the playoff format is in the NHL? You have the third and fourth best teams in the conference playing each other in the first round. And if we were doing 1 through 8, the Avs would be the 4 seed right now, which would mean that they would open against the Oilers. Guess what? At home.
At home, yeah.
I
It
mean, the
is dumb.
playoff format is so stupid.
I ask Roser all the time, why do they do it this way? And he says the GMs like it. I said, why do the GMs like it? He can't answer the question. Nobody answers the question. Is anybody out there? Can Can anybody? Why does hockey do it this way?
Hey, media
anybody
professional,
answer that?
that's terrible for microphones.
Is
Don't
it
do
really?
that. Yeah, don't do that.
Can anybody tell me why hockey does it this way?
I have no idea.
It is traditional, right?
No, they just made
changed
this-
it.
no.
They changed it like maybe a decade ago, probably last 7 years, something like
But
that.
it's putting more emphasis on the division
Well, and that's what they say is that it creates rivalries, right?
within the
Do
division.
you feel like we have a
which I will say that the NBA's model feels like who even knows the divisions in the NBA?
But
like there, I mean,
does that
outside
lessen the playoff experience for you?
It hasn't created crap. The Avalanche greatest rival of all time wasn't in its division. They're now in a different conference.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, everybody kind of hates Minnesota, but that was around before this playoff format was around. I don't feel a rivalry with Winnipeg. I don't feel a rivalry with Dallas. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, I don't
Hell,
feel
your
a
biggest
rivalry with
rival
Nashville.
is Vegas, and they're not in the same division.
Yeah,
and they're
It's
new to the
stupid.
game.
It's stupid.
But coach,
It's stupid.
does-
Fix it.
do you feel any less excitement or anything like that for the NBA playoffs? Like
None
you just
whatsoever.
said, nobody knows the
None
divisions
whatsoever.
in the NBA. Guess what? Because it doesn't freaking
because
matter.
your goal as a governing body of a sport is to put the best teams in the playoffs and then set it up where ideally the best matchups are happening closer you get to the
Not
championship.
only that, but for years you'd have the best series in a playoff run occur in the second round because you get two of the best teams playing in the second round.
Yeah.
They're in the same division.
Crazy.
How many times have we seen like two of the best teams that should be in the conference finals squaring off in the second round of a playoff series because of the way the format is established? It's dumb. It's dumb. Change it back.
I think they should. I really do. All right, coming up next, USA Today did a mock draft yesterday, and they went kind of nuts. The Broncos get their quarterback, but it's not the guy that you think. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic Lombardi here for Apple Air, family owned and operated, serving the Denver area since 1988. They're located on the west side, but they work the east, the north, the south, any part of Denver. Right now, Apple Air, if you're looking for some work on an existing heating, air, or plumbing system, if you need a new furnace, AC, water heater, give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. And this is important because you like to get those estimates from different companies. I think it's very important. Get one or two estimates out there. If you get a quote from an HVAC company and you're not familiar with that quote, you're not easy, it doesn't feel right, call Apple Air. They'll come out and give you a second opinion for free. AppleAir.com. That's Apple A-I-R-E. Are we on the radio?
Yes, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Kaner's out. Mosier's out. Fix here. I'm Rob Trujillo. And I got the coach, Mike Sanford, here. Coach, does Dems know you're cheating on him? Like, did you call him and tell him that you're...
No, I told him yesterday. The thing about Demps is that we have such a good relationship.
Yeah.
We talk things out.
Okay.
So it wasn't a problem.
And it's like,
we were
it's
good.
non-monogamous, right? Like, you guys...
Yeah, we're in an open
You see other
relationship.
people?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it going to be weird in the hallway when you see each other? Like,
Fellas,
hey, buddy.
listen to this. So, the Broncos reported to off-season workouts yesterday, voluntary workouts, which is always amusing to me how it's a day of, I don't know, it's like the first day of Lent for media. Everybody gets excited. Voluntary workouts. But there's a reason people follow this stuff. There's a reason it's important, and here it is. According to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, Courtland Sutton, wide receiver, did not report yesterday for voluntary workouts as he seeks a new contract, per source.
Well, that $14 million.
He go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's a real nice contract for a guy if he can produce like he did last year. I had wondered if they possibly try to trade him. And now if he's not showing up for, voluntary workouts, you wonder, like you said, Coach, is Sean Payton thinking to himself?
Well, he did the whole social media thing in the offseason like everybody else did.
Scrubbed his.
Yeah, he started playing weird social media games.
I think he
Um,
did he unfollow the Broncos at one point?
I don't know. But you know what? I'm going to be dead honest here. I like Courtland Sutton.
I did too.
I like him. It's best that he depart and go
Agreed.
start anew. It's best for him, and
You
it's
think
best
so?
for the, 100%.
He was
100.
he was
salty.
he was also lock in step with Russ.
Yes, he
that
was
was his
salty.
guy.
Well,
he
but
was salty.
you also have to take into account that you have lost a lot off
Doesn't
this
matter.
team.
Gotta go. Can't have any of that, dude. Let me. The core of that team. All right. For as much as I love some of those guys, what did they do? What did they do here?
I mean, I get you. But you can't, I mean,
I could
Coach,
lose 10 games with you. I could lose 10 games without you.
Coach, you can talk about it. Like, is there any importance to the fact that you have some veteran leadership in that room on that offense?
It is important, but I also think that when you have a malcontent, and I'm not saying that Courtland Sutton was a malcontent, but I think it was setting up for a potentially
it didn't look good.
rough relationship
I agree.
this coming season.
Yeah.
And he kind of is your de facto number one wide receiver, but he really isn't a number one wide receiver
Makes
in the
some
National
great
Football
grabs.
League.
He makes
He's a
some
really good
great
player.
catches.
He makes contested catches.
Yeah.
But in terms of like creating separation and being like your go-to route runner on 3rd and 7, that's not him.
But I guess for those who say he's got to stay, for what? What? Jarrett Stidham's your quarterback. What are you going to do? I mean, and I'm being told, I'm not trying to be a jerk about
It's
this.
so cool.
I completely agree with that.
But what do you, for what?
But then you're just talking about tanking, right? So
You
for
can call
what?
it whatever you want. What are you going to do?
So for what is to make it not look like a complete tank job? That's what for.
I think coincidentally, there is a true wide receiver one that exists right now as a possible free agent trade candidate, and it's in San Francisco, and it's Brandon Ayuk.
You think he's a flat wide receiver one?
100%.
Go on.
Compared to what we have here in Denver, he's looking for the place where he can
and-
be featured
and he
as
blocks
wide receiver
downfield
one.
like
you
a
bet.
man.
You bet.
He does what Sean
So
Payton
what would
wants
you give up for
downfield.
him?
That's a great question. The quarterback is all Courtland Sutton. I think that Courtland Sutton plus
Okay.
He'd be good in that
You'd
San
have to
Francisco
throw a
offense.
pick in there.
yeah,
You'd have to-
Courtland Sutton plus.
a second.
We don't
third?
have one. Future second.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Now let
Brandon
me,
Ayuk would be worth
let me
that.
let me defend Courtland Sutton just a little bit because we both all mentioned that it's probably best that he departs. And again, that's not a knock on him personally. It's just best for him if he leaves. He's also going on his 10th starting quarterback in 7 years as a Denver Bronco. Think about that for a second.
That gets to the point of just ridiculousness.
And how many offensive coordinators? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it is hard to establish
And
yourself
different
in
systems
this league
he's had to run.
in different systems with different quarterbacks. Yeah, I think a little bit of consistency would be good for him. But
Listen, it was good for Jerry Jeudy to leave, and it's going to be good if Courtland Sutton leaves. Good for all parties. All parties. This is a win-win. This should be a no-brainer. There should be no thinking.
So-
He missed workouts. He wants out. He clearly wants out. Get him out.
so we'll get to this mock draft in a second because this mock draft, if it came to fruition, might change your mind. But for right now, what would be an acceptable price that you would take for Cortland Sutton.
A draft pick.
But what?
Something. Anything. You're not going to get much.
Anything. If you're going to
You're
take
not
a
gonna get it.
seventh rounder for Cortland
You're
Sutton
not-
right now,
what do you think you're going to get?
but
The
at
value is the value on these players.
do you
in
think? I
free
understand,
agency
but
was
then at that
and
point-
trades were so low.
but at that point, then is it not worth holding on to him?
No. He doesn't want to be here.
Okay, wow. I don't know that I agree with that.
I'd say get weird with the 49ers.
Mhm.
Get a pick involved, shedding a pick, and get the player in Brandon Ayuk, and you have a one.
Trade a malcontent for a malcontent.
Yeah, and they both get new places to go to where they can
Yeah.
be in the roles they want to be.
Yeah, I don't think
Cortland
that's a
Sutton-
bad thing, but
for
to be clear.
Cortland Sutton, I think his malcontent is because of the environment he's been in with so many different quarterbacks, so many different voices. I don't think he just wants to go be in a system
Exactly
with a
right.
solidified situation and be wide receiver 2
Yeah.
for the San Francisco
Yeah,
49ers. It'd be a great spot
For
for him.
everybody that wants to rip him, and I feel bad for him. He went through some injury turmoil, obviously, but he's also gone through chaos on this team. Chaos.
Yeah.
It's been chaotic. Quarterback, coaches,
Ownership.
it's been a revolving door.
Ownership. I
Yeah,
mean,
give him-
it's been everything.
And frankly, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
I would have no problem if every single Denver Bronco who withstood the last 6 years got a chance to go play elsewhere. I'm not joking.
Garrett
All
Bowles
of
needs
them.
to play elsewhere.
Every one of them. Every single player that touched that turf in the last 6 years. Bye. Nothing against you. Hope you do well elsewhere. But you got to start over. You got to start over here.
Some breaking
That's it.
news from Woj right before we get to this mock draft, because I do want to talk about that. But some breaking news from Woj. It's expected that the two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be out for their opening round series versus the Pacers. That team, those Bucks, they were struggling with
They
him.
could get got.
The Pacers can score at an insane rate.
Yeah.
And it's not like the Bucks are playing tough defense. So I mean, they could.
If the Bucks get the in-season tournament edition of the Pacers, they're in trouble because they were a walking bucket.
They could get got.
No,
and I'm
they
telling you
score,
right
man.
now, I'm looking at the way the playoff format is and the 3-6s in both conferences. The 3-6 out east, I think Indiana upsets Milwaukee. The 3-6 out west, I think Phoenix upsets Minnesota.
I think there's a good chance of that too.
I see that happening.
That's crazy.
Neither team is really trending in the right direction leading into the postseason, the 3 seeds.
All right. So I want to talk real quick about this mock draft. USA Today, Broncos Wire. USA Today has like team wire for each, team around the league. And they all got together and did a mock draft. And in this mock draft, the Denver Broncos trade their first overall pick. They also trade next year's first round pick, a second next year, and 2 fourths, one next year and 1 2 years down the road. 4?
J.J. McCarthy.
Nope.
Whoa.
Dak Prescott. Now, we've heard a lot about the rumblings going on across the league. There is relief that the Dallas Cowboys could have gotten on their cap if they went and extended Dak Prescott. They could have saved themselves cap hit this year to sign a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who, guess what, is another malcontent, is not going to voluntary workouts and might hold out in training camp as well. So the fact that they haven't done that yet is sparking a lot of rumors around the league about, hey, listen, they might be done with Dak. Winning games, throwing touchdown. The guy led the league in touchdown passes last year. But that's apparently not enough because he's not bringing Super Bowls to Dallas. And so there's a lot of rumors that he could be on the move. Vic, we'll start with you. I mean, how would you feel about the Broncos going and getting a guy like Dak Prescott who hasn't been able to get over that mountaintop?
You would make it easier to win games now, but at the point of a playoff game, what do you really do? I don't know. You know what Dak Prescott is? He's Kirk Cousins to me. He's Kirk Cousins. He's shiny. He gets the job done. What does he want in the playoffs? What does he want in the playoffs?
2-5 record. 2-5 record in the postseason.
Is your goal now? You might say though that there comes a point where that record turns. I mean, even Peyton Manning's record. Do you remember Peyton Manning's early playoff record? How he struggled.
Yeah, he had to
Do you guys
fight to
remember
get
that?
back to
Yeah.
500.
Do you remember
for
that?
his
How
career.
tough it was?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the worm turned. So you could say that could be the case here. Not everybody's Patrick Mahomes that waltzes into the postseason for the first time and just enjoys success year after year. You know, what he's doing is skewing the record for every quarterback. It just doesn't happen that way. It doesn't work that way. So is it an immediate improvement at that position? Yeah. I just don't know if the Broncos have the rest of the pieces to make it work with Dak. You got to have the rest of the pieces.
A couple people are asking for the compensation again. It's 2 firsts, a second, and 2 fourths.
I don't want to give us. I don't want to do that again.
The thing that we have to look at is, as a franchise, we just did
You
this.
just did that twice.
You just did it.
You did it. You did it one for a quarterback and then again for your coach.
The age is significantly different. The age is significantly different.
How different is it?
Nah, man.
So Russ is what? How old is Russ right now?
36.
So you're looking at 32-ish.
That's a hard no for me.
33.
It's a hard no for me. I'm not doing this again. Been down this road.
Because you're basically saying, as a franchise, we over 7 years don't believe
Not doing
in
this
drafting for the future.
Not doing it.
That's what you're doing.
Hold on. Drafting for the future. Okay, yes. If we're
You
talking
just
about
did it.
Dak Prescott is 30 years old, by the way.
So it's a difference of 3 years
no.
from when Russ got here. When Russ was acquired, he was
Okay.
between 32 and 33, right?
I think he was he was only here for like
I mean,
one
the
full-
offseason deal happened in 2022.
okay.
Or no, end of 21, early 22.
Okay. Well, listen, drafting for the future. Let's have a real discussion about that. Because you're not going to get your quarterback at the top of this draft. Top guys are out. You're not getting Williams. You're not getting Daniels. You're probably not getting McCarthy. You're probably not getting Drake May.
So wait.
For what?
Next year.
Okay, let's talk about next year.
Mhm.
Okay. This is just my opinion. I've heard some people that have a similar opinion. I'm interested in your guys' take. There is no quarterback in college football that I feel like is a slam dunk quarterback prospect.
Mhm.
Of the guys who are at the top of the college game, quarterback wise, next year, they are either their processor isn't good enough to be at an NFL level, or their physical attributes aren't good enough
Patrick
to be at
Mahomes wasn't a slam dunk prospect either.
And so you're just saying just draft
wait.
Brock Bowers this year and just pick whoever next year.
What
Just
I
a
would
guy.
say is this: is the evaluation process for NFL teams hasn't really even begun.
Sure.
For next year's quarterback draft class. And then the second piece of that is even the scouts that have the information, and they are evaluating next year's quarterback class. The coaches and the GMs are not spending any of their time on that.
Sure.
But there is time for development for this group of quarterbacks.
You know what? Yeah, season ticket holders are not going to want to hear this. I have a lot of friends who own season tickets, and they want to win now, rightfully so. You're paying a lot of money for these things. But I'm of the school of, what's your hurry? Do you know who's in your division?
Yeah. Well,
Do you
that's
know who lives in your division? Where's he going?
Not
in the
only
next couple
not
years?
only in your division, but in the AFC.
Yeah.
I mean, Dak Prescott would be the 7th best quarterback in the AFC, 8th best quarterback in the AFC.
You're not going anywhere. There's a long line. You're on I-25 near Santa Fe at 4:30 p.m. You're not going anywhere. What is your hurry? Just chill. Chill, develop, draft, and do it the way most teams that build long-term do it.
Okay, that
Draft
sounds great.
and develop.
That sounds great. That's what a lot of fans would say. And you know why? Because the fans are going to be here longer than anybody. Fans are around longer than ownership,
Fans are
longer
the
than
team.
coaches, longer than GMs, longer than players.
I'm glad you said that.
I say it all the time because
Fans
I
are
don't
the
think
team.
fans get enough credit.
Players aren't the team. See, people are misinformed. Players think that players aren't the team.
They have more to gain that 1 year. They have more invested that 1
Fans
year.
are the
but
team.
It's
You
long term.
Do you understand the difference there?
Here's the difference.
Yeah.
Here's the difference for you, Vic. The fans might say, "Yeah, let's build long term."
Sure.
Is Sean Payton going to say that? Is George Payton going to say that?
Well, where's Sean Payton going?
I don't think he's going anywhere in the next couple of years. But he definitely wants to turn it around.
Okay.
And is George Payton's job safe?
I see, that to me doesn't matter. I'm looking at the staff and I'm saying, what's the hurry? Sean Payton doesn't have like is end of life around the corner or something. He's fine. He's got time here. Built it the right way.
I don't think he wants to like actively lose though. I mean,
No, and I would agree with that. That's why I think like drafting Bo Nix at 12 is, and I've said it so many times on Dempsey and Company, would be an incredible overdraft, overvalue, you're putting too much on a player that isn't graded anywhere near a top 30 player in this draft.
and
class.
then you're committed to him on top of
You're
that.
committed to him. So I still think that to appease the fan base to appease Sean Payton's competitive nature, you're better off getting a true Band-Aid bridge quarterback that fits his system.
But they passed on all the. The only guy who's left is Ryan Tannehill.
And I would take him in this system. Outside zone, quick throwing game. He's going to do it better than Bo Nix immediately. He's going to be better at it immediately than a Bo Nix.
I don't disagree with that. But I just think if that was the case, why weren't you in on these other quarterbacks? Because Ryan Tannehill is
because of the dollar figure that they were requiring.
Yeah, veterans.
But you're talking about a quarterback, like dollar figure. Like if you have to pay, you have to pay.
Yeah, but this team is already in salary cap
I know.
hell now. The escape.
But Ryan Tannehill's market has plummeted because he hasn't been picked up.
Yeah,
the market has taken care of Ryan Tannehill's price, so you're going to get him on the cheap-ish side of things.
Do you remember when a starting quarterback, and it wasn't too long ago, starting quarterback went for 10 to 12 million, a good 40 to 45. That's crazy.
Nuts.
Marty, you want to hit the happy hour button here?
No, I'm just no. This happened within the last 10 years.
Okay.
This isn't a my day. This isn't a my day thing. I'm talking about 2000. In 2015, I'll give you this example. Do you know how much Peyton Manning, Super Bowl winning quarterback, made? Do you know what his base salary was in 2015?
No, I don't. I don't have it off memory.
$10 million.
Listen,
$10 million.
I get it.
Baker Mayfield's a $25 million quarterback, or is he higher than that now?
But they're the most important person. I think it's 33 now.
33.
But
it's a
they're
bigger
the most
percentage
important
of the cap. Like it grows and grows and grows. The bigger percentage of the cap, like it's no other.
But it shows you how much it matters. And so if you're telling me your plan is to go into next year with Jarrett Stidham, like
you don't have to go into Jarrett
just
Stidham.
call it a tank.
Here's my build for the future, appease the fan base to keep it at least interesting. Adam Powerfield on 8, 9 home games in the fall. Ryan Tannehill, bring him in on the cheap. Let him compete with Jarrett Stidham. He's going to win the job. You have a good, fairly high-priced backup quarterback option. Draft somebody in the later rounds, possible take a flyer on somebody in the, I'm talking 6th, 7th round.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go with Spencer Rattler. He's not a starting quarterback.
What about
I mean,
Ben
Vic's
DiNucci?
wearing the Rattler hat today.
the Danucci, yeah, he could go back to the UFL and play for the Birmingham
The Nooch?
Stallions.
Why do you have a Spencer
listen.
Rattler hat on today?
This is a tournament at Rolling Hills. It's
Oh, okay.
a member guest.
All right, so we're at Tannehill, Stidham battling it out. Go for Brendan Ayuk.
But why then? If you're starting quarterback next year is Ryan Tannehill, why are you going and getting Brandon Ayuk? Why are you giving up a pick for that?
Because I still think you want to be competitive, and Brendan Ayuk, 26-year-old, he still has football ahead of him. He has 6 years of good football ahead of him.
Okay.
And then go get Brock Bowers at 12. There is a major lack of firepower in this offense.
Man,
I don't disagree with that. But
I know a lot of people say you don't go for a tight end that high in the draft, and I think the game has changed so much where the tight end position is so important to the success of an offense. I say, hell yeah, you go get a tight end. When you get a bona fide game-changing tight end, you go get him. I don't care where you pick.
And the thing about Brock Bowers is he is a massive slot receiver. That's his skill set.
Runs well.
He runs incredibly well. He can be a jumbo flex. You can use him in a lot of different ways. He can hold up at the point of attack enough to be a good tight end in the run game, not an elite tight end. But I'd say this, and Vic, you bring up a good point. Everybody says that the value of tight ends isn't that great. Well, when you got a really good one, vis-a-vis everybody in the championship
Look at the
rounds,
playoffs.
the
Just look at
playoffs,
the playoffs.
it was all the teams had an
Look
elite
at every
tight end.
playoff team had a tight end. The last time the Broncos
George Kittle, Sam Laporta, Travis Kelce,
go up and down,
and then the duo in Baltimore between Andrews and Likely.
Yeah.
Like those guys are freaks. But what I've noticed about the tight end position, you know what never happens to really good tight ends that are drafted? Nobody ever parts ways with them. They
Good
finish
point.
their careers
Yeah.
with the team that they started.
that's a
at.
very valid point.
There's not
But
a
I think-
hot free agency market
Like
for
receivers
tight
come and
ends.
go.
Oh,
But
they
I-
come and go.
Receivers hop around.
But I think that's part of that reason is because they're inexpensive to keep. Like the top tight end contract is much different than the top wide receiver contract.
So you have to get a good one in the draft.
I hear that. I
And,
mean,
and if you want an elite one, you're in the 12 position. You're not getting an elite quarterback. You're not going to get one of the top 3 wide receivers. And I think that this offensive line is fine where it's at.
I would. Oof.
The
Offensive
metrics,
line is
the,
fine
the,
where
the,
it's at.
the metrics,
Fine
would,
is probably okay.
the metrics would say that this is anywhere from a top 10 to top 15 NFL offensive line.
All right. He's Coach Sanford. I'm Rob Trujillo. We're sitting in with Vic Lombardi today on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. And coming up next, I want to talk about putting your ace in danger. Yeah, Bud Black, a curious decision yesterday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, let's go. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm Rob Trujillo. We got Coach sitting in, cheating on the midday show, cheating on Dempsey and Company, hanging out.
It's not cheating if it's an open relationship, you know?
You're just a gypsy.
I am. I am the ultimate.
I'm kind of the gypsy.
Go to my resume, though, and you'll see that I actually am.
That is true. And
I'm a rambling man.
The fact that you're still married is a miracle.
She's a miracle.
Was she there for every step of the way?
Every step of the way.
When did you get married? How old were you?
We were 23.
And where were you at the time?
I was just finishing up as a student athlete at Boise State, going to be a graduate assistant at UNLV.
And did she know she was marrying a coach?
She knew.
At the time?
My mom tried to talk her out of the whole deal, unsuccessfully.
because your dad's a coach, too.
Yeah, my dad is a coach. So I
She's
myself,
a saint. Your wife's a saint.
yeah, we figured this out, Vic, that our 14-year-old daughter, she's gone to 11 schools.
Jeez.
11.
That's tough.
And as bad as that sounds, because it sounds like a lot of military kids. I had a good friend of mine who was a military kid growing up.
Sure.
It does build a certain amount of character. It does allow somebody to understand what it's like to fit in quickly, right?
Yeah,
Now,
my
it's not
daughter,
fun.
and she's never met a stranger.
Yeah.
At this point, like she can go into any environment.
She's friendly.
With adults.
Exactly.
She can be around 55-year-olds and carry conversation.
It's a good skill to have.
That's an element that I think that's missing. I think COVID did this a lot to our society. We've become so sheltered. Just basic social skills, social function for a lot of kids. They're waning. They're not what they used to be.
No, and it's interesting. We were in Minnesota and Minneapolis. I was coaching at University of Minnesota during COVID, and that school system in Minnesota was shut down forever. So we went out and found the one private school that was doing in-person classes, and we sent our kids right there.
Yeah.
Because we wanted them to reintegrate.
So 11 stops for you in 14 years? that right?
Actually, let me think about that. So I've been coaching 18 years. I think it was 14 moves.
This woman is amazing.
14 moves in 18 years.
Shout out to Mrs. Sanford.
She's listening too. So yeah. If you are
there's her
listening
shout
right
out
now,
for the day.
she's on her way to CrossFit. She's going to CrossFit today. If you are listening, Vic, you agree she's a hero.
Oh God, if she does CrossFit after dealing with you, I can understand.
We'll shout out
She
the
does
queen
CrossFit to deal with it.
shout out the Queen of Chicken as well. And then I'm gonna die alone. All right, so let's get to Kevin Freeland. Kevin Freeland. So listen, Kyle Freeland yesterday pinch runs in the top of the ninth inning. Excuse me. Rockies are in Philadelphia. Game is tied 1-1, and a bunch of Rockies are sick. There's some that didn't even make the trip to the ballpark. Right? Their bench is essentially zero. They don't have anybody else. And your go-to in that situation, if you need a guy, is often to take the last starting pitcher and put him in because he's on the roster. You can put him in. He doesn't have to pitch for a couple more days.
Just
still.
run.
That's all we need
run.
you to do. How often do injuries really happen on the base paths? Not that often. And honestly, Kyle Freeland is one of their fastest guys. Like Bud Black said it afterwards.
Good athlete.
He's a great athlete.
Mm-hmm.
So you put him on second base. So if somebody hits a single that he can score, you don't want a slow guy on there. You need somebody with a little bit of athleticism. So Bud Black makes the call to put him on the base pass. There's one pass ball or wild pitch. I don't know how it got scored. And he moves to third. There's another one. And he comes home, and there is a play at the plate that is a collision between him and former Rocky Jeff Hoffman.
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's Freeland's boy.
Yeah, they're
They're tight.
Yeah. And he kind of blocks the plate, but he does it in receiving the baseball.
What is the true rule there? Because that's so blurred. How does this work?
Yeah, so I didn't know because I watched the play live and I said,
Yeah.
that's there's no way that's legal. There's no way that you can just clog the path to home plate. And the rule reads that in an attempt to get the baseball, you have the right of way to the baseball coming from the catcher to the pitcher.
So the wild pitch goes off the backstop and pops up in the air perfectly to the catcher JT Realmuto, so he can throw it to the pitcher and throw them out at home plate. The sequence of events, the percentage chance that he has a run in at the plate like he did is almost zero.
Only the Rockies.
Only the Rockies, Vic.
But
only the Rockies.
Your definition of what is allowed is essentially, you're allowed to block the plate.
Insofar as that you can't get to the plate, block it, then receive the baseball. If the action of the baseball
If it's all in one
directed at you.
Oh, that's a tough one to rule. That's a tough one to
but
rule.
If you watch the replay,
Yeah.
it's exactly what happened.
It is what happened.
He looked safe at first blush.
But that was the other thing I was going to say. Then there's the question of, does Hoffman touch him before he gets underneath the tag and scores?
I don't know if he ever actually touched home plate.
It's hard to tell. And I don't
because
think,
the second angle, which was almost along the first base dugout side, first base line, that showed that lead leg certainly never touched. And then it by the time the back leg got in position to be around the ump, it was covered up by Hoffman's body.
but I do think the back leg ends up touching home plate.
But
regardless.
did you see it though?
You couldn't tell. You
Because
couldn't
then
tell.
you can't overrule it.
Right. And so, regardless, all of a sudden, as soon as Kyle Freeland makes this slide, the pain on his face. I mean, I thought for sure out for the season.
I thought he broke his leg.
Leg, shoulder. I mean, he
Yeah.
was grabbing at his arm. I thought maybe
Clavicle,
right. You mentioned what's the collarbone?
same thing.
Right.
Clavicle.
Yeah, okay, like clavicle. I thought it was your shoulder. Isn't that your shoulder
No,
blade?
clavicle and collarbone are. It's just clavicle is like the medical term.
Oh, all right. Well,
Or
I'm
collarbone.
not that smart.
What about
What
the
do you want me to
thorax?
tell you?
I'm not a big thorax guy.
Okay. All right. But honestly, thought he was out for the year. I mean, the pain on his face, and you had to watch it over and over and over again, was incredible. And literally 15 seconds later, he's on the top step of the dugout screaming at the umpire about how he's safe. It's incredible. Now, Coach, you have a theory here. We're watching the play.
Oh, come on,
Twitch.
man. And Freeman was basically squatting on the plate. And I get
Hoffman,
the rule. I
Hoffman.
mean, he's squatting on the plate. You have to. Oh, man, that's safe. Come on. I'm looking. He's safe.
To
Here it
me,
is.
it
Give
looked
me a
like it
break.
was.
No touch. No touch.
No, man, that's safe.
It looked like he was safe to me. But Coach, you had a theory about this look on. He looked like he got shot.
We were watching it live on Twitch. It is.
He looked like he got shot.
It was reminiscent of anything that's been born out of Europe in soccer or basketball.
Ooh,
In
that
the
is-
in the
what?
drawing of a yellow or a red card,
That
or in
is-
the drawing of a foul in basketball.
That's quite the accusation there, man.
Nah, I just think. I mean, let's just call it like it is. Athletes, we all watch other sports, and you're gonna put an exclamation point next to the possibility of an illegal play at the plate if you're a starting ace pitcher, opening day starter, and you are writhing in pain.
I mean,
But it didn't matter.
well, it didn't matter.
The league
They-
office, New York doesn't care about Colorado Rockies.
You know,
Don't
what's-
care.
that's the pain in baseball. You have a team like the Rockies who've already had a tough start to the season, and they're there pitch for pitch against the Phillies. They're right there.
That
with
was
the
a good
chance
baseball
to win.
game.
And I understand why Bud Black did what he did. I get it.
Okay,
you want
let's-
to win the game. It's 1-1, baby.
Let's talk
It's
about
the
that
ninth.
because our text line and Twitch chat are littered with people saying that is a fireable offense.
For what? What are your options?
Putting Kyle Freeland in that
All right,
in
so
that position.
who else do you put in that position?
I agree with
Who
you.
else do
I
you
don't
have?
think it's a fireable offense, but we do have a coach here who says that it wasn't a great decision.
Baseball, the game of baseball is so different. It's about the long game. You have 145 plus games remaining in your season. That's your opening day starter. You're number one. You do have other options.
Who are the other options?
You have guys in the bullpen that could have done it.
Can they run?
Okay, but if
Can they get from third to first in a pass
Typically,
ball?
but here's the deal. Typically, you just default to your last starter as a manager.
So you're saying
So
he just went
regardless-
default?
regardless of how athletic they are or not. And typically, you let the people at the plate determine whether that runner's going to score or not.
Coach, I have no problem with the decision because everything that the worst case scenario unfolded, it did, but you're playing to win. And that's an athlete that actually pitches, not just a pitcher. That's an athlete who can pitch. I don't know who else he could throw out there that you could say, can you get from third to first if there's a pass ball?
But do you even put your pitcher in that situation?
Well,
like I
did
think
he
about
want to? No, he had to.
I was talking. We were talking from 6 to 7. That in my 20 years watching baseball, and I love baseball. I watch it religiously. I don't think I've ever seen this sequence of events happen and where your ace pitcher or even a starting pitcher is involved in a collision at home plate, especially in a regular season game. And the only guy I could think about, I kind of racked my brain, was Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah.
When Madison Bumgarner was playing for the Giants, he was probably in their top 10 best hitters and would pinch hit often.
Yeah.
And so you are putting your ace in harm's way because of his talent as a hitter and also as a base runner.
Okay.
You know-
But you said use a bullpen guy. It's 1-1 in the 9th inning. Like, there's a good chance you're going to extra innings. You've probably already used a couple bullpen guys. I don't remember how far they were into their bullpen. If you use another bullpen guy just to pinch run, you're eating up pitchers in a 1-1 ball game, coach. Like, I don't think it was the wrong decision putting him at second base. And
Was Stallings one of the backup catcher? Was he?
The backup catcher was out. The Brendan Rodgers was out.
I don't even know who Stallings is.
Backup catcher for your
Thank
Colorado Rockies.
But these guys didn't even make the trip to the ballpark because they were so sick.
give
So
you-
it's not like you can be like, hey, just tough it out for me on the bases.
You have to
know
give
what I
Freeman
mean?
credit, at least Freeland credit for running, getting up, and I know that he went through a lot of pain. I don't know how much of it was acting, but he got up, he shook it off. At least he's playing.
No, I love that.
Chris Bryant's not even playing.
Oh boy, let's not get it out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I talked about. Is he had a sore back. And Kyle Freeland, who's paid to be your ace, your number one starter, is laying it on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing but respect for him.
I love that. And we talked in the appetizer hour about how he's a Colorado kid.
And not only was he writhing in pain, he sprints for the clubhouse like he's in major. Like it is.
He wants to win. He's showing passion to win.
And then
Has
you know what?
Chris Bryant ever shown any of
Zero.
that to you?
Zero.
Anything?
All I've seen is stoicism and a whole lot of 3 to 5 pitch outs at the plate.
It's not wrong. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about the Nuggets playoff rotation. I have a big question as to if we can have somebody in it or not. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio. Yes, it is MLK, but I am Rob Trujillo filling in. And we got the coach, Mike Sanford, sitting in as well,
Kudos to me.
alongside the daddy of Denver sports.
Kudos to me.
Go ahead, take your flowers.
Laid down fertilizer yesterday,
Okay.
betting on a little rain. I got my rain, fertilizer down, boom. I win.
I mean, I'm not a lawn expert, but how does snow affect that?
I have no idea.
because I feel like we might have some snow coming up.
All
here.
I know is I took the fertilizer, the little thingy wasn't working that spreads it, so I did it by hand.
I thought you were going to give yourself credit for actually being in studio today,
That
which
too?
Almost never happens.
That
So
too.
big day for us, Coach.
in studio the day after laying fertilizer.
Lady-
even more impressive.
Not only did I lay that fertilizer, but I did so and then got yelled at by my wife because she's afraid about the dogs and fertilizer. I'm like, hey, I got a lawn here. Keep the dogs off the lawn for one day. It's
Hey.
not that hard.
Get off my lawn, dog.
Go ahead, Marty. I see you eyeing it.
So I'm sorry. Did you just say you literally said get off my lawn?
Yes.
How
Why,
about
wait,
that?
let me ask you, Marty. Have you laid any fertilizer?
Dude, I got patchy brown grass at my house. I don't even bother.
Why do you think you have patchy brown grass? You have no pride. Zero pride.
You're right. I don't have pride.
Zero pride.
Coach,
No pride.
how's your lawn?
Well, we have a service we use.
Oh, when he's pulling down 2 paychecks, Vic, it's real easy to pay
And it-
somebody.
and I'll tell you this, it's glorious.
So you don't mow your own lawn at all?
I never have.
I've-
I've never had time.
I've-
I've never been home.
I get it. But there's a certain therapeutic effect. Give it a shot once.
Oh, I mowed my lawn when I was a kid.
I know, but
and
do
I
it
love
now.
I
Do it
love
now.
it. Are you a riding mower guy? Or
Oh,
are you
no. You won't
push
catch me
mower?
riding. Ride? Riding? No way. What am I, Jared Bednar?
He's got a 0 turn. Let's not lie.
What's that? What's a zero?
Really?
You can do it. You can do a 360-degree turn in one spot.
Yeah, you
That's
don't
it.
have to.
I wouldn't trust myself on one of those. No, I like to push, and I like to make it hard. I like to push
Are you
Wow. What a drop that
are
is.
you a shirtless? Are you a
Oh,
shirtless?
I go full shirtless workout. Oh yeah.
Have you ever done it in a Speedo just
No.
to work on the tan lines?
No, but I make a.
You don't want
might be-
grass clippings all up in there.
My favorite thing to do, honest to God, in the summer is I'll get done with the radio show. I'll take the shirt off, go outside, put my headphones in,
Pop the top.
listen to whatever show follows this one, and I'll just listen.
So
and
you're
mow.
listening to Coach
That's exactly right.
while you're mowing the lawn.
Just so therapeutic, so good to be
Oh,
alive.
that is quite upsetting.
Yeah.
Now,
no
do you
doubt.
have
Thanks, Coach.
any self-propulsion to your push lawnmower?
Yeah, but
Okay.
do you remember the old style? Are you old enough to remember the push, the true
Oh, I
push
was
mowers?
a push lawnmower
Oh,
guy.
okay. Yeah, the ones where the blades like turn in a circle there, and
I cut my teeth on the
All
push
right,
lawnmower.
let's see if we can reel this back in.
Granddad's happy hour.
I can make anybody sound old.
Mix a little Metamucil.
Even better when you had the old school push, self-driven,
Okay.
and you had your Walkman going.
Okay, all right. Now listen to
How
this.
about the Walkman?
I'm going to one up you. My grandfather had an assortment of the little edging scissors that were like giant scissors with the grips at the end of them. You get done with edging a lawn, and your freaking wrists, you feel it for the next 3 days.
Wrists, back.
Do you know the kind I'm
and,
talking
and
about?
you're down there
edging
too.
scissors.
You're,
All right.
You're leaning over.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Today in your lawn, this old house on Altitude Sports Radio. Let's move on to the Denver Nuggets and their playoff rotation. All right, Vic, I've got a question that you probably,
Mhm.
I don't know if you want to answer or not, but I'm going to make you.
I will answer any question you ask.
Can we sit Reggie Jackson for the playoffs?
Why would you do that?
Because he is, if you are running,
Mhm.
if you're running a 9-man bench, I don't mind you playing Reggie Jackson.
Mhm.
If you are running an 8-man rotation with 3 guys off the bench, I think maybe Holiday deserves those minutes more than Reggie Jackson does. And there ain't no way I'm putting him in a 7-man rotation. It better be the 2 dynasty little boys there,
Yeah.
Christian Brown and Peyton
I
Watson.
understand your fear. Reggie did not finish the season on a good note, shooting wise, and he had some issues handling the ball. I get that. He also played too many minutes because Jamal was hurt. Reggie Jackson was not designed to play that many minutes. Reggie Jackson, when they gave him that deal last offseason, they didn't give him the deal thinking, well, Jamal's going to miss over how many games did he end up missing?
I get that. Is that an excuse for an
Yeah.
8-second violation?
No,
Like,
but
I mean,
it is an excuse for the season not going the way he had hoped, because the Reggie Jackson we saw in December and January, that was a damn good Reggie Jackson. That
Even
was a
bled
damn
into
good
February.
version. Yeah. And then the minutes weighed on him. He played too many minutes. He wasn't designed to play that many minutes. That's the simple truth. Now,
Okay, but he has. So now we're here. I mean,
and now
regardless,
you get a week off.
Whatever you were intending or not intending, now you're here. He also had the week off during the All-Star break, Vic. I mean,
And he played well.
And he played well coming out of the break.
He
okay.
did. He did play well.
Oh, he played okay for a little bit.
I think
and
there's
then,
too much there's short-sighted takes right now on Reggie Jackson.
Well, what happens is
And of course, we want to say happy birthday to Reggie Jackson. He
Jeez.
turns
Oh
34
yeah,
today.
on his
you're
birthday?
really
Yeah.
celebrating the birth of Reg, a
Happy
Denver
birthday, grab some
native,
bench.
a Denver native, might I add?
he's a Colorado Springs guy.
Sorry,
Yeah, he's from
Colorado
Springs.
native.
Colorado
native. Yes.
Yeah, but the point, I think you have a legit point. He has not played well, and I get it.
Well,
I get
so-
it. But
so
I
really-
think there's a legit reason for not playing well.
Okay,
He's
that's
played
fine.
Too many minutes.
That's fine. But we're here now, right? And so we're here now where he has played too many minutes and he's not playing well. You're not telling me you're going to give him minutes over Christian Brown. You're not telling me you're going to give him minutes over Peyton Watson. I don't think that is crazy for me to say, right?
Well,
like that's
talk,
easy.
Let's talk about Reggie Jackson. What are his plus traits?
Shooting is
What
supposed
else?
to be
What
one, and
else?
he's been awful.
What else?
Well, he runs the team.
Amen.
He runs the
Amen.
offense.
He's
Okay,
runs the
he
team.
is the
But hold on.
true backup point guard.
And this is what I was going to talk about, because there is not going to be a minute of these playoffs that you don't have either Jamal Murray or Nikola Jokic on that floor.
You hope.
You hope. Everybody being healthy.
The Jokic minutes sans Jamal Murray. I think Jokic likes having Reggie Jackson out there as an alternative
That's
to bring
fine.
the ball up.
I don't want
having-
Reggie. I don't want Reggie doing that. I don't want Reggie.
Why don't
now
you want
listen
Reggie doing
in
that?
the regular season? Yes, because I expect there to be minutes where Jamal and Jokic are both on the bench. But in the playoffs, I do not want there to be a single second logged that you don't have either Jamal or Jokic on the court to run that off.
You know what's
Well,
funny?
I just said that the Jokic minutes. I didn't say non-Jokic minutes. The Jokic minutes without Jamal on the court.
Well, I guess it's a wait and see. To answer your
Right?
question, Rob,
That would be right. That would be Reggie's place as the backup point guard.
tells it's a wait and see. Let's see how he plays. If he doesn't play well, he won't get the minutes you desire to see him get. If he plays well, he's going to get those minutes. So we'll see. I think the first game, he's going to get minutes. He's going to play the role he's played.
How many guys do you think he plays round one, game one?
How many guys?
Yeah. Do you think he goes 90?
If
Do
they
you
play
think
the
he goes 8?
Lakers, if they play the Lakers, Christian Brown plays,
Sure.
Reggie plays, and then you got Watson and Holiday. And how they play those two remains to be seen.
You think there's a chance that Peyton Watson doesn't get playoff minutes?
Oh no, he'll play, but I don't know how many.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how many.
That would shock me,
Well,
especially with the way that he's played recently.
But here's what happens every year. Every year there's this player. Every year there's a player that the fan base, present company included, we all do this. We all pick on a certain player. And it's funny how recency bias works, because last year it was Jeff Green. Jeff Green would get in the game. Oh my God. Oh. And now Jeff Green's gone. Now what are people saying?
Where's
God,
Jeff Green?
They could use a Jeff Green.
We need Jeff Green.
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? I remember 1 year ago, people were saying the same thing. Jeff Green shouldn't play in the playoffs. Shouldn't play. Shouldn't be in the rotation. He's too inconsistent, too old, too unreliable. They're saying the same damn thing. In fact, Marty, just re-cue the show from a year ago. You'll hear the same damn thing. And now a year later, God, could have used a Jeff Green this year.
Well,
it's just the way the game works. The water always falls on somebody's back. Somebody gets it. Somebody gets it. And this year, that guy is Reggie.
I think my problem with Reggie Jackson isn't how he finished the year. I look at the best edition of Reggie, thinking December, January. He's still a net negative from a defensive standpoint.
Sure.
And I think that's where Michael Malone, if you look at the run last year
Mm-hmm.
and what he's been doing throughout this year, is looking to see who are the most tenacious defenders from the bench. And Peyton Watson has to figure into that.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, between he and AG, they're your two best shot blockers.
Defensively, there's no denying that Peyton Watson and Christian Brown give him that. The question has always been, what can you do for me offensively? So you can't just feed your defense and all of a sudden fall off the face of the earth offensively. That's where having Jamal back helps your cause. When Jamal was out, that unit without him was really struggling. With him, you have somebody to play that centerpiece offensively. You have somebody there.
So what you're saying is you like Reggie better in the 2-guard spot there.
I'm saying that he's going to get his minutes until proven otherwise. That's all I'm telling you.
But alongside Jamal, is that what you're, or are you saying?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you just said. But are you saying that you think Reggie's going to get his minutes with Jamal handling the ball, so we have less turnover problems, or what?
Well, early in the season, they played Jamal and Reggie at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I like either or. So when Jamal takes his rest, leave Reggie.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you, like Coach was saying, you want him with Jokic.
Sure.
On the floor.
Yeah. I mean, anybody with Jokic is going to
Sure.
be better. Rob Trujillo with Jokic is a good 2-man game.
I don't know. I'm not a great cutter. I'm too fat
That's
for
what's so
that.
funny about great players. Isn't it amazing how great players can make? And I hate to listen. I'm not trying to downplay what Jamal Murray means. Did you hear Jamal Murray's comments, by the way, to a publication when asked about the best 2-man games, the 2 players in the league? They're talking about Damian Lillard and Giannis,
Oh, yeah, I
AD
saw
and
what he said.
LeBron. And Jamal's like, yeah, me and Joker are the best. And how can you deny what they do in the playoffs? They're the only 2 players in the playoffs whose stats improve. Improve.
I mean,
More
they did
scoring?
stuff in the finals last year that's never been done by 2
They
players
both had a
before.
triple-double in a finals game.
Yeah. I mean,
Does anybody remember, was it game 3 in Miami? Game 3 in Miami or game 4? They both had triple-doubles.
it's never been done before in NBA Finals history. So, I mean,
So,
I think that's all you have to
It's
say about it.
laughable when I hear people say Giannis and Damian Lillard.
Well, and did you see the reports that just came out, I think last night, that Dame Lillard's not happy with his role
Well, tough.
in
dude.
Milwaukee?
You chose that. You know,
And
I have
already
zero-
there's already talk that
You
his
know,
people are demanding
I
a trade.
love Dame Lillard. He's a refreshing. I have zero sympathy for him. Zero. You chose that. That was your choice.
Well, I mean, it was technically a trade.
okay. You know it doesn't happen if he doesn't say yes.
I get you.
He chose Milwaukee. He chose that setup.
He wanted Miami.
He wanted his own little super team.
He wanted Miami.
Okay.
He took Milwaukee. He accepted Milwaukee.
Okay. Bottom line is, I have zero sympathy. I don't sympathize. Milwaukee, there's something wrong with them. I could
It's
sense it
bad
when they
right now.
played here.
Yeah,
It
it's
just
bad.
doesn't work.
It's bad. The coaching change, I think, was a big mistake. And even if they didn't like that coach, Doc Rivers has not helped. Giannis can't stay healthy. Dame Lillard is a malcontent. Winning cures all, right? Like if they start winning, who knows? There's plenty of talent on that team, but it looks bad right now. All right, coming up next, TJ Hawkinson spoke for the first time since his knee got blown up last year, and he had some really interesting comments on what he thinks the NFL should be doing to protect players. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio. Altitude Sports Radio. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Lombo's in, literally in the building, in his seat. We love that. Vic's here. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for Kaner.
Who's Lombo?
I mean, Vic
Is
Lombardi.
that your own Italian-American nickname for a fellow Italian-American?
I'll come in for you two. Mosier and
See?
Kane.
Yeah.
See?
I don't blame you, though.
That's a guy right there.
I don't blame you.
And that's Coach Mike Sanford cheating on Dempsey and company with us in the morning.
It's hard sitting next to Mosier because there's so many things, bottles and cans and stuff that you lose track of what's yours and what's his, and you don't want to do what Mark Rycroft did.
Yeah.
You don't want- you don't wanna
It's a
make that
fatal
mistake.
error.
Oh
It
my
is a
God.
fatal mistake.
Oh my God. That turned my stomach just watching that. I can't imagine actually living through that. All right.
You've never done that?
No.
You've never gutted somebody else's chew?
Somebody else's? No.
Wow.
I haven't either.
haven't done
I
it
was
either?
gonna
Well,
say-
I'm meticulous about
Yeah.
what is around me, even in like a coaching setting when you're watching film all day.
Coaching is a big
Oh.
chew
Oh,
environment.
I got a great,
Oh, my
great
God.
gutting chew story.
Are we telling it?
Let's go.
Working for Jim Harbaugh
Okay.
at Stanford. I mean, that man houses tins of Skull.
I'm sure.
And also houses Diet Cokes
Oh.
all day. So just the combination,
So
just going
coaches
back
do.
and forth, right? Well, our offensive line coach, who was not down for all of that, so which is not always.
How did he stay focused?
Well, his Diet Coke, he thought was his Diet
Okay.
Coke.
Oh,
it was
God.
it was Jim Harbaugh's spitter.
Oh, God.
And he took a big swig,
Oh, God.
gutted it. I mean, he got up and just like, ah, he got left, threw it up.
I
threw
would
it up.
definitely throw up.
Yeah.
Riker not throwing up in that moment
And
is
smiling through the whole thing.
incredibly impressive.
And doing the game thereafter with no issues. Yeah, the worst mix-up I've ever had wasn't chew. I've gutted somebody else's chew at a
Oh,
party before.
God.
It was one day I came home from a run. I was at my mother's house. I came home from a run.
Oh no.
And she puts things in different containers all the time. She'll use just different containers she's thrifty about that. And I thought it was a whole thing of apple juice. It was a Mott's apple juice thing. And I grab it and I'm like, I'm going to house this apple juice. And it was
Fat.
olive oil.
Oh, no. Oof.
Is there anything more Italian than housing, just taking olive oil straight to the
was on
dome?
my third gulp where it hit me. I was like, it was like first gulp, okay, weird. Second gulp, okay, this is really weird. Third gulp, this is not apple juice.
How did it settle with you?
It was
It smooth things out, probably, right? Your
Yeah.
skin,
It was
a life hack?
My
You
skin
you
was
learned
great
it was the
for 2
your
fountain
weeks.
of
skin, you're
youth.
great.
Yeah.
It's great for the next couple days.
Yeah.
This is where I have to be the nerd on the show and say, tobacco is addictive and not cool. Don't do it.
No, definitely
Definitely
don't do
shouldn't.
it.
I stopped chewing after 22 years. It's the worst possible addiction known to
Same with
man.
me.
Yeah.
All right, coming up at 10:20, Coach Malone joins Dempsey and company, even though Coach won't be there. Coach Malone will be with Raj and Demps coming up at 10:20. I wanted to mention that, but I want to get into these comments from TJ Hawkinson. So TJ Hawkinson last year for the Vikings, playing a game against the Detroit Lions, somebody goes after his knee, trying to bring him down. A guy that he knows because he used to be a Lions player said he didn't think he had intent to injure him
I
or
remember
anything
the
like
play.
that. Yeah. But he kind of has to go after his knee. He can't hit him up high. Hawkinson's a big dude,
Mhm.
and you're talking about a safety for the Detroit Lions, whose name escapes me at the moment, but he has to go after his knee to get him down, right? He's got to go for his legs. Does he have to go right after the knee? Probably not, but it's in the heat of battle. It's hard to, figure out where you're going to go there, what you're going to do. And Hawkinson comes out yesterday, the first time he's spoken since the injury, and talked about how disappointed he was that the NFL isn't protecting his knees. Now, this is a conversation that we've had several times about several different types of tackles and the NFL trying to protect players, quote unquote. But really what you're doing is you're trying to legislate injury out of a violent sport.
Impossible.
Literally impossible.
It's impossible. So what these players end up saying, and Hawkinson said this, he said this into an open mic, I would rather get a concussion than any injury. He said that.
And I've heard other former pro tight ends, tell me the same thing.
said
I'd
that.
rather you hit me in the head
Yes.
and be out for 2 weeks than you blow up a knee and take a year out of my career. If it's a contract year, now I'm in trouble trying to get another contract
Broncos
and maybe
fans-
ending my career.
Broncos fans will remember this hit because it was at the advent of the don't strike the head movement that occurred 10, 12 years ago when it really started making his move. Do you remember the hit that TJ Ward made on one Gronkowski of the Patriots?
Yeah.
Over the middle?
Yeah.
And TJ Ward, who at that time had already been fined a couple times for hits to the head, said, okay, watch this. And he hit Gronk low. And Gronk left the game, if you remember. And at that point, he said after the game, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
This guy's huge. This guy's a monster. I have to stop him from gaining traction down the field. If I don't hit him down there and I hit him in the, I don't know, stomach, I'll bounce right off him.
Yeah.
I'll bounce right off him.
Maybe hurt my neck in the process.
So
100%.
What do you do? Coach, if you're much bigger than I am. If you came at me full speed, I ain't tackling you in the stomach. You'll run me over. All you're going to do is crouch and run me over. I'm going to nip your ankles. I'm going to do whatever it takes to bring you down. Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
There is nothing you can do because once we went away from making any play at a catch point where you're at or near the neck and head area, there's no other option. You can't hit in the strike zone. You brought that up on our text thread last night, like the strike zone being above, say thigh board to
Literally a baseball strike zone.
yeah, it's a baseball strike zone.
And I think that's where the NFL is headed, where
You know what's going to come about with that though? Is neck injuries.
yeah, I mean
Neck injuries.
Yeah.
And what's worse? Being paralyzed the rest of your life?
Do you know another wrinkle to this that people, I don't think there's enough talked about, is how defensive players, corners, are now being penalized when you got a tackle that comes out to block on a trap or a screen.
Can't cut them.
You can't cut that tackle.
And that's what TJ Hawkinson referenced. He said you're protecting the defensive player's knees because these offensive linemen can't cut outside the box. Well, what about my knees? And like Coach, you referenced in the text that we were texting last night, I don't think they're going to outlaw stuff. I think they're going to say, this is your inbounds area where you can tackle somebody. If you tackle somebody outside of this strike zone, it's a flag.
Coach, how do you teach tackling today as a coach?
Well, once it went away from the head and neck area, Pete Carroll went out and studied the New Zealand All Blacks and the rugby style of tackle.
The sort of wrap and bring down?
It's the wrap and roll.
Yeah.
And
well, now the hip swivel is
now,
now you're screwed there.
You're screwed there too because, I mean, have you guys ever seen practice clips of those gigantic donuts floating around? That was part of the training for what they called the Hawk tackle, the Seahawk tackle, made famous by Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks.
To be fair, that's not what the Legion of Boom did, right? The Legion of Boom hit you and hit your head off.
They did until it was becoming 15-yard penalty and fine and suspension.
Who was that? Who was that player, the defensive back? Can't remember his name. Who hit Demaryius Thomas in the Super Bowl and knocked him into yesterday? And it was one of the most fearsome hits. Do you guys remember? Somebody on the text line help me out. It was a tremendous hit. And if you made that hit today, you would be penalized, flagged, probably missed the rest of the game. That was a Chancellor, Cam Chancellor. Do you guys remember the hit in Super Bowl 48?
I don't
Cam
remember.
Chancellor hit Demaryius Thomas so hard in that game. I'm not sure if Demaryius Thomas knew who he was at the end of the day. He still finished with a great game, but he hit him so hard. That hit in today's game, he's going to get flagged.
Well, and so, 6230 on the text line. Rugby is the answer. It's not that complicated. Listen, I played rugby for 5 years. There is a fundamental difference between the game of rugby and the game of football. In the game of rugby, you are not trying to get every yard meter that you can get.
It's not a first down.
If you get too far ahead of the rest of your team, they can't come and support. And that is, it's not like football where it stops and you reset. The other team can just take the ball at that point. So you're not fighting for every yard. In football, you are a missile. You want to get forward at all costs.
Because every inch matters.
Every inch matters. And so when you've got two people coming at each other as hard as they can, trying to prevent that extra inch, it makes for a different style of tackle than is in rugby.
Here's another factor that people, I don't think we appreciate this enough. If you saw some of the hits in the 80s and 90s, go back and look at the shoulder pads that were worn. Look at the size of the shoulder pads. They came out to here. They extended beyond the ears by about 4 or 5 inches. Today's shoulder pads look like something I would wear in a suit jacket I wore in 1998. They're tiny. And so what does that do? That accentuates the helmet. Your shoulder pads are smaller. Your helmet's still big. Your helmet's going to be in contact for every hit you make. How does your head not make contact when you're tackling? How?
And I've said this for the past couple of years when they've been calling defensive players for lowering their head. They need to start calling offensive players for that. If you're serious about protecting people and head injuries, every running back going into contact covers the ball, drops their head. And it's the same thing as the tackler doing it. They're in just as much danger. I really think the NFL needs to look at like how you can pull back these rules a little bit, because I just don't think there's a way to legislate out injury without creating injuries in other places, Coach.
Yeah, and the defensive players are the ones that are getting it the worst of all, because there's no real way to tackle every possible angle at which you're going to be asked to tackle.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like a lot of the teaching, like on the Twitch line, there's some great points about, I coach the strike line or strike zone and, wrap up. That's easier said than done, because there are so many new angles created that are different every single play that occurs. And you aren't in a position where you can effectively wrap up and you have the power to be able to generate enough force to stop that ball carrier for dragging you for 3-4 extra yards.
I've made mention of this, and I get vilified for it as some sort of like heathen, some medieval sorcerer that doesn't care about protecting people. I care about the health of people, but football is and will always be a choice. You choose to play. I know a lot of parents that won't let their kids play football today. That's your choice. That's fine. That's fine. You see, look at the numbers in youth football, drastically down from what they were 20 years ago. Drastically. I get it. You don't want to play. At the professional level, you chose to play. You signed up to play this game. How many players, if you said, all right, don't play football, do it all over again, they'll all play football. That's their choice in life. You get paid a lot of money to play, and with that are the inherent risks that come with the sport. You can't separate the risks. You can't separate the violence. You cannot do it.
Well, and I want to talk now about the other side of this, because we seem like we're all kind of on the same page here. As you start introducing these rules to try to protect players, you're also introducing a lot of subjectivity into the game. And over the last 3 to 5 years, I feel like that's been the worst part of the NFL. These subjective roughing the passer calls that all of a sudden extend a drive in an important game, or a guy getting hit over the middle and it's just a big hit, but his head snaps back and the ref thinks he sees a helmet-to-helmet contact and throws a flag. That's the kind of stuff when you could call a penalty on every play if you really wanted to. But when you add in this subjectivity, now the ref is right sometimes when he just calls a penalty, because it's his choice as to whether it's a penalty or not. And I feel like that's been ruining the game more than the injuries, Coach.
And I think the hip drop swivel tackle is going to be at the greatest level of subjectivity of anything that's ever been introduced into the National Football League.
Can I try doing that to you during the next commercial break?
Yeah, I'd love to. Can I do it to you?
Well,
no. It should be the little guy doing it to the big guy.
I want to see if I can hip drop you.
Yeah.
He can, and then when you break your fibia, your tibia.
Fib, we'll do both.
Okay.
Fib, tib.
And then you can
fib.
then you can sue
high
the company.
Ankle sprain is necessary for the result of this.
Yeah. High ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Who's flipping the medical bill on this deal?
That's what I'm saying. Then you
Kevin
can sue.
Shockey.
Yeah.
Out of pocket.
Yeah, he just showed up too, so he can be here for it. So that's great. No, but Vic, don't you agree that has slowed down the game, and so it feels like so many pivotal moments have been defined by a subjective call. Think about the Super Bowl with the Eagles and the Chiefs, that holding call at the end of the game. It ended the game.
Yeah. Cheap is cheap. I think people know what cheap is, right? When you watch a game, what a cheap shot is. I think everybody knows what a cheap shot is. CSU, Travis Hunter. It was a cheap shot. We know that. The hit occurred after the play. It was a cheap shot. During the game, when that hit that Detroit player made on Hawkinson, I don't know how you call that a cheap shot. You're just trying to make a tackle. Now, did it look nasty? Yeah. Did he get hurt? Yeah. But he made a tackle. I don't know what else to say about the tackle.
And he did what the NFL was trying to tell him to do, which is avoid the head and neck area. Correct?
Yeah,
So
100%.
abiding by the advice of the National Football League and how they legislate and mandate safety in the game. And it still isn't safe.
It's
You're
just never
fighting a
going
losing
to be.
battle.
It's just never
Are
going
you
to.
interested in flag football in the Olympic Games?
I think yes. I wouldn't watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't love watching flag football. I think it's great for development of skill sets.
7-on-7, but flag football basically takes all the linemen and says, we don't need you.
Yeah, which I hate that part.
Yeah, it takes the trenches, like the physical part of the game in the trenches. And Rob, I know you live there where there's a lot of violence that people don't see, right? Violence right off the snap that you don't see, that you don't
Call a
notice.
penalty on every play.
But flag football just takes that part of the game and says, we don't need you anymore. Goodbye. That's not football.
It's not football.
But the reason it's important, Vic, is exactly what you said before. A lot of parents are telling their kids, you can't play football.
That's their right.
But so for the development of the game, whether we like it or not,
Yeah.
the NFL pushing flag football is important because there's so many parents. I mean, coach, would you let your kids play?
Absolutely.
My kids
yes.
play.
Okay.
My kid
Now,
played
I
football.
won't let I personally, and my dad was the same way. He won't let us play youth football, tackle football.
Okay, so what's the age limit for you?
High school.
See, I took a different approach. My kids, like me, were always smaller. So my kid played tackle football in third grade. Third grade. And my argument to people who are afraid of tackle football in third grade is go watch a game. These guys don't get hurt. They bounce off each other.
I played since I was 7.
Yeah, they bounce off each. You know when they get hurt? When size disparity starts to happen. When they hit puberty. When the 13-year-old or 14-year-old kid, one kid is 6'2", 240, and the other one is still 4'11", 85 pounds. That's when injuries occur. That's when I said to my kid, are you sure you still want to play this game? Are you sure?
I would also say that my dad and I both went to, he had the same logic. Let's go watch a youth tackle football game.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed me the amount of bad habits that were being formed. And so it was more of a performance-based deal
Sure.
to learn it from people that are paid professionals
Sure.
at the point that you get into high school.
Now, if you're a skill position player, if you're a receiver, quarterback, running back, great. You can play flag football since you're in fourth grade. What do you do with the big fellas?
Develop them through camps, at some point when you get into high school, you got to learn to be an offensive lineman. I mean, even if they've played youth flag, I've never been around a player at the high school level that played since they were young and they were so polished because they had played tackle football as an offensive
You don't
lineman.
learn much as a third grader. You're just running around. The best athlete scores touchdowns.
Right.
That's what happens.
Right.
It's not about
I take offense to that, Vic.
Well, no,
I was
but
a patch player in my day, and I was an excellent athlete.
You know what I mean? But at that level, it's just if you get one athlete that's above and beyond everybody else, that team's going to win.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Yeah. And everybody says, oh, it's coaching. No, you just have a great athlete.
Yeah, and to the flag football discussion, have any of you watched the recent iteration of the Pro Bowl?
No.
It's unwatchable.
Yeah, I don't watch
So I would never watch flag football as a competitive sport on television.
But there's a question to how hard they're actually competing in the Pro Bowl. Whereas for these Olympic Games, it is going to be a competition. They are going to care.
Bro, breakdancing is coming to the Olympic
All
Games.
right. Let's not.
I mean, I just think about that comment I just made.
Yeah, there's also like speed rock climbing, I think, this year too.
Rob, breakdancing is going to be an Olympic sport soon. Did you hear what I just said?
Is that what you're going to finally be an Olympian in, Vic?
The Olympics have jumped the shark. Break dancing is coming to the Olympic Games. Who makes these decisions? How and why? Who? Who sat there and said, oh, yeah, I got to have some of that?
I think it was Marty. I think Marty did it.
Vic, you dedicated your life to breakdancing. You
Well,
wanted to
when
make
I
the
thought
Olympics.
that I
Remember
had
we made
that
a big
opportunity,
announcement?
yes, but I'm not good enough, Marty.
So now you've turned on it and you hate it.
Now we hate it.
I'm excited to watch Vic attempt a hip drop swivel tackle with his background of a breakdancer.
Oh, see, that throws a little wrench in it there.
Could get weird.
It could get weird. All right, I want to talk a little bit of legacy next. Maybe NV3 coming up. We'll do that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Our final segment before we hand it off to Dempsey and company. Even though Coach is here cheating with us today and tomorrow, Coach is in with us. Appreciate you making a little bit of time for
I
us,
noticed
Coach.
you eat a lot during the show. A
Yeah,
lot of snacking, a lot of grazing.
I feel like that's a football thing.
it is.
Because when you go to like early meetings, the number one thing you do is like grab a bag of trail mix or grab some seeds or something
You
like
want to
that.
know what the problem is in football? Is when you're a coach, you don't ever eat a meal.
Oh,
You never eat a meal.
not like a good square meal.
You
where
never have a
sit down
square
and
meal.
You wait for every single.
And I'm talking about all three, like breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You're not eating a square.
Yeah, that's not healthy.
Yeah, it wasn't healthy.
But you look great.
Oh,
You look great.
Thank
I
you.
mean, you're doing way better than me. And then, of course, Vic Lombardi here for us. Even though, Coach, you're cheating on Dempsey and company, but you said you have an open relationship, so Dempsey's aware that you're here.
Yeah, and Dempsey's going to hang out with Raj today, you know?
Okay.
Hang out with Malone today a little bit.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
10-20
Coach
for
Malone.
Coach Malone. I just wanted to make sure that we're not having like a gimme 3 steps situation where he's coming in with a, bad intentions.
So the Nuggets today, they're going to go through all of their recovery stuff, rehab stuff. They're going to, show up at the facility and make sure that any injuries are tended to. And then I think the plan was to watch the game together. It's a 5:30 start, I believe, the play-in, the first game,
Yeah,
and
I think
watch
so.
that game, scout it. Guys, I would be shocked if it's not the Lakers. I'd be shocked at this point. Now, I don't know who's favored in this game.
I was going to say, do you really think they're the better team?
I
Because
think-
it's in New Orleans, so you must think LA is the better team.
It doesn't matter who I think the better team is. I think the Lakers are
does
going to win
matter.
the game. No, it doesn't. You can beat. Look at what the Lakers did to the Pelicans in that. Remember that play-in tournament or that whatever the hell they call the in-season tournament? Do
Yeah.
you remember the championship game of that tournament? I think they beat New Orleans by 45 points in that game. It was amazing what they did to them. For some reason, Zion doesn't play well against the Lakers.
Lakers getting a point and a half.
Yeah. On the road.
Getting a point, so they're the underdog.
Oh, they're the under. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're the underdog. So it's a push.
Kind of. yeah.
Wrong.
It's a push. That game's a push.
Lakers are going to win.
Go on.
They're going to win. They're the better team. They're going to. I think that they're going to go all in on making sure that they clinch this thing up, because you go back into the state of California, you got either the Kings or the Warriors waiting for you as the next play-in. If you're LeBron James and you are still one of the top 10 players in the NBA, is that fair?
Ooh. Yeah. Okay.
And you have the ability to will yourself to victory, why wait around?
I agree with you. I don't think they let off the gas at all.
Well, players are wired in a certain way. When people say, should they purposely lose? I don't care who you are. You're not going to go out and play and say, oh, let's purpose. You're just not going to do that.
100%.
It doesn't happen.
But we were talking in the appetizer hour. Does AD play tonight? He's questionable. And Coach was saying he believes he's really hurt. So
He promised he was going to play after
that's
that game.
fine.
He said, I ain't missing that game.
right.
That's what he said.
and that's what you would expect. But if he doesn't play tonight, that's kind of telling, isn't it?
Could be.
Right? Like,
He'll play tonight, and they're going to win tonight. Didn't they just they played 2 nights ago?
yeah,
They said
Sunday.
they played Sunday afternoon, and the Lakers dominated from beginning to end. It was never a game.
And there was still something on the line for the Pelicans.
Everything on the
Yeah.
line.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
could have stayed out of the plan.
Yeah.
sometimes the best indicator of future events is past events, especially when the past 2 days ago in the same venue, same matchup, same teams playing. Lakers are going to win.
All right, I want to zoom out a little bit because, as we go through these playoffs, we're going to be real focused in on opponents and games and all that kind of stuff. We've got possibly an MV3 coming with Jokic here.
Mhm.
3 MVPs. He's got 1 title, 1 finals MVP. I want to know.
Oh, I think it's done. The possible, you don't even need to use that word. I'd be shocked if he didn't win the MVP.
There are 10 people who have reported their MVP votes so far, and 9 of them
Yeah,
voted MVP.
I'd be shocked. It'd be
It
a
would
stunning. Now, listen, I understand SGA and Luka and all that, but it's not going to happen. Joker's going to win.
Yeah. So, but let's talk about his legacy, right? Because Steve Nash has 3 MVPs too. You know what I mean? And I don't think he ever gets brought up amongst the all-time greats that played the game.
He was never a Finals MVP. Never won a championship.
100%. So my question to you is, where do you think Jokic lands now? And if he's able to get another title,
What did you say,
where do you-
Marty?
where do you
You say
think
Steve
that-
Nash?
Yeah.
I thought Steve Nash had 3.
Just a 2-time, back to
Two-time,
back.
yeah.
Two-time?
Five
I'm
minutes.
sorry. I thought it was 3.
I'll tell you this, though. Marty O is a bit of a Steve Nash doppelganger.
He is.
That's a real
I've
thing.
seen that come up many times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could
He is.
definitely pull that off.
Are you Canadian?
I think he's too tall for it.
I'm not. I'm not Canadian. I'm
Close
really
enough.
bad at soccer too, so he's definitely
That
not
was
my father.
actually one of my favorite slam dunks when he did the soccer thing to Stoudemire, and
Oh yeah,
that was cool. All right, so but like legacy wise, if the Nuggets can get it done this year, he's kind of in like what Olajuwon territory, like one of the greats.
Mhm.
What do you think he needs to do to be in the like all-time great conversation, in the Russell, LeBron James, Michael Jordan? What does he need to? How many?
I think
is it championships? Like, what does he need to do?
The
to get
individual achievements are covered. He's done there.
there? Okay.
It's 3 MVPs.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's done. Now it's team achievements. Now, if you win multiple championships and you do it over a period of time, a decade, you're in that conversation.
So, what's multiple to you though? I mean, is it 2? Is it 3? Is it
3.
you think 3 gets it into this rarefied air? Because I think when you talk about greatest of all time, I think you also have to talk about like the organization that he lifted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this Nuggets organization been around for 50
Sure.
years and never touched heights like
Well,
this.
where would you put Bird in the discussion of greatest of all time?
I would put him on like the Olajuwon level,
Yeah,
like
well,
the second tier down.
yeah. Isn't he though? He's a 3-time MVP too, and his teams won championships, and they dominated a decade along with the LA Lakers. So you're in that sphere. You're in the Bird sphere right now.
What do you think, Coach?
I think that for him to cement his legacy as a top 3 player of all time, which I think is a real conversation, is he's just got to keep being him. He's got to keep being the maestro that he is on the court every time he steps out there. He's got to continue to be the model of consistency, and he's got to do it for about 5 more years. And I think he's going to come. I personally believe it's going to come with 2 more titles, maybe 3.
And it depends on what eyeballs you use. In my eyes, he's already a miracle worker. He's already done something in this town that I never thought anybody would do. He brought a championship to Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, he already did something that I thought was impossible.
So, and this was a conversation that we had last year before he won a title, and I thought it was true. I think it's even more true now. Is he the greatest international player to ever play the game? Giannis has 2 MVPs and
Do you put Tim Duncan in that?
finals? No, I wouldn't put Duncan in it. But
U.S.
Olajuwon,
Virgin Islands?
Yeah.
but
Is that an international player?
on a military base?
Okay.
You know, right? Isn't that right?
Steve
Dirk
Nash?
Nowitzki won one title.
1 title and 1 MVP.
Did he win an MVP? I'm not
I'm
even sure
not
if
sure.
he won an MVP.
I'm not
I have
sure.
no idea.
But Nowitzki 1 title. Olajuwon, right? You can put him in there.
Mm-hmm.
2 titles. Did he have any MVPs, Vic? I don't think he did. Did he have 1?
Hakeem, I pull up the MVP list. I don't know.
So, I mean, but I feel like even with those accolades, I feel like Jokic was already the best international player to ever play in the NBA. Now, after winning the title last year, I feel like that is an open and shut case. And getting a little
it's hard to write the story of Nikola Jokic midway through. The book has not been written yet. It's not finished. It's we're in the middle chapters. We're in the portion of the book where the pictures come up. We're in that portion right now. We got to finish up that. We got 4 more chapters, 5 more chapters to go. So I don't think you can even make these conversations don't mean anything right now, Rob, because there's so much more to see. We can speculate. We can say, oh, if this happens, if that happens, but it's got to happen.
Marty O editing Wikipedia as we speak, putting Nikola Jokic in the 3-time MVP. Oh, and now he's moving.
Well, he's
into
at the top of the 3 list. He
Top
should be
of
at the
the-
bottom of the 3 list. yeah.
Gotcha. I think it's a really interesting conversation because I think we are at that pivotal point in his career where if he gets a back-to-back, right, even if he doesn't get another Finals MVP, and he's got 3 MVPs, I think he just jumps another tier in the all-time greats. And so I think it's a really interesting and pivotal point in his career. And we'll see what the end of it is, right? Can he get another championship or 2 to go along with it and really climb to the tippy top of that list?
Sure.
Or is this his legacy?
Did you see that Team USA named 11 of 12 players for its roster this summer for the Olympic team? 11 of 12 have been identified. 1 roster spot remains. And I hope it goes to Aaron Gordon. I hope it goes to AG.
That'd be
Because
interesting.
you need that kind of role player. You need some muscle. You need and right now, if you look at their team now, it's ungodly. It's just ridiculous.
See, and I thought you were going to say that the tweet where 10 of the 11 have been eliminated by Nikola Jokic in the playoffs. I think it was.
Well,
I don't remember the exact number, but
I'd like to know who's really putting this team together. Is it LeBron?
I mean, you have to think it's a lot of old heads on there.
But who's
You know what I
making
mean?
the call here?
I mean, LeBron runs America just like he runs the Lakers franchise. So it's got to be LeBron.
I think so. All right, Marty's got a fact checker for us. Marty, you want to hit fact check?
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, I know the Rockies do some things poorly, but I don't think they would ever do what Vic suggested here.
I know where
Listen.
this is going. You have guys in the bullpen that could have done it.
Can they run?
Okay, but if
Can they get from third to first in a pass
Typically,
ball?
but here's the deal. Typically,
I don't know. Do they have anybody that can go from third to first?
I think you should be able to run the bases however you see fit.
Okay, so backwards?
Yes.
Do you get 2 runs if you do that? or
Yeah,
something?
why not? If you're a righty, go third.
yeah, that was one of those schoolyard games that Vic used to play in North Denver
Why
growing
not?
up, man. Hey, you got to go backwards, and if you have 2 walks in a row, you got to base run opposite.
This sounds like beer in hand kickball rules, right?
Whose story was it? Was it Larry Walker's famous story that he ran across the diamond once, didn't realize that you have to touch second to get to third? Some famous baseball player
do
early
not
on in his
remember that.
career, early on in his career, just started running the bases and just skipped second.
A professional baseball player.
No, in his youth days, just said, screw it. I'm going to skip second.
You just got to find a way to get from third to first.
That's
the bottom line.
all. Bottom line.
Bottom line.
Third to
Find
first.
a way.
If you got a player who can go third to first, you got a Hall of Famer on
That's
your
right.
roster.
That's right. Is that an extra hit? Which way are you going? Are you going through second base or are you going through home?
through the pitcher.
Straight through the
Right
pitcher's
over the
mound?
pitcher's mound.
People saying that we're discounting Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili for international player. I don't think they're the main drivers of
Never
those
won an MVP,
championship
either
teams.
one of them.
Yeah, like Tony Parker, great. Manu Ginobili, great. I don't think they're the main drivers
They
of those
weren't. Yeah,
championship teams.
they played with Tim Duncan.
All right, fellas, I appreciate you letting me sit in. Coach and I will be back tomorrow, 6 a.m. And Vic, I don't know, are you going to grace us with your presence in the studio tomorrow?
I'll let you guys know in
or-
the morning.
Okay.
Game time decision.
Game time decision.
He's never done 2 in a row, so that would really be
The second leg of a back-to-back.
Hey, he said he had
I got
fun
heavy
today.
legs.
He said he had fun today. All right, fellas, appreciate you. Dempsey and Company coming up next. Michael Malone at 10:20 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Dempsey and Company's the program on a 2K Tuesday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm your host, Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by Josh Grismer and super producer Steve Nelson, back from New York behind the glass today. As always, the namesake of the program, my co-host, my partner, Christopher A. Dempsey, who got caught just before we started the program in some bad vanity light.
Or
staring
great,
at himself
or
in the,
great vanity light.
staring at himself in the cameras. As always on a 2K Tuesday, guys, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. Text in your favorite 90s and 2000s show or songs rather we'll play in throughout the day. We've got a great show on tap for you. 10:20 a.m., the final time we will speak to Coach Michael Malone prior to the NBA playoffs starting. We've got play-in games tonight. We'll figure out who his Nuggets are going to be playing between the Lakers and the Pelicans tonight, right? You have those NBA play-in games starting this evening. Malone will join us at 10:20. You'll have an opportunity to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. We're giving away Supercross tickets during the show today. We've got our 10:45 NHL Hot Lap, and I'll talk you guys off the ledge with the Avalanche, why you should be excited about this postseason run and not terrified.
Oh, I can't wait for that, Raj.
So juiced up about
I am on
this.
that ledge.
I'll talk you off the ledge. I'm not going to grandstand and cheerlead. And I told the people that yesterday is that I will not be a cheerleader this year, but there should be a form of excitement because you're going in essentially blind this year. But before we get into all of that, news out of Broncos camp. Did you see Courtland Sutton does not show up to voluntary team workouts looking for a new contract?
I did see that. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about it because
I do.
What should we think about?
Dude, I think he's gone.
Because he's not that important to your overall enterprise.
Nope, not right now.
He had a great season. He did, or at least from a touchdown standpoint. He had a great season from a touchdown standpoint. But if you're saying that you are an integral cog to what the Broncos are going to be in the future and you need to get paid, I can just see if the team just says, nah, I don't think so. And so you will take this contract that we're going to offer you, or we can just trade you. And yeah, so I guess, Raj, we're on the same page about this. You would love to have him, but it's not going to hurt you to not have him.
Right, and the team did pick up that option back in March. Again, he's due $13.6 million in cash. He's got 2 years left on the contract. This from Mike Kliss of 9 News at 13.6, $14 million, but only 2 of those are guaranteed, and that's them picking up that option. It's very easy to move on from that player, and Kliss would go on to tweet that apparently he had offseason ankle surgery. The injury occurred in 2023 in the final game against the Raiders. Doesn't seem like Courtland's camp or the team is concerned. I just don't love the fact that the comments about him missing, and again, it's a voluntary workout, right? Like that you can choose not to go to these things, but had it just been left at that, Courtland Sutton, offseason ankle surgery, not coming to voluntary workouts, everything's fine. But the caveat that came after the initial report was looking for a new deal. This team isn't in the situation to sign an aging wide receiver who has his number one days in the past, multiple injuries, right? Coming off of the knee injury, now having what seems to be minor surgery on his ankle in the offseason, but still another surgery for a guy approaching 30 years old. Right? Is he 30 yet? He's probably not 30 yet, but he's getting damn near close, yeah. Right? So it just doesn't seem like this is a problem that the Broncos need to commit to long-term, right? I suppose you could lower the cap hit if you extend him, but then you're talking about keeping a guy here way past what his prime is going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, so it's 28 years old.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense, right? So if he's upset with his contract situation and he's holding out, and this is what the reports are, right? Like he's not showing up to voluntary workouts because he wants a new contract. It makes no sense for where this team is right now with the quarterback situation to keep him in the fold. Maybe you can move him it's a sign-in trade. Maybe you move him to a team that needs a number 2 or a good solid veteran number 3 that can be a red zone target. Maybe you bring back a 5th round draft pick for him?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. The offense is just under construction. I mean, that's just all there is to it. And, especially the wide receiver room. I mean, if we're not talking about quarterback, we are certainly always talking about what is happening with the wide receiver room. And, it doesn't have solutions there yet. And right now, Courtland Sutton, as nice a season as he had, and as good a player. I mean, he's a good player. I think maybe it just needs to be said right off the top. He is a good player, but money spent should be. It's got to go somewhere else, and certainly not on him. Unfortunately for him. So, Raj, I'll be very interested to see how this all plays out. But I'm with you. I mean, I would just move him because you're going to remake that entire room anyway. And if you can get something for him, some sort of draft capital for him, then do it.
Makes you cheaper in the future, makes you younger in the future. Sure, do you want a veteran wideout here to work with a prospective rookie quarterback? Yes, but it's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to have, like, your starter this coming season is not for sure going to be a rookie.
No, exactly right. And even if it was, you could have a bunch of young players on the offense all playing together at the same time. We just witnessed that with the Green Bay Packers second year, and it's all the wide receivers. Yeah, everybody's young. So, I mean, that's a scenario that can happen. I'm not saying Courtland Sutton's overplaying his hand here. He's got to do what he feels like is right for him and his family. But in this situation, he might not get what he's looking for.
Do you see that Team USA's prospective basketball roster for the 2025 Olympics in Paris? Has come out. No Nuggets on that roster. Aaron Gordon is the only one that could possibly be that final piece to the puzzle for Steve Kerr's team. Are you shocked that there's no Nuggets on Team USA, or were you just expecting the only true representatives in the Olympics to be Nikola Jokic with Serbia and possibly Jamal Murray with Canada?
Yeah, that's the thing. The stars are international, so there will be Nuggets in the Olympics. They just won't be on Team USA. And the question always with Team USA is how you're building it, and it's become more and more of a question for Steve Kerr. He wants a team that feels like a team of complementary pieces versus just a team full of a bunch of stars. And if that's the case, then you could maybe use a guy like Aaron Gordon. I mean, who is a very switchable defender, physical player in the post, can do a lot of things that hold the glue glues things together for the team. But outside of that, the Nikola and Jamal will be the representatives, but they're international players.
You know what's funny is that I think if this was held anywhere else other than Paris, Aaron Gordon probably makes this team, because you get some of these older guys who don't want to go to South Korea, right? Like, there's a reason why all the big names are playing for Team USA this year.
Yep.
There's two reasons, actually, right? One, it's an easy place to get to. It's a sexy place to go to in Paris, France, right? It's also like the last hurrah for LeBron. Here's the roster as of right now: Steph, LeBron, KD, Jason Tatum, Joel Embiid, who I don't remember, when did he reclassify to be?
So he can be. There was a question as to who he was going to play for.
Either him or either Team USA or France.
Or France, yeah. So he could play for either one.
But he can, or is it?
He just has to make the decision.
And once you make the decision, you're locked in.
Right.
Okay, I like that. Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton, Anthony Edwards, Jrue Holiday, Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis. And there is one possible spot left open.
That's a good team, man. That is a good team.
So Embiid probably last year, the year before, found his status for the Americans.
Yeah.
It's a really good team.
That's a good team. And they're going to need it, because anything less than those players has been a very shaky equation for the Americans. Let's put it that way. You get into these international contests, and if you don't have your top flight players, the gap between your talent and the talent in the world is pretty negligible right now. And if you look no further than the MVP favorites, international players are dotted everywhere. And so if you're not coming with the big guns, with the big stars, with the guys can get it done. Used to be that you could probably get away with your B players still going to these competitions and winning.
Here's the B players, right? Because I told you there's one more roster spot left, and it is a long list of B and C NBA players. Jared Allen, Paolo, Desmond Bain, Scotty Barnes, Bridges, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson, Jimmy Butler, Alex Caruso, De'Aaron Fox, Paul George, AG, James Harden, Josh Hart, Tyler Hero, Chet Holmgren, Brendan Ingram, Kyrie Irving, Jaren Jackson Jr., Walker Kessler, Kawhi, Dame, Donovan Mitchell, CP3.
Wow. You know what's interesting is that Dame is on that list. Because for the biggest part of his career, he would have been automatic in
without a doubt.
Yeah.
And Kyrie.
Yeah.
Which is why when I read off, and I know I just went rapid fire through those names.
Did you say Ja?
Ja's not on there, no.
See, I would put Ja on the team. I'd put Ja on the team.
Well, he's injured. Oh, he's not going to be injured.
He wouldn't be. Yeah, exactly right. So that's and look, I mean, there's more issues obviously with Ja, but he is a player that I know he's kind of out of sight, out of mind right now. But when he is on a court, he always is. The minute he steps on the court, you can always make the argument that he is the best player on the court. And that kind of player you need on, because he will lead the new wave of American players. I mean, when LeBron and KD, and this is their swan song, Steph, Ja, and Ant Edwards, and these guys have to rise, and they got to do it fast. Because the world is up to speed.
AG's got a better chance of making the next Olympic team than he does this year.
Yeah.
Rattling off all of those names,
then
I don't think he's even
4 years older.
I know. He's not even on the short list. I think his time, and it was probably like a very fleeting thought that he could actually make a Team USA, and we're largely the only ones talking about AG actually making Team USA here in Denver.
Yeah.
I think it'll have passed him. And you just simply can't choose him over the litany of players that I just threw out there. Like you need someone who's going to be able to put the ball in the basket a little bit more. They've got enough size. They've got enough guys who can play stretch 3 or true 4. You don't need him. He's a great defender. And I suppose, like you just said, that Steve Kerr might want like a more rounded team. That's the only thing he's got going for him. I just don't think he's got a shot.
Yeah, 28 years old right now means he's going to be 32 by the time this comes around again. That's going to be tough. So. I mean, look for him. You know what would be, and I know this is Chris talking here, but it would be fun just to get into that environment, practice against them, kind of push them, and be a part of the program in general. Because otherwise, it doesn't look like he'll be a part of it.
Monster Energy AMA Supercross races into Denver May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. Get tickets at supercrosslive.com, and all you have to do right now is text the keyword Supercross. That's Supercross with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for your shot to win tickets to the championship. On the other side, for the final time before the Nuggets head to the NBA playoffs, head coach Michael Malone. Dempsey and Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a 2K Tuesday. For the final time before their title defense restarts in the NBA playoffs, we welcome in the head coach of your Denver Nuggets. He is Michael Malone. Coach, how the heck are you?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Good to be on with you guys.
Hey, we're excited to have you. Listen, you're the head of an NBA team. You don't have rooting interests in other teams. You never want someone else to win. You want all the other teams in the NBA to lose. So I'm just going to ask you this right off the bat. Between the Lakers and Pelicans, who do you want to lose more tonight?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I think both teams present problems. I know there's this people out there think that the Lakers are going to lose intentionally because they don't want to play us, and they want to get matched up with the Thunder. And I don't think any NBA team would ever take that risk because there's no guarantee you're going to win the next game. So the Lakers are not going to lay down tonight. And obviously, last year we didn't know till Friday night who we were playing. The good thing about being two, if you want to say, well, what's the positive about it, is that around 7:30 tonight, we're going to know who we have on Saturday in Game 1 of Round 1, New Orleans or the Lakers, and then we'll start getting ready for whoever that team is.
Nuggets 3-0 against the Lakers this season, 2-1 against the New Orleans Pelicans. So will you get the team together tonight to watch? I know you mentioned that might be a thing that happens tonight. Kind of detail your day-to-day.
Well, I got up around.
Okay.
You want me to go that far back?
Yeah, I do. I had coffee at 8:30.
Yeah. No, so I'm down here at the arena. We have all of our players. Yesterday was a blackout day. Want everybody to, coaches, staff, players, stay home, enjoy the day, get some rest. Today is a really light day, player development, come in, get some work on the court, get your treatments in our training room. We got a lot of guys that are banged up. The players are going to get together tonight and watch the game, and then myself and the entire coaching staff will be at the arena watching the game. Get some food brought in, and talk about both teams and kind of prepare for each one of those two teams playing tonight. And then tomorrow, we'll get to probably practicing a little bit later so we can meet as a staff and get everything in order that needs to be in order for our first round opponent. And that's why tonight will be great. No matter who wins, we know who we're playing, and then we can prepare accordingly.
I love to hear it. It almost feels like that those March Madness watch parties that you see all those collegiate teams going through. You mentioned a few players banged up. Individually, who are those guys, and what are the concern levels going in? Obviously, the one, like, how's Jamal's ankle after the roll, and who are the other guys that you're talking about that need some treatment?
Well, I think obviously the heavy minute guys are the guys that after 82 games, and that's not just the Denver Nuggets. That's any team playing in the playoffs. Guys that played a lot of minutes this year, a lot of wear and tear. Obviously, we know with Jamal, he had missed a bunch of games, after that New York Knicks game. But you worry about him. You worry about Nicola's different bumps and bruises, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter, KCP. And then off the bench, probably Reggie Jackson, 13-year vet, has a little bit more wear and tear in his body. So there's nothing where you're like holding your breath. All of our guys will be available come Game 1, but it's just making sure we're doing the responsible thing and making sure that we have guys. Yes, we have to practice. Yes, we have to prepare. But Saturday night or Saturday day, whatever time we play, we need to have our guys healthy and ready to go. And that's always goal number one.
Coach, when you look at what your team was able to do after the All-Star break, just a torrid pace. What are you most proud of? What did you like the most about the approach, and then how it kind of executed, how it all played out over the course of the end of the season?
Well, I mean, for me, not even just post All-Star break, but for us to tie a franchise record in 57 wins, for us to be the only team remotely close to making the playoffs 6 years in a row, to have the second best home record in the NBA at 33-8, a huge shout out to our fans, to go 24-17 on the road, which is a huge improvement from last year, and is the second best road record in franchise history. There's a lot of things to be proud of, and I know we can all get caught up in what seed we are. But ultimately, you have to win playoff games. You have to win playoff rounds. and that doesn't really matter what seed you are. It's going to be a hell of a challenge no matter where you play. But after the All-Star break, we had gone in losing 3 games in a row. And again, a lot of that had to do with no Jamal, no KCP in the majority of those 3 games. But I loved our approach coming out of the break. And we didn't ease into it. We didn't think that we could just turn it on the last 2 weeks of the season. We turned it on with 27 games to go. And for us to have a 21-6 record, which tied Boston for the best record post-All-Star break, is a testament to our players being locked in, to understanding the urgency that we needed to play with, to put ourselves in the position that we put ourselves in. So our players they're pros. They're phenomenal. And we have tremendous veteran leadership that really leads by example with all the young players that we have in that locker room. So could not be more proud of a group.
The Michael Malone Show is brought to you by Phil Long Ford of Denver. Find your next ride with us. Visit phillongdenver.com for more. As always, every single week when we have Coach Malone on, you can win $50 to Altitude Authentics. This time, all you got to do, text the keyword USA to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. Coach, this is the time where a lot of people are trying to poke holes in your title defense. You know, how can you get the Nuggets this year? I've seen a couple of national talking heads talking about, like, the number one concern about the Nuggets is that the whole vocal locker room leadership thing has left. No Ish Smith, no Jeff Green. Who's controlling the locker room? What do you have to say about that?
I never heard that. It's a good thing I don't listen to half that crap. I mean, I don't know where people come up with this stuff, and I think it's got to be really frustrating for people to constantly find things to poke holes at, and then you prove them wrong, and then they got to change their narrative. Well, we can't criticize Nikola's defense anymore because, well, they did win a championship, and Nikola is actually a really good defender. They can't criticize. Well, our bench is not good enough. We're too young because we're the number 2 seed, and we just tied a franchise record with 57 wins in a season where Jamal Murray missed a lot of games. And for them to say that, well, we don't have veteran leadership. They're not in the locker room. They're not around this team. DeAndre Jordan is still here, who I think is a phenomenal leader. But also guys like Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, guys that may not be 15 years in the league, but they are taking more and more ownership of this group. So that is the least of my worries when I think about our team moving forward is, do we have enough leadership to win a game or a series or a championship? I don't understand that argument or case at all. I don't think there's anything to that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Coach. There's no doubt about that. Oh, okay, what speaking of the things that, not that they keep you up at night, but what do you want to make sure that you guys are doing consistently well once these playoffs begin?
Well, I thought we had a really good season. We're one of 3 teams in the NBA who finished top 8 in both offensive and defensive efficiency. And, that's a great thing. The other 2 teams, obviously, are the 1 seeds in Boston and OKC. But we had a terrific year on both ends of the floor, offense, defense. The one area of concern for me, especially out of the All-Star break, is our defense has been so good. We're forcing so many misses, but our rebounding, that's definitely a concern of mine right now. Rebounding has not been close to where it needs to be. We have to be a team that when we play great defense, we finish that possession off with a gang rebound, because we've shown in the last 27 games that we can be a very effective and dangerous running team. But before you run, you have to rebound. And that's probably been the biggest concern the last 27 games, is that the rebounding numbers have not been where they need to be moving forward.
Meanwhile, Peyton Watson, I think he picked up steam kind of late in the season and played really well. You can tell me, how do you feel about how he's playing right now? Young player in his first full season here in the NBA, playing a big role for this team.
Well, I think he's gotten better and better as the season went along, and that's what you always want to see. You want to see players improve. You want to see them start to understand the game a little bit better, have more discipline. And, Peyton Watson is doing things on the defensive end of the floor that not a lot of players can do, not just in our locker room, but across the league. His ability to block shots. And what you love about Peyton is he has the ability he may be out of a play, but he can get back in the play and make a play at the rim. And those are game-changing types of plays. So I'm excited about, this postseason for Peyton. Obviously, 82 regular season games pales in comparison to what the playoffs are about. And it's a big stage. And with that stage comes responsibility. And, I have a feeling that Peyton's going to be really excited, and he's going to have a chance to show not only people in Denver but across the NBA what he's capable of doing. And we're going to need that. Obviously, you look at our bench, you have a Reggie Jackson. Christian Brown, I think, has been phenomenal as of late. And whatever role we ask him to play, whether it's a backup 3, a backup 2, a backup 1, Christian's been phenomenal. But Reggie, Christian, Peyton Watson. And obviously, we'll see what other players, are going to be out there to help us win another championship.
Coach Malone is brought to you by Central City. Take I-70 to exit 243 and the Central City Casino Parkway. Your 4 lanes to fun. Coach, we'll get you out on this one. We're all about connecting with the fan base here at Altitude. Dempsey's going to go hand deliver some Nuggets swag to fans throughout the week to get them ready for the playoffs. You might have one of the most unique connections to your team's city out of any head coach in the league. One of 12 teams in the NBA to sell out every single home game this year. Going into your title defense, what do you have to say to that fan base?
Well, the first thing is always thank you. I think it's important for our fans to really know how much we appreciate what they bring every single night. And somebody asked me that question after our last home game, that we had 41 sellouts this year. And when I reflect back upon year one and to see where we've come, not just in terms of wins and losses, not just in terms of championship banners, but the fact that we have gone from a team that wasn't selling out to being a must-see show. And they're here, but more important than just being here, our fans make Ball Arena the toughest place to play in the NBA. Again, we had 33 home wins this year, and yes, our players deserve credit, but man, I go out there and I get goosebumps when I hear our fans, their support, their energy, their love, and their passion. And I felt that during the parade. That's why I stopped the fire truck 10 times to get out and show all them love because they deserve that parade. And a lot of people have been waiting so long for that. With that being said, let's do it again, but let's be even better this year. Let's make Ball Arena even a tougher place to play. Come early, be loud, and let's celebrate together, man. So thank you. We appreciate you guys and can't wait to see you guys on Saturday night.
That's the head coach of your Denver Nuggets, Michael Malone. Saturday, we'll see you there. Best of luck, Coach. And as always, thank you so much for your time.
I'm going to run through that wall.
All right, guys.
All right.
Appreciate you, man. I'll see you guys.
Text the keyword USA to 303-504-0925. That is USA to 303-504-0925 for your shot to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. You can win it every single week here on Dempsey and Company as we interview the Nuggets head coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, the atmosphere at Ball Arena this year has been the best I've seen ever in a Nuggets arena, and I've seen them all. McNichols Arena to the Pepsi Center, which is obviously still Ball Arena, but it's the sellouts, the energy in the arena, the ability to not be overrun with other teams' fans. I mean, the instances of that this season were the lowest that I've ever seen. It was Nuggets fans in that arena all the time. And I don't know if I ever thought I would see it that way, but it happened and it was great. And so, that these playoffs are going to, especially if it's the Lakers, Raj, if it's the Lakers, man, the energy in that arena, the Nuggets will beat the Lakers.
Oh, man, I hope it's the Lakers. And you heard the morning show doing the whole great American Frady Cat routine. And I know that's Vic's thing, right? Because he's been there. He's seen that. He has seen how hubris can come back and kill you as a team. You never overlook your opponent. But come on.
No, they're better than Lakers.
The Lakers daddy! That is a 4 or a 5 game series. And I know Coach wasn't going to answer the question of who he wants to lose more. But without a doubt, New Orleans poses a bigger threat than Los Angeles does in round one, right? They can spread you out. They can cut through those gaps with really, really dangerous players in Zion and Ingram. And they've given you more of a problem than the Lakers have this year.
Yeah.
That the LA series is a sweep.
Yeah. I just, and look, the Lakers are going to look really good here tonight too. But don't let that fool you in terms of how that means they would look against the Nuggets, because the Pelicans and the Nuggets are two different stories here. The Lakers, for some reason, are maybe the worst matchup in the league for the Pelicans. They beat them like a drum every single time they play them. They beat them by 44 points in the in-season tournament. And, in the Final Four, everybody went to Las Vegas.
Totally forgot that was a thing, by the way.
Yeah, remember
I
that?
have not thought about the NBA in-season tournament in
months. Yeah, see? They got it
forgot
in, they got it
that
out.
it happened.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. But the Lakers, from that moment through the entirety of the season, that they did lose one time to the Pelicans, or 3-1 against them, but every single time they beat them, Raj, it's by like at least 17 points, and it's as many as 44 points. And they did it again, and they're going to do it again today. And so that's like why I think it's fun to hear the should the Lakers throw the game talk. They would literally have to sit their players to not beat this team. That is how dominant they've been over the Pelicans this season. 4 players averaged 20 points. 4. It just is. I don't know why for the Pelicans this has been so bad, but it has been, and I fully expect the Lakers to win today and then to show up in Denver on Saturday.
This is Mike Greenberg talking about that same situation.
The Lakers should not play tomorrow night. They should not play LeBron. They should not play AD. They do not want to be the 7 seed. You want to be the 8. I'm taking my chances in a one and done at home against either Sacramento or Golden State and go in against the very young OKC Thunder in round 1 instead of going into the buzzsaw that is Denver. I think it is worth the risk.
Listen, I understand, and I know Coach said, there's no guarantee that you win that next game, right? Like, if you throw a game, there's no guarantee.
Right. But they would also get that game at home, by the way.
You get the game at home.
Yeah.
You would be the better team out of those two, feasibly. And playing the Nuggets it's a death sentence for them.
It's a death sentence.
I get
Raj,
it. I
dead
get it.
on arrival. That's what it is. Greenberg is right. You have to, but they would have to literally sit the players. And if you sit the players, then
Adam Silver would lose his mind.
He would lose his mind. He would lose his
mind. It's the marquee sporting event tonight.
Yeah. And we saw an instance of this actually on the last day of regular season games. The Cleveland Cavaliers started sitting players in the midst of the game to be able to lose that game and then play the Orlando Magic in the first round instead of the Indiana Pacers. So we've just seen teams, they're not beyond doing it, but the Lakers, they're so dominant over this team, it would be so hard for them to do that.
You can watch the program twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member every day. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. On the other side, I'll take you through a hot lap of the NHL. It's a 2K Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey, taking you guys up until noon, where we'll hand things off to PhD. We're live from the Backus and Schenker studios. If you've sustained serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation, you can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case at Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. It's 10:45 on a Tuesday. It means it's time for a hot lap. All right, Demps, we bring you through the biggest stories in the National Hockey League and how they pertain to your Colorado Avalanche. Nathan MacKinnon trailing Nikita Kucherov by 4 points in the race for the Art Ross Trophy, awarded to the league's highest scorer at the end of the year. Chances are by the time that Nate has to play on Thursday, it's going to be larger than a 4-point gap, so I think you can throw away the Art Ross this year. However, still the odds-on betting favorite to win the Hart Trophy as the MVP, despite the Avs fumbling their way through the end of the regular season. I promise we will get to that, and I will tell you guys at the end of this segment exactly why you should be excited about the playoffs this year. You shouldn't be confident, but you should be excited.
Oh, you're going to get us on semantics? Okay.
That is literally my job, is to play with words. So yes, I'm going to get you on semantics. I want to bring you through what's going to be a crazy Tuesday here in the Eastern Conference, because you have 4 separate teams vying for one final playoff spot in the East, right? Like, we know who the playoff teams are going to be in the West. You just have to figure out who's going to play against who. And by the end of tonight, the Avs will figure out whether or not they still have an opportunity to host the first round series against the Jets, or if Winnipeg garners a single point against Seattle, you know you're traveling to Manitoba for that first round series. But back over to the Eastern Conference, which everyone held serve 2 nights ago, which was crazy. Montreal had like a 2-goal lead on Detroit. They come back, they score late, they get an overtime winner to stay alive and to keep largely their destiny in their own hands. You have Washington at 89 points, Detroit at 89 points, the Pittsburgh Penguins, who won again, at 88 points, despite trading arguably, not arguably their best player, but their second best player in Jake Gensel at the trade deadline at 88. And then Philadelphia at 87, who was in a playoff spot for a really long time and then has just like slowly declined. This is how it goes tonight, Demps. All of these teams are playing. The Capitals control their own destiny as they play against the Philadelphia Flyers tonight at I believe 9 p.m. Mountain. It would give them 91 points, a win, and it would put them into the playoffs because they have the tiebreaker over the Wings, who are the only other club in the Eastern Conference still vying for a playoff spot that can get to 91 points. So, Ovi and the Capitals, they win tonight in any fashion, they get in. Detroit's path, you have to beat Montreal, who you had to come back from a 4-1 deficit the other night. You play them again tonight, right? You play Montreal again at 9 p.m. A loss of any variety for the Capitals, either regulation or in overtime or in a shootout, and the Wings would lose the tiebreaker to any of the remaining 4 teams.
Oh, wow.
Confused yet?
Yeah.
So am I. Max total for the Penguins points-wise is 90. But if they finish tied with the Capitals and the Wings at that total of 90 points, or 89 with an overtime or a shootout loss in their final game, they get in thanks to the regulation wins tiebreaker. So Pittsburgh is still technically alive. So if you want the Penguins to get in, you're a fan of the Canadiens and a fan of the Flyers on Tuesday night. A Game 82 win for Pittsburgh is Wednesday against the New York Islanders, who have already clinched the number 3 spot in the Metro Division. So Pittsburgh can still get in with a win in any fashion and any overtime or shootout loss by both Washington and Detroit. All of that's on the table tonight and tomorrow.
That's a lot, man. It's a lot. But this is exactly what you want, right? I mean, if you're these leagues, you want this to come down to the last day so that there's so much to watch, so much intrigue, so much excitement, so much anxiety, all of the emotions for this stuff. We saw it in the NBA a couple days ago. We're going to see it in the NHL. I think it's great, man. I really do. Which one of the? Here's my question: Is anybody better than the Rangers, though? Is anybody beating that team in the playoffs?
No. None of those teams are likely getting past New York. I think the sexiest name in there would be Pittsburgh because you've got Crosby and Letang and Malkin, all those guys. If you're the NHL, you want either Washington or Pittsburgh to be in there for one last hurrah, most likely get dumped in 5 games. Detroit's a fun story, right? Like they're young, they're plucky. Steve Yzerman's got them going on. I think any one of these teams gets bounced in 4 or 5 games to the Rangers. They're just playing too well. It is exciting though. The Flyers can get in. They have to win in regulation and then everyone else has to lose in regulation. So there's an outside chance. Horrible spot for them to be in. I'm excited to watch these over the next 2 days. Doesn't really affect the Avs as their postseason run goes, but anyone who missed between the pipes over the weekend, it's not a fun spot to be in as an Avs fan right now.
No.
Not at all, right?
Nope.
You are stumbling going into the playoffs more so than any other team in the league. And sure, you can talk about the 1-5-1 season where they went into the 2022 Stanley Cup playoffs having lost a bunch of games, but we're in a different situation than they were back then, right? You still don't know who you are as a team. When we asked Chris McFarland, who are you as a team? His answer wasn't, we are this team. It's, when we play well, we are this team.
Mm-hmm.
When we play the way we're supposed to, we are this team. And that is a team that checks back, takes offensive rush chances, but doesn't throw pucks away, and plays tight in their own zone defensively. They haven't done that over the past week and a half, which is leading a lot of fans to say, hey, listen, I think they're done in 4 or 5 games. I'm not going to go on either side of the spectrum this year. And I know it's a frustrating thing to ask for me is like, hey, stop riding the fence, but I think it would be disingenuous for me to say, listen, this team has no shot. Right? They're going to get bounced in 4 or 5 games to Winnipeg because they've gotten killed every single game this year against the Jets. I think it would be crazy for me to say that. I also think it would be nutso for me to say it on the other side of like,
they'll be fine.
They're just going to flip the switch because we don't know who they are. We don't know what team is going to be on the ice. And that's the first time since 2019 that we can actually say that about this Avs team.
Yeah, and the issue is that's the problem. The problem isn't that we don't think that they're talented enough to get all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals, because they are. The question is,
they're certainly talented enough.
Yeah, but the question is who's showing up tonight? And that is Raj. We talked about this early in the season. Remember, I think this is back in maybe it's December, and they were showing little signs of this, which was we don't know if they're going to play defense in front of the net tonight. And what we said at the time was, okay, we will take these instances for what they are, but it's not a part of your actual personality of your team until we see you doing the same thing in like February or March. Well, they are. And that is the scariest part about what we are seeing here. I'm super scared for them, but at the same time, I'm hopeful because you still have the players to be able to do it.
The reason why I think it should be an exciting playoff run for the Avs is because going back to the Cale Makar season when they were an 8 seed, they get in, Makar shows up at Ball Arena, blows the roof off of the place by scoring in his first NHL game. They beat the 1-seeded Flames. Other than that year, we have had expectations and we have known exactly who this team is and what they should be going into every single postseason run. You lose in 3 consecutive second rounders. You can argue that the 2 consecutive second rounders in 2019-20 and 2021, you had greater expectations, but you knew who the team was at every single turn. You don't know who the Avs are. We knew who they were last season, and outside of a suspension, an absence, and a few injuries, that's what threw them off of their case last season. But you knew that the Avs were good enough to win a cup last season had all of those things come together. This year, we don't know what's happening. You don't know what team's going to be on the ice. You don't know if they're going to get good goaltending. You could have a rookie going into the net this year, right? That is a legit possibility going into the playoffs this season.
Yep.
And that's why I think if you can find a way to remove expectation this year for the Avs and go on a game-to-game basis, it might be one of the most exhilarating playoff runs that we've had in recent memory.
But we can't do that, Raj.
Why not?
We can't.
Why not? Because if you're taking the data from this year, if you're taking what you've seen this year, which is inconsistency and not knowing who you are, what expectation can you draw upon that? Other than, well, they won a cup a couple of years ago. They've got really good players, so automatically we expect them to win a cup. And listen, I know I'm not trying to draw any type of excuse for this team this year. If you do not compete for a Stanley Cup championship this year, it will be labeled as a failure, as it should be. But if you can find a way to emotionally hedge yourself from that expectation, as I die on my on my oxygen intake, if you can get yourself away from that expectation somehow and emotionally hedge, you will enjoy yourself way more this postseason run than you would the other side of the equation. Way more.
It's just the issue is that when you look at the favorites, the betting favorites to win the Stanley Cup, the Avs were there the entirety of the season. They're still third.
They're still there.
They're still third.
Which is why I think it's crazy. It's why I think it's crazy for people to be like, yeah, they're gonna get swept. That's a nutso thought process. It's also crazy to be like, yeah, they're the best team in the West. They're just going to flip a switch and they'll be back in the Stanley Cup final. Yeah. Both of those assumptions are nuts.
Yeah, the difficulty is
no one knows what's going to happen.
Well, no, it's true. It's just the difficulty is that we'd gone through this entire season looking at one thing with this hockey club, and that is trophy time. Let's get this club to the Stanley Cup final, and then we'll see what we got against a team like the Rangers or who knows. But how do you just remove that part of your brain and like toss that into the trash? You can't do it. You can't do it. We look at this team and we know what it is, and that's what's so. It's like if I had more hair, I'd be ripping it out.
We'll get back into the Avs situation a little bit later on in the program. I'll talk about Justus Onanen and Alexander Georgiev and what I think should happen going into the postseason, what Jared Bednar needs to do, in my opinion, is play the rookie. We'll talk about that in about 45 minutes on the other side. Huge night in the NBA. We will learn who the Nuggets' first-round opponent is going to be, and Dempsey on the other side is going to tell you why every Nuggets fan should be bleeding purple and gold tonight. 2K Tuesday rolls on, talking about the Avs. Thursday night, final regular season game. Nuggets will understand who they're playing in the first round of the NBA playoffs after tonight's Pelicans and Lakers game. Congratulations to Maddie B, who won $50 to Altitude Authentics. Longtime loyal listener, Maddie B. Congratulations there. You guys also can win a family 4-pack, 2 Supercross races in Denver, May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. That's the Monster Energy AMA Supercross. Don't miss the intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. Get tickets at supercrosslive.com, and all you got to do is text the keyword Supercross. Yes, Supercross with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter and to win. See a few here on the text line. It's amazing, Raj, how you move the goalposts for the Avalanche as compared to the rest of the teams. It's freaking hilarious. Listen, guys, I'm not moving the goalposts. I literally just said it's a failure if the Avs don't compete for a cup this year. And competing for a cup means either you lose in a very competitive Western Conference final or you get to a Stanley Cup final. I said that 5 minutes ago, right? It is a failure if they don't do that. I'm trying to tell you how, as a fan, you can greater enjoy watching the Avs this postseason, and that is to emotionally hedge yourself from expecting them to win a playoff series.
Detach all emotion.
Detach it. That's all I'm telling you to do. I'm not moving the goalposts. It's a failure if they don't compete for a cup this year. I'm just trying to save your heart. I'm trying to save you from a heart attack, right? I'm just here to make you live a longer life. Chris Dempsey, why are we Lakers fans tonight?
I hope the Avs can do it, man. I do. I swear I do. Okay. We're Lakers fans just because it's the team of the two. This is going to sound weird coming out of my mouth. That gives you the least issues. Even though LeBron James and AD are on the court. And it is by no mistake that the Nuggets have been able to kind of dominate this basketball team. There's just not much help outside of those two. And even if Austin Reeves is playing fairly well, D'Angelo Russell has to play really, really well. It just, they have not been able to find the equation. I just think that there's more help around the stars for New Orleans than there is with the Lakers. And New Orleans, a little more youthful defensively, a little bit better. A little bit more consistent from a three-point shooting sense. Now, look, the Nuggets beat both of these teams. You know, they were 3-0 against the Lakers. They were 2-1 against the Pelicans, and the one loss, Jamal Murray didn't play in that game. But I think for me, I tend to look at these things from a how many problems do you have to solve with this team to be able to advance past them point of view. And when I look at the Pelicans, you have the two stars. You have Zion and you have Brandon Ingram. You got CJ McCollum out there as well, who is fully capable of putting a 30-point game on the board. And so right there, your third player for that team is better than any third player that the Lakers could put on the court on their behalf. And then you have Jonas Valanciunas, who's just kind of an underrated big. I just think there's more to worry about. There's more to be concerned about on a game-to-game basis with New Orleans. And then defensively, they're a lot more equipped to be able to handle you, and by you, I mean the Nuggets, with guys like Herb Jones and Trey Murphy and these guys who are very switchable, long-rangey defenders can make plays for their team. The Lakers just don't have a lot of that happening. And even when they have been playing well, this is why, Nuggets fans, here's what I hope for you. My wish for you is that you can look at the Lakers now and not worry about what has ever happened in the past between these two teams, because they're not better than your team. They are not. They played the Nuggets 3 times this year. The first time was the first game of the season. Never more motivated to do that. The Lakers daddy, you're super fresh. You talked all the smack in the offseason. Wait till they see us in game 1. The Nuggets smack you down. Then the next time you two play, the Lakers are on a 3-game win streak when they see the Nuggets again. And not only was it just a 3-game win streak, you went to Boston and beat Boston. You went to the Knicks and beat the Knicks. Those are the top 2 teams in the East. You did those things. And then when you played the Nuggets, you took that L again because you're not better than that basketball team. But okay. You beat the Nuggets beat you. Then you go on right after that. You win 6 out of your next 8 games. So you're still playing great basketball. And then you run into the Nuggets again and they beat you because they are better. And that is it. And I understand where why we're apprehensive about, I don't know, there's still LeBron, it's still the gold and purple and all that. No, it's not that kind of party anymore.
Jason says on the text line, the Lakers have title DNA. You'd have far less home court advantage against them, and the officiating difference would be huge. Give me Zion, who hasn't proven he's clutch in big games, and the law of averages. How many times can you actually win close games against the Lakers?
100% of the time, because they aren't that good down the stretch. I need to. You have to understand that the Lakers, they're a nice basketball team, and they have played fairly well in the last few weeks. I have to give them that. But playing well against Golden State or Sacramento, or playing well against even New Orleans, a team that they clearly are a good matchup for them, doesn't mean that when you raise up to the level of having to play the Nuggets, that you're on par with that basketball team. This basketball team is better. That is it. And it's the hardest rewiring that has to been done, even though we watched them sweep the Lakers and win a title last year. We watched them actively not lose to the Lakers in 9 straight games, and we're still scared of this team. This is the same team, right? They didn't just add like Victor Wembanyama to the equation, did they? They did not.
I hate to be this guy too.
Yeah, okay. Let's hear it.
Championship DNA?
No. Not anymore. Yes.
How much does that championship in the bubble still hold true today?
He's not going to improve his DNA.
Not much, because Raj, you know why? And here's the thing. So they won that title, right? The composition of that basketball team, you had LeBron and AD. KCP was on that team. Kyle Kuzma was on that team. Alex Caruso, who will most certainly be on one of the all-defensive teams here this year, was on that team. And so this is my point. The point is
Caruso's my dark horse to be that final guy on Team USA, by the way.
They could
like a scrappy guy
doesn't
that
need the ball,
Steve Kerr loves to have on the yep.
Yes, for sure. He'd be a great pick. But when you have that high level support help on your team, you can then win a title. But when you don't have that high level support help, then it's going to be very difficult for you. That's why there is a reason why we just played Mike Greenberg, right? We just played his sound saying the Lakers should actively lose this game so they don't have to play the Nuggets. That is the space that these fans, this is the headspace you should be in as well. Not overconfident, but understand that your team is better than that team, and it is markedly better in a way that I don't think it's markedly better than New Orleans. New Orleans would give you more problems. I promise you that. Their players are better from 1 to 10.
Here's Greeny.
But I think life is about assessing risk, reward. Is it worth that risk to avoid playing Denver in round 1 or 2? There's no one who can. Look, the Nuggets are the one team the Lakers have no chance to beat. Realistically, no chance to beat. And you know who knows that? LeBron James knows that. They got swept by the Nuggets last year. That is a matchup they are hoping someone else knocks off Denver along the way. To me, Alan, I understand the risk. And if you wind up losing at home Friday night to Sacramento or Golden State, you wind up looking terrible. But I think it is a risk worth taking.
Right. How long as Nuggets fans have we waited to hear anybody nationally talk about your team like that? Last year, we were all up in arms because they weren't giving the Nuggets any credit. That is the most credit you will ever hear a team get. Avoid these guys because you're going to take that L on the way out. And it is true. And just like you wanted us to rewire for the Avs and say, okay, look, just take the expectation out of it and watch this as it is.
It's the complete opposite side of the Nuggets.
Yes. You can put all the expectation you want on
Walk
this.
in swinging.
Yes. Your team is better. Fans, your team is better. It is. And so, therefore, I definitely want the Lakers to win today because we know how that's going to go down in the first round.
Listen, you can have it both ways here on the station. You're going to get the play-by-play for every single one of these games. It's the exclusive home for the Avs, the exclusive home for the Nuggets here in the Mile High City. You can have it both ways. You can walk in swinging them back and forth, throw it on the table and say, deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's the Nugget mentality. And the opposite side of the equation is you can walk in as the Avs and say, I don't know what the hell's going to happen. And they could still win a cup. The reason why I'm so gun shy about this is because I made myself look like an idiot on Seattle radio last year because I walked in swinging them around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that again this year.
And I'm currently actively doing that with the Nuggets for sure.
Again, which you should because you know who the Nuggets are.
Yeah.
Right? You should do that if you know exactly what you're going to get on the court. There's no thought process right now going through the team, the head coach, the fan base as to, well, I don't know what's going to show up on the court. You know what you're going to get.
Yes.
They're roommates at Ball Arena. You don't.
Yeah. It's okay to let go of the Laker stigma because it is over.
It's in the past.
Yeah,
it's
is
in
over.
the past.
That team,
and that has to be such a lightening feeling.
Yeah. It is.
You don't have that crushing your shoulders forward anymore as a Nugget fan. Allow that to take place.
Yes, allow it to, because it's true. This is not even Raj, it would even be a little bit different if the Lakers were up and coming team, right? Let's say the Lakers were Oklahoma City, and LeBron James is super young. LeBron James, super young AD, and this is a team that's on the rise. No, this is a team that's best years are behind them. They are behind them, and it's okay for Nuggets fans to accept that, to stick your chest out and say, you know what, we're better than that team, and I don't care what happens tonight. Like, don't let the Lakers ruin your life forever. You're the champions. It's you, not them.
I told you about the Eastern Conference craziness in the NHL a few minutes ago. It'd be like being the Rangers and being the President's Trophy winners and looking at an aging Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang and going, oh no, they beat us so many years in a row, and they're the reason why we didn't win a cup in the 2010s. Shut up.
Right. Those days are over.
It's the same thing with the Lakers. It's over.
Yeah,
it's over, pal.
It is.
Nelly's NFL notes are next. Every day on Dempsey and Company at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with Steve Nelson. I would have to assume this has to do with one pass catcher of the Broncos.
That would be a correct assumption. It's like we have ESPN or something. Mike Kliss of 9 News has been tweeting out information about Courtland Sutton this morning, and I'm going to run through a couple of these posts. First off, he said, source confirms wide receiver Courtland Sutton did not report for the Broncos' voluntary workouts this week. Sutton is 23rd amongst wide receivers in 2024 at $13.6 million cash. He has 2 years left on his contract at $13.6 and then $14 million, but only $2 million of those are guaranteed. Next tweet. With so many top veteran players leaving, Simmons, Jewell, Judy, Cushenberry, Russ, Sutton seems to want stronger financial commitment. And then one more tweet here. Per source, Courtland Sutton had off-season ankle surgery. The injury occurred in the 2023 finale at the Raiders. It doesn't seem like the team or Courtland is concerned. The team picked up his $2 million guarantee option in March. He has been working out daily in Florida. So the bottom line is, how do you guys feel about Courtland Sutton if he starts to hold out from mandatory off-season camp and workouts for a bigger payday?
If he holds out of OTAs, first day would be a $17,000 fine, second day would be a $34,000 fine, and the third day would be a $51,000 fine. Those from Mike Kliss of 9 News. I would feel the same way, Nelly. It just feels as though it's more and more certain that Courtland Sutton's going to be on a different team come next year. I think he's a guy that could be a sign and trade candidate, right? Like if he just wants a new contract, wants to extend a few years, it's not going to be here in Denver. He still has a few more productive years left on his legs. He was great in the red zone last year. It's just not the right situation for him here in Denver. I think if you put him on a playoff team, he becomes a luxury item to a real good quarterback. And is that worth a 5th round draft pick? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little high, but you got to get younger. You got to get cheaper. You've got a lot of dead cap money against this team. You would have to eat some in the immediate interim. I just think sitting out when you didn't really need to sit out doesn't make much sense if you want to be on the team. Like Garrett Bowles has 1 more year left on his deal, and he's not due a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett Bowles was there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I like Courtland Sutton, but I don't like him that much. I mean, I think he's I think you're right. I think his best role right now is on a winning team somewhere, because that just needs that one extra pass catcher, maybe needs a threat, a red zone threat, like a legit red zone threat. Quite honestly, if I was him, I might have asked to be traded to like a better situation. But if you like it here, you like it here. Just the Broncos we can't shell out that money to a wide receiver right now. Not this one. Maybe if there was a different one that they just drafted and he's going to be a total star, then okay. But not this one.
10 starting quarterbacks? Keenum, Flacco, Allen, Locke, Driscoll, Bridgewater, Wilson, Rippon, Stidham, and player to be named at this upcoming draft, possibly with the number 12 pick. That's got to be exhausting for a guy who came into this league out of SMU expecting to be, the next Demaryius Thomas for this team.
Mm-hmm.
And he just didn't get paired up with Peyton Manning.
No, he
Tough
didn't.
cookies.
Yeah.
The toughest
yeah,
of cookies.
That's also the toughest way. Exactly right.
What's next, Ellie?
I went away for 1 weekend, and while I was gone, this station devolved into a full-on West Side Story Jets versus Sharks rivalry between D-Mac and Vic. I don't know if you guys were listening yesterday, but I'm going to try and summarize several hours worth of bickering. D-Mac went on his show, and he was ripping John Elway, saying that he was a bad GM overall because of how many whiffs he had in the draft, that he couldn't put together a good draft class if his life depended on it. Vic heard that, and in the words of Michael Jordan, he took that personally, and he actually called into PhD to defend Elway, and Vic and Tyler Columbus were on the same side, and they said that 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 Super Bowl win outweigh the bad drafts. You still got to the proverbial mountaintop with Elway. That makes his GM era a success. I don't know if you guys caught any of that at all. How do you feel about this debate?
I am on Vic's side. I mean, the issue is, did you win? That's it. Did you win? So if the job of a GM is to put together a team, right? Put together a roster, a team. That team, then their goal is to win the Super Bowl. So if your job is to put together the roster that wins the Super Bowl, and you have a player that put together a roster that won a Super Bowl that went to 2, then you have done your job. You have done your job. And I know of no GM anywhere that has 100% success rate in everything, right? So your free agent signings are all amazing. Every draft is an amazing draft. That doesn't exist. There are whiffs with every GM. But the biggest whiff is to put together teams that never, ever win.
Yeah.
And John Elway didn't do that. He won.
Listen, I understand D-Mac's frustration over the fact that they whiffed on Paxton Lynch and they didn't find a way to bring Josh Allen here to Denver, right? Those are 2 big-time misses that set the franchise back a decade. But he's the reason why Peyton Manning came here and you went to a Super Bowl in 2013 and had the greatest offensive season in the history of the National Football League, and then retooled that roster to be a defensive juggernaut in 2015 to actually put a ring on those guys' fingers. And again, it's a guy who's sitting in your chair just 30 minutes from right now, D-Mac trying to tell Tyler that, hey, it doesn't matter what you did winning a Super Bowl. I think that's insane.
Right.
The overall net from John Elway's tenure as GM is positive. 2 Super Bowls, one of which that you came away with the Lombardi Trophy. Right, he screwed up. He did not have good drafts after Peyton left. But it's not to say that he didn't draft well in general, right? Like, he got Von Miller.
Yeah.
Bradley Chubb was a good player, probably not a good pick because, again, you could have gotten the quarterback of the future there if you had made the right selection, but good player. Sly Williams, good player. Garrett Bowles, 2-contract player. Bradley Roby, good player. Shane Ray, complete bust. If you go into the second round, he was the guy who took Derek Wolfe, good player. Big spot on that Super Bowl 50 team. Cortland Sutton, good enough. Not great, but a good pick in the second round, right? Pretty damn good. Not great players. You could look at them reaching for a guy like Monty Ball out of Wisconsin, right? Swing and a miss there. Not great to take that guy in the second. But they found other players that were legit. Like Brock Osweiler was a second-round pick. Did he turn into the quarterback of the future? No, but you don't win Super Bowl 50 without that guy. So to have this blanket statement of like John Elway was a crappy drafting GM, I think is an overgeneralization. And if you are looking at net for Elway, he was a net positive, not a net negative. Unfortunately, it is recency bias that is poisoning D-Mac's mind here. He sucked at the end of his tenure, but I'm not trading the past few years, which have been brutal. And maybe it's been quashed by the fact that the Avs and the Nuggets have been excellent over the past few years. There's no shot in hell I trade 2013 and 2015 for having for being the Bills. Like, would you want to be the Bills right now?
No.
As compared to winning a Super Bowl title in 2015, you want to be the Bills?
Nope.
You want to be close? Because you got the quarterback. Congratulations, Buffalo. What have you done with it?
Yeah.
Good for you, bud.
I think it's a ridiculous thought process. Nelly?
Today's segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now for today's NFL draft note. The Washington Football Commanders are taking a very interesting approach to these pre-draft visits. They are welcoming Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, and Michael Penix. That's normal, but they invited all 4 of them to attend on the same day, according to Albert Breer. So you know what this kind of reminds me of? I don't know if you guys ever watched the show Parks and Rec, but Aziz Ansari's character is invested in that local bar.
I just saw Aziz Ansari at Comedy Works on Sunday night.
I'm glad.
It's very funny.
Dude, I'm so glad you got in the building. I'm jealous. In that episode, he invites all these women to this bar that he's a part owner of, and he hits on just basically any woman that walks in the bar and tells him to put drinks on his tab, and then he goes home alone at the end of the night. Isn't this exactly what the Commanders are doing? Why are you getting all 4 of them in the building on the same day?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, these teams, the interview process, the get to know you process. Sometimes these teams they just overthink it. You know, like maybe, but then all those guys agreed to go on the same day. They all had to know that the other ones were going to be there. So if they're cool with it, I guess I got to be cool with it too. I don't know. I mean, I would like to know more about what the day is like with all of the quarterbacks being in one space. Otherwise, I don't know.
Jordan Reed and Matt Miller of ESPN put together a fun little interactive on ESPN.com. And you choose your team who is quarterback needy in the draft this year, and then you select your 3 quarterbacks that you want them to pick, and they'll tell you what the fit is for your team, what the grade for that selection would be at, well, we'll say pick number 12 for the Broncos, and how likely it is that that player would be available to you at that pick. So, like, if you go in asking for Daniels, Williams, and May, there's no shot that you're going to get him. There's less than a 1% chance of either one of those quarterbacks ever being available at 12. But if you select guys like Penix, McCarthy, and Bo Nix, you get into a 99% possibility that Penix is going to be available at 12. A 95% possibility that Bo Nix would be available at 12, and they put him as a scheme fit grade of A. He's got a 5% chance to be the number 12 pick. J.J. McCarthy's far lower. They think he's going to be traded up for and selected in the top 5. I think you want to have all of those guys available to you as close to the draft as possible so that you don't simply sour on a guy by not having seen them. I also think the ability to compare and contrast them with fresh eyes matters more than anything, right? You can get lost in the myriad of tape and stats and pro days and combine video and video from their past few years in college that you got to see these guys back to back to back. And I like the fact that they're doing that. I still think that Bo Nix is, if he's available at 12, I think they're going to select him there. I want them to trade back and select him at 15, 17, 20 to try and get another second round pick in the fold. But I think if Nix is there at 12, I think they're going to take him.
At 12?
Yeah.
You think they're going to take him at 12? Weirdly, I think the only quarterback, assuming those other guys are off the board, they didn't trade up for anything else. I think the quarterback the only quarterback they would take at 12 would be Penix, because he's more of a first round player. And if we're just going to downgrade him because of his injury history, then, I mean, okay, but he is a first-round talent, and I don't know if Bo Nix is a first-round talent. And so if the Broncos pick at 12, Raj, I think they'll pick a position that's not quarterback. If they actually pick at 12 and it's not Penix, I think they'll just pick a position. It'll be a Brock Bowers or something. But we'll see. I don't even know what to think about Bo Nix right now anymore. But
we're getting into that pre-draft fugue of, like, we talked about this for so many months because it's the only thing that matters to the Broncos right now is getting this pick correct and possibly getting a quarterback into the fold.
Yeah.
That I don't know what I think about any other guy. I'm going to finalize my pick by early next week. That's the thing. And I see these texts coming in about the Elway situation.
Yeah.
Whether or not he was good or bad for the team. And Brian says, hell yes, I'll take the Bills over the past 7 of 8 years over the garbage that the Broncos have put out. I didn't find much, if any, excitement in the Peyton Manning-led Super Bowl victory because Peyton was so awful physically, and it disgusted me to see Von Miller win MVP.
No, that's a loaded text. Yeah.
What?
Right. Okay.
Why you might be the only person on the planet. You're the only person in this city that has that thought process.
Yeah.
That winning a championship was boring.
Right.
That Super Bowl was unreal. You disintegrated Cam Newton after an MVP season, and that wasn't fun.
Yeah.
You'd rather take 7 or 8 years of the Bills being a very, very good football team, a Super Bowl contender, but never getting there. You would have taken that. Always being second fiddle, always being a bridesmaid instead of winning a championship. What a thought process that. How soft are you? Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's just not smart.
Jim says Elway sucked. Come on, without Manning, he did nothing. But he did Manning.
He got
you
Manning.
Can't take Peyton Manning away from John Elway. You can't do that. That's not what this exercise is about. Manning is not here without John Elway. And then I guess you can go up the ladder. You can go, well, Manning isn't here actually because of Pat Bowlen. You know who's not here? John Elway's here because of Pat Bowlen. It all trickles down.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from him, guys. The net was a positive. And if you're going to tell me that losing in the AFC Championship a couple of times or being a division winner and losing in the divisional round year after year after year like the Bills have over the last 7 to 8 seasons was worth trading in a championship for, you and I aren't the same sports guy. We're not the same fan.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Just not smart. It's not smart.
Don't be an idiot.
Yeah, you always take a title. You know, it's you remember when okay, here's an example. Because Michael Malone just passed George Karl. So the George Karl Nuggets were really, really good all the time. 150 games all the time. Got into the playoffs every year. And then were first round exit every year, except for one when they went to the Western Conference Finals and they lost. That existence sucked because all it ever was, well, you guys are good. It's great. But you can never win when it counts. Those are the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills, great in the regular season. We love the quarterback. Looks all good. Everything looks good. You get into the playoffs and you lose. And I don't want to lose in the playoffs, man. It's not about that for me. It's funny because I have these debates with Coach Sanford about Baker Mayfield, and it's. To me, I don't care about your regular season numbers. I just don't. I care what happens when you get into the postseason. Can you win? And John Elway, you have to look at the totality of what a GM does. Part of it is acquire free agents. You know who was a free agent? It was Peyton Manning. And he was able to get that guy here. And that counts on the resume. It's talent procurement through all of the avenues. And if we just want to say that John Elway didn't draft very well, I might even just hand that argument to you and say that's great. But what he did here was he got this team to a Super Bowl twice, and they won one of them. And I know of no other result that we're looking for when we watch these teams, especially here in Denver. John Elway got this team to Super Bowls when he was a player, won them when he was a player, and then he won them again as a GM. And I'm not about to sit here for one single second and say that his tenure was anything but a success, even if it ended on a lower note.
Monster Energy AMA Supercross races into Denver May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. Get tickets at supercrosslive.com. You can also win them right here on Dempsey & Company and on PhD. Just text the word Supercross with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. I know a lot of you guys have been asking this on the text line. I will address the Georgiev Onanen situation on the other side. I'll tell you what Jared Bednar needs to do to spark the room. Download the Altitude Sports Radio app so you can take us wherever you go. You can listen to all your favorite shows and even the Avs games no matter where you are. Also, Nuggets games within 75 miles of the Denver metro area. All thanks to our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. We've given away $50 to Altitude Authentics today. We're giving away family 4-packs to the Monster Energy AMA Supercross races on May 4th at Empower Field. We're just feeling very generous today. If you guys go on to altitudesportsradio.com, you can see a couple of contests on there where we did this last year. Dempsey, you went around and you gave away some playoff gear. I hopped on with you.
Yeah, exactly right.
We gave away playoff gear to Nuggets fans. We gave away playoff gear to Avs fans. So we're going to have Dempsey Delivers return.
Yeah.
So if you go on altitudesportsradio.com, you can find that, sign up for it. Maybe you'll be a lucky winner to have some playoff gear delivered by Chris Dempsey.
Show up.
DMAC is going to give away the Avs gear later on in the week as well. So make sure you guys head on over to the website to do that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That was a lot of fun, man. Kind of getting around the city and just chopping it up. I mean, it's part of it's about swag, obviously, in the gifts, but the other part of it was just kind of like, let's talk Nuggets. Let's do that. And we did that at every single stop, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was super fun ahead of a Nuggets championship parade. That's what it was. So hopefully we can find a way to get 2 deep runs from both of these teams. And if the Avs are going to want to do that, I think Jared Bednar needs to do something that feels unthinkable.
What is that?
I think you have to play the rookie. And not because I think that the rookie is far and away a better goaltender than Alexander Georgiev is. I think they're largely the same guy. You could probably argue that Georgiev has the higher ceiling, right? He's the vet. He's shown what he can do against teams like the New York Rangers, who are going to win the President's Trophy this year. His ceiling's very high. But what I fear right now is that the team, the room, has lost all confidence in Georgiev. And I was tweeting it out during that 7-0 loss against Winnipeg that you have to start the kid. And then they put the kid in after being down 4-0. He gets shelled. He gives up a couple of bad goals. But I think you have to take that with a grain of salt because, well, the game was largely over at that point and the team really stopped playing in general. Like, both teams stopped playing about halfway through the game. But the Avs knew the thing was over. So I think you kind of got to throw that situation out of there. It should be nerve-wracking to throw a guy with fewer than 25 starts to his name into a playoff series with a team that is ready to win a cup otherwise, right? Like, you've got amazing offensive talent. Maybe you don't defend well enough right now to win a cup. Certainly haven't defended well in the last 2 weeks to do so. But it just looks as though this team plays, they start gripping. They don't know when Georgiev's going to let in a softie. I don't think they have any confidence that when they play poorly, that he can make the game-saving stop. Do they have that feeling with Eustace? I don't think they have that negative feeling.
Right.
I don't believe that they look at Eustace and go, yeah, you're the next coming of Andrei Vasilevsky. But I don't think that there's that negative connotation of like, oh God, we have to be perfect. Otherwise, we're going to be down and having to come back in games. And I think it's the reason why Bednar has to go with the kid game 1 against Winnipeg and then break glass in case of emergency. Because on the opposite side of the equation is if you play Georgiev, who has been statistically the worst goaltender in the National Hockey League with a minimum of 10 games dating back to the middle of March. Just the worst.
Yeah.
Like .875 save percentage, goals against average of 4. It's not good enough. If you go in with him and he continues to be leaky and the Avs lose that first game because of bad goaltending, you then have to go to a kid and say, go into Winnipeg, really tough place to play in the playoffs, against a tough physical team that now has home ice advantage and momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go be Superman. That's a harder ask of a rookie than it is if you go with Eustace, much like the Washington Capitals did years ago with Philip Grubauer, who had took over as the number 1 starter from Braden Holtby the year that they won the Cup. They went in with Grubauer as the number 1. He got shelled game 1. They brought Braden Holtby back. He saved the day. They win a cup. It's easier to go back to the vet. Start the kid.
Yeah, I don't know what they should do.
What do you have to lose? Because if you don't change anything, nothing's going to change.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question because there is one more game left. What should they do in goal with this last game?
Don't care.
Well,
Start me.
Start you. With that, wouldn't that help crystallize something that you might want to do for game one in the playoffs?
Both of those teams might have nothing to play for at that time. Because tonight, we may know by the end of tonight that the Avs are going to be the 3 seed.
Yeah.
If Winnipeg gets a single point against Seattle, which is likely to happen.
So the last game, let's just say that's the case, and they should just. How should they approach this game? I mean, they are not playing well. Wouldn't you just want one more time out there?
Go get Ivan Prosvetov and start him in game 82. For all I care, it doesn't matter to me. Does not matter to me at all.
Okay.
Whatsoever.
Yeah.
There's not anything that Onanen or Georgiev could do on Thursday night that would prove to me one way or the other. There's nothing, because both teams will have nothing to play for at that time.
Okay.
Whatsoever. Edmonton's going to be the 2 seed in the Pacific. The Avs will be the 3 seed in the Central. You know who you're going to play. You know where you're going. I just think this is a mojo change for Bednar, and he doesn't have many more of those left in the quiver to throw at this situation, right? Like you're not sitting guys. That's the biggest thing you can do as a head coach right now is change up the starting netminder and hope that it works. And it has worked in certain years, right? Like it doesn't happen all the time that rookie goaltenders go and win cups, but Jordan Binnington did it in 2019. Matt Murray did it in 2017. You go back to the 2005-2006 year with Cam Ward and the Carolina Hurricanes. I looked up the stats of the final 8 games of the incumbent veteran netminder for the Hurricanes that year.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Gerber.
Yeah.
He and Alexander Georgiev over their final 8 games of the regular season let in the exact same amount of goals. And I'm not a big guy of saying like, hey, like, look what happened in 2005. But there's a lot of parallels here.
Right.
Cam Ward, up-and-coming rookie goaltender, takes over for the incumbent veteran netminder in Martin Gerber, and he wins the Conn Smythe as playoff MVP. Carolina wins the Cup in 2005-2006. You can do that. You can throw these guys in there. And again, I look at the recent vintage of the Capitals where they throw in a young netminder or an unproven netminder in Philip Grubauer, realizing that if he falls flat on his face and he's not up to the snuff of playoff competition, I have a vet that has played well in the past that I can just say, hey man, prove to us we screwed up. Go be Superman. Save the day. I'd rather do that with the vet.
Yeah.
I think it's the only thing he can do. And I think it would be, I love Jared Bednar. I think he's one of the best, probably top 5 coach in the NHL right now, maybe even top 3. I think it would be negligent of him not to do so.
Really?
Yes.
What if it's just no Georgiev in the last game? He's had a lot of days off to kind of clear his head. Start him in game 1.
Again, what did I tell you an hour ago?
Yeah. Well,
No expectations.
right.
You don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what goaltender is going to show up. I don't know if Alexander Georgiev is going to look like he does against the Rangers, which is a Vezina finalist goalie, or he's going to look like he did against Winnipeg,
Yeah.
which is a guy who shouldn't even play in the National Hockey League.
Yeah. Well,
Who knows? That's why it's so exciting.
but, is it or is it terrifying?
It's both. I feel like they could be synonyms.
I'm terrified. I want the Avs to win, but I'm terrified.
All right,
see.
congratulations to our winner for a Supercross Family 4-pack, Jason Brown. Congratulations again. Monster Energy AMA Supercross racing into Denver on May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. And that'll do it for us today. For Josh Grismer behind the glass and now at Ball Arena, for Steve Nelson, super producer, and the namesake of the program, Chris Dempsey. I love and appreciate you, fellas.
The Nuggets are the one team the Lakers have no chance to beat.
He's right.
I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. We'll
Go
figure
Lakers.
out who the Nuggets play tonight. Bleed purple and gold tonight. Bleed purple and gold. PhD's next.
Hey now, here we are. Kind of a weird day today, man. Wake up and there's rain. Like, when was the last time we just had flat out rain?
Windy.
Yeah, man. But glad to be here today. A lot of interesting sports watching to do. You have to watch what's going on for the Avs. Have to watch what's going on with the Nuggets. And
cover minicamp for the Indiana whatchamacallits.
Fever.
Fever, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for Caitlin Clark. What an awesome moment.
Angel Reese, what a chump. Win like number 6.
I thought she went 7th.
7? Is that what it was?
That's what I believe it was. Sure. Maybe I could be wrong on that.
Even a bigger chump.
Yeah, I if we're just
she can't play though. She's aggressive and she but I read a big. Here you go. Let me join you guys just in a different alley. I read the scouting report on Angel Reese last night on some blogger, I don't know, some site, some women's basketball site, and basically said she doesn't have many post moves, doesn't get up, but what she does well, she's going to be a great rebounder, defensive player.
Well, we can dig into all of that. It was a cool night in the WNBA for sure. The whole Elway conversation has seemed to take its own cottage industry. It's just kind of gone on and on and on. Like people, there must be something to it though, because the response that I've seen, it seems to be kind of passionately split down the middle. And there's good arguments on both sides. It feels like.
Well, it's an evergreen conversation that go on for absolutely eternity. And it's whenever you involve an all-time great like John Elway, of course, there's going to be extreme passion on both sides of it.
All right, so we're not bringing Vic on, but this was and I was not invited onto his show during the show.
Oh, you knew that.
But he did reach out to me later and say, "Hey, we should have had you on." And he goes, "You can call in anytime." I'm like, well, invite me on and I'll come on. I'm happy to do that. But this is Vic during the show yesterday.
The point that I had a problem with is you could say that he made mistakes. Of course, we all make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. He made some horrible mistakes at the end of his reign as a GM, of course. But when he labeled him a bad GM, just a general blanket label, bad GM, my contention is, how can you be a bad GM if you attended 2 Super Bowls as a GM and won one of them and put together the most explosive offense in NFL history and one of the greatest defenses in NFL history? How can you label that person just by that definition alone a bad GM? That's impossible. That's an impossible definition to make. That's all. And we disagree on that. Wholeheartedly disagree on that.
Okay, but
I see what happens. Here's what happens in this town especially. People pile on. It's a trendy thing. Like everybody goes to these trendy restaurants. It's trendy to pile on John Elway. Oh, John Elway's legacy was bad. Read a history book. I'm going to use that line again. Read a book.
Len Dawson.
It was
go to a history book.
It was honestly my favorite tweet from yesterday so Vic ends up going at it with a whole bunch of people on Twitter about John Elway's legacy, and he does tell one of them to read a book, which is just hilarious.
Listen, I'm going to talk to you, Coach, because you're a coach. You've been in this game. It would be like some uninformed idiot looking at Coach's record at CU when he took over and saying, "Oh, what an awful coach! What an awful he's terrible," without understanding the situation.
It kind of goes from there, but we get the point. It's apples to oranges. It's not even close to the same. It's not saying to Mike Sanford, "You were a bad coach because you took over for Carl Durrell when the ship was sinking." Right. You don't take a dive at the Titanic and say, "I'm responsible for sinking it," just because you went and visited it. That's essentially what Mike did. Mike was actually a breath of fresh air for the short period of time that he got to take over. I remember it. It was cool having Mike's energy there. And Mike's got a long track record as a good coach. It's just a different situation. I don't even understand what comparison Vic is making there. But then you get to the semantics of what makes a good GM or a bad GM. So I'll just open this up quickly here. What makes a good GM and a bad GM? How do you define what's good and what's bad?
Winning. That's all there is. There's only one reason why you play the game. It's to win a championship. And when you win a championship, plain and simple, you're a good GM.
Okay, so how many?
I'm with Vic on that.
How many losing seasons can you have once you win a championship?
20.
As many as you want.
20 losing seasons?
I don't know. What would let me throw another name out there that people here will know if they haven't opened a history book. Tex Schramm, is he considered a good GM or a bad GM?
I'd have to look at the numbers. I know he's with the Cowboys.
Well,
He
he's
goes
back to
a minute.
Cowboys back when they won 2 or 3 with Landry and all the teams they had during that stuff. And I think they won 2 or 3 Super Bowls back in that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then had some rough times. And I'm not sure whether he was in the advisory role or still involved with the team or not when they finally hired Jimmy Johnson. But there was a stretch of years where it wasn't good. Well, did he suck?
See, it's like, and I brought this up with Jared Bednar, Michael Malone, and it doesn't matter. I mean, look, you win a championship, whatever happens on the backside, okay, you might have been bad on the backside, but you won the freaking championship. You did it. You achieved the only goal of why you play the game. And if you go down the history books and you look at all the GMs in the history of who've ever been in the leagues, it's going to be like 1% of these dudes have actually ever won a championship. So it's, in my opinion, I'm with Vic. It's literally an impossibility to call somebody a bad GM that went to 2 Super Bowls and won one.
And I agree mostly with that. You got to be able to win if you win. But I think there's layers of general managership. I think he's criticized more for his draft than he should be because, again, I pointed out the other day, we went back and looked at his drafts a couple of years ago, and like 70% of the people he drafted were still playing in the NFL. Well, that must he drafted NFL players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of them aren't here. Matt Paradis, he didn't finish here. He's not still here and stuff like that. Malik Jackson, I'm not sure you win a Super Bowl, have a defense like you had that year without Malik Jackson. Well, he ended up his career other places. So you got to kind of look at that. The one place where I agree with you is in 100% D, is he struggled finding a quarterback. And he got free agent. He got lucky with Manning because no one else or not a lot of people wanted to touch him. Indianapolis didn't want to touch him because of the injury. And we saw towards the end of that career that injury sneaking up. We saw it in the Baltimore game when it got so cold and he couldn't feel his right arm because of the nerve damage in his arm. His throwing, his arm strength that last year, and he was never a bullet thrower, right? But I mean, he was struggling to pass the football a little bit that last year. But he hit a home run with Peyton Manning. I don't think anybody else would not say that. Then couldn't get a draft right. Paxton Lynch struggled. Osweiler got a hair up sideways because of that year they won a Super Bowl, and he took the money and run. Don't blame him. And then he said, well, let's go back to Case Keenum, do it again. Let's go back to Joe Flacco and see if we can hit a home run and revamp a person's career. So assessing the quarterback other than Manning, he struggled. But the draft is better than people give it credit for, and he did win a championship.
We do realize he wasn't the GM his first couple of years here. It was Brian Sanders. We do realize that, right? He was only the GM in title and in functionality starting in 2013 to 2020.
We started 2012, so just 1 year.
He started 2011.
He started 2011. So it was Brian Sanders who was the GM.
And where's Brian Sanders now?
He's in the personnel department of the Los Angeles Rams. He's a coworker.
Oh, so I mean, he didn't do such a stellar job at GM, and that he's a GM of some program.
He went to the Lions, and he's been with the Rams in personnel since 2017. I don't know. He's not the GM. Les Snead is. They've done all right there, but
he's been pretty.
He
good.
might not have been the GM, but he had final say. So I mean, whether you want to give him credit for it or not, he had final say over Brian Sanders. He had to give the approval over every single selection.
I think the success he had with Sanders, and maybe I'll go with you on this. The success he had with Sanders and trusting him was good. And then towards the end with Russell, he was trying to do the same thing with Russell, and Russell ain't Sanders.
Correct. And listen, this is a tough conversation because I believe in second chances and redemption and rediscovering yourself. But there's no doubt because of the situation that Matt Russell got himself into,
right,
that he was put in a position of gratitude to Elway where it probably is reasonable to say he couldn't be completely honest about everything going on because you're really indebted to the guy for your life and your job.
But what does that mean? What is it?
It means you can't be honest. You can't be honest when Elway's making mistakes.
At the end of his tenure, he was making the decisions, not John, more or less. I mean, John kind of took a step back. He was doing his job. Matt Russell was doing his job for sure.
Do you think, yeah, okay, fine. But that's not an objective voice, though, unfortunately. And
Well,
they
who says you have to have objective voices?
Oh, well, if you don't have an objective voice, you're in big trouble. And they have been, because there was no objective voice that knew anything about football and ownership. And there was nothing below John. John was running everything at the end. John had help in the beginning with Brian Sanders. He did. Whether you want to give John full credit or partial credit, but they had an effective personnel department, and they had pretty good drafts 09, 10, 11, and 12. But look at the drafts from 13 moving forward, and it's terrible. And look at the coaching hires, and look at the decisions made on quarterbacks. Yes, they won a Super Bowl during that time, but I'd make the argument that the big part of a GM's job is setting yourself up for the future, not necessarily what happens that year.
And that's where I would strongly disagree, because there's no human being on planet Earth. If you're being honest, there's no human being on planet Earth that cares more about their employer's future than they care about their present, because that's just how we operate. That's how human beings operate. And so you're going to try to win. Scott talks about this all the time. The windows are not large. They don't last forever. And you try to win when you've got the opportunity to win. I mean, if you want to define John Elway's legacy as he couldn't figure out the quarterback after Peyton Manning, fine. To me, that doesn't define a dude's legacy. To me, wins and losses define a legacy, and championships define a legacy. And so that's where it just becomes a non-conversation, really. That's where we'll never see eye to eye on it, because championships cover up a whole lot of warts, and I don't think that can even be debated, personally.
17, 18, 19, 20 were all losing seasons for John Elway. And I don't know if you want to include 21 and 22 or not. That's up to you, I suppose. But John had just as many losing seasons as he did winning seasons. In fact,
but he won championships.
He won a championship,
and
yes,
he went to 2 Super Bowls.
He did.
So that covers whatever warts there are. It simply covers it. You won. There's like 1% of GMs in the history of the game that have won, that have achieved the ultimate glory.
Why did Joe Ellis move on from him? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He moved him to the side.
Okay, so fine. All right, fine. So
why did he do it?
So it come to its end, and he was not having success at the end. That doesn't change what he did on the front end.
Okay, so
it doesn't.
So he wasn't a good GM on the back end, and he was on the front end.
Sure.
Okay, so what does that make him?
A good GM,
but not on the back end.
Sure.
Well, in 2019, all 6 of his draft picks are still in the NFL as of last year. The 2018 class, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 10 are still in the NFL. 2018
was a rock solid class.
2020, 19, they're all still in the league. 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are still in the league.
Juwan's not.
And then KJ Hamler we'll see what happens ever with him.
Yeah.
So once again, it's the winning happened. The winning stopped happening. The draft picks are still there because you got tons of guys still in the league. So where was the disconnect there?
That's a good question.
From the drafts to sticking with the Broncos and contributing to win with the Broncos.
He was not bad in the draft. He was bad with the quarterbacks. But those are 2 different conversations.
Well, this whole thing started with quarterbacks anyways.
For you, everything is about the quarterback.
Well,
but if you look at a football team, it's built by a whole lot of positions not named QB.
Yeah, but the most important decision is quarterback.
The only one that matters.
Yeah. I mean, it's the biggest one that matters. You can almost do auto draft for the rest of it, and you're probably going to do all right. I mean,
stop being so dismissive. That is just not even remotely true.
You saw what happened with Paul Crewe when all of a sudden the offensive line decided not to play for him.
Mm-hmm.
Got hammered.
That's not even remotely true. You cannot go auto draft. That doesn't work. That's not a thing.
I won a fantasy league a couple years ago doing that.
You're going to do fine. It's the same group of 200 guys in the world.
You're not going to do fine. You have your own scouts, your own evaluations, and you hire them to do their job, and you trust them to do their job.
I had the greatest back at the other place. I'm on there with Alfred, and I was first round only. I'm a mile long, 3 inches deep, and then we're there at the Broncos facility, second round. Here's the pick coming up. I just go to ESPN's auto draft, and I just go, Courtland Sutton. I say on the air, hey, how about Courtland Sutton? And Al just tells me how terrible of an idea, blah, 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 blah. 5 seconds later, Broncos draft Cortland Sutton. And I was like, auto draft.
Well, you know why? Because Mel Kiper, the guy you hate, put in there that Cortland Sutton was the next guy.
There's a lot of people that put that kind of work in. It's, sometimes you listen to these draft experts and you look at mocks right now. I guarantee you it's not going to go in order, but I guarantee you this, the names are going to be pretty damn familiar when they all go off the board.
Yeah, the first 20 people are pretty much going to be the first 20 people.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, and what are we talking about? A second round, a third round, a fourth round?
You know where that does not apply? Rounds 3 and on. That doesn't even remotely apply.
Okay. Who's the best third round and on draft pick of John Elway's?
Okay, we could get Draymond Jones.
There you go. He's doing great for Seattle. Where is he now?
Yeah, and he was a great player for the Broncos.
Jonathan
What
Cooper?
does that mean? Because
Jonathan Cooper
Hold
was
on, are you
George
implying
Payton.
because he's not with the Broncos, he's not a great football player?
Why isn't he here?
He's a fantastic because he got too much money.
Why didn't we keep him?
Are you? Oh, stop. Hold on. Yes or no? Are you implying?
Josie Jewell?
Yes or no?
Pretty good.
Is Draymond Jones one hell of a football player?
He's great. I wish he was still here.
Okay.
We should hold on to our good guys.
So what are you arguing?
Andy Janovich?
He's fantastic. He's the best one they ever had. And we're rolling on this conversation. You can see why this has legs probably for
By the way, his greatest
after
third-round pick was Justin Simmons.
He's great. Enjoy time on the unemployment line these days.
Wow.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Wow.
Hey, it's Z-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. If you want to get the biggest discount and lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC, here we go. Right now at Mike Maroney Automotive, discounts up to $10,000, 10 grand off, or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. That can be all yours. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. So visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Mike Maroney Automotive. For all the details online, it's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. We got a cool thing going on today. Monster Energy AMA Supercross races. Monster Energy AMA Supercross races into Denver, May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss the intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. Get tickets at supercrosslive.com. The keyword is Supercross. So just text Supercross, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925 to enter. Here we go, and we'll have chances for you to win that throughout the course of the show. We'll have Luke McCaffrey. Tyler, an ex-player of yours, correct? You used to coach Luke back in the day. And he will join us at 12:30. Where could he possibly fit in for the Denver Broncos and the legacy of being a McCaffrey?
Great here.
I think he'd be great here, too. Who would he be?
Possession receiver?
Who would he be like? Compare him to... Getting Luke McCaffrey would be the equivalent of getting who here for the Denver Broncos?
Well, go down the long list of white slot wide receivers, and you can pick Edelman, you can pick Brandon Stokely, you can pick. I mean, in sincerity, that's what he's going to be. He's going to be a fantastic inside wide receiver that you could utilize. And I think the exciting part about Luke McCaffrey is knowing Sean Payton's history and knowing that Luke played 3 out of his 5 years. Or 3 out of his 4 years as a quarterback in college football. There are some very unique ways that Sean Payton has utilized guys like that, Taysom Hill in the past, and I think you could utilize Luke McCaffrey in a role like that. So it'd be one hell of a red zone option for the Broncos.
I would say, and they sucked in red zone last year, so that would be a great option to have that and a tight end. I would say it'd be a Rod Smith with better hands. Because if you look at it, everybody thinks Rod Smith, wide receiver, yeah, but Rod Smith was a move to change wide receiver. And I think Luke McCaffrey could be that guy too.
Mm-hmm. Could he be like his dad?
Well, listen. See, now I saw his dad and Rod Smith both during the Super Bowl runs, and they both caught long passes. Rod Smith had the 80-yarder in the Super Bowl 33 and all that stuff. But they were get up the scenes, get a first down, quick out, boom, boom, boom. Oh, you're biting on the out and up here. Okay, now we're over the top of you, and here's a touchdown.
I think of it as a very physical receiver too.
Very physical.
Well, and he was
6'5".
He
right.
was an outside guy.
Well, okay. Well, Luke's a taller. How tall is Luke? I thought he was like 6'4", 6'5", too. I thought he was. Am I wrong on that?
6'3", but I don't know.
Luke McCaffrey is 6'2".
6'2". Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it wouldn't be like his dad then. His dad.
His dad had great hands too.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be on with us in 4 minutes. We'll bring him on.
His dad got mad at me back in those days because I called him the Bruise.
Luke's gonna help a team out. He's absolutely gonna help a team out. He'll be a mid-draft addition, but I'll be shocked if this guy's not playing in the league for a while.
We'll talk to him in just a few minutes. We'll get him on board. Do you think the Lakers are going to dump tonight's game to avoid the Nuggets in the first round?
That was a big rumor floating around
what do you think?
Yesterday. I don't know. Man. I mean, then all of a sudden you do that, and then Sacramento accidentally beats you, or Golden State accidentally beats you, and then what do you do? I mean, you're playing with fire, aren't you?
You are?
I talked to Bob Meyer about that, who called that Minnesota game in Denver, former GM of Golden State for all those years. And I said, you guys ever play in the season, play with, where we want to be seated? He goes, well, most of the time we didn't have to, which was kind of true. He said, but no, he said, one year when we were 6, right before they started their real run, when they beat Denver, they were 6-3, beat Denver. He said, "Nah, we and he said the same thing. He said, you do that, man, you start messing with the karma of the game, and it can sneak up and bite you."
Despite the fact that the Lakers felt about as pedestrian as they could possibly feel this year, and Nuggets did not struggle even remotely against playing them, there is still sort of the mystique of the Lakers in the playoffs, and I don't think that's entirely gone away. And it's not just the mystique of the Lakers; it's LeBron James, and when AD is healthy and he's rolling, that's one hell of a basketball player. But I say all that, and I hear the promos going on from Fig Lombardi talking about if anybody on this station saying they'd rather play the Pelicans than the Lakers, or rather play the Lakers than the Pelicans, they're out of their mind. And I'm kind of like, you know what? Like, I think I would rather play the Lakers. I think I would. They're just.
Well, for what reason?
Because we've had their number.
So
plain and simple. We've had their number.
You think it's easier to beat the Lakers?
I'm not scared of either one of those teams.
Okay, well, which team is easier to beat?
to me, the Lakers feel like a team that have just the Denver Nuggets have got their number right now, and it's in their head. So I
better food in New Orleans. That's all I'm thinking.
I mean,
There you
there's
go.
that. I think the Pelicans would be an easier team to beat, but I think the better story is by a million miles the Lakers.
Sure, of course.
I'll just say this, and I remember when Cleveland upset Golden State. They're down 3-1 or whatever, 3-0, and came back and won that series. And someone told me then at that time, somebody in the league's been around the league a long time, goes, you never want to have a game 7 when the other team has the best player in the world, right? And that was LeBron James. I kind of take that in a series. You've already got, for the Lakers right now, two surefire right now, no Russell Wilson questioning about it, but two surefire Hall of Famers when they retire.
Yeah,
on the Lakers. And in a short series, and in the first series of the season of the playoffs where they drag out, so rest is going to be available on the series when you're playing older guys. That bothers me.
You think the league would do that intentionally? Do you think they'll drag it out for the Lakers?
They've done it. They've done it the last 4, 5, 6 years. They drag out the first round for some reason, and instead of having game, day off, they'll go game, 2 days, game, 2 days, game, day off, game, 3 days, game.
Do you think they would do the same thing for the Pelicans?
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be the first round. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd hate if I were a conspiracy theory, and I know I won't mind crawling down
Sure.
that hole once in a while. I wouldn't be surprised if the league did do that for the Lakers, because they can't have the Lakers and Golden State out of the playoffs.
No.
We go to the hotline where we're joined by Luke McCaffrey. Luke, thank you so much for joining us. The draft is just a few days away. Why would it be amazing for you to be a Denver Bronco?
Oh, I mean, I grew up here. I grew up in the stadium, in the locker room, and grew up listening to your show, my whole childhood on the way to and from school. And
So you're not a smart guy, is what you're saying.
No, I always loved sports, though. I was never focused on the academics as much as I should have. But, no, I mean, I grew up in the community. I love Denver. I think just the creative and hardworking culture that it has is something that's second to none when you look at places to live throughout the country. And so I just think that'd be a dream come true to kind of play for the team that I've been with my whole life.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Luke. Hey, appreciate you jumping on board. And I asked you over text what teams you'd kind of gone out and visited with, and you mentioned Houston and Pittsburgh and Denver. And first off, Houston would be incredible also, since you went to
CJ
Rice.
Stroud.
Obviously that'd be incredible. But you've got some interest from two teams that are very local. But Luke, I want you to kind of take us back here a little bit. First off, for anybody that doesn't know, I did get a chance to coach with Luke and Roger Rosengard, both at Valor High School, both coming out in the draft this year, both going to be drafted. But Luke, take us through your college experience a little bit of, you wanted to be a quarterback and you chased that down and here you are today. And are you happy that it went the way that it did? And now that you're playing wide receiver?
Oh my goodness. I'm so happy that I get to look at it now and not read it from a piece of paper as a senior in high school at Valor, because I'm so thankful for that opportunity. But, I probably wouldn't have expected that or planned for that coming out of high school. And so it's been so cool to just be able to ride the adventure that sports lets you go on, right? To be able to meet so many different people, experience two schools that are, polar opposites. You have a college town in the Midwest, and, the whole town's kind of surrounded by the college, the sports teams. And then, you go to Houston with the fourth largest city and, the second smallest Division I school that plays FBS football. And so I think just being able to experience all that's kind of the luckiest thing in the world, right? You get to meet all these different people. You get to learn from all these different situations. And I think ever since I switched to receiver, it's just made football so fun, so free. And
yeah,
I don't know, I'm having a blast.
How easy was an adjustment? Because being a quarterback for as long as you're a quarterback, do you understand? Does it help you with routes? Is there something that by having played the one position has made you better at this position?
Definitely. I think when you get on the field as a guy who switches, you almost have to dumb the game down a little bit. You you don't have to be too smart to be a receiver. And so you don't want to be thinking about what the three tech's doing. Are they odd or are they even? You don't need to really know all that when you're on the field. Is it man zone? Is somebody covering you, or do you need to find an opening? And so from that standpoint, you have to kind of dumb it down. But from the communication level, you speak the same language as a quarterback. You speak the same language as an OC. And so that aspect of it helps tremendously, just being able to talk, being able to communicate.
What's the best thing and the worst thing about being the youngest McCaffrey?
Well, the best thing, I can't say this line enough, but it's the biggest blessing I ever had was to be able to have people who were passionate about similar things that I could learn from, that you're with every day. And when you have hardworking, passionate people, you can't help but learn and grow from them. The worst is, I think any youngest of brothers is I probably got beat up a little bit more than I would have liked as a kid. So
I find that hard to believe,
stars.
dude. Yeah, I find that you are the fastest one though, right? You could outrun him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I became the fastest.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait
That's
a second.
right.
Hold on. Are
I
you
was the scrappiest.
Are you faster than Christian?
He's the fastest. Yeah.
Really?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen all those Christian workouts that are incessantly put on social media over and over and over again.
I will say Christian's got
He works out on an airplane, too.
Christian's biceps are a little bit bigger though. I'm gonna give him that one, Luke. I just got to keep it real. Yeah, I'm just keeping it real here.
Hey, when you have the biceps out there on 3rd and 5, then I'll focus a little bit more on curls.
Hey, let me ask you this. It is crazy, but we've seen it already in the league this year. If you get drafted by the Broncos, you get to play, you think about living at home that first year?
I mean, I think it would be financially responsible
Yes.
to do that, right? I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could handle sharing the space back like I was in high school, and probably have a bedtime again and all that stuff. But I mean, I think it would probably be the best decision for me as just a young guy in the league. So we'll see.
All right.
Getting up every morning and mom making you breakfast. Come
Hey,
on
it's
now.
not bad. It's not bad.
There's definitely perks.
Hey, Luke, I was chatting right before you got on air about what I could see your role looking like with the Denver Broncos, and number one, you'd be a tremendous red zone option no matter what. But I am curious with your visit with Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. You used to be a quarterback, and Sean's had a lot of success with another guy like that in Taysom Hill. Did he chat with you at all about a role like that? Maybe some similarities?
Yeah, they're so creative in their offense with Coach Payton and Coach Lombardi, just the way that they utilize whoever's on their team, right? And so I think there's a couple different areas where I could fit into that offense, whether it's, in the slot, whether they need help outside, or whether it's in that joker role that they've kind of grown to be famous. And so I think wherever they would want to put me, wherever they need help is where I would play and where I'd, do my best and work the hardest for. But it's cool to kind of have a couple different options when you have a creative coach like that who's had similar players who've kind of gone through a similar thing.
What characteristics from your dad as a receiver have you made the most note of? Like you have the most respect for, you've gone back and seen him and been like, yeah, I need to pick up some of that, or you can pick up from your dad?
I mean, he's tough as nails. I was out there throwing with him and Rod Smith the other day, and just being able to see the connection they had, the intelligence that they have of the game, of knowing when you can take a little bit more time, knowing when to speed things up because maybe the quarterback's hot or something like that. And just the toughness and intelligence that you put into the game, second to none when you look at guys like those two who've kind of been through it, right? And so just to be able to learn that aspect is something that I don't think a lot of players nowadays get, especially when you have less practices and less reps than you have in years past. And so every single moment, every single kind of lesson you get from being around people who played the game is invaluable.
Do you call him Uncle Rod?
No.
Oh, dude.
I call him Mr. Smith.
You do know that you sound and speak exactly like your father,
it's
right?
Unbelievable.
Like it's actually insane.
Luke, it's crazy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Is your mom, and it goes without saying that Lisa, you love her, of course, but is she more annoying or funny?
Oh, she's funny. I'm always on edge, though. You never know when she's going to cross that line, right? And so you always got to just sit there, and everybody else thinks it's awesome, thinks she's hilarious. But as her kid, every once in a while, just, wait a minute. And so I think she's hilarious. I think she's one of the funniest people on the planet. And you know, it's fun to be around because, you know, I don't think anybody who I've seen in my life is more of an energy spark to the people around her than she is.
And don't sleep on her athleticism too. Now, I mean, one like she was some rummy or something. She's a hell of an athlete too.
No, she ran a 4.540 when she was, I think, 6 months pregnant with my brother Dylan. So
what?
I think she
No way. No way. All right, Luke.
Hey, before I just got to tell you, Luke, man. I mean, going back, just it feels like it was just yesterday getting to coach you and Roger over there at Valor, and to see where you guys both are today, man. It didn't take long. I obviously didn't work with you as closely, but I remember telling Roger after the first week of working with him that he's going to have a chance to play in the NFL. And we obviously saw that from you as well, but it doesn't just happen. And you guys both grinded your absolute butts off to be working where you are here today. And just know I'm grateful to have been just a tiny part of your guys' experience. And boy, am I rooting for you, man.
Oh, no, thank you so much for having me on the show, but also just for everything. You know, it was so cool to kind of look back at that staff and just see, you know, the resources that we had, like you.
Hey, how many rings did we have on that staff? We had like 8 or 9, right?
We had over 5. Yeah, I think we had somewhere between 5 and 10, which, you know, as a high school team, that's crazy. Just to get that experience, get that. There's no wonder, you know, I'm sitting there at the Senior Bowl next to Roger on the bus, just looking back like, holy cow, this is a cool full circle moment, you know.
Well, hey, and don't forget, if you do get drafted here, you can have the Luke McCaffrey show daily or weekly on PhD.
Buddy. Oh my goodness!
Come on now. And bring your mom on when you can.
You know, having my kids go to Luke, just to let you know, having my kids go to Smoky Hill, there's nothing I rooted for more than you scrappy underdogs at Valor and what you could overcome year after year. So congratulations, you overcame all the odds. Up yours, Regis. All right, thank you, Luke. We appreciate it.
Awesome, thank you.
See ya.
See you, buddy.
Oh my God, because I've talked to Max, Dylan, Christian. He sounds just oh my
like
God.
Ed. It's weird, man.
He sounds way more like Ed than the rest of the boys.
I don't remember him sounding like that in high school.
With him.
Wow.
But you know what I thought when you first came on? I said, Tyler got Ed to call in, pretend like he's Luke. Because he sounded so much like him.
I've never really talked with Luke like that, but I've talked with all the other brothers, and that was, wow.
No, but
that is wild.
He truly is the fastest McCaffrey. He's faster than Christian.
That's amazing, actually.
He's not as well built in terms of just muscles and all that. But he's got very, very unique athleticism.
Great
it's
hands.
A different style of athleticism that even Christian has.
Well now I really want him to be drafted by the Broncos.
Listen, I did an Ed McCaffrey show a couple times, and I asked him to come in there. His shoes got little stars cut into him. He's got his. He said, "I go, what? He doesn't wear knee pads." He says he took threads out of his pants. He said, "I tried to drop every ounce of my uniform out so I could be faster."
Yeah.
Well, the speed these boys got were from mom. If she ran a 4.540 6 months pregnant.
Yeah, I don't know if
they got their speed from Lisa.
That's a fun story to hear, but I'm not
She's
sure.
She's a D1 soccer player. You don't think she can run?
I'm going to need pregnant. I'm going to need some film.
I'll bet you right now she could run a 40 faster than you.
Oh, I'm not saying she couldn't do that. There's no debating she's a better athlete than I am.
Could she break 5 now?
No.
That's really fast.
She can not.
4.5. That's really
But
fast.
she is a tremendous, I'm not debating how good of an athlete she is. I'm not debating that.
It kind of sounds like you are.
I am not. There's
a little bit.
There's zero activities I would be
So
a
you
better
don't think
at.
she runs a 5 or faster now?
I'd like to see it. We got a parking lot, and we can measure off 40 yards in the parking lot.
Valor's just down
right up the
road.
street.
Yeah.
Anytime Lisa wants to go, I'll watch. All right, we have Cortland Sutton news. Surprising Cortland Sutton news next.
All right, guys and gals, stop settling for not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Your workout's not going as far as you want them to. Call my friends over at Revitalize Health today. This is Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for 7 years. Would you go back to the same place for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life? Of course, the answer is no. Revitalize can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. There's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just testosterone, and that's where my friends at Revitalized Health are going to come into play. Those medical weight loss options are flat out changing lives. I know multiple people personally that have changed their life with it. So call Revitalize Health today. They've got 3 locations. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
That was so great talking to Luke McCaffrey, and it's a great local story. As is Old Chicago, it's a great local story. It was founded in Boulder in 1976. The McCaffreys are a Colorado tradition, and so is Old Chicago. Legendarily good, and they've got this chicken bacon ranch pizza, which is, it's so good. Ranch is the sauce. They come up with incredible flavors, incredible menu meals. And whether it's the pizza, salads, calzones, burgers, whatever they have there in terms of food is just fantastic. And you put that together with one of their over 100 local and legendary beers, and I'm telling you, you can't do better than Old Chicago. So whether it's in person at your neighborhood Old Chicago, all you have to do is go to oldchicago.com and find that, or perhaps you get it to go, no problem. Get the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first purchase of $25 and order that chicken bacon ranch pizza. Again, find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. You know, it's cool talking to Luke McCaffrey. It feels like he'd be fine embracing the challenge of being here and sort of that pressure, and like he'd really love it. He'd embrace it. And I do wonder if it's tricky, Tyler, playing in your hometown, like where you grow up. It's a little, never mind your dad is so well known for what he's done for that same team. Tricky stuff, although your dad played at CU, you know.
No,
like
yeah, I mean, it can be. My story is nothing like his, and I do think there is a certain amount of pressure that comes with being Ed McCaffrey's son and doing it in the same location. Christian had that. He had that pressure to some degree, but man, he got to blaze his own path. He didn't even play the same position, although Christian plays plenty of wide receiver when he gets moved out of the backfield. But you know what I always said. It was awesome to be able to play in my hometown, and I got the best of both worlds. But if I could have handpicked like the timing of when I was going to play for Denver, I would have picked the back end of my career rather than the front end. And I was fortunate because I got to literally do both of them. But as a young player, man, there's a lot that goes into it, being at home, and there's just so many people pulling on you in different directions. And, you know, even just tickets, which sounds like a dumb thing, but even tickets becomes a pressure-filled situation every single week because you got all your buddies from high school, you got your parents, friends, and family. Everybody's asking for tickets, and everybody thinks you get free tickets. And then you got to be the bad guy and be like, look, I can't give away 10 free tickets every single week. This costs me thousands of dollars. So yeah, I'll get you a ticket, but you got to pay me $150, right? But being on the back end, you're just so much more mature. You can handle all those things. But I've got no concerns with Luke McCaffrey, man. I mean, first off, the family's just awesome. But he's an incredibly mature young man. And I think it also helps that although he plays wide receiver, he plays a different style of wide receiver than his dad played.
Jay, funny, you're gonna have to go if he gets here. He goes, Dad, don't come to practice. Mom, Dad, stay out of practice.
Yeah, it's quirky. I mean, there's some quirky stuff with it, but it's a great story. I hope it happens.
4.46 640. That's what Luke runs. I mean, he really is
That's
the
awesome.
fastest McCaffrey. He's flying out there.
Cortland Sutton did not show up yesterday. I don't know if he's there today or not. I think he's probably not. He is having a little bit of a issue with his contract, and you could have knocked me over with a feather to see that Cortland Sutton is wanting to get more money. I thought they would trade him or perhaps cut him. And to hear that the report is today that he wants to renegotiate his deal, he only has $2 million guaranteed left. I really don't know where things are going to go for Cortland Sutton and the Broncos. So I guess I'm throwing it out there to you guys. How valuable is Cortland Sutton? What do you think the Broncos will do to retain him? Wheel of death?
Do we got to bring back the wheel of death?
You think so?
I don't know. But he also might be saying, okay, you kept me here, now let's just restructure this or let's do something else.
You know, I think Cortland actually has a very unique amount of leverage going on right now.
Talk to me.
And it feels kind of unusual because we're all in the same category, and I was with you. I was waiting for the Broncos to trade him. I really didn't expect them to cut him, but I did expect the team to try to trade him. But now we are where we are now, and he realizes what we've got. And he just watched Jerry Jeudy, who had way less production than he had, go to a new team and get $41 million fully guaranteed right now. And this Denver Broncos team doesn't have wide receivers on it. It doesn't have any. And they desperately need Cortland Sutton. So I do think he's got a very unique amount of leverage. He's guaranteed $2 million of his 13 this year. So in theory, the Broncos actually could cut him. And maybe that's what it comes down to more than anything else, is he just wants security, knowing that my contract is good. But then there's the other side of it. Number one, I do think he can leverage his way into a new contract right here and now with the Denver Broncos. But number two, and this is the pessimistic side of it, maybe what this is more than anything else is Cortland Sutton saying, hey, you didn't trade me, but I wish you did.
That's the vibe I got.
Yeah, so it easily could be him just saying, I want out.
And also, it's still, in the front of the name says voluntary practice.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
and he's not the only wide receiver that didn't show up in camp this week.
I saw that as well. Let me throw it out there. How important is it for the Broncos to retain Cortland Sutton for the future?
I would say very. And if you were going to tell me that this team truly is hitting a hard reset and they're not trying to compete this year, okay, let him go. But we all know that that's not the reality. We all know that Sean Payton's going to try to win ball games. He's going to try to go to the playoffs this year. So if you want to try to compete this year, you don't have a choice but to keep Cortland Sutton happy.
Is Cortland Sutton, would he be better than anybody available in the draft this year in the second round?
I'd say no. I think there's probably guys out there that'd
Think
be
so?
better options. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean,
But prove, at least he's proven. I mean, he's been proven.
Sure, and he can catch.
But I'm saying, could you get in there, get into the second by giving up Cortland in a fourth?
Could you get a wide receiver
Oh.
better than him? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say that you could not, but you definitely couldn't guarantee that. You can't bank on that. And you don't even have a second rounder right now.
Well, but Scott's asking to trade Cortland Sutton. Could you get a second for Cortland and a fourth for a second rounder?
No, you couldn't get. You couldn't if you could get a second rounder for Cortland, you would have traded him already.
But you're throwing in another draft pick. Third round, a third. Is it 3/3?
3/4.
3/4.
Yeah.
2/4 in Cortland for a second.
I don't
you know
think
it
so.
might be 3/5.
I mean, we've seen what all the prices were this year, and the value of these trades have just never ever been lower than they are right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you know what? Honestly, I really do like Cortland Sutton, and I mean that sincerely. Is he a true number one wide receiver? Probably not. But guess what? He's the number one on this team.
He is?
Hell yeah, he is.
It's not Mims?
What? Mims?
Not yet.
Mims hasn't done nothing.
Do they need Mims to become a number one? Maybe with his speed, probably.
That would be fantastic
Yeah.
if he would, but Mims isn't even close to be considered a number one.
My bad. They have 3 fifth-round picks. My bad. 2 sixth-round picks. They just have, in no second, they have a third and a fourth, the Broncos.
So what about a fourth and 2/5 and Sutton for a second? No,
A fourth, 2/5, and Cortland.
Wow, that's a that would feel like a yes to me.
and then you can get your Bo Nix.
In the
There you
second
go.
round.
There you go.
You're a jerk.
Or you could do that to move back into like the late of the first, maybe.
Yeah,
Something like that.
we'll get to the latest and greatest mock from Peter Schrager with Mock U coming up next. It's Steve Mack for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Go there. Take their low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes, and you're on your path to feeling better, looking better, and having more energy. And that could improve, how you're doing in your workouts, putting on weight, your libido, the sex drive. Perhaps it's lagging in all of those departments. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic wants to get you back on track. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone every year. Again, the quiz will just get you going. Then you can schedule a consult. They'll draw some blood, have the results within 30 minutes, and you make the decision with a Colorado licensed medical provider on the next steps moving forward. The cost of the appointment is $99. Consult, team, PSA test are all included. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. You can't do better. They've got locations to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. Don't wait any longer. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm going to tell you how you could win some Supercross tickets here in just a little bit. We'll have tickets to give away for that the entire day, which is cool. Mock U, looking at the drafts.
When you say Supercross, you're not meaning motorcycles.
I do.
I think that is what he means.
That's exactly what I mean.
You ever done any of that?
I have not. Look at me.
You ride a bike. It's the same thing with a motor.
Yeah, but do I look manly enough to actually get on a motorcycle? I mean, come on. I mean, I've seen a mirror.
If motorcycle riders had those tights, would you?
If they had tights, I would hop right on that hog.
Whoa. That's
There's got to be a leather company in town that can sponsor you.
That's keeper
leather
right there.
tights right there.
Dan, put that one on the board. That one doesn't go away.
I'm sorry. I'm snotting up boogers after I'm making myself laugh. Peter Schrager, NFL Network. You ready for this? He still works there.
What is this? What are we going to?
Somebody still has it. We're going to Mock U.
I guess my music that he was going to.
Scott had a music request.
Yep.
So try it again. We can use Scott's
This
music.
for the mock draft. Because it's going to make D-Max said this is a good one.
No.
Okay.
No, this is
you know
a
what?
nightmare
This
for
kind
me.
of gets me going a little bit.
You like
I
this?
feel this.
Well,
Yeah.
Sweet dreams are coming.
Okay.
Sweet dreams. That's what the draft is, right, boys?
I get it. You can make dreams come true.
Night at the Roxbury?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Oh, we got the instrumental.
Well, that's kind of boring.
That's the move right there.
Instrumental kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears take Caleb Williams. The Commanders take Jaden Daniels. The Patriots take Drake May. This is Peter Schrager from NFL Network. He's somebody at NFL Network who still has his job. Good for him.
Must be good.
Meanwhile, this is the dramatic point. The New York Giants move up just a couple spots from 6 to 4, which I'm a big fan of doing because it doesn't take that much and you can do it relatively easily. And they take J.J. McCarthy. Now, that would be amazing to see that happen and would shake the draft. I think the Cardinals are going to move one way or the other, and most mocks have the Cardinals moving somewhere.
Well, it'd be stupid not to, and I think they're going to move wherever gives them the most cash, right?
To sit there
Capital.
and take a wide receiver when you know how valuable it is and how desperate quarterback teams are, come on. Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Teams like Arizona have to have been drooling. And remember, they stayed out of any type of rumors for like the first month of doing all this stuff.
They did.
And then all of a sudden they realized, wait a minute, quarterbacks keep bouncing up the board.
That's right.
And we own the 4th spot.
It'd be, I don't know how. Now, they might have to give up on Marvin Harrison to do this. But as long as you're okay with Rome Odunze from Washington, then
Or
you're
neighbors, possibly.
Well,
give
that's right.
up on Marvin, walk away with an extra first-round pick. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, but you'd probably have to give up on Marvin Harrison. And this has the Chargers taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 5, and the Cardinals at 6, switching with the Giants taking Rome Odunze.
Ooh, although I do admit, I don't love Marvin going to the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, the night is fraught with terror. Meanwhile, at 7, Joe Alt, almost every single mock has Joe Alt, offensive lineman, the first offensive lineman going to the Titans. Almost every single one. So we'll see if that happens. Now, that gives you 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll see what happens. A lot of interesting. You'd have Nix, Penix still on the board. What do you do if you're the Broncos here? Are you making a move to try to get to 8 or 9 to get your guy? Yes or no? Or you're just going to
Who's
let
your guy?
Your guy is Penix or Nix at this point? Or do you just let it roll?
I'll let it roll.
Roll.
Okay, that's what this does too. Falcons take Dallas Turner at 9. Malik Neighbors goes to the Colts. 10 take Brock Bowers. 11 has Terrion Arnold going to the Vikings.
Okay.
The reason I've got a beef with this mock, it just doesn't seem that the Vikings would stand still at 11 and not do anything.
Right.
But maybe they really want J.J. McCarthy and that's it. And if they can't get there because the Giants are going to be more aggressive, I mean, maybe that does happen. And I'll tell you what they do later on in this mock at 23 with a first-round pick. So you're the Broncos. Penix and Nix are on the board, as is Jared Verse.
And the quarterback from Toledo still on the board.
Cornerback from Toledo's there, and there's a couple of other pass rushers. What do you do?
What I think they'll do, I think they'll take Bo Nix. That's what I
Okay.
think they'll do. What would I do? I would trade back. I would collect some ammo, and I would get Michael Penix later in the first round.
Scott?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'd rather have Penix than Bo Nix anyway.
In this mocks, and they do talk about Nix or Penix. This is Peter Schrager from NFL Network. He does bring it up. Every single mock that doesn't take a quarterback does bring up the quarterback possibility here. But he's got him taking Laiatu Latu, the pass rusher out of UCLA.
Which would be a good player. He's your this year's version of Bradley Chubb.
There's a few positions that are always in
You're right.
contention in the first round. You got a left tackle always in contention, a quarterback's always in contention, an edge rusher is always in contention, and a corner is always in contention in the first round.
This would be your 2024 version of Bradley Chubb over Josh Allen.
I don't think it'd be quite the slam dunk that was, but it'd be in the neighborhood. Listen, I like pass rushers. If you're going to screw up anywhere, take a pass rusher.
Well, first of all, Nix or Penix, whoever it is, if they do end up taking a pass rusher, which is good, fine. One of those quarterbacks not going past Oakland, or excuse me, Vegas.
Vegas has...
Yeah, if they fall to Vegas, yeah, they'll take.
They'll have to take one of them.
Yeah,
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Well, in this mock, nobody goes until 23 with the Vikings, and that has the Vikings taking Bo Nix. So in this fantasy world, Bo Nix at 23 and Terrion Arnold at 11. So they'd get a corner and a starting quarterback. I think it's...
Oh, so you're going to move Denver? Oh, no.
That's
you're talking
Minnesota.
about Minnesota.
That's Minnesota.
When does Penix go in his draft?
He does not in the first round. I don't think. Hold on, let me zip through it real quick.
Well, the nice part about that scenario is
Does
that
not go.
It always allows you the freedom to move back up into the first round. You get an edge rusher, and if you want to wait to who's 31, 32, I can't remember.
Well, there you go. You got the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right. Super Bowl, my bad.
Yeah.
And it always allows you that opportunity to move back in and get one late there. So ESPN put out this kind of interesting algorithm, and it's for 7 quarterback needy teams. And you get to pick your team, so you select the Denver Broncos. And then it says Denver Broncos 2023 weaknesses at QB, one of which was arm strength. You averaged 6.8 air yards per attempt. Mobility was 52 sacks in the entire season, which is absolutely outrageous. And then it allows you to select any of the QBs that you are interested in, right? So you could select J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix. You could select any of them, but realistically, I would say it's Bo Nix, Michael Penix, dream scenario, J.J. McCarthy, right? So you select those guys, and then what it does is it gives you the odds of the guy being available there, and the chance of him actually being the selection in that pick. So for Bo Nix, it says the chance of being available at number 12 is 95.5%. So they think it's almost a slam dunk that you don't have to do anything at all to go get Bo Nix. And it gives you a 5.2% chance of actually being the pick. J.J. McCarthy, it's like 4.8% chance of actually being available. And then Michael Penix is a 99.1% chance of being available. So the point is, if in theory you were okay with either one of those QBs, which I struggle with that premise, but if in theory you really, in all likelihood, are probably not going to have to do anything. You probably don't have to move up to go get one of those guys.
You probably don't, and I don't think they will. I think they'll basically I think they'll stand pat, and they'll have that choice to make. Penix is losing steam. He was catching a little steam there, and for whatever reason recently, it's cooled down on him.
We'll see.
Don't know why.
Yeah, we'll see. My gut tells me he's going to end up going in the late first. I think he'll be in the 20s, something like that. But I do think Michael Penix ends up getting selected in the first round.
Well, to who though? Like who's going to roll the dice on in the late first?
Well, I
go through the teams for you.
Sure.
Cowboys at 24.
Maybe.
For sure, maybe.
Yeah.
Strong, maybe.
Okay, so you don't think they would help Dak win this year with a high-quality player? This mock has him taking...
Are they committed to Dak?
Well,
the answer is no.
Dak Prescott's going to play for the Denver Broncos next year.
He could.
Well, that's the hot take of the day right there.
I don't even think it's that like hot of a take. I think that lives within a very realistic world.
Talk to me.
I think they've decided to move on. He can't win anything in the big one. Denver doesn't need him to win a big one. They just need him to win regular season games right now.
They'll have the money to do it.
Yeah, so I could see a trade going on.
A trade?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I don't know.
Wait, it's going to be a free agent after this year. What do you mean a trade? A trade?
Well, but I'm thinking Dak. I just said Dak Prescott's going to be the quarterback for the Denver Broncos this year.
This year?
Oh,
this year.
I thought you
meant next
No,
year.
this year.
This year.
This year.
Well, you got to walk me through this hot take. Go for it.
I just think it's going to happen.
I got to know the.
Let me ask this: would
how?
you give up the 12th pick for Dak Prescott?
Ooh, wow. I don't even love Dak Prescott, but would I take the knowing of Dak Prescott over Bo Nix? Or hell yeah, I would take the knowing of Dak Prescott over either one of those guys. Hell yes, I would.
How would you absorb his salary this year? How would that? I mean, there's always ways to figure things out financially. I get you.
What is his salary? No, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's got to be a pretty major cap hit this year. I don't know how you'd restructure that for this year. And that's assuming the Cowboys are just totally giving up on him.
See, when you first said it, I thought you were implying in a year from now, and I could see that scenario. I could, because say the Broncos don't get their QB, maybe they draft Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round. It doesn't end up working out. Dak Prescott, I do believe, will end up as a free agent. And I actually think it would be responsible of the Cowboys to select a quarterback this year because of that. So I could see it happen in a year from now. Right now, I think the ship sailed on that one. I
He's
mean,
a $55 million cap hit this year.
55?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it ain't happening this year.
If they wanted him, they would have made that happen already.
No.
By the way, another team late in the first round, they could easily select a quarterback. Number 26, Tampa.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, to me, again, I have no idea when you already have a committed quarterback why you wouldn't give him a weapon to work with.
They are barely committed. Barely.
$33 million a year for Baker.
It's a 2-year deal. That's all it is. Don't worry about what the numbers say.
Right.
If they worry about what the longevity says.
You know, to me, like in this mock, they've got Graham Barton, whoever that is, an offensive lineman from Duke, but I'm going to assume that's somebody they need on their offensive line. To me, this is why Aaron Rodgers rightfully got upset with the Packers when they drafted Jordan Love, because what good is that guy going to do us this year to win?
Right.
Well, it wasn't about this year.
Whereas Denver,
well, no kidding.
Whereas Denver needs talent.
Well, right.
And a quarterback.
Right. You want to send a message to Aaron Rodgers that it's not about you this year. You did it drafting a quarterback for the future. Well, where's my wide receiver? Where's my tight end? Where's my offensive line? Where's the pass rusher? Where's anybody that's going to immediately help us? You draft a quarterback in the 20s, you're telling a playoff team there's a future without you.
Yeah.
So, well, okay. I mean,
if they were that convinced with him, they would have given him a long-term deal. They gave him a half-pot committed deal.
Well, what's the line that they never have a first-round wide receiver in the whole time he was with
that's
Green
right.
Bay?
Yeah, but he did have Devontae Adams, so I roll my eyes at that because it's not like they didn't have good guys. But yeah, they never really went in that direction. There's a quirky situation going on with the Rockies. And I don't know if it's a big deal or not a big deal. This is not deep baseball talk per se, but it was a really interesting situation last night. And, of course, it went horrifically wrong for the Rockies because how else do things go? Plus a really fun mascot question during No Dumb Questions coming right around the corner.
That one gets away from JT. He picks it out of the air, flips to home, and out at home plate. What a play by Hoffman. Freeland came charging down the line, and Hoffman smothered him at the plate. And now Freeland, that's what happens when you put a pitcher out as a pinch runner. You run the risk.
We'll get to that in a second, and Bud Black explains it. It brings up a fascinating conversation in sports about how to get the best from your team. Kind of a nightmare scenario. But no, what's not a nightmare scenario? Monster Energy AMA Supercross races into Denver on May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. Get tickets at supercrosslive.com. The keyword, Supercross. So just text Supercross in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. You can enter right now. We'll have another chance later on in the show, but best of luck to that right now, 303-504-0925. Have a fun anniversary maybe to celebrate with No Dumb Questions in just a little bit. But the move by Bud Black to put in Kyle Freeland as a pinch runner, it's happened before. Freeland has done it, and I get it. Kyle's off to a rocky start, but he's a really good athlete. Chris Bryant was injured. Jake Cave.
Huh?
Yeah, I know.
What?
I get it. Jake Cave was sick, as was Brendan Rodgers. So when you looked on the bench in the top of the ninth in a tie game, and Elias Diaz hits a double, and he is slow as mud, but he can hit the ball, Bud Black decided to go with the best athlete he had.
Best available athlete.
Best available athlete, and that was Kyle Freeland.
A lot of things going into that one. Number one, I'm sure he is a great athlete. He's an ace on a professional team. He's supposed to be the best pitcher on the Colorado Rockies. He's got to be a great athlete. I've got no doubt about that. But what's that say about your team? If your pitcher is the fastest dude you got left over, that's like when you say great athlete. When you put a pinch runner in, aren't you just talking about the fastest dude?
Well, here's what's sad. They didn't have any guys on the bench available.
Right.
You don't get that many subs on a major league team, period, which is usually fine. But he's going to be faster than your backup catcher, and he's going to be faster. Well, that's it. I mean, you didn't have Cave, Chris Bryant, or Brendan Rodgers. Theoretically, if you had Rodgers, for example, Trejo would be coming off the bench. It'd be a no-brainer to put him in as a pinch runner. You know, there's nothing to think about. Or, I don't know, depending on how you want to rotate in, Jake Cave, who's a little bit older, but he's in really good shape, and he could run too. Well, he wasn't around either. So what do you do if you're Bud Black? Now, usually this wouldn't be that big of a deal. You're on second. You're not taking unnecessary chances. But he gets the third on a wild pitch, and then on another ball in the dirt, here comes Kyle Freeland in a tie game, trying to score, hopefully, the game-winning run. It's the top of the ninth. And then you see him wince in pain, and it looks like his shoulder pops out of his socket.
Great.
His right shoulder, not his left shoulder, but his right shoulder. He's a lefty pitcher. So you're like, is that a good move or not? Here is Bud Black defending it on Sirius XM this morning.
I hope we get a few of our guys back today. We've been hit with the stomach virus. We had a couple guys didn't even come to the park. They were in their hotel rooms sick. Chris Bryant was unavailable with the bad back to run. So really we had no other option to run for Diaz, which we felt we had to do to try to win the game. And Kyle, great athlete, National League player, hit in actually probably one of our fastest players. We put him in the game to try to win. But, we did collectively hold our breath when that happened. And, coincidentally, two really good friends, teammates for a number of years here and our buddies, collided at home plate. But Kyle will be fine. Hoffman landed on his right shoulder. So, we'll evaluate him today. But, Kyle came back out and was, in the dugout and felt fine. So, guys, just trying to win a game.
Okay. You like it or don't like it?
Well, you did have an option. To say you didn't have an option is not true. You didn't have to put a pinch runner in there. You didn't have to do that. I mean, you've got a guy on base that you did not have to take out of the game.
The slowest player on your team, Elias Diaz.
Okay, well then why is he on the team?
Because he can hit. He's a hitter. He's a great catcher.
Okay, fine. I mean, there's no other catchers out there that you're not going to have to get out of the game when he gets on second base.
That's who they had available to them.
Yeah.
Your catchers don't tend to be your quickest guys in Major League Baseball.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
I mean, the third worst record in baseball, I think, second in the National League. I think there's only one.
Is there
American
somebody
League
worse
team.
than the Rockies? Really?
Yeah, somebody's got 3 wins. They got 4. Marlins are worse than them. And
I'll look it up. I thought they were the worst, but I'll take your
the
word for it.
The White Sox are worse than them, and the Marlins are worse than them, I believe.
Well, I'm going to give you a gold star to get that one right.
White Sox
Wow.
have 2.
Marlins have won 3. Look at you. Look at the baseball box scores.
Come on now.
I'm a little impressed right there, brother. I got to admit.
Now go the White Sox.
The White Sox are doing 2. Look
Thank
at
you.
you. Look at you. Mr. Baseball.
But look at my Royals. Second place.
Okay.
11-6.
All right.
It doesn't matter. They've won 4 games. And I hate to say that, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you're trying to win a game. It's bad, but again, it goes to the depth of your team, putting a team together.
Do you think the Rockies are losing games right now because they don't have the roster or Bud Black's doing a poor job managing the team?
Listen, I think in normal situations, and Tyler's brought this up 100 times, in normal situations, Bud Black will not be your manager. That being said, there's no talent on this team.
Can I give you a crazy stat? In their last 9 losses, 8 of them have been by 2 runs or less, and 4 of them
means you're playing.
4 of them have been by 1 run, all low-scoring games.
And how many did you have the lead in, couldn't close it?
I don't know that. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I've always contended that a 1-run loss is either you did something good as a manager or something bad. Like I put 1-run wins, win or lose. That's the manager.
That's a manager's game.
Because there's something you could have done.
What did they lose last night?
They lost 2-1 in extra innings. They had a runner on second in the California tiebreaker. They did not advance him to third. They didn't score a run. They couldn't score a run with a runner on second and no outs in the 10th inning. And the Phillies just managed that, which is easy to do.
But then again, here's a manager was trying to do something. I mean, he was trying to. Do you remember? See if you remember this history.
You realize, though, most managers, if they made that decision with a starting pitcher who got
your
hurt
best
or
pitcher,
they'd be fired the next day.
Well,
you realize that's an insane move.
Here's what it comes down to. When I say
unless you're in high school,
he did have an option,
That's
and,
right.
and what I mean by that, I get it. You're not going to have every night where you're going to have 3 guys that are sick and Chris Bryant's hurt and all those sorts of things. But you do have the option of deciding how important is this game. It's a long season. It's a long year. And is there ever a game this early in the season that it's worth risking putting your ace out there as a pinch runner?
Well, here's another thing, too. So I would go, how many in the bullpen? Is there not somebody that's kind of quick?
Who's the second fastest runner?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
But here's another thing that he's maybe thinking. It's a tough move no matter what. But he's probably a pretty smart guy and understands what's a fly when the ball gets down, when to go, when not to go, too.
That's why I call him a National League player, because he would have been on base, and he has been previously. And Kyle is a good runner. The concept, though, of putting your number 1 pitcher, if that's what you got on a 4-win team, but you're putting your number 1 pitcher in a position where he could get hurt running the bases, guys, is crazy to do.
Yeah.
It's insane because there's got to be who's the next best runner besides Kyle Freeland.
Do you remember the first time the Rockies ever got to make the World Series? Or not the World Series, but the postseason. Remember who they played in the first round?
God, what year are we talking about?
Oh, I don't even know. But it was the only year the Braves won the World Series. They played the Braves in the first round.
Okay.
Same type of scenario, except it wasn't a runner. They had no pinch hitters, and they had guys on base to score at home to beat the Atlanta Braves. They had to bring in one of their starting pitchers. I don't want to say Lance Painter, but it was somebody. They had to bring a pitcher in to pitch hit in a playoff game.
Goofy stuff happens, especially in extra innings. Less of that happens now because they have this California tiebreaker deal, which is a good deal. It gets games over quicker. Like we need a 16-inning baseball game.
Why don't we?
We do not need a 16-inning baseball game. Nobody needs that.
How do you?
They're the worst.
If anybody that I would think would be a purist with me, they could hold hands. We could skip down the lane of Ty Cobb and
16-inning games.
Not every night. Once in a while, score a run. Put your pitcher in and steal home.
A 16-inning game is going on, and you're in inning 10, and it's 11 p.m. You watching?
I have before.
You watching all 16?
I have before.
Nobody's watching. Nobody's there.
I have before.
Okay. It's boring as hell.
Not when it's extra innings.
That game was exciting because there's a runner in scoring position from the get-go. It's the incompetence of Bud Black as a manager to not get the runner in.
How about the incompetence of the players? Yeah, to not get the runner in.
Just put it this way: you've got
we got twitch.
45 seconds left in the football game, and you got a punt return. Are you going to put Lamar Jackson back there because you got a couple guys that are sick?
Is it a Super Bowl?
No,
yes.
no, it's not.
If it's a regular season game,
it's week 2.
No, guess what? One of my wide receivers. Didn't you catch punts in high school?
Yeah.
No dumb questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
I got something in my back pocket.
Tight lie.
Tight. Okay.
Just off the green, maybe 3 feet, 4 feet. Pins middle of the green. You chipping or putting?
I'm putting because I suck.
I'm always putting. If I can putt, I am putting. It's as simple as that. And because I know what I am, I'm a 13 handicap, and I'm going. I always put it this way: if I miss, what's going to hurt me more, the putt or the chip?
All right, same scenario. 60 feet off the green, but in the fairway, tight lie, whatever. Putting or chipping?
I've putted before. I have.
What is this? The British Open?
Exactly. No,
I'm chipping in that scenario.
So my father-in-law, he putts
everything.
Everything.
If you can put, there's a lot of good golfers that if you can putt, you putt.
He holed a birdie on a hole just like this weekend. He was 65 yards off the green. It was 65 yards to the pin. Yards. And he putted it, and it went in.
Okay, that's pretty nuts.
That's awesome.
That's probably not a great decision, but you know
It
what?
went in.
It's a great decision if it goes in.
That's incredible.
Right?
I've always felt if you're putting those ones instead of chipping, because I watch probably too much golf, you just can't play.
Yeah, well, I agree. And that's why I would putt. But I wouldn't putt from 65 yards. What?
65 yards, down a swell, up a swell, on the green, over left to right hump. Boom, nailed it.
Oh, my God. I would definitely chip there. But, I mean, if it's just off the green because I stink, I would be putting. I putt in almost every circumstance. It's hard to hit good chips. I watch these guys at the Masters. We really didn't talk about the Masters. It's pretty boring. But Scheffler's incredible. Watching Scotty Scheffler is just, I mean.
Have you seen some of the.
Scotty Scheffler's like, he's like Steph Curry. Like Steph Curry changed basketball probably for the worse for high school players, right? And Scheffler's got that nutso swing that everybody's going to think, oh, it's okay for me to move my back foot.
Right.
That's okay for me.
There's videos that are rolling out, and I don't know when they were first published. But it's Tiger a little bit older. And Scheffler's with them, and he's asking advice. There was 2 different videos I saw. One was about taking divots or not taking divots. Tiger said, when I'm flush and I never take a divot. This guy said, really? So you work on that? And blah, blah, blah. Another one was sand, playing out of the sand. And it was Scheffler, I mean, like a young kid, asking his mentor, how did you do this? How did you do this? And I'm saying, well, that's why he's the greatest. He went to the other greatest that's ever played and said, how are you doing stuff? And so now we're seeing this guy rolling over people, and you're like, oh.
That dude's got ice in his veins, I'll tell you that much.
He wasn't afraid to ask questions to better players.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't very interesting this weekend. It just, Tiger stunk. It wasn't close. It was never close. I don't know what's going on with Tiger. That was weird.
No dumb question. What happens, and I read this article this weekend, when Rory McIlroy goes to live.
Yeah, I saw that. So
yeah.
How
about that?
To be fair, okay, so I saw the article that Rory was close to going to live for $850 million, which I kind of rolled my like, hey, we've all got a price, right? Well, everybody's got a price. You'll do anything for the right price. $849 million, that probably wasn't enough, but $850, he'll do it. To be fair, Rory debunked that completely today.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. Rory's
Oh, okay.
on camera, on record, saying, I will never go to live. That's never going to happen. I will play in the PGA the rest of my life. I have no clue where these rumors came from.
I wouldn't blame him if he did.
If Liv offered him truly $850 million,
I'd be
do
fine.
you not have to, even as good as Rory, do you not think about it?
No,
Now, he likes
dumb
legacies.
question. Is there any moral that you care enough that you wouldn't be willing to be a hypocrite for $850 million?
Yes.
Depends how much money I have initially.
Okay, hold on.
Right now.
Hold on. You had, all right, fine. Let's play that game.
Yeah.
You have $300 million.
Oh, there's a lot of things I wouldn't do for $800. If I had $300 million,
Yeah.
I'm not looking at price tags for anything. I own multiple homes and I go on vacation whenever I want. I work for myself.
Okay,
there's a lot of
I
things.
can't wait to see the bells and whistles on your YouTube channel then.
Yeah, you have $50 million.
$50 million? Sure, there's things that I wouldn't compromise myself for if I had
850?
Yeah, because like how many houses do you need? How many vacations can you take? I mean, what are you doing? I mean, what can I do in life with if I got $50 million? A
lot.
Such as?
You can't buy the largest
Give
yacht
me,
in the
give
world.
me a moral dilemma that would be worth to go back on who you are for $850 million.
Okay, I mean, I'm not saying like any moral dilemma, but I am saying like, okay, you put your foot down, saying I'll never be associated with them. Like his to be very specific, I will never be associated with that organization. I will never work for that employer. Vic Lombardi will never, ever, ever go work at 104.3 The Fan. He's put that out there, right?
Has he?
Right? What's his price tag?
Well, he's been fired there too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's kind of a whole
Let's
different
see what Roy's
conversation.
worth.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't know what it's like to never have to look at a price tag for anything. I have never lived like that. I don't know what that's like. So I guess I'm just speculating, but.
Well, according to this,
170.
Roy McIlroy is worth $170 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It's
a
easy.
lot of money,
It's easier
but
to
it's
be
not $850.
have some scruples when you got 170 in the
Yeah,
bank.
yeah,
I mean,
man.
Yeah,
if
but
you're an
there's something
older
about getting
player,
that B.
if you're an older player that went to live, and a bunch of them went to live. I mean, what was the one guy from England that's funny? Always has the funny hair, and his personality is great.
Dude, I watched Full Swing. Some of those guys that went to live needed money.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of like, listen, they weren't broke, but they were living a lifestyle that they needed.
They wanted to keep living.
They did. So I didn't see anybody that was just rolling in the dough already going to live. I saw a bunch of cats that Brooks Koepka
Oh, there were
like
guys
needed the
rolling in the dough.
cash. You know, it was weird with Brooks Koepka. Like he needed money. He was failing at golf and went there. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of the guy's name with the family.
Not Ian.
I'm forgetting his name.
Poulter? Is it Poulter?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's got like 8 kids, and he's been around a long
Ian
time.
Poulter. He was desperate
Ian
for money.
Yeah.
He was in full swing. It made him look desperate.
Yeah. Well, but dude, somebody's gonna pay you $30 million guaranteed.
I'd go.
You got to go.
I get it. But he wasn't sitting there with all the money in the world. He kind of, wanted to live a lifestyle and make a certain amount of money.
And that's why it was so
Plus,
big.
his game sucked at the time.
Yeah, it's true. But that's also why it was big when they did get a Rahm, a Rieseland, or
Right.
a Koepka, and who's the other guy that was Dennis something, one that's married to Gretzky's daughter.
Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, who's
Dustin Johnson. Dude,
what-
by the way, did she come off bad in that series?
Oh, yeah. Are you surprised?
Yeah, because her mom was so cute and flamingo kid.
I don't think I would describe her as cute.
I'll get to the mascot question here in a second as part of No Dumb Questions coming up. It's an interesting anniversary today, too. Should we be rooting for the Pelicans or the Lakers today? And Grizz, fresh from the Avalanche practice, the latest and greatest on the Avs as they get back to work. It's PhD on 92.5. It's so great to just be back in the habits that I was when I wasn't overweight in the first place. I've lost 40 pounds of fat with Sota weight loss, and I have as much energy as I've had, well, ever, frankly. Here's Barry. Over time with my age and poor eating habits, I gained an extra 40 extra pounds. Hello, Barry. I'm there with you. I reached out to Sota for help. It was an amazing experience. They taught me a new way to live. I now eat healthy and feel amazing. I started about 220. I was at 205. And now I'm a solid 175. I'm at 165. There you go, Barry. And I've stayed there for 2 years. I've never felt stronger and healthier at age 57. I highly recommend them to everyone. Well, geez, Barry, you're like my twin there, pal. Sota's at-home program is available wherever you are, at home, at work, on the go. Amanda's my nutritionist. You'll get a great nutritionist as well. Just reach out today at sotaweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com, where you can see more than 8,700 amazing Google reviews and before and after pictures that are going to knock your socks off, including mine. Sota Weight Loss. Say it with me. State of the art.
The Lakers should not play tomorrow night. They should not play LeBron. They should not play AD. They do not want to be the 7 seed. You want to be the 8. I'm taking my chances in a one and done at home against either Sacramento or Golden State and go in against the very young OKC Thunder in round 1 instead of going into the buzzsaw that is Denver. I think it is worth the risk.
Wow. Agree or disagree with Mike Greenberg on Get Up this morning? And that game is tonight. It's an early game, too. It's like, I think, 5:30 our time. It's the first of the 2 games tonight. I'm going to be fascinated to watch it for sure. I don't know. I mean, they could just not play Anthony Davis, right? I guess that's the quickest path to success by losing.
It came out of that last game early, so, I mean, they could use that as a reason. And the NBA is going to be watching it. You know, I'm interested. A couple things happened. They're now saying Cleveland tanked the game this weekend. Dallas, I mean, and I said this during the broadcast, the NBA and league office ain't going to be happy.
No.
That teams come in at game 82, I know it don't mean anything, but you're not playing anybody, you lose by 50 when the game's important in standings for a lot of other people and you don't play anybody. I can't believe that somebody doesn't get in trouble. They probably don't want to make a big stink about it, but I would be surprised if there wasn't a call made to Dallas, and who knows, maybe even Cleveland now, but this would be the same type thing. You go there and don't play anybody, like whoever that was said that. Ooh.
Yeah, but if it's LeBron, what are they doing? Nothing. I mean, anybody getting in trouble, I know they wouldn't realistically be LeBron. But in theory, I mean, if LeBron James just said, nope, not playing, none of us are going to go, think the league's doing absolutely anything to him?
Oh, man. That would be unreal, though. It's hard to imagine that happening. I mean, they're the only game on the slate. It's playoffs.
I'll just say this though, man. There's something to be said about sports karma. There is, and I don't think that there is any scenario that you could actually justify doing that for.
Well, if you just say losing is losing, no matter when it happens, and we can't beat the Nuggets, then what difference does it make if we lose to say Golden State or we lose in 4 games to the Nuggets? I guess.
Other than TV, there'll be at least 1 or 2 national televised games, and the NBA will sell. I mean, we've been watching one of the TVs in here have been on ESPN, and about every 15, 20 minutes, there's a Lakers story.
I mean, I actually agree with the concept, and it's not like the Thunder were that much better than the Nuggets. We all realize they had the same record. It's a tiebreaker. They had the same record.
But it goes back to the promo that Vic that's on the air right now for the morning show. And he said, boys, look at the playoff experience. Well, if you think, you know, Denver, LA, you know, both of them pretty experienced at this time. New Orleans, not as much, although I think Ingram probably got in it. And we know C.J. McCollum's been in the playoffs because Denver's had to face him a couple times.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
But you look at OKC, there's no experience there, really. They got beat out in the playing game last year.
I think taking the Thunder is the easier path to move on compared to the Nuggets.
If the
I don't
Lakers
think it's
really
close.
want to move on, then they ought to try to lose tonight and then take their chance. And then take their chance as the announcer said in their home game. It's a home game, and then go play OKC.
But maybe the counter to that, and I get the logic behind it, but maybe the counter to that is you want to play Denver as quickly as you possibly can before your legs wear out.
If you're the Lakers, you want Denver. You wouldn't mind Denver in the first round.
You got to beat them at some point.
Yeah, but you wouldn't mind them in the first round because I'm telling you, they spread the first round out, and the NBA is going to want LeBron James healthy and rested every single game so that he can get – because if you go back that second half of Game 4 last year, because remember, they were brilliant the first half. They had a 16-point lead at halftime. And then Joker came out in the third quarter, and LeBron had zero gas in that second half of that Game 4. They don't want that.
All right. Well, that's the drama that's going on. I think it's delicious, man. So – we'll see. It's fun to hear Greenberg like pound the table for it because he's speaking for ESPN. So listen, they'd get everything. They get another Lakers game, which they would love for their broadcast, right?
Yeah, because then that game would be on Sunday, and Golden State would be Golden State Lakers on Sunday afternoon on ABC.
Josh Krishmer is here, who was at Avalanche practice today. Let's get a quick update. What's going on with the Avs?
They were working really, really hard on special teams today. A lot of PK, a lot of power play stuff. Really, really working hard on that. And then that was full team too. They were going all different types of lineups, different types of players out there. I saw McKinnon on the PK and the power play as well. They were going so hard. McCarr took a little bit of a spill. He stepped on the puck. Totally fine. Not a big deal at all. And then afterwards, Coach wanted to talk about how, there's been a lot of speculation, talk about how Middlestad's kind of been with the team, how he's gelling with the team, things like that. He said he's taken.
A lot of people been interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, that's your 2C. That's the 2C that you want to step up.
His record with Middlestats, it's not been good.
It's not.
So you're saying from that he sucked, or the team sucked since he's been here?
It's not been great.
The production from him has not been great. 9
great.
points since he's been here. He's a -3 since he's been here.
Yeah.
Bedsy wants to see him step up a little bit, and he said he's taken a little bit of a lull there. Yeah.
Georgie is what we want to know.
Did Georgie break a stick today?
No, there was no broken sticks today, which is great.
Did he throw his helmet?
No.
Did he hit a teammate?
No hitting teammates, nothing like that.
You going through the
It
best
was
with Georgie
lighthearted.
for this year?
It was lighthearted. There was a lot of smiles out there too. Look, the team knows how good they can be.
Did anybody ask Bednar about the goalie situation?
Yeah, they want to. He said that he has thought about, giving Onanen a start in Edmonton. He's thought about it in Edmonton. This is the final regular season.
Well,
game.
that's here in Denver.
Nothing about
against Edmonton.
Nothing about against Edmonton. Excuse me. Nothing about anything. No switches to start the postseason. I would be shocked to see anyone but Georgiev start the postseason.
What would you guys do?
I would start Georgie. Obviously, the leash would be short, and the first time I pull him would be the last time I pull him, and I'm moving forward with Annunen.
Here's the risk. I would say initially, saying, okay, play Annunen on Thursday. But if he stinks, then you're really scared come game one. If he's great, well, then all of us are going to have fun because we're going to say this is where he starts. But it would be an easier way to start him in that first game.
That is a fair thought, though. Like, if you make that move too early to Juice and say he sucks, right? Well, now what? Now you're switching back to another guy that you already benched?
That's the talk of the town right now. Would it be easier to start, Onanen first game of the postseason? Because then if he's awful, you can pull him and go to Georgie and stick with Georgie as opposed to the vice versa, because it messes with a goaltender's head being pulled, especially the known starter for the regular season, for most of the regular season. What would be easier? Because there's a lot of conversation going on.
The only way Thursday even matters for the Avalanche is if Seattle somehow beats Winnipeg in Winnipeg tonight, which, I don't know. That's so highly unlikely. It's ridiculous.
Those were other questions being asked. If it doesn't matter Thursday, are you going to rest some guys? And Bednar said,
yeah,
we're thinking about it.
Yeah,
They're all weighing all options.
Oh, because Thursday is a scrimmage.
100%.
It doesn't matter. That literally doesn't matter. You'd be in the third seed. You'd be on the road against Winnipeg. That's that. You've got to kind of, if you want Thursday to matter at all,
bring up the Eagles.
But sure, bring them all up. Do whatever you got to do. Sign Matt Davis for a game. Play the e-bug. Whatever you got to do.
Go e-bug.
I don't want to rain on anybody's parade that has Edmonton tickets. But then again, if Seattle pulls up the upset of the year in Winnipeg, it's like Dumb and Dumber. You got a chance. 1 in a million, but you got a chance. Anything else from practice today?
They looked fun. They looked lighthearted. It was good. And I don't even know if they have any more practices at Family Sports. I think it's going to be from ball here on out.
Well, we'll see what the NBA schedule is.
And going back to your very first statement, their PK has been horrible in the last 4 or 5 games.
Awful.
And their power play has not been necessarily great lately either.
So hard. That was the focus of about 35 minutes there, and they crushed it.
How did Landeskog look?
Good from the bench. He looked really good. He was watching practice today.
He's very vocal, by the way, during. I know you're laughing. You're Mr. Snark over there.
Why was that snark?
You're a total snark. But he does hang out during practice and is.
Well, Bednar even said that today. He's very active in the meetings too. I think that's good. I think that's good to have that voice in there.
What it's worth.
Well, you said earlier this year they didn't need that voice in there. It didn't matter.
Grizz said that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I said it doesn't matter. It's great. It's great to hear.
Guys.
No, it doesn't matter if he's wearing the C or the A. It's good to hear his voice.
Was Mosier around to say there's no problems here? There's nothing to look at?
Did not see Mosier there.
Okay. It's PHC on 92.5. Gonna kick things off, giving you free stuff. Monster Energy AMA Supercross races into Denver on May 4th at Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss the intense racing as the world's elite riders compete head-to-head for the coveted Supercross Championship. You can get your tickets at supercrosslive.com. Keyword is Supercross. So just text Supercross and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. 303-504-0925. Text Supercross. Good luck on that. Let's football go. Coming up in, we're going about 15 minutes there with Dan Bud Tanner. Good report from Grizz about the Avalanche as they try to get their act together. Don't know if that game on Thursday is going to matter or not. A lot of watching going on. Going to be watching to see how Winnipeg does against Seattle. I mean, that's the final nail in the coffin for the Avs to finish in third place in the Central. And more eyes on the Lakers and the Pelicans today with the conspiracy theory that the Lakers are just going to tank it out. I mean, couldn't you make the argument the Pelicans would do that too? I don't know. I mean, who really wants to play the Nuggets?
27-28 final.
Well, I mean, the Mavericks manifested that destiny, didn't they?
We got dudes getting kicked out of the league for tanking games, and but you know what? It's fine. In this one, go ahead, LeBron. Just to go ahead and take this one.
I mean, we're just kind of assuming it would just be up to the Lakers to do that, but I mean, I suppose the Pelicans could do it as well. I don't know why they want to play the Lakers or the Nuggets rather.
Well, that would be an interesting game. Oklahoma City and New Orleans, two kind of semi-young teams. I guess. A cool series.
I mean, I think the Nuggets win no matter what. So I'm not overly concerned about it. But yeah, okay, fine. I'd rather it'd be easier, I think, to play the Pelicans, I guess, than the Lakers. I think the Lakers are a more fun story, though.
You know what? And I guess for that reason, and maybe I'm just disrespecting him too much. And I know Scott disagreed. I saw him shaking his head last time I said it. But I'm like, the Lakers, what is there to be afraid of right now? I'd rather just go ahead and play the Lakers. Let's go. Give me a fun storyline. Let's put them in their spot and let's roll. You're going to be fine.
You invoked the word sports karma earlier.
Yeah.
And beating somebody 8 in a row, sweeping them last year. Who's your daddy's
chance?
Is that sports
karma or is that dominance?
No, that's all of a sudden karma's right out there if you ain't careful.
Sure.
Ready to come back.
Well, you got to play good basketball, sure.
And I do agree with what Vic's take was in that promo was a whole lot more experience in the postseason over there than in New Orleans.
Well, that's for sure.
Dude, can you give us some detail? We didn't get to this yesterday, but because we ended up yelling at Vic.
Just give Zion a donut or something.
Wow, one? Yeah, let me play some MPJ for you real quick.
Yeah, I kind of started feeling bad last game. I don't know if I got food poisoning from the pregame meal or what it was, but I was, down bad the last couple nights, throwing up and stuff. But I played 80 out of 81 games, and the one game I missed was because I didn't have the right shoes. So I wanted to finish the regular season, playing every game. That I didn't want to miss a game because I couldn't play. So I didn't like the taste in our mouth from the last game. And, I wanted to come out here and get a win and help my team get a win.
Yeah, that's against Memphis. And then it was like, wait.
How many games?
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, you got close. Who are we?
220, 222, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, we haven't messed up a number here and there, so I'm not going to get on the guy that much for that. But you understood what he said.
You playing this season 82 games?
I think I'll go with 81.
81, 82, whatever.
Yeah.
But then it's like, wait.
So you missed a game because of your shoes?
Huh?
Why is that? Why did that keep you out?
Because the shoes that I had them packed, they actually were like, the laces were like torn, and I just didn't feel safe playing in the shoes. I brought the wrong shoes, really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you worn? I'm trying to think. You've worn pretty much the same shoes most games, right?
Yeah, but different pairs, not the worn down pair. Yeah.
75 and sunny tomorrow in Denver.
Oh yeah, I'm outside.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. That's good. Okay. A couple no dumb questions here. Okay. I get it. He's got his drop foot thing going on, and I do understand why he would be very particular about his shoe wear. Scott, I'm not quite sure how it works in the NBA. In the NFL, we do pack our own bags, and we do pack our own cleats that we want to bring and all that. But when the equipment staff packs, guess what they do? They pack about 3 extra pairs for every single player on the team in case, God forbid, something happens to the cleats that you actually packed. Does that not go on in the NBA?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So what's the story here? How could this happen?
I have no idea. I'm taking Michael for his word. His shoestrings were torn.
And the shoestrings? It
Isn't
was
that
it
what
the
he
shoe
said?
or the shoestrings?
I thought he said the shoestrings.
He did say something about the shoestrings. He definitely
Why is
did.
that? Why did that keep you out?
Because the shoes that I had them packed, they actually were like, the laces were like torn, and I just didn't feel safe playing in the I brought the wrong shoes, really.
Wait, hold on. So was it about the shoes or the shoestrings? Because I think
laces are strings, right?
I think the strings are interchangeable.
The whole thing to me was like, I'm sorry, what?
Hey, you know what? Like it is super weird. It's bizarre, and it's easy to poke your finger at it and laugh. The mere fact, though, that this dude literally only missed one game with all those injuries and everything that he's had, that's nothing short of a miracle.
I get it, but still, huh? You didn't play because you didn't have your shoes? Or you had bad laces? Or, okay. I mean, I guess shizzle happens. But it is an interesting thought. Like, is that what happens? You pack you can't carry you're like 12 getting on a plane because you're playing in a travel tournament. You got to pack your own.
When I played, you carried your own shoes. You never had extras. If you forgot them at the room or a shoe blew out, you'd hope the other team had a pair of shoes you could borrow in your size. So you only took one pair usually. You had to break in a pair. If you took two, is one to break in during practice during a long road trip, and the other to wear during games. You carried your own uniform, and you carried your own uniform, and there was nights you jump in the shower, soap down with your uniform on, and then hang it up.
What?
And hope you had one of them hotel rooms that you could turn the heat lamp on.
Wait a second. Nice. In the NBA, you're walking around with your own uniform?
Yeah.
Well, Scott's NBA the same NBA.
We also were flying commercial.
I knew that.
Yeah, the rule was if you played a back-to-back, you had to take the first available flight out, which you might play a game in Chicago and do something stupid like stay out drinking till 5, and then all of a sudden you got a 6:30 plane to Cleveland. That's tough.
My question is, why'd you get in the shower? Everyone knows it's good luck to not wash your uniform.
No.
Everyone knows that. Common sense.
I think I only did that once, but I washed it many a time in the sink.
When did that change? That I do remember that because there's all sorts of pictures when I was growing up of Larry Bird like waiting at Logan Airport just to get on, there you are. You're right there getting on board with the Celtics.
Right.
And I don't know if that was just NBA because there's just fewer guys. Now in the NBA, they got 20 coaches,
Right. You got as many coaches that travel now as there were guys on the team playing in my day.
I mean,
you know what's funny about like the used shoes, and again, I didn't battle anything like MPJ's battling with his drop foot, but I was notorious for they would always pack new shoes for us, and they would give us new shoes. I wore the exact same pair of cleats from training camp all the way through because I hated breaking in new shoes. I wanted the totally broken in cleats.
Well, nowadays, and I know this for a fact, Adidas started it with their Adidas Top 10, which is still one of my favorite shoes I ever worn. And it was the first shoe that started making their basketball shoes with glove leather. So it was already softer, and you could actually put a brand new pair of shoes on, and they were broke in. They were so soft. Most shoes were a lot stiffer, that stiff leather and stuff. I mean, I'd practice in a new pair for a week or two before I'd ever transfer them into game practice.
Who's his shoe sponsor?
I think Puma's him.
Puma.
Well,
Good advertisement.
I'm going to guess there's something, because he's got those foot issues, that there's something super special, I guess, about the shoes. It's just a funny thing to hear because you're like, isn't there a Dick's Sporting Goods open down the street and you forgot your shoes? I mean,
shoestrings. Don't they sell shoestrings at the gift shop at the Ritz-Carlton?
Right.
No, listen, he's got other issues. And obviously, if you've watched any of the games, he wears a brace. And so there might have been an issue with the brace in the shoe and the foot. And
I'm
going to
guess it's a complicated thing.
Okay. I think it's probably more complicated than just a shoestring.
You know what? That's totally fair. And there are, like, in the NFL, we would have certain cleats when you would have an ankle brace on or whatever. Sometimes you would get a custom mold on your toe. Sometimes they would shave it down around the ankle so that it could actually fit into your ankle brace. And with that drop foot thing that he wears, that could easily make sense. The equipment managers literally might have to custom mold the shoe for that brace.
Let me give you a quick bonus no dumb question here.
That's not as funny though.
On this day in 1994, Dinger was hatched on the field.
Cool.
I remember that day like it was yesterday.
Good mascot.
Scott was out there.
Good.
Didn't you call it?
I was the PA guy introducing it.
That is fantastic. Then who better?
Can you reenact it?
No, because they really didn't say, hey, they're gonna roll out a big egg, and then the mascot's gonna roll out, and then I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm like, whoa, Dinger! Oh.
Why were you on the PA for that game? Did you do that? Like for the Rockies?
Well, because KOA was their station, and we had the best show on the station. I guess I don't know. Dave probably said, "No way." I'm still new. It's like my first full year of doing radio, and so I'm like, "Oh, I'll do it, sure." Yeah.
Oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. That sounds like something fun. I don't think that's like a bad thing whatsoever.
Dinger's underrated, by the way.
Underrated.
Oh yeah, people hate on Dinger. Dinger's great. He's cute. He's fluffy. The kids like to go see him.
Great stories behind the scenes on Dinger.
Really?
Give us one.
Well, give us. Yeah.
And I believe it was when they were still doing. No, this was Coors Field. Oh, it's Coors Field on Mile. Anyway, one of the two. They were the radio broadcast or TV. I think it was radio. There was a step down before you got to the where the announcers did. So Dinger's coming in between innings or whatever to play. Mm-hmm. Trips on the step, doesn't realize step, and lands on one of the play-by-play announcers, who gets up hot and starts punching the mascot out in the broadcast booth. Full swinging.
No way.
Mike Tyson.
Are you kidding me?
On Dinger with the big puffy head.
And you can't possibly hurt Dinger.
Come
like you're not
on.
getting
exactly.
through all that padding.
But this guy had a short fuse, kind of.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, he had a short fuse, and yeah, he had a short fuse, and the story goes the guy fell on him, and he gets up and just starts throwing haymakers at Dinger's head.
Why is Dinger commonly derided, and why do some people hate Dinger as a mascot?
Because he didn't do anything except
What are you talking
stand
about?
on
He
the
spins
thing.
his head in a 360 when
Yeah.
he stands
I mean,
behind
there's
home plate.
At least Rocky, at one time for the Nuggets, Rocky was the best draw.
Ooh.
Rocky was the whole thing because the team was so bad.
What would have happened if somebody punched Rocky?
Well, Charles Barkley did.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But Dinger, I mean, you get up on a thing, you do the little belly thing, you boom, 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 push the belly thing. I mean, what the hell does a mascot do? And unless the greatest ones now are the sausage races, right? Milwaukee and Philly and all those places.
Yeah.
Now you're awesome. The dude that runs dudes down in Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He lets him start on like second base.
Yeah,
right?
that's like awesome.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's go.
What does Dinger do?
He's cute.
I mean, come on now.
Dinger's great.
Hey, somebody must like him because 32,000 a game show up to a team that's going to lose 100 games.
Let's football go. Cortland Sutton in the news today. That's next. Hey, it's D-Mac, and I dropped 40 pounds of fat with Sota Weight Loss, and I'm so grateful for their help. And it's been an amazing 4 months for me, and now I'm in the maintenance time of, living life. Still eating healthy, still working with the nutritionist. Things just change a little bit. Things come back into your life in terms of food that were out for a minute, but nothing crazy. Because you learn a different way to live. With 8,700 Google reviews, you're really going to find some remarkable examples of success. Pam, best weight management program out there. No pills or shots. Excellent staff to guide you through your journey to a healthier you. Pam, I completely agree. I work with Amanda, my nutritionist, and I will continue to do so even though I've achieved my main goal. So it is an at-home program. It's available wherever you are. And like I said, check out the thousands of Google reviews and the before and after pictures. You're absolutely going to love it. I had a good friend of mine from California, Mark, what's happening, hit me up last night that he's joining up, and I think that's good for him. He has the same goal I had, and I said, Mark, I'll talk to you in 4 months, and I know you're going to be successful. Sota Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com. Sota Weight Loss, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
We are live at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. And we thank our sponsor, MileHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Yes, tights. Well, they do it for me. So does Dan Bud Tanner, because he likes talking football. So let's football go, Dan.
Wait till Dan puts on the tights.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that intro.
He was picking his nose when you introed him, man. You got to read the room.
Okay. Dan, what's first?
All right, fellas. Broncos wide receiver Courtland Sutton did not report Monday for voluntary workouts as he seeks a new contract per source. Sutton is going on his 10th starting quarterback in 7 seasons. He only has $2 million guaranteed left on his deal. Last season, fellas, he had 10 touchdowns while ranking 56th in targets. If you're George Payton or Sean, whoever's making the decisions, are you guys giving Courtland a new deal?
No, I can't believe this is even happening. I can't believe he's kind of still on the team. No, I am not giving him a new deal. Tyler?
Yeah, I think I would. He's got a very unique amount of leverage that has come via the other departures. You no longer have Jerry Jeudy on this football team, and Courtland Sutton knows dang well he is the number 1 wide receiver on this team. So I'm not telling you got to give him a gargantuan contract. But he's looking at what Jerry Jeudy just got $41 million fully guaranteed, and you desperately need him. So unless you are totally admitting you are in a full-on rebuild, which I don't think they're ever going to admit, I think they're trying to win games right now, I would not necessarily give him a long-term deal, but what I would do is I would front-load him a bunch of money right now, make sure he gets happy, maybe give him a small bonus on the season.
Because of where you are this year in particular, if it's 3 years down the road or something, maybe different. Because where you are this year, and if you're going to be lucky to win 5 games, probably more in the 4 range. F you, if this is how you want to be. We'll either play you and you'll like it, or don't show up and we'll just fine you. And it won't be one of those things when you do come back, we'll give you that money back like they do other people.
It's a bold move.
And if not, then you look to trade him if you can. And you find a team even worse than you, hard to do right now, and trade him there.
Yeah, but I mean, what I really think this is more than anything else, I think it's Courtland saying he wants out. Does he have the leverage to get a $41 million deal? No, but I think he recognizes that he has a tiny bit of leverage right now, and as a player, you should always take advantage of it when you do.
Next up, Dan.
All right, shout out to Rob Trigilio for sending us this. So, Scotty, you brought up earlier that you could envision Dak Prescott being the Broncos' starting quarterback this upcoming season, correct?
Sure, why
this
not?
upcoming season. Now,
Except the $55 million scares you.
I have a mock draft here from USA Today. At pick number 12, they have the Dallas Cowboys selecting Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle from Penn State. Now, the reason the Cowboys have this pick 12 here in this mock draft is because in the mock, they have the Broncos trading for Dak Prescott. The Cowboys would receive picks 12, 121, a 2025 first rounder, a 2025 second rounder, and a 2026 fourth rounder. In return, the Broncos receive Dak Prescott. What do you guys think?
I think it sounds insane, but Tyler?
Well, on the surface, just talk about the value there. So you, in essence, are giving up a first rounder, a second, and a fourth. Is that what I heard? And you're swapping this year's, right?
Correct.
So is Dak Prescott on the surface worth a first rounder, a second, and a fourth? Probably. Yeah, he probably is.
2 first rounders.
But
you're swapping one.
Everybody
right?
still has.
Yeah, sorry, correct.
Everybody has yet to take the Alka-Seltzer from Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And this will not be a popular thing because of Russell Wilson. If we never had ventured through Russell Wilson territory, they'd go, yeah. And as soon as he got here, you know what they'd say then? Sign him to a new contract.
It's John Elway after he drafted Paxton Lynch and he's got PTSD from it, right? He's not going to swing and miss again. There is zero, and I mean literally zero chance that George Payton would ever take another gamble like this on a trade for a QB.
It's all about what Sean Payton wants more than George Payton, but it seems crazy. I just can't imagine it happening.
If Sean Payton wants his deal, is it done?
Yes.
If George Payton wants his deal, is it done?
No.
George. Listen, man, keep the coffee hot. Next story, Dan.
They just got.
Well, you'll George.
All right, fellas, quarterbacks galore. Scott said he likes Michael Penix. Let's hear from Robert Griffin III, Tyler's former teammate, on why he thinks Michael Penix Jr. is the best passer in this year's draft.
Michael Penix Jr. is the best pure passer in this entire draft class. When I look at Penix and what he's been able to do, everyone wants to talk about footwork in the pocket presence. Can he scramble? Can they make plays off schedule? When I see Penix, I go back and I look at how many passes per game he had this past year in college. He threw the ball 555 times, 37 times per game. That to me showed me that Michael Penix Jr. was forced to make more decisions than any other quarterback in this year's top of the draft class. They put the entire game plan and the entire season essentially on his shoulders. And he delivered. They're playing a national championship game.
So, fellas, did RG3 sway you at all when it comes to the Broncos potentially selecting Michael Penix as the best passer, pure passer in this year's draft?
Nothing he says sways me on anything, but I'm not that impressed with RG3. I think he does an all right job, but he's also had kind of crazy takes all over the place. So I guess no for me.
Well, if you've been following this draft season, he's done interviews with basically all of the draft prospects. He went out there on a line when Merrill Hodge said that Drake May is going to get a GM and a head coach fired, and he said, "Oh, if Drake May doesn't work out, it's because he had bad coaching." He brought on Bo Nix onto his podcast, and he literally said that Bo Nix is being compared to Drew Brees. I haven't heard anybody else comparing him to Drew Brees. Now Michael Penix is the best passer in the draft. I think that's true. I think that Michael Penix has got the purest arm in the NFL draft this year. But I haven't heard Robert have a slanted opinion in a negative way on any of these draft prospects.
If Michael Penix, his freshman and sophomore year, had never torn his ACL, would he be higher in this draft? Would he be considered 1, 2, or 3?
Well, put it this way. Go through like the last 5 years of national championship quarterbacks. How many of those are not guaranteed first rounders? And I don't know. Maybe there's some examples. And I'm just guessing off the top of my head. There's very, very few of them that have made it to a national championship game are not a guaranteed first rounder. So to answer your question, yes, I think he's a bona fide, not only is he a first rounder, if he has no injury concerns, he takes Washington to the national championship game, I think he's a guaranteed lock top 5 pick.
Next up, Dan Tanner.
All right, fellas, I wanted to bring this up because it kind of goes into what we've been talking about over the last couple of days, the vaunted 2018 draft where the Broncos take Bradley Chubb, Bills take Josh Allen. Now, Ari Myrov tweets out that the Vikings, who pick one spot ahead of the Broncos, their draft situation is very similar to what the Bills faced in 2018. Buffalo had 2 picks in the first round, 12 and 22. The Vikings have 11 and 23 this year. Everyone knew Buffalo wanted a quarterback. 2018 had 5 first-round quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson. Everyone thought Buffalo would package both their ones to move up to get their quarterback. Instead, the Bills stayed patient and traded up from 12 to 7 to select Josh Allen without giving up both of their first-round picks. They gave up the number 12 in 2 seconds to make it happen.
By the way, they were desperately trying to make a deal with the Broncos.
For 5.
They were, and it didn't happen because the Broncos wanted Chubb. But keep going.
So Ari says they let the draft come to them. It'll be interesting to see if Minnesota takes a similar approach instead of overpaying. So do you guys see Minnesota being impatient, trading both of their firsts to move up to select their quarterback, or standing pat at 11?
Well, again, context matters here. The Bills were trying to move up as far as they could. They just hit a brick wall with the Broncos there at 5, and then the Colts already had done a deal with the Jets, and they wanted the guard there, Tyler. Help me. Notre Dame guard, monster. Quentin Nelson, yeah. So, getting to 7 for the Bills was fine, and don't forget, the Jets had already moved up. So there's a lot going on there. So a lot of teams, that is true in this draft process. You can only go as far as you can go. And I think...
I can take that both ways, though, because I could say, well, they weren't that motivated, or else they would have gotten the deal done with the Broncos, because there's always a price that you get somebody to give up the pick for.
It shocked me when I found out the Broncos could have actually. Listen, that draft.
Well, but
was
what does
so
that mean?
miserable.
I mean, what kind of offer was it?
It was like first round picks with the Bills. It was the number 7 overall pick, but the Broncos wanted to make that mistake so badly. They probably would have got Bradley Chubb at 7 had they been patient with it. How many ways the Broncos screwed up that draft is actually mind-blowing. It's on multiple levels. I mean, you liked Sam Darnold. Why didn't you move up to get him? That's what we kept hearing about. Elway loves Sam Darnold. Go. Make a trade
But aren't
with
you
the
glad he
Colts.
didn't?
Hell yeah.
Not really, because I want to see a firm commitment to drafting a quarterback. I'd have been fine if they did that.
Would you have been, well, and
by the way, how do you know Sam Darnold wouldn't have worked out for the Broncos? How do you know he wouldn't have worked out?
Because he sucks.
Watching film?
He sucks forever? Why is he making $10 million right now with the Vikings?
Because quarterback play in the NFL sucks.
Well, all right. Well, maybe.
Would you want Sam Darnold for $10 million here with the Broncos?
Well, if John Elway was a good GM and made that decision, then John Elway must have hired good coaches and made a right quarterback evaluation. And Vic Lombardi would be doing a happy dance because he's so good. That is funny.
It wouldn't have been the right evaluation. It would have been the wrong evaluation.
If the career is the same parallel.
Everybody is telling me that I'm fighting with over the past couple days how great John Elway is a GM. But every time this topic comes up, everybody always says Sam Darnold would have failed. But Sam Darnold was who John Elway wanted that year. And because he couldn't get his guy because he didn't make an aggressive move, they didn't take him. But are you telling me now John Elway would have made a mistake? John Elway, the great GM, didn't know that Sam Darnold wasn't any good? I'm confused by this.
Well, he did know he wasn't going to be good, so he didn't draft him.
That's right. Like you can't twist that. He didn't take him.
He didn't take him because he didn't make an aggressive move to move
because
up
he
for
didn't
him.
believe that much in him.
Every report I've heard about that draft, John Elway's favorite quarterback in that draft was Sam Darnold.
Okay, that's
Every
fine.
single.
It could be his favorite, and he also didn't love him that much that he was willing to take a huge swing.
Here's one thing I'll give you with John that I thought made a mistake. Herbert's junior, where there was flirting about coming out, supposedly Elway loved him, and then all of a sudden he does come out the next year, and he doesn't do anything to go and get him. I wouldn't mind seeing him here.
I get it. I'll give you another one. The Drew Lock year, I was told repeatedly Elway did want to take him in the first round. And he was talked out of it by his personnel people, and they ended up taking Noah Fant.
Well, good personnel people. They talked about a bad move.
I guess, but I'm going to the point of, listen, I really shouldn't rehash this old territory because we have a coach now who will be more definitive in what he likes and what he doesn't like for his own reasons. So I really do trust Sean Payton on this one. And Elway on quarterbacks, I'll just give you, I'll concede here just to make the argument better. Great GM in the beginning, as I roll my eyes. Great GM in the beginning, but after 2016 could not figure out the quarterback position. And I don't know how you'd even argue with me on that one because it was mistake after mistake. And I think we got a guy in Sean Payton who's going to figure this one out better. I'm excited to see what he's going to do. I am, and I think he'll do the right thing. Any more? Got something?
We'll end on a fun one here. So
All
we
right.
had Luke McCaffrey on the show earlier. Sounds shockingly similar to Ed, who we had on at the Super Bowl. So 2 clips here of Luke and Ed. We'll see just how similar they actually sound.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy that I get to look at it now and not read it from a piece of paper as a senior in high school at Valor, because I'm so thankful for that opportunity. But I probably wouldn't have expected that or planned for that.
Okay, so there's Luke. Here's Ed, who we had on at the Super Bowl.
But, he was a Broncos fan his whole life. And, that picture that was in Sports Illustrated had him running around with his little blonde fro on the.
That is bananas.
Absolutely
sound
nuts.
identical.
Absolutely nuts. It's not just like the voice inflection.
That's crazy.
It's the words. It's the pauses. It's
crazy.
it's all of it. It's all just identical.
That's one of the most messed up things I've ever heard in my life. It's so similar. But his other kids don't sound like that.
No.
Like you could easily have Luke do call-ins as Ed McCaffrey,
Easily.
and nobody would have any clue.
I don't know. Is there a bigger point than that? Is just want to hear how they sound next to each other?
Bigger point. Do you want Luke McCaffrey with the Denver Broncos?
Yes.
Why?
because they don't have any receivers. I think he'd be a value draft, especially if he's going to go in the third round.
Yeah, knowing what Sean Payton's history has been with Taysom Hill, I think it'd be an insanely successful draft pick for the Broncos. Number one, I think he can contribute as wide receiver. I think he's going to play a unique role in this football team that is different than Cortland Sutton's. And then, like everybody gets confused with Taysom Hill, like as a quarterback. Taysom Hill would throw 3 or 4 passes on the entire year, right? But if you could get the right timing, the right time to implement those passes, and you could use Luke McCaffrey in those, it would be a fun little weapon to have.
All right. Just a heat check here, though. The Broncos don't have a second-round pick. Let's just assume for the sake of argument they take Bo Nix at 12, okay? For the sake of argument. Are you okay with your next pick in the NFL draft being Luke McCaffrey?
So in the third round?
Yep.
Yeah, it would be.
He'd be your second pick in that draft.
I'd be 100% cool with it. I would assume that Sean Payton desperately wants to fix his offense.
Not a pass rusher, not a tight end.
Right.
Luke McCaffrey.
I would assume that Sean Payton desperately wants to fix his offense. So you go out and you get yourself a quarterback and get yourself an offensive weapon. Sure, I'm in.
Scott?
I don't like Bo Nix, and so I'm not going to be excited if they draft Bo Nix.
Who would excite you in the first round?
If you take Penix in the first round,
Penix is gone,
and you take Luke McCaffrey in the third round, you win.
Okay, because I'm just checking on pass rusher, tight ends.
Well, I'll go. Hey, listen, dude, I'm a team player. Whatever you say, quarterback. Hey, Penix.
Okay, but you think I'm just saying
they'll have Stinkham and Penix here all the time.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Stinkham and Penix here in the locker room.
Well, sounds like an interesting cartoon at a dirty movie theater back in the 70s.
Well, the new Beavis and Butthead.
Go ahead, say it. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, if you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, the company to go with is AAA Home Improvements. My guy, Toby Hurdle, has created an incredible company, 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience, a complete turnkey process. Here's Nick Dillon. AAA did a wonderful job on the addition on our home. A few hiccups, but nothing major. Overall, the project came out great, and we were very pleased with the end result. I've recommended them dozens of times to my clients and friends. Staying in close communication with you is so critical because not everything goes exactly to plan, but when you know what's happening, when it's happening, then you're going to be a satisfied customer. And the quality of work, you got to go to AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com and look at some of their incredible before and afters. Look at the kitchen renovations, the master bath renovations. If you're putting together an Airbnb or rental, perhaps you want to get that theater room, bar, whatever you want to do, AAA can make it happen. The only issue is their quality of work is so good, their schedule fills up quickly. So check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate, AAAHomeImprovements.com, AAAHomeImprovements.com, quality at a fair price.
Doesn't matter. I mean, I think both teams present problems. I know there's this people out there think that the Lakers are going to lose intentionally because they don't want to play us, and they want to get matched up with the Thunder. And I don't think any NBA team would ever take that risk because there's no guarantee you're going to win the next game. So the Lakers are not going to lay down tonight. And obviously, last year we didn't know till Friday night who we were playing. The good thing about being two, if you want to say, well, what's the positive about it, is that around 7:30 tonight, we're going to know who we have on Saturday in game one of round one, New Orleans or the Lakers. And then we'll start getting ready for whoever that team is.
Nuggets head coach Michael Malone on Dempsey and Company. Just a reminder, Avs or Nuggets, you can listen to all of it, Altitude Sports Radio app. Take us wherever you go, and you can listen to whatever you want, no matter where you are, thanks to our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Is Malone right? Is it just too risky in the NBA to take that sort of chance? Or will the Lakers not tank out on purpose, but they'll make the argument, listen, AD needs a little bit more rest. We're just going to be smart. We'll take our chances. We're not trying to lose, but we'll try to win a little bit harder next time around.
It wouldn't put it past them to do that, but I tell you what, the ESPN, because of ESPN, you put a big spotlight on them, but I promise you the league will not be happy.
If AD doesn't play?
Yeah, they will not be happy. I mean, it better be very legit for him.
Well, would it be legit? Why did he come out of the last game?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So it would be legit. I mean, all right. Everybody's hurt right now, though, aren't they?
Yes. But I'm just telling you, the NBA is very image conscious. And to sit there and say a playing game that they've invested a lot of money in and excitement to, I can't believe the league office would be real happy. Now, will they do anything about it?
Well, that I was just going to say. And so what? What are they going to do? I mean, we're mad. Oh, boo-hoo.
Well, you've seen teams get fined $100,000, $150,000, $50,000 this year. If you miss a playoff game or kind of semi-throw, I mean, all the leagues got in bed with betting things. You think that helps your betting partners that you taking millions and millions of dollars from? That all of a sudden a best player, a Hall of Famer, is not going to play?
So what's a more subtle way to tank tonight? What should we look for if the Lakers really aren't trying their best?
God, I don't know. I don't know how you do it.
Here's my question. Is it really the most advantageous thing for the Lakers to actually tank the game? Or would the most advantageous thing be, say, look, we got to play the Nuggets no matter what. Our goal isn't just to win one series. Our goal is to actually make it, maybe win a championship here. So what is the best thing for that organization timing-wise for them to play the Nuggets? Because I actually think logic would say you would want to play the Nuggets as early as you possibly can. If your goal isn't just to win a series, you want to win a championship, wouldn't you want to play them when you're as fresh as you possibly could be?
And it's a spread out series. I think it's a scary series for me, whoever they play, because it's going to be spread out, and there's you're not going to have to gut it up and all that stuff. So it's scary either one who they play in this first round.
Pretty entertaining though tonight.
Yeah,
I gotta admit, man, the play-ins, I love it.
I think both. But do you not agree with what Malone said? It is absolutely needed this year in the West.
Yeah,
every team's
look at the teams that are in it.
Every team's like 9-10 games above 500 that are 8, 9, and 10. But on the East, you got Atlanta who's 10 and they're like 8 games under 500.
They were so.
I mean,
bad.
They should not have an opportunity to even play for a playoff game.
The fact that Hawks team that we just saw a few days ago here is in the play-in tournament all to me is a joke. They were terrible.
Lakers, Pelicans, Warriors, Kings. Which of those teams has the best chance of making legitimate noise?
Lakers.
Second best.
Lakers. What did you say? Lakers, Pelicans,
Warriors, and Kings.
I think Golden State's time has gone past. Sacramento, there's something missing there, but they're a young team that could be dangerous. New Orleans, I think, probably the second toughest.
Yeah, it feels like the Lakers would be the only group there that could make some noise. Although the Warriors, with all that playoff experience, I do think there's something to be said about it. But it's just a fascinating year. I mean, you've got 4 very compelling teams that are all fighting for a spot.
Tell me why.
I mean, how about the Hawks are 36-46. They're in a playing game.
It's incredible to me that they're in some sort of postseason anything.
See, and the Bulls are 39-43. Both those teams should not be in the playoffs.
The Hawks were. All right, they were playing without Trae Young, and I assume Trae Young is playing now, and it's a different team with him because he's incredible, but still. I want you to rank this moment and what it means for sports moving forward.
With the first pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, the Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark, University of Iowa.
How is this going to transform sport, if at all?
It'll be interesting if she could come out and ball like she did right away. Didn't you say that Indianapolis had 20-some thousand people there for the draft or whatever for WNBA draft? That probably is more attended than all the previous drafts combined.
Sure.
A lot of people are stunned when they found out how lowly paid the WNBA players actually are.
I sent you that picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's like a normal salary of somebody that graduates out of college. Like maybe not normal, it's on the high end, I guess, but $75,000. That's what she's going to be making in her first year.
It's a little bit more than my son made in his first job.
Yeah.
A little bit.
The thing to watch, and I don't know if it'll be reported, was the fight from European teams when their season starts, because I think it runs congruent with the NBA, when the European teams fight for Caitlin Clark free agent, because I don't think they have a draft.
Here's the problem that they're fighting. It's like the UFL, the XFL, all these sorts of things. Caitlin Clark will, in all likelihood, draw a very significant increase in viewership numbers in the first few games that she plays.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's nearly impossible to sustain that interest when you don't have when you're not vested in one of these teams, when you're not invested in the Fever, when you're not invested in any of these teams, when you don't know anything about them. That's the hardest part about the UFL. It's why they draw so good in week 1. It's why they draw so good in week 2, because it's compelling and people are kind of intrigued by it. They're like, you know what? I do want football. Then they're like, you know what? I don't know anything about these teams.
But there's nobody in the UFL as famous as Caitlin Clark.
Sure.
So do you think you'll watch more WNBA games with Caitlin Clark this year?
No.
Yes.
I definitely will. Why do you say no?
He only watches football. He's going to be watching the UFL.
No, that's not true at all. But I think legitimately the women's basketball was the most compelling thing I've seen on TV in a long time, the college version of it. But part of what made it so compelling is all the fans that are in attendance. So if you're telling me that they're going to sell out arenas and we're going to be looking at that, then yeah, it would probably draw me in.
But I want to support you a little bit, because nobody had more interest in the U.S. women's soccer team winning World Cups, and nobody watched their professional leagues that they went to, Tyler. You're not wrong.
They started one right after they won that first World Cup, and it lasted, 3-4 years?
I'll give you this, Tyler. I'll support you on this for sure, too. I'll watch the first couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll see.
And if it's good basketball?
Then I'll be interested. I'm open to it. I'm more open to it than I've ever been. But at the end of the day, it's got to be some sort of compelling competition.
That may be the absolutely ultimate answer. That Caitlin Clark has at least now made people open to, let me see what this is about.
Sure.
And listen, I coached women's basketball, so I've watched a lot of WNBA games. And I know some of those women I watched in college that are playing WNBA, and they're killing it, absolutely killing it. And it's good, fun basketball. It's not above the rim. You ain't getting Jokic to Aaron Gordon alley-oops, but it's good team playing basketball, ball movement, body movement, kind of fun if you like pure basketball.
All right, best question out the door. Last one, Tyler. Who do you want to win, the Lakers or the Pelicans? The winner plays the Nuggets. Who are you pulling for?
You know what? I guess I'm ready to just have a great storyline out the gates. So go ahead and let's give me the Lakers. Let's go. Let's have a fun storyline, and let's get the playoffs started the right way.
I want them to go triple overtime. Both teams' superstars get injured, out for 2-3 weeks, and then we'll play that team.
I want to play the Lakers. Come on, man. Who's your daddy? 2?
It'd be a great way to start, man. I mean, talk about passion.
Come on. Listen, you're going to win the NBA championship. You got to beat tough teams no matter what. Could there be anything more satisfying than watching the Lakers be unbelievably swept again? I mean, put up the best fight in the world.
Sure.
Let's go Lakers. And I'll laugh my ass off if they try to lose and they win anyway.
Well, I will never cheer for the Lakers, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're cheering for injury.
Yeah. Like I'm not going to cheer. I didn't cheer for Kansas City in the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
I'm not ever going to cheer for the Chiefs.
Nate and Andy chopping it up coming up next. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Grizz. Have a good day. If they had tights, I would hop right on that hog.
Mm-hmm.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Why do you guys constantly lose your assignment all day? Winnipeg Jets, backside pipe, wide open, wide open. How do you think he's going to make that save? Going pipe to pipe. Again, it's similar to the lacrosse thing that I call him. You make a goalie, this is going to be all kinds of perverted, and I'm too hacked off to go there.
Ooh.
Whoa. You got to open the legs to go side to side. It opens the 5-hole. It makes you've got natural leakiness, places to shoot. The puck, the ball,
wait,
whatever.
Diarrhea.
Hold on.
No, I'm not giving you. We'll do it again later.
Natural leakiness.
You can't go pipe to pipe and think he's going to make the damn save.
From the 5-hole.
So get the guy off the backside of the damn crease.
Get off the
Get
backside.
him off. Move him. Somebody move somebody. And then here's the thing. I almost sent this to Spring. I took a picture for you.
Of the
just
leakiness?
for you yesterday. Okay? So our guy's going to get called out because, again, the second goal sucked. If you're going to allow Vegas to have a guy's rear end literally in the face of your goalie. In the face! In the face! No! It was like, man, they filled every hole they needed to, blah, blah, blah. It felt good. And then...
Pull that drop, Spring.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Still trying to find a solution to all that 5-hole leakiness.
Must send him the picture. Got to put the picture up. Maybe I'll just send the video.
Welcome into the show, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Do you like that kind of video?
5-hole leakiness videos?
Here, I'll send him both.
This is a safe space in the nest. I would admit if that was in my search history. It's not.
Nate, don't lie to people.
I would admit it.
Don't be honest with your audience.
I do not believe in shaming anybody's proclivities. So I would tell you, and it's not the direction I typically go. Plenty of other directions, don't worry. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and it is a Tuesday, and we are with you until 6 p.m., and we do have things to do today. I don't know if it's a lot, but we do have things that we have to do today here on the show. We're getting you ready for Play in Action tonight, Andy. Play in Action.
Let's go!
We are playing in...
For what?
For an opportunity to get your ass kicked by the Denver Nuggets. That is what you get. Your reward if you are the Lakers or the Pelicans locking horns this evening in New Orleans. Coming up at, what time is tip-off? 5:30, somewhere in there? I know it's the earlier of the two games. 5:30. 5:30 is the tip-in from the Smoothie King Center, Andy, in New Orleans, Louisiana. Lakers and Pelicans, again, for the right to lose in 5 to the Nuggets. Or who knows, maybe even get swept.
Are you worried that maybe, because we got to concoct things.
Concoct it.
To chat about.
We do.
Because depending on what Winnipeg does tonight, we may not have a meaningful game till after the weekend.
Okay.
Right? Because the Nuggets don't play till Saturday.
Correct.
And if Winnipeg gets a point, they secure the home ice. And Thursday's game against Edmonton is just for skates and giggles.
5 holes and giggles.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tighten the leakiness.
Zip it up.
So are you worried at all with the national media kind of popping off? Mike Greenberg, the Lakers want none of this. Do you worry at all about waking what was once a sleeping giant to where I don't think they beat you. I don't think they can win the series, they being the Lakers. But they make it more interesting simply because of the outside noise.
I don't think it has anything to do. Here's the thing. I do think there's something to what you're talking about, but I don't think you're talking about the right team. I tell you who the team is that doesn't like this talk.
OKC?
It's the Thunder.
Yeah.
That are sitting there going, hey, didn't we win 58 games? Aren't we the number 1 seed in the entire Western Conference?
Didn't we, in fact, beat the Nuggets team you're all talking about?
3 times out of 4 this year.
Yep.
And you're telling me 40-year-old LeBron James is going to come in, and him and Anthony Davis, whose back tightens up when he gets gently nudged by Larry Nance Jr., you're telling me that guy is going to come and kill us on the boards, and we won't be able to hang with it, that Rui Hachimura is going to be too much for us to be able to deal with? Bleep you guys, we're ready for it, okay? Now, first off, okay, I think the Lakers should lose this game tonight. I think it behooves the LA Lakers to not beat the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. Just like I think it behooves the New Orleans Pelicans to not beat the Lakers this evening. There's a big issue here, though, with it, Andy. And it's where you run into that thing where you're like, oh, yeah, massively competitive, prideful professional athletes, one of whom can be considered in many discussions the second greatest basketball player to have ever lived. I don't see a world where those guys go into New Orleans tonight and say, yeah, go ahead and beat us. Yeah, we're gonna run from the challenge of Denver. Again, I think it would be the wise thing to do completely. I can't see it. They're going to go out and they're going to ball out tonight. I think this is a competitive game tonight.
Oh, no, I think it will be competitive. I think here's the reason why I think it's competitive. I could buy into all this. Let's go see how the Oklahoma City Thunder like playoff basketball talk.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't have to play another game to get in.
Right.
If tonight was just strictly winner gets the Nuggets, loser gets OKC, then I would see some of what we're talking about.
Well, because the disadvantage you're at, okay, let's say you're the Lakers, all right? And you're like, okay, we want to lose tonight in New Orleans. And then we will play on, when is that game? Friday night? On Friday night, we will go back to L.A. and we will play the Warriors or the Kings, whomever gets that win tonight. We will go back to L.A. and then play those guys. Then we're hopping right back on a plane, and we are then going to Oklahoma City for Game 1 on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Thunder, they've been riding the bike. They've been watching film. They've been getting a little bit of work in, maybe a hard practice or two, but mostly lying in wait and preparing for the opening round of the playoffs. Now, we talked about, I do believe the Nuggets get a little advantage by knowing their opponent after tonight. I do think that helps for game planning purposes, absolutely. But also the reward of being the 1 seed and getting a team that had to play 2 games. That's the other advantage of you get a tired team. You get a tired team that has already played 2. I know they're play-in games, 2 playoff games, 2 playoff intensity games, and you've just been hanging out.
Yeah.
Living it up at the Loves in OKC.
Yeah, I also think that, look, and I go off of, I know you probably won't remember this moment. You were enjoying the run of the Bulls as a young lad in Chicago at the time.
The times were good.
But, yeah, they were, because I enjoyed those Bulls teams. But I still remember when the Denver Nuggets, they go down 0-2 to the Seattle Sonics back in the day. Remember that series? We all do. Dikembe Mutombo finishes it, hands on the ball, in the air, middle of the key.
I think
all
I've
that
heard
great
about
time.
it. Yeah. George Karl.
You know what I felt helped swing that series a little bit? That young Nuggets team, as young as OKC is right now, got in McNichols Arena at the time. John Elway, still playing for the Denver Broncos, came out and gave the old pump-up speech, this primal scream to get the game going. The roof blows off the place. The energy was high, ridiculously high the whole game, only to be picked up and matched again in Game 2. People talked about this incredible, almost college-like environment that helped the Nuggets get things going. The more this yapping goes on, that OKC crowd's going to be very college-like. It's already a building that's very fervent when they get going.
They are.
You keep telling OKC they got no chance. You see how that crowd is come Sunday.
They are a rowdy people.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
they'll be behind their boys.
Those Thunder fans, that's a tough place to play.
It's going to be it'll be ratcheted to 10.
You're right about that. You're very right about that. Again, do I think if the Lakers, and what I'm judging this off of is you're trying to win an NBA championship, not just get into the playoffs. You have a better chance of winning an NBA championship. Now, I give the Lakers like a 0.2% chance of winning an NBA championship, but you have a better chance of winning an NBA championship if you don't open up with the Denver Nuggets. I firmly believe that. But also, the flip side of that is mess around and find out. You could then go back to L.A. and get either Golden State or Sacramento and then get your butt kicked.
You're already tempting fate by doing the play-in thing anyway.
Again, Anthony Davis is already grabbing his back
Yeah.
because he's being gently nudged, on a screen. What chance does this team have of being able to hold up anyway?
Oh, I'm telling you, if New Orleans comes out and plays physical, and they were talking about it, of course, on
They're a tough
ESPN
team.
today, on the NBA today, and I realized that the Pelicans have basically just been taken out back and whooped up and down the alley by the Lakers. In December, it was a 40-point deficit.
Well, they had
it was unreal.
The semifinal of the IST. Obviously, who could forget it? It's like the Kennedy assassination and the OJ chase. We all remember where we were during the semifinals of the IST, and then they just played again the other night, and the Lakers kicked their butt. Now you got the Pelicans going back home. Prideful group. Zion Williamson has been excellent the last few months. He has missed one game. Outside of that, this is the best stretch of basketball that he has played in his entire career. That is a very large team, not a particularly deep team, but a large team. This is an interesting matchup tonight between these two games. They're both huge.
Yep.
And it'll be interesting to see because LeBron really locked up Zion the other night when they played. Now this is the opportunity for Zion Williamson to answer with a little bit more physicality.
Yeah, and I think physicality could knock out Anthony Davis because, as you said, they're already doing all these kinds of treatments just trying to get him to loosen the backup.
Right.
And you're just starting the playoffs. You think this is going away?
Has that guy ever considered just staying on his feet more? Has he ever just considered not falling down all the time?
I know. It's a lot of body to flop.
It really is.
And yet you do.
He is picking himself up off the floor what feels like a minimum a dozen times a game. It's too much.
Yeah.
No wonder his body can't hold up. He's a great player. He really is. But his body just flat out doesn't hold up. Also, here's an interesting other part about Anthony Davis is when you go and look in some of the lineup numbers, when Anthony Davis plays without LeBron on the floor, they're not very good.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he's just very kind of average.
Right. He's a great player, but he's a great player when he's got LeBron James out there with him. AD units, they're no good. And, 97-year-old LeBron, he can't play 48 minutes a night. He doesn't have that in him anymore.
See, it is funny because you bring up ducking the Nuggets in the first round. You'd be ducking their side of the bracket till the WCF again. I don't know, man. Whatever. This is... I don't even know... Just get it over with. Let's just see who it is. This is the draft. I need the draft. I wish the draft was Thursday and we could do the draft.
I am excited.
And then I want to know who they're playing.
I'm excited to watch some hoops tonight. I'm looking forward to it. It's not quite IST level fever, but I got a little PIT fever.
Do they need
tonight.
to start doing the funky floors for playing games?
They could use Memphis's from the other day.
Would they go another?
Didn't you see that
Was
thing?
it that weird gray thing?
Yeah, I hate that.
God, I saw the highlights. I'm like, what is going on there?
What's wrong with my television?
Weren't the Lakers in their yellow?
Didn't it kind of look like, when ESPN will do like those like stop motion
Yeah.
things and then
Yes.
the cameras will swoop around and it's like ESPN full 360 view and the floor gets a weird color.
That's
and
exactly what I
the
thought it
players
was.
all turn into video game guys. Yeah, it's very odd. That it's what it looks like in real time. I agree with you. I don't care for it.
We've come a long way to go back to Tron style graphics.
Tron was awesome. It is a Tuesday afternoon. We have so much to do today here on the program. We're talking about the pit. That being the play-in tournament. We're talking about a disgruntled Broncos wide receiver. We're going to talk about a number one starter as a pinch runner.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I saw that thing live.
Are you serious?
Oh, my gosh.
Is that really what you're doing?
Kevin Freeland? Have we got a diagnosis yet, by the way? We got an update yet?
Bud said he was fine after the game.
Oh, really?
He said he was fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Didn't look fine.
Yeah, he's ready to run again tonight. It's the Crackman at Lindahl Show.
Yep.
Oh, this gets by. Here comes Freeland. Play at the plate. Out at the plate. And did Freeland get hurt?
He did, Drew. He didn't look too happy. He was, I would use the term writhing to describe what Kyle Freeland was doing on the ground at home plate there at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia after, of all people, our old pal Jeff Hoffman went slamming into his shoulder out at the plate. Here's the other problem I have with it. I'm not sure he was out. I'm not sure.
No, they reviewed it.
They reviewed it, but I didn't see. It was the old, we'll stick with the call on the field. But I don't know. It looked pretty damn bang to me. It also banged to the right shoulder of Kyle Don't Call Me Kevin Freeland as the Rockies fall
Freeland
2-1 in 10 innings last night to the Philadelphia Phillies, Andy. The Rocks now a not-so-robust 4-13 on the season. Elias Diaz is standing at second base. Bud Black is desperate, to say the least.
Dude.
He looks down the bench. He's got no Jake Cave. He's got no Brendan Rodgers. He's got no Chris Bryant. Why don't we put our number one starter into pinch run?
Well, I've heard he's fast. He's quite the athlete.
I don't know if you know this. Pitchers are athletes.
I will say this. Diaz huffing it into second.
Sure was.
I mean, that thing was way closer than it should have been. That play at second base, that was that took a minute for Diaz to get there.
I do not disagree with the notion that Elias Diaz is not necessarily known for being fleet of foot.
No.
That is completely true. The part I hate about it, and the collision is freak, right? That's not what you're banking on. What I don't love is when you look down the bench and you're like, hey, number one starter. You've been sitting on your ass for 3 hours. Why don't you go sprint?
Why don't you limber up here in the dugout?
Right.
Get a couple old man stretches in like we're about to play rec league basketball.
Grab, pull the foot up, stretch the quad.
Yeah, do that.
Couple of times real quick. Why don't you give me some of those bends at the hip? Give me those, like an old guy who's getting ready to tee off on hole number one.
Do a Richard Simmons workout right here in the dugout just to get the old blood flowing.
And now I want you to go out and sprint.
And now I'm going to need you to go top speed.
Yes.
At least 2 stations to score a run.
Andy, I firmly believe that managing the Colorado Rockies has broken Bud Black's brain.
Yeah, it might have. Again, we've got no update. Here's my hot take off this, okay?
Let's have it.
If Freeland misses any significant period of time, Bud Black should be fired. That's simple. That's simple. Okay? There's enough, and I'm with you. I have never, ever, ever said the words Bud Black should be fired.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed, for the most part, the Bud Black experience for the first part of this run. And last year, when I look at the roster he's been handed the last 2 years,
there's no reason he should have won more.
And the bullpen in particular, you're doing nothing because you've got AAA talent and maybe a triple/AA bullpen. You got no idea who the closer is. They signed a guy we talked about it last. You weren't even here. You haven't even got a chance to weigh in that Daniel Bard, the guy we were screaming at Blake Street once upon a time near the trade deadline, why did you not trade this guy? It's all going to go poorly. And what ends up happening? The final year of his contract, he's going to miss it all because of injury.
Yep.
So you haven't given Bud a fair shake of a roster the last 2 years. That said, you do that, and the only guy that's probably, who else they got in the rotation? Really, Kyle Freeland is really your only major league starter at this. Your true bona fide should be in the majors kind of guy, right?
Cal Quantrill was fine yesterday.
Okay, you sure that's going to keep up?
Nope.
Okay.
Dak Hud's been okay at
when
moments.
When they get Marquez back, like mid to late season if they're lucky?
He's coming off of Tommy John. He's not going to contribute anything this year.
So really,
same with Senza.
And again, it's not so much about what Kyle could do for your ball club. he was really one of those few tradable commodities you might have had the guy turned a couple things around. Now, he was going to need to start pitching better, no doubt. And if you would have actually acted like a normal baseball club and decided you trade guys like this, he might have been someone teams would have had a conversation with you about. But if he's hurt and he's out for, let's call it a month or more, you need to get rid of the man. Because to your point, I don't know what you're doing there. I get that he's an athlete, and I've seen a few people sympathetic to Bud. Got to get your athlete out there. You really aren't. You don't need to.
You don't.
You desperately need to win the Phillies game because you're not going to take the series.
And that's just it, is that Bud Black managed for the moment. He didn't manage beyond it. Now, I think a giant contributing factor is the part where his team is 4-12 going into that game.
Can't win squat.
Exactly. His team is not. They've won one game, I think, in every series except they got swept in the Cubs series. They haven't been able to get anything underneath them. And I think Bud Black was desperately trying to find a spark to get his club a victory. I get what he did. The problem is that, and this goes back to my initial point, he's managed the Rockies now for so long that rational thought has eluded him because he's just so desperate to win a baseball game, right? He's just so sick of losing. He is so sick of what a drag it is to be around that club right now. Chris Bryant not in the lineup again today because of the back thing.
Sure.
Exactly. He's got an illness thing going on. It's already hard enough. His club is already not nearly talented enough. He has a young team that they're going to struggle to develop because of some bad contracts that they put themselves into that situation, which are not Bud Black's fault, but Bud, at the moment, he let his competitive juices get the best of him, and he made a decision that was bad for the club. He just desperately wanted to win a game, and it backfired so badly. I don't need to fire Bud Black over this. I just need to realize that Bud Black has had this job for too long. And I'm not going to fire him over that, but eventually I would suggest to Bud Black, you don't do this anymore.
Yeah, but again, all right, let's open it up to the fan base. What the hell do I know? 303-504-0925. Text in.
I think you know.
Text in. Well, no. I keep operating like we're supposed to talk about this team as we do with every other team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest about it. I'm not saying we're going to have them on this show. If the Avs go one and done in the playoffs, there will be conversations or whispers about the job status of Jared Bednar, right?
Yeah.
If Michael Malone all of a sudden were to get swept by the Lakers, you'd probably have a conversation about that. And whether it's the quarterback coach or whatever with the Broncos, their job is always being discussed, is it not?
Yeah.
It's just what we do because those are all normal, trying to win competitive teams that we expect things out of.
We don't have those conversations much about the Rocks.
We never have it about the Rockies. I desperately like to try to get you know what? I miss the days of and I remember this with the early years of Bud. Can we at least have some June, maybe a little of July baseball conversation? Because that's the time of year it is. Because that's where hope is supposed to spring eternal. Because that's where you're not supposed to have all your hope or reality kick you dead in the jaw before Memorial Day, which we're not even going to make it to Memorial Day. We're not going to make it to Mother's Day. They're 4-12. We're not making it to Mother's Day with hope for this team. Hell, we barely made it to tax day.
There was never going to be any hope for this season. No, you and I both
know that, but we can at least pretend for the sake of radio conversation.
But this gets back to my Bud Black take on it, though, Andy, is that Bud, he's not viewing it that way. And good for him, okay? He's trying to win a baseball game, which leads him to doing unwise things.
Here's all I'm asking the fan base of the Colorado Rockies. And for as many people that ask me, why do you ever talk baseball? Believe me, there are a lot of baseball fans that are hungry for a little bit of conversation at times. So here it is, folks. Would you like Bud Black fired for no other reason than to see that somebody in the organization, and in this case it'd be Dick Monfort, is finally going to say what is going on right now is unacceptable? Because the more you just keep going along like this and winning a lousy game of series when the teams that you play are mainly checked out on you, the more you just say, yeah, we're fine with this is how it is. And if you're willing to come to the park and watch this, we're not going to stop you. So seriously, I would like something that suggests this is ridiculously bad and we're not going to put up with it. Just something. Whether it's getting rid of Bud Black over last night's decision or, I mean, look, the move I'd like to see is the removal of Bill Schmidt as the damn GM. You don't have any talent. You got nothing in the system. You and I went through at least once upon a time, whether it was a Charlie Blackmon or a Todd Held, a Nafi Perez way back in the day, Roberto Mejia. They always at least had some couple of prospects you were excited to see get to the major league level. You had to go through the list the other day to even come up with names that could possibly be exciting to see arrive at the major league level.
But why would firing Bud Black make any kind of statement when ownership themselves said, hey, we think we can be 500 this year?
I guess fair enough, Nate, but I just
they know what they are.
I just want something. It's like the house is ablaze, and really it's burned halfway down, and no one's called the fire department yet.
How would you... Okay, let's step back for a moment. I got a bizarro baseball world question for you. Right now with this club, all right? Totally homered again yesterday. There's some pop in that bat. Some strikeouts too, but some pop. Ezequiel Tovar looks like a legit big league shortstop, maybe a guy that's going to make all-star teams. Looks like he could be pretty fun, right? Nolan Jones, great athlete. Had some interesting moments with the glove, but another guy with, when he barrels up the baseball, can really let it fly. He's got some exit velo in that thing.
He can run into one.
Brenton Doyle, good major league center fielder. Obviously, we're waiting for the bat to come around, all right? Zach Veen is in the system. Drew Romo is in the system. Adele Amador is a couple of years away, but in the system. Brendan Rodgers, Gold Glove winning National League second baseman. All of those factors that I just talked about, all right? And I'm aware I didn't just bring up any capital P pitching, which is the reason they're this bad. But all of that, if there was no Chris Bryant contract, if there was no Kyle Freeland contract,
which, again, you can't move if he's hurt.
Right. There's no Senza contract, okay? If the organization hadn't been committing to guys that had already pitched massive innings at altitude for as long as they had, Charlie Blackmon, who even cares? It's a 1-year, $13 million deal.
That you'll do from now until the end of time.
Exactly, but it's a 1-year deal, all right? But let's just say, like those anvils that you tied around your own neck are not there anymore. And it was just, here is this thing that we're building around, and here is all of our financial flexibility. How do you feel about it? Would you feel better about it than you do at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't, because again, here's what I want. Okay? Here's what I want. And I don't know why Dick, and again, we're getting flooded with the texts of tell the Monforts leave. Well, guys, then we're not going to be able to talk baseball till the Monforts leave.
They're not going anywhere,
and they're
guys.
not leaving, okay?
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
They're
not selling the team.
They are making so much money. Dick Monfort is now developed around the ballpark, so he's got extra real estate making. Dick knows this. He knows how to make money, okay? Started with the party deck. He shows you the man knows how to make a buck. He is a shrewd businessman. He really is.
Yeah.
You and I remember reading the article. What the hell are they doing with this Montfort Square thing? It ain't going to go, oh, yeah, it's apparently the spot downtown. Dick now owns the spot to be when you're not in Coors Field. So he knows how to do these things. He, once upon a time, they let guys like, who was it, Morris, the first GM, even Dan O'Dowd for a long run was allowed to try to sign pitching. That's how you got the Mike Hampton deal. That's how you got the Denny Nagel deal. And again, no matter how it worked out, people were saying, those are pretty good pitchers to take a chance on. You know, they once let GMs try to enact, Bob Gebhardt, is who I was thinking about, give a GM, a real outside new guy, not in your system, a chance to do something different with this, Nate.
The issue, though, is the now that there is 30-plus years, happy birthday, Dinger, by the way, 30-plus years of evidence of the struggles of pitching at altitude and the way that it affects the body and everything else. One of the things that has happened is pitchers don't even consider Colorado.
Sure.
And that's a massive issue that they have. The pitching has to be developed from within. And when they had a staff that was developed from within and they were healthy, 17 and 18, they did some cool things, right? They did a little bit of winning.
So who developed that staff? What happened to that, Nate? How come they haven't developed anybody since?
You're right. You're right about that.
Because, like, you always remind people, Marquez was part of a trade. He wasn't in your system.
It was almost as though they were like, okay, well, now we're going to get these team-friendly deals with Marquez and Senza and Kyle Freeland. Oh, it's going to – maybe we'll even get John Gray to re-sign here, and we'll keep this group together that is pitched at altitude, and it failed miserably. Now, of course, one of the problems is you got to have a ton of arms, because I don't know if anyone's paying attention, but UCLs are exploding all over baseball.
Including on this staff last year.
Exactly. So it's a massive, massive issue that the Rockies are merely – this is an entire baseball-wide issue, but – you have to have a bunch of numbers to throw at the problem, and the Rockies just simply don't have it. Okay? They just simply do not have it available. And you're right, it was organizational malpractice the way that they let the system fall off in terms of the pitching. It's a disaster with where they're at right now. And it's a part of my frustration of there is some good young talent in the organization right now. There's some good young talent at the big league level. Now, they would still be losing massively right now, but at least you'd be building towards something. My problem is that who's in your rotation next year? Who's in your rotation the year after that?
Not
and the
Gomber.
year after that? That is the problem that you are now having. And again, people are yelling at us, why are you so mad for pinch running Freeland? Because you don't pinch run your number one starter.
Especially when he could be the one tradable commodity you've got on the roster at
Right.
this point. Because Chris Bryant ain't going to be it.
It's a losing decision that is not good for the organization. Again, maybe Kyle Freeland could have just, if that ball skips further away from Real Muto and Freeland just runs and crosses the plate, we're not even discussing it today. We're saying, hey, that's a good-looking victory right there. But there is the risk that you run when you put a valuable commodity like your opening day starter into run.
That's hilarious because what you said right there, we're ignoring the victory. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're right. In normal baseball, hey, you found a way to get one. Nah, here we don't care. We wouldn't have cared. The only reason why we care is because he did get hurt.
Yeah.
That's it. Otherwise, fifth win on the year.
And you get away with it. But that's the risk that you are taking when you put that guy into pinch run. And injuries occur on the base paths, not just collisions. That's where hammies and ankles and knees and all the crap that can happen out there, that's where it all goes and happens. That's why Bud Black made a bad decision last night.
Yeah.
And he's paying for it now. And hey, maybe Freeland's fine. Maybe he's fine.
You're right.
Sure didn't look bad.
Yeah, he did not look like a guy that was fine. He was still wincing as they took him down the tunnel. I don't know. Maybe the thing popped out. They popped it back in and everything's okay.
Yeah. Maybe.
There's a hell of a lot of pain to be just fine, though.
Some good Rockies yelling.
Oh, there you go. That'll be it for a while.
Once again, happy birthday, Dinger. It's the Crackman and Lindahl Show. Coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we're going to get real drafty. Dane Brugler of The Athletic will be along to give us his thoughts on what Denver needs to be doing going into the 2024 NFL Draft. We're 9 days away, Andy. 9 days away from the draft. And, there's just a little preview here, between the Mel Kiper and Field Yates mock draft yesterday and something that Dane Brugler is going to tell us coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. There's another quarterback name suddenly being attached to Denver more and more.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got an idea who it is. How about the one USA Today attached to Denver?
Who did they attach?
In a trade.
Ooh. What do we got?
You want to get Dak Prescott-y?
Okay. Here's my question.
You do like Dak. You're a fan of Dak.
Here's my question on Dak Prescott, okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's say Dak plays out the year.
Okay.
He will become, if he hits unrestricted free agency and the Cowboys, there's no tags or anything available to them, Dak Prescott would go on to the market, again, unrestricted free agency.
Yep.
You and I both know, Andy, he will become the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Okay.
It's his turn.
Yep.
So he becomes that, all right? It isn't about who is the very best. And Dak Prescott's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Yep.
Top 8.
Yeah.
Depending on the day. That's what Dak Prescott is. He will move into the 55, 57, $58 million range.
Okay. Yeah.
The Broncos will still have some Russ dead money hanging around, but we got Walmart money hanging around this place, okay? Big old signing bonuses, a few voidable years on the end, whatever. The Denver Broncos can absolutely make Dak Prescott the highest paid quarterback in football.
Okay.
So this is all, this would require Dallas to say, we're not going to get anything done before the start of this year. We're not going to do anything in season. We're just done, and we are going to let this process play itself out. And Mike McCarthy will say, we will let Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott take one more big swing at this thing, and then we'll see what happens. If you're the Broncos, how good is that roster? Okay, the roster where you cough up all the dough to get Dak Prescott. You have not had a bevy of drafts to put together a solid foundation for which Dak Prescott could then join. You'll have a roster that, quite frankly, Andy, it'll be hopefully, I'm going to say this optimistically, a little bit better than it currently is. Add on Dak at, what'll he be, 31, I think?
Yeah.
How good's that team?
We don't say it has a lot of talent now.
I know.
So,
how much is Dak elevating that team?
I don't know.
He will a little bit.
Look, he'll be better than what you have now.
Yep.
But at the same time, he's been better under Mike McCarthy, has he not? I mean, the numbers have been pretty good to the point where he hasn't gone 2 years in a row where they were talking about Dak for possible MVP, at least at some points in the season.
Yep.
Dak with Sean Payton. It's probably more fun to watch, okay?
I think he'll be good.
They're a wild card team, maybe, right? Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know, Nate. I don't know what this roster is.
You're in a division with Mahomes and Herbert. You're in an AFC
now Harbaugh.
with Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and all these good quarterbacks.
Josh Allen.
Here's the other question to it, okay? Because, again, we know about the Walmart money, and I do think that that's a factor. That does become a thing when you need the cash to get these sort of things done.
Right.
You still have the cap that you have to adhere to, but in terms of ways that you can manipulate it and cash right off the jump, this is where the Walmart money is a huge advantage for the Broncos. Here's the other question with Dak. Do you want to be a Bronco?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the Sean Payton reputation is here. I think Dak could possibly want to be a Bronco because of Sean Payton. But as I'm talking about this, does anybody want to know that you're battling Patrick Mahomes 2 times a year?
That's almost my bigger concern. I do think that if you're a quarterback at the level of Dak Prescott and the Broncos have made the investment in you with Sean being the one that made the investment in you, I do think that they'd have a good relationship.
Sure.
I believe that. And I do believe that Dak would look at it and say, Sean Payton, good offensive coach, I'd want to go play for that guy. But the other question is, you want to leave the NFC? You know, you're Dak Prescott. You're at the point of your life where you're trying to get deeper into the postseason. Hey, what if there was a world where you could go to a conference championship game or anything like that? It's so hard to do in the AFC.
Yeah, it's look, at the end of the day, what trumps all of this is money. You pay a guy to come here. That's why Mike Hampton, we talked about Mike Hampton last segment. He didn't want to come be a Rocky. It was well known he didn't want to come be a Rocky.
Yeah.
The altitude was the Mahomes in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
They paid him so much money he couldn't say no to it.
That's Chris Bryant.
Yes. Now you may have to do that for Dak. You may have to just go, all right, you know what? We'll make you the top guy this year.
He will be the highest paid quarterback in football.
Right.
He will become that.
It's his Burrow's done, Herbert's done.
Yeah.
Tua's not got his new deal yet, right?
No,
Dak would get paid more than Tua, wouldn't he?
He doesn't, and also that's the hard decision the Dolphins are going to have to make is okay, are we going all in on this, or have we seen the ceiling, and is this something we want to walk away from? Which I think Dallas is kind of at the same point too.
What if you even offered Dak like the Kirk Cousins deal?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good money, most of it guaranteed. Again, if you're willing to offer a lot of guaranteed money where I'm writing you the check first day, and that goes back to your point where the Walmart money comes in, yeah, you can get plenty of people to pick Denver and take on the challenge.
For sure.
But to your point about where does it put them, it's wild card, it feels like. Because you do have not only do you have a lot of good quarterbacks in this conference, they've also got a head start on building this thing.
By the time that team is, you put a core in place and you built it up into something now, you're talking about Dak's age, 32, 33, 34 seasons. Now, I firmly believe Dak Prescott, because of the quarterback that he is, will age much more gracefully than Russell Wilson will. Dak is not a particularly mobile quarterback to begin with.
Yeah, he's definitely more of a passer.
Sometimes he makes bad sliding decisions,
Sure.
etc. Those sorts of things can be a problem right there. But even if that were the move, and it could be, and as I'm sitting here right now, Andy, I'm not kicking it out of bed. But I also do know the roster is still a ways away from doing anything particularly cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, my big thing, so USA Today had a mock because, again, everyone's doing a mock where it had the Broncos, trading a bunch of picks, going to get Dak. You're giving up future first-rounders and stuff like that. If you get Dak via the free agency route, I mean, why not? If you can make, that way you also cater the contract to what you like.
Yeah.
But having to give up a bunch of picks to go get Dak Prescott, this is the Broncos conundrum. To build the team you're talking about, the reality is you got to start getting your draft plan together. You start hitting on these draft picks. You got to be able to have cheap talent, and it comes through the draft. And if you go trading everything away again and think you're going to sign Dak and then next year another slew of free agents, I just don't think it's going to work out that way.
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We've got play-in fever. Pelicans, Lakers tonight. Nuggets get the victor. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, news from Boulder.
Yeah.
Transfer portal back in the conversation this time. Not of the good variety. I'll tell you about that next.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, there's a number of reasons that could maybe motivate you to stop by the men's clinic and go have a chat with the folks over there. For me, it was about the low T. I'd talked to a few of my friends about what sent them in and some of the things to look out for. Being tired was the top symptom on my list as to what kind of sent me in there. I just felt like I was tired more than I ever wanted to be. Wasn't as productive with my days at times as I wanted to be. And you know, just the motivation, a little bit of the brain fog people talk about. There's a lot of things that could go on if you have low T.
It can even affect your sex drive. Matter of fact, for a lot of guys, that's one of the things that sends them in, and then they can also help you with erectile dysfunction and things like that. Bottom line is, if you want to get tested for this, see if this is something that maybe you're dealing with, it's real easy to figure it out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got a quiz that you can take. It's 10 questions, yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. And then if you get the results that you need to go talk with somebody, you can do it over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll give you clear, concise answers. Cost of the appointment's only $99, which includes a medical consult, TMPSA test. And if you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So how do you get a hold of these guys? They have 5 locations to serve you. Real easy, 720-440-7900, the number, or just visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's Andy. I am Nate. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We join you today from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is football, and we plan to talk about it right now with you here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Cormani McClain, Andy, going into year number 2 in Boulder, 5-star recruit. Cormani McClain, number 1 cornerback in the class of 2023. He's leaving Boulder.
Yep.
He's entered the transfer portal. Played in 9 games last year, started 4 games. Dion was critical of him, to say the least. After the Oregon game, said need a greater commitment, showing up on time, show up to the darn meetings. I believe was a direct quote from Deion Sanders. After all of that, after 1 year in Boulder, Cormani McClain is leaving. What's your initial reaction to this?
I find it interesting.
Sure.
Look, if you're a CU fan, I find it troubling. Why is he leaving?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a guy that he did get in late last year, got some playing time. Deion, and if I'm not mistaken, Coach Prime had praised him for taking the challenge of the hard coaching they were giving him and getting in the tape and learning better the skills they wanted him to pick up. Things seemed to be okay. Looked like he was just ready to kind of take over a position in the secondary like they wanted. And now he's leaving. They got a new defensive coordinator. I don't know if this has something to do with him or maybe the system or the way he wants to do things. Maybe the young man doesn't make the same decision if the DC was the same as a year ago.
Sure.
But if you want me to be just straight up honest with you, and that's what I get paid to do, makes me wonder what the NIL has to do with this, quite honestly.
Sure. Guys going into and out of the portal, that's just the reality of modern college athletics, right? And certainly with the Swan Song or Siren Song, wrong song that I just referenced right there, of NIL dollars, it's very possible somebody else's collective came to he or his family or whomever is connected to the kid and said, why don't you go in the portal, come play for us? Okay,
yeah, plenty of bucks.
Maybe a little bit of a better situation, and maybe our coach won't rip you in the media or something like that. It could have easily been any of those situations. We're just speculating here when we're talking about what's going on with Cormani McClain. I will also say this, and I will spin this into a positive for Colorado football.
Okay.
Andy, there was a time where if CU hauled in a 5-star recruit of any sort and he were leaving, you would say this is an out-and-out disaster. But because of the talent level that is in Boulder right now, that's not the way that I approach this news.
Okay.
This isn't like Daryl Scott leaving Colorado. All right? Talking about going into the Wayback Machine right there.
Well, but yeah.
You already dropped a NAFI today, so you already win the award. But it's not like that because the median talent level for the team is just that much better. I'm not saying this is ideal. I just am, in the very least, pleased with the current state of, again, and I'm talking about the talent level that is on the roster in Boulder, that we're not talking about this going, what in God's name is going on at CU right now, because they still have a lot of other very good players on their roster.
They do. I'm not as cheery about it as you are. It just makes me want. Look, it's been very quiet up there.
I'm the king of the silver linings.
You really
Andy.
are.
I really
I'm really
am.
thrown off when it goes that way. But I guess I'm the grumpy one, so we'll take it.
Proclivity for
this
inspired
does make
crankiness.
me, cranky. This has been a very quiet offseason. We haven't heard as much.
Mhm.
We've heard the plans of the spring game, right? But we aren't. I don't feel like we're getting the steady diet of videos we were getting a year ago.
The spring game's on the Pac-12 network.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's not a conference anymore.
Well, it's not their conference anymore either.
By the way, Washington State going to join the Mountain West for baseball.
Okay, there you go.
That's
Do they
something.
have to give up some.
I have no idea.
Is there some money being given up that way, or
I don't know. We got to call that commissioner of the Pac-12 and talk to them.
Yeah. What was her name?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, she's overseeing a lot of money.
Are you excited to get that job when the conference doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, it's something for the resume.
Totally.
I guess.
Looks good. Did you know that I was once laid off at a job, and on the day that they laid us all off, I found out via the paperwork that I was handed with my severance, I found out I was the assistant program director.
Interesting.
Nobody had ever told me.
Well, there you go.
You better believe that went on the resume.
Well, there you go.
I legitimately didn't know that's what I was, but they put it on the "you don't get to work here anymore" paperwork. I was like, damn, why didn't anyone tell me this? I would have told people what to do.
Would you have gotten business cards?
I totally would have.
Yeah.
God, you better believe it.
Do we do business cards anymore? I guess I got a few over the weekend.
I've had them at other jobs. I don't think I've ever had a business card at this station.
Probably a good thing. Every time I got a card over there, the number changed
You
or
were
the
done.
role changed, or no, I never got fired.
Or
but
the
card
status
was,
changed.
Somehow the card was rendered worthless. Then I just had this stack of cards that, it's the old number.
It was a real mixed bag to be getting promoted as I was laid off.
That's a day. It's a lot of.
I told a bunch of my coworkers, I was like, I would have yelled at you guys way more if I would have known I was
You would
allowed
have
to.
tried harder? Oh, this really is on me.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, look, as far as the CU thing goes, I'm just kind of curious what's going on up there. I just don't feel like there's as much of the bragging as we had a year ago. And maybe it's for the better.
Humility?
Maybe they're getting more work done.
Uh-huh.
Maybe but see, this just feels like I know Dion to be brash, bold, out there, braggadocious, all the stuff.
Not as much of that.
Not as much of that this year, and I don't know how to read that necessarily.
4 wins will humble you a little bit.
It will. Well, and again, now you lose this kid. They really like Cormani McLean. It was made a big deal about the fact that he got him.
Consensus number 1 corner in his entire class.
Maybe he didn't like the cold. I don't know. We've had a cold winter.
It's not that cold.
No, not for us, but for a kid from the South, it might be freezing.
Okay.
Well, they come from different parts. Everybody comes from a different area, Nate. Not all recruits are Colorado.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Get Brett McMurphy on the phone, Spring. We got to find out what he thinks about all this.
I'll be curious to see where he goes. I legitimately wonder. There's a part of me that feels like he'll end up at an Alabama or something with a nice check.
Dane Brugler coming up for draft talk here in just a few minutes. Andy, and I recorded this conversation earlier today, all right? And I started off by asking Dane Brugler this question, and I got his take on it. The Broncos' approach to this draft.
Yeah.
To me, there's 2 very simple choices, okay? Now, there's a lot that goes into those choices, but there's 2 simple choices. Are you approaching this draft to get better in the short term or to get better in the long term?
I don't think you have any choice but to look at it in the long term.
Yeah.
Because there is, you and I keep talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's there. We tried to figure out who you could trade for a second-round pick. We didn't come up with a whole lot of options.
Well, you could try again with Cortland Sutton, apparently.
Well, but yeah, apparently he's up to it. He's open.
He's grumpy.
He was a second-round pick, by the way.
He was.
So you try to be getting fair value. Doesn't always happen.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like that's all that terribly likely. Also, guys, getting a lot of texts about this. The point of the story was they never told me I was the assistant program director.
Yeah.
That's the point of it. I'm pretty sure if they had told me, I would have remembered. I was 25.
So what job did you capture afterward that maybe that little nugget of information helped you?
Probably none of them. Let's be honest.
Yeah. You know what?
It was the mid 2000s in sports talk radio in Denver, Andy. Weren't exactly a lot of options. I took the first gig that Tim Everett could go and find for me, all right?
I don't see him there right now, but at some point I want you to just stroll into Kevin's office and go, as an assistant PD once.
An assistant PD isn't that hard.
Yeah. Just to let you know.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't even do anything.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So, the short term versus the long term question, though, for the Broncos in this draft, it's because look, they do have an option.
Okay,
they could do something stupid.
Sure, plenty to be done stupid.
They could send number 12 in the next 2 years first rounders and try and get up to Arizona or the Chargers. They could do that, sure.
They could.
It is there. Okay? It feels to me a little bit like, taking 3 shots of tequila the moment you walk into the bar. It's going to be a different kind of evening. Again, you're thinking short term and not long term, but the option is always there. No matter how weird you want to get. Now, is that what's better for the team? Does that get the Broncos any closer to winning a Super Bowl? I don't believe that to be the case. But also, if Sean Payton is actually the man that is in control of this draft process, usually coaches are of the mind of like, well, if I like a player, I got to go get him. Future of the organization be damned. I don't have to think about that kind of stuff. I got to think about who I've got in the meeting room every single day.
Yeah. I'm just not here, though, for this team doesn't get better by trading away future assets. I'm just not here.
I don't think so.
Let's say you go do the big move that,
But does Sean Payton think that?
Sean Payton has got to know. Well, I don't know. No, probably not, Nate. But my thinking would be, he's got to know I've got to make this team better. I will tell you, I had somebody tell me last year, and it's played out this way, around camp. One of the few people to give me some good information from Sean Payton, because I just don't have a lot of people in his circles. I'll admit that. But this person said to me, yeah, he got here and figured out this thing kind of like we all figured out when we finally thought they had a quarterback in Russ 2 years ago. Boy, this is not as good as we thought it was.
Yeah.
We were talking this way up, too much.
Yeah.
And that Sean got here last year and was like, all right, holy cow, this really needs more of a reset than I gave it credit for from watching the tape and doing whatever the meetings were, right? So I would hope with that in mind, he would say, if I'm going to get a real read on my future quarterback, I can't go taking my, I can't be giving up first rounders that are going to not allow me to pick weapons to put around, or an old lineman or whatever.
Options even.
You know what I mean?
I don't even know weapons. Options we're talking about right now. Tell you what, let's continue this conversation with Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He is the author of The Beast, the 324-page draft guide that has more information.
Did you peruse that?
I've read massive chunks of this. It's fascinating, man. There is, to his credit, he does not just give you the cliche. He tells the story. It is very good stuff. It is well worth the cost of it. TheAthletic.com. Be a subscriber. Pay a couple of extra bucks. Get yourself The Beast. You will learn things about the dudes in the draft. You will learn things from Dane Brugler coming up next. Pleased to be joined right now on a Tuesday afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show by Dane Brugler of The Athletic, draft expert, draft reporter. He is the author of The Beast, 324 pages of everything you wanted to know, need to know, and I'm sure a ton of stuff you never wanted to know or needed to know. It is all right there in The Beast. Dane, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for joining us. Let's the Denver Broncos coming into this draft, and we know what their situation currently is. Year number 2 of Sean Payton. Russell Wilson is gone. His dead money is sitting there. Jarrett Stidham and Ben DiNucci are the only quarterbacks on the roster here at the moment. When you think about the way that Sean Payton and George Paton are approaching this draft, what does it look like if they're thinking long-term about the franchise? What does it look like if they're thinking short-term?
It's when you factor in their draft capital and, the ammunition that they have, it makes things a little cloudy in terms. Obviously, you have to get the quarterback right. That is priority number one. But, Sean Payton is a guy that believes in his system. He believes in, he can make it work. I don't feel like they need to go into the top 5 and draft a quarterback. And this is a draft where there are quarterbacks beyond the top 4 that are interesting. Each have their faults. There's a reason we're not talking about them as top 10 picks, but this is a draft where not every draft has those guys, but this draft does, where after the top 4, I think there's, 3 or 4 quarterbacks that you could look at and say, this guy can be an NFL starter. This guy can make us better, at least give us competition on our quarterback depth chart. And maybe we don't have to use a first-round pick on them. So, I think the most likely scenario for this team going into this draft is you add a key depth piece, a key cornerstone player with that first-round pick at 12 overall. And then on day 2 is when you figure out, okay, who's that quarterback we want to go get? And you move around to go get him, whether that is a Bo Nix, whether that's a Spencer Rattler, whoever that may be, you go add to the quarterback depth chart. So, you're at least adding competition. You're throwing a dart at one of these quarterbacks to see what happens when you pair them with Sean Payton. So, to me, that's the most likely scenario, but it's tough because I don't think that's necessarily it's not, there's no guarantee of success doing it that way, but it's hard to see them making a huge move for one of the top 4 quarterbacks this year when they just don't have the ammunition to do it.
No guarantee of success any which way you go. So
Sure.
Outside of those top 4 in the Beast, you stack Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Spencer Rattler, 5, 6, 7. Which of those is a Sean Payton guy in your view the most?
Spencer Rattler is a guy I keep coming back to, and there's a lot of things that I think matches up. He can be inconsistent at times, especially against pressure, but he's very repeatable with his mechanics. He understands where to go with the football. I think that the arm talent, just the pure arm talent, is what Sean Payton wants. I don't think this is it's not a scheme where you need necessarily to have the high velocity, and but with Spencer Rattler, he understands where to go with the ball and he gets it there. And so it's on time, on schedule, more times than not. So, and you also have a player that I think it factors in when you talk about the mentality. You have to have that self-confidence. You have to be a smart, bright player to understand the offense. But Sean Payton's talked about it before. His job as a play caller and as you develop quarterbacks, he wants those guys he wants to bring them along at their own pace. He doesn't want to put too much on their plates where they just totally burn out quickly. And so regardless of the quarterback they draft, there's probably a good chance that they're not even starting week 1 if they're not ready. I mean, I think that's something that you determine in training camp. But a guy like Spencer Rattler, who has been around college football for the last 5 years, he has started a lot of games. He has over 10,000 passing yards in his career at the college level, and he did it at Oklahoma. He did it in the SEC. And I think, one of my favorite stats in the draft guide is this past year at South Carolina, he played behind an offensive line that had a different front five combination in 10 of 12 games. So he was consistently seeing pressure. That's not going to be a new thing for him when he gets to the NFL and these guys are bearing down on him. He doesn't wilt under the pressure. So, Spencer Rattler is one of those guys that I think I keep coming back to. It's not going to be a first-round pick. Might not even be a second-round pick. Might be a third-round pick. But I think he fits a lot of what this team might be looking for.
Yeah, Rattler at number 76 could be very interesting. Dane Brugler of The Athletic is joining us to preview the NFL Draft 9 days away. It is finally right around the corner. So, Dane, let's talk about the best player available options then at number 12. We talk an awful lot about Brock Bowers as a possibility for Denver at number 12. Certainly at corner between Mitchell and Arnold. There's two very good prospects right there. We know the Broncos need help at edge rusher as well. Maybe that's where you go looking at a Jared Verse or a Latu out of UCLA. When you're looking at that neighborhood of the draft, and particularly given there's a strong possibility there could be 4 quarterbacks going in the top 10, who do you see as the best kind of fit, both for what Sean Payton wants to do offensively, for what Vance Joseph wants to do defensively? Who screams Denver Bronco in that neighborhood of the draft?
For me, Brock Bowers, I don't know how you pass on him if he's there at 12. You want to make your offense more dynamic, and this is what this guy does. And I think people get freaked out when they see the T and the E next to each other, next to his name. Let's just call him a slot receiver. If that's going to make people feel better about it, then sure. He's a dynamic player. And part of the appeal is he can play outside. He can play in the slot. He can play in line. He can play in the backfield. Make the defense account for him on every single play. And he could be part of a package that can make an impact no matter where he's lined up. With that athleticism, his ball skills, his toughness, because he does have the ability to work from the slot where he can work down the seam. He can work over the middle of the field, but he also has the blocking chops, so he can line up in line. He could be a lead blocker. I love him after the catch. He is a master of those hidden yards. So what most tight ends, they're getting 6 yards, he's getting 9. And that makes a big difference over the course of a game. So if Brock Bowers is on the board at 12, I'm not passing on him. And I don't think the Broncos should either. I think, you think about Sean Payton and his history, whether it be a Jimmy Graham or, Jeremy Shockey, and he's coached a lot of good tight ends over the years. Brock Bowers is a little bit different than those guys, but I think also a little more dynamic in what he can do for the rest of your offense. Let's just say Brock Bowers goes 10 to the Jets. He's off the board. I think the mentality needs to shift to the offensive line. I think that's, Garrett Bowles has one more year left on his contract. I think they've done a lot of work on these tackles, just as they want to get better in the trenches. A guy like Talise Fuaga from Oregon State, he could start. He could be in the mix at guard right away to get on the field. Obviously, we know every team needs tackle depth because those guys. It doesn't work out all the time where the tackles are going to hold up throughout the course of a 17-game schedule. So adding that immediate depth is something that will help. And then also for the long term, when you're looking for long-term starters. And this is a draft where the tackle, there's not a lot of depth. It falls off after that first round. So if you don't get your tackle early, you're not going to love your There's a few options that are serviceable players, could be NFL starters down the road, but you're not going to love your options after the first round. So to me, Brock Bowers is that option A. Offensive line, option B, looking at the Broncos at number 12.
Can J.C. Latham, and by the way, his film is some of the most fun to watch, can J.C. Latham play left tackle in the NFL in your mind?
That's why you have offensive line coaches, right? Because they're going to these pro days, they're doing these workouts. That's why you pay these offensive line coaches all that money, because it's hard because of the evidence that we have of him at right tackle tells us what he can be as a right tackle.
Yep.
Anything else is a projection. But I think that's why the pre-draft process exists, because that's the pro days, these private workouts. J.C. Latham, he's probably not even probably. I think he is the strongest player in the draft. Pound for pound, he is a massive guy. And once he gets his hands on you, it's over. You love the size. He's over 35-inch arms, over 11-inch hands. a real bully in the run game, and then in pass protection, he has just enough range where he can hold up on an island. Now, is it enough where he's going to be able to answer the speed that pass rushers in the NFL are going to throw at him, especially those inside moves, those counters? That's where it's a question mark. And, but I think at the very least, you feel good about him being a right tackle, being a guard, but that is a projection talking about him as a left tackle.
Couple more for Dane Brugler of The Athletic, NFL draft expert. Again, he is the author of The Beast, 324 pages, the most in-depth draft preview that is out there these days. All right, Dane, at running back, the Broncos are going to need help at that position. We know what Sean Payton needs. Our friend Jeff Legwold of ESPN, he used the expression multitasker. Okay, that's what Sean Payton has to find at the running back position. Who are some of those prospects that they could be looking at in the middle rounds that could make this offense more dynamic, that could do all the things Payton needs them to do?
Yeah, I think this is a really good running back class if you're shopping in that area. We don't have a Bijan Robinson, we don't have a Jahmyr Gibbs, guys that'll be first or second round picks. This will only, if we don't have a running back in the top 50, it'll only be the second time ever that we didn't have a running back drafted that early. But once you get to the third round, fourth round, that's where we're going to see these guys fly off the board. There's plenty of guys in that range that are really quality players, both with what they do running the football, but also as pass catchers. And so, I think if you look at a Bucky Irving out of Oregon, a little bit undersized, but if you want a pass catcher out of the backfield, he gives you that changeup. He is a multi-dimensional back. Ray Davis out of Kentucky, 5'11", 210, but is a guy that showed up time and time again in the passing game. You throw on the Florida tape, you throw on the South Carolina or the Georgia tape. Time and time again, he showed up in the passing game as a guy that can really help you catching the ball on screens, but more than that. I think Tyrone Tracy from Purdue is one of those guys as well. He was a former wide receiver at Iowa, transfers to Purdue, and they moved the running back. And you see the inexperience as a running back with some of the decision-making at the line of scrimmage, but then you see him catch the ball and you're like, okay, I get it. I see what value he offers. So this is a running back class where, again, we don't have that Bijan Robinson at the top, but it works for a team that's shopping in that third, fourth round range. Plenty of quality options that I think the Broncos, as they look at it, they will have some appealing running backs in that range.
Dan, one of the things I love about your draft previews is the background that you write on every single prospect that is out there. You dive into family history, you dive into athletic history, the personal, those things that teams are digging for in interviews. Why do you focus so much on that part of it when you're profiling a prospect?
I think to understand where a player is going, you need to know where he's coming from. And the way I approach my job is there's all these puzzle pieces out there, and it's my job to collect all these puzzle pieces, and you put them together, and the more puzzle pieces you have, the more clear of a picture you're going to have who the player is. So I think it's part of, me just being an evaluator, being, the best scout I can be and getting all that information. The other part of it is, I want to shine a light on these players. Each one has encountered their own adversities. Each one has had their own journey to get to this point, and no two journeys are the same. And so a chance to shine a light on, the parents and the family and just all the things that they've, had. And it's not, I could go deeper and deeper, but it's just a nice summation of what they've done to get to this point. I think it's a good way to give a snapshot of not just the player, but the person. And, I think when you talk about the draft process is one big job interview. And, where obviously teams are investing a lot into these players, and the background information helps give just a little more of a look who these players are, because obviously, as you know, when you draft a player, it's not just what he's giving you on the field, but someone that you're going to bring to community, someone that you're bringing to your locker room, you're accepting them into your family. So understanding who those players are and all that background information, I think, is really important.
Dane Brugler, everybody, theathletic.com. Subscribe, get his draft preview. It is the beast. It is 324 pages. We've been citing it constantly on the show because it's the best one out there. Dane, thank you so much. And also, Thank you for thinking the way that we are, that the Broncos need to be thinking long-term. We'll see if Sean Payton is down to take his medicine.
Yeah, anytime. I appreciate it.
That's the big question, isn't it? Going to hold your water? Going to take the best player available at 12? Or are you maybe even going to listen to offers to potentially move down and add more stuff? Could you be thinking in that way? Could you be thinking the overall talent level of the organization is very poor, and we need to go ahead and build up numerous different positions, and we can't put all of our eggs into a single position with a low likelihood of getting the utmost in return? That's the thing, Andy. It's like if they were trading up and the prize that was awaiting them was like an Andrew Luck level talent.
Exactly.
A Trevor Lawrence level talent. Right? Like that dude that is coming in that just seems can't miss. The way that Caleb Williams is viewed by many in this draft, I would say, you know what? Maybe do mortgage a couple of years worth. But as we have talked about, QB4 at best, probably J.J. McCarthy at best. And I'm not saying this is a diss to McCarthy. I just know that's not what's fixing your team right now.
Yeah, he said it right there. And we get mixed results whenever it keeps coming up. But Leggy put it out there. He echoed it. A Spencer Rattler might be exactly everything that Sean Payton is looking for. I know everybody wants the great deep ball, and let's throw deep this. Sean showed you last year. I mean, look, you say whatever you want to about Russ. Russ still could hit a deep ball. He could still make that big play. Sean didn't need a bunch of those. Sean wanted you to go bink, bink, bink right down the field, stay on time, stay on target, get the ball out when it was supposed to be, hit the proper route when it was supposed to happen. This is what he wanted. What did he just say about Spencer Rattler when you asked him about it? Did he not exactly, of all the guys? And Leggy said, you have to remember this kid was once thought to be after his freshman year of college. Not somebody that got here and came out of high school and they thought, oh, it'd be good. Then they found out college ball was too much for him. We still don't really know what happened at Oklahoma. But he was thought to be the guy that was a future number 1 overall pick. That's pretty good talent to work with. And Brugler described that everything he does is exactly what Payton wants for his system. Go get that guy. To your point, don't trade up for what will, at that point, likely be the 5th guy in this draft.
Spencer Rattler is... He's a lower ceiling prospect, okay? He's 23. He's almost 24 years of age, all right? However, when I look into things that I'm hopeful for with this kid, okay? Do you remember he did the Netflix series when he was in Norman, and it was a turbulent few years, and that's a tough place to play, just like Denver is going to be a tough place to play. I do think that he made youthful mistakes, which he has even admitted to. Some code of conduct stuff, issues that he had when he was in high school. And, once he left and went to South Carolina after his time there at Oklahoma, the guy that was willing to admit, you know what, I was the first sort of NIL darling in college football, and some of it may have gotten me off the correct path. I look at a guy like that and I say, you know what, man? Yes, he's older. Yes, I do realize he probably doesn't have an all-pro future in front of him or anything else like that. But also, I'm intrigued by the capacity for somebody like that to have learned from said youthful mistakes.
Yeah, and again, I know everybody wants the quarterback they're going to commit to. At the end of the day, if you talked about the age. Bo Nix ain't young.
No.
Michael Penix isn't young.
Nope.
The youngest guy is J.J. McCarthy, who likely some wild stuff. Teams may be even getting even more in love with him. Who knows?
Yeah.
We don't know what to believe.
McCarthy and May are the two young guys in this draft.
Sure.
A lot of these other dudes, because they were the COVID dudes, they just were in college for a lot longer time. They played in numerous different schools. In fact, every name that you just brought up right there was, playing in at least 2 different programs. Those are just different kind of football players that, again, probably have slightly lower ceilings, but maybe there's a little bit more maturity when they get to the NFL level.
But grab that guy in the 3rd round.
I agree.
And then who cares? If you know what? If you suck and you're in position for a better one next year, who cares?
We'll take a break. When we come back, Courtland Sutton wants more money. Will the Broncos even consider saying yes to that request? We'll talk about that next.
Wilson has all day here. Now he's going to take a deep shot. Sutton in the end zone. And Cortland Sutton with a fly down makes the catch for a touchdown.
Hey, that's friend of the program, Andrew Catalan, on the call right there. Cortland Sutton, 10 touchdowns last year, Andy, tied for third in the NFL. Well, according to a report from Tom Pelissero earlier today, Tommy says Cortland Sutton did not report for voluntary workouts as he seeks a new contract. He did not volunteer to work out today. He is seeking a new contract. Pelissero adds this for context. Sutton is going on his 10th starting quarterback in 7 seasons and has only $2 million guaranteed left on his deal. He had 10 tutties in 2023 while ranking 56th in targets. That there from Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, I don't think this is an I want a new contract. I think this is the polite, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore because I know you're not going to want to give me a new contract. Let's be honest, I'm not real sure. He got the new contract. He got hurt. He wasn't a quick bounce back from that.
Nope.
Gosh, okay, so help me out. Was 2020 the new contract year, right? 21 was the recovery. 22, he was all right with Russ at the beginning. Then last year, he finally looked like his old self. So that's 4 years of the new deal? Do I have that right?
Yes, correct. Again, 20 was basically the lost year. 21 was the shell of himself season, playing with Teddy Bridgewater. And then 22, 23, again, he was okay. Number one receiver on this team. I think the Broncos would have liked a world where Jerry Jeudy was the number one receiver on this team, but that didn't exactly work out.
But he was more, and I, Cortland was probably the most fun receiver to root for last year because he gave us jaw-dropping catches.
Sure did.
But
highlights.
He was a lot of pop, a lot of sizzle, but not a lot of bacon.
Here's what I would say to Cortland Sutton and his agent if they called me and asked for a new contract. If I was Greg Penner and George Payton, I would go, no. And that'd be that. That'd be the end of my conversation with him. Because here's the situation, Andy. 10 touchdowns, tied for third in the NFL last year. That's great. 59 receptions. That was 57th in the NFL. 772 yards. That is 44th in the NFL. 13 yards per catch. 37th in the NFL. 8.6 yards per target. 36th in the NFL. 37 first down catches. That was 43rd in the NFL last year. His contract, by average annual value, pays him $15.2 million, making him the 22nd highest paid wide receiver in football, and he has 2 years remaining on his deal. My response would be, nah, that all sounds about right to me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying to me, this is a polite, we would like to be moved.
Yeah.
We'd like to be moved. We're going to say it's a contract issue because I'd like more guaranteed money. Maybe they actually jump and try to offer it to you. I told you, he was a Russell Wilson guy. I'm surprised Sean hasn't moved him already, frankly.
The funny thing about it, though, is like 2 years of playing with Russ, his numbers are, again, they're fine. They're fine.
That doesn't mean you don't. They got along. Remember, Russ only told Cortland what was going on there.
Sure.
Then Cortland sent out the old, are we going to apologize to Russ stuff late November? I just think he wants out of here. And you know what? You need draft capital. Now, you and I pointed out, you're probably not getting a number 2 for Cortland Sutton. He's older. He's had injury, and you laid out the numbers right there. But you do need other draft picks. So why not? Why not shop him? What's it going to do?
I think they have shopped
If you get offered a third for Cortland, you taking it?
Oh, of course.
There you go.
Spoiler alert. You're not getting a third rounder right now for Cortland
Judy's
Sutton.
Getting you, what do you get you, 2 fifths?
A fifth and a sixth, exactly. And again, with Cortland Sutton, you got to take on his deal. Now he's
only got $2 million left in guaranteed money.
Sure, but he is paid by his salary. To me, is commensurate with his production. That's what he is.
Sure.
Now he wants a longer term deal. Am I going to give up any valuable draft capital to get a 29-year-old wide receiver that wants more guaranteed money? I'm not giving that to him. Again, if I'm trading for Cortland Sutton, I'll say, cool, 2 years left on your deal. Let's play out the string,
No,
my
I agree
guy.
with you. And I think he's going to have to probably go to a team where they say, you know what, let's see how this year goes. Maybe we'll discuss it there.
I don't blame Cortland Sutton one bit, okay? You got no guaranteed money left on your deal. You know the Broncos are done with you after this season regardless. Like, by all means, go ahead and ask for it. But if I'm the Broncos, my response is, nah, we're good.
Okay, but here's the one thing that I do think is interesting. Now, look, I'm with you. I'm not redoing the contract if I'm the Broncos either, frankly. I really think the motivation is to get moved out of town without looking like the guy asking to leave town. I think Leahy has said it. I've heard some other draft experts talk about it. I think it was ESPN was discussing this very thing the other day. There's the top 3 wide receivers, and then it really drops off after that. So maybe what you do is you sit through the first round. No one's giving you a first rounder for Cortland Sutton. You let everybody make their picks, see who doesn't maybe get the receiver they hope for. You dial up those teams and say, all right, what are you willing to give us here? Third rounder, fourth rounder, what can we talk to you about? Maybe it happens. I just am telling you, my point of all this is I just think he's asking to go without asking to go.
Take the calls. Completely take the calls.
Why would his agent think that they would give him a new contract?
I don't know. Why would he think that they would give him a new contract?
Why would he want a new contract? Well, I mean, you want more guaranteed money all the time.
Yes, you want money. That's
just I bring it up because this guy, even last year, a couple of my other friends closer to the team told me they got the vibes he maybe wanted to leave last year.
Yeah. Oh, this has not been an awesome team to play wide receiver for low over the years. But this was a guy that also, when 4 years and $60 million was staring him directly in the face on an offer from George Payton, he jumped all over it. Because why shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Again, you're playing a sport that breaks your body. You go ahead and you get paid all day long. And, Andy, I completely agree. If there is a third or a fourth, you move the dude. I don't believe there's going to be.
I don't necessarily disagree with you.
I just don't think that offer is out there. And so whether it is going to be Stiddy or whether it is going to be rookie quarterback or whomever is going to be the starter, I'm keeping Cortland Sutton on the team. You got to have somebody to throw the damn ball to.
Yeah,
you got to have
but if
somebody
he's going to hold out and be drama
to help a young quarterback. But that's also the issue is right now, players have so little leverage when it comes to the holdout. You don't get to give the money back on the fines these days, and the Broncos would be looking at a guy where they would say, you're not a part of our future plans anyway, and we're paying you exactly what your production suggests we should pay you. We're not going to do anything.
I'm going to tell you as we sit here, what's today, April 17th, 16th?
Yes, 16th.
He is not a Bronco by training camp.
I believe he will be.
All right. Coffee bet, that's what the midday guys do. What should you and I do?
We should do coffee because I dropped mine in the hallway.
So now you want a coffee?
Starts.
All right.
I need a damn coffee.
All right. Well, you ain't get one today.
Well, that's what I wanted.
This bet does you no good.
It really doesn't. I'm thinking short term, like Sean Payton.
Wow, you just drafted, I don't even know what.
I've got to think long term.
Drop
my whole damn coffee today. Yeah.
You are really you're
still bitter about it. I'm still a little bit bitter about it.
Hey, when you got a good one,
I'm frustrated too. The Denver Nuggets travel mug, it didn't hold up for me. Now again, I'm willing to admit this is on me.
Why didn't you bring the nice ones we were gifted with your name on it? That looks like Fort Knox of coffee holders.
Because I brought the nice one that I was gifted with a Nuggets logo on it.
Well, that one didn't hold up.
It really didn't. Yes. I don't know what that portends for the Nuggets' future in the postseason.
Are you suggesting bad things?
I'm just saying that the Nuggets mug, the lid didn't stay on when I dropped it.
Because maybe the Nuggets cup runneth over.
It's also very possible that dropping a coffee is not particularly good, and that's not what it's meant to do.
Well, I love it when you stain it on the carpet, because who doesn't love the smell of old coffee 2 hours after it's been spilled?
It's still there. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can whiff it. The door's open.
Whiff it all day long.
Whiff it good. Da-da-da-da-da.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm still bitter. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Third hour of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here with you on a Tuesday afternoon. It's the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what do we got today?
Here's what we got in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. You guys were just talking about how, according to Tom Pelissero, Courtland Sutton has elected to not attend the Broncos' voluntary offseason program while seeking a new contract. Sutton has 2 years remaining on his deal. Also, according to Mike Kliss of 9 News, Courtland Sutton underwent ankle surgery to address an injury suffered in the 2023 season finale against the Las Vegas Raiders.
Courtland Sutton has been working out daily in Florida, according to Mike Kliss, and neither Courtland Sutton nor the team are particularly worried about his ankle. Again, he is not showing up for the voluntary offseason program. It doesn't really matter. There's nothing mandatory coming up here yet for a while. In the moment, Courtland Sutton is letting it symbolically be known he would like more money. We'll see how serious he is about all of it. I mean, Andy, the problem for me that Courtland Sutton is having right now at the moment is he has no leverage.
Yeah, 59 for 772 and 10 tutties, even though the tutties were spectacular.
Sure were.
Like in the sauna that one day.
They're real?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't numbers that normally make you go, all right, I need a new contract now.
Yeah.
59 for 772.
Yeah.
So, and again, led the team in highlights. There's no doubt about it. But when was the last 1,000-yard receiver this team had?
I believe it was Courtland 2019. It has been that long.
How about last 100 reception guy? I guess it'd require a quarterback, a consistent passing game, and you not sucking. Yeah.
Last 100 reception
Maybe. I bet
guy?
you was 2016. If I had to guess, I bet you was DT 2016.
Okay. Yeah, that's
because
probably about
remember,
right.
Simeon and DT got off to a great start. They got off to that 4-0 start.
Yeah.
And then things got a little clunky mid to late season. But
yeah, that's why going back to Dane Brugler and him bringing up Brock Bowers, and I know history says tight ends at that spot, not great. I liked his solution was then just call him a slot receiver if that bothers you so much.
Right.
All right. They need weapons. There's no doubt about it. Spring.
High five. The Washington Commanders obviously have the second overall pick, and today they are bringing in 4 quarterback prospects at the same time.
Quarterbacks.
To their facility. It's a bro trip to the Commanders facility. They're bringing in today Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, and Michael Penix. This according to Albert Breer.
Do they carpool? Does that work? Do they do like a
one big Uber X
ride share?
Yeah.
They all just hop into the big old Suburban, I suppose. Andy, what do you think the Manders are going to do?
All right, this is going to make you mad.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
There's multiple people whispering that J.J. McCarthy is becoming the apple of their eye.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd love it.
So there you go.
I'd love it. Coming up at 5:20, I will tell you my draft theory.
Okay.
Based on that very possibility. Yes. But the Manders, in the meantime, you have to do this. Bring everybody in, but...
Do you have to do it together?
It's a little
awkward.
weird
that they're all together, right?
My assumption is they've already made up their mind. They're looking for confirmation bias by now. If you don't know by now, when the hell are you going to know? Spring.
High five. You guys talked earlier in the show about Dak Prescott. He'll be an unrestricted free agent at season's end should the Cowboys not extend him. A couple other quarterbacks who could be free agents at the end of the season if they aren't franchised in the offseason or what have you. Tua Tagovailoa of the Dolphins and Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. He talked to the media today, and he was asked if he has had contract extension negotiations with the Lions. Here's Goff with a quick follow-up question.
Yeah, there's been discussions, but I'll leave it at that.
Still confident it'll get done at some point?
Yeah, you hope so, but I'm not in control of that.
Andy, so it's interesting those situations that Spring just brought up. Tua and the Dolphins, Goff and the Lions. I can't imagine a planet where Jared Goff doesn't go forward as the quarterback of the Detroit Lions.
What if he doesn't?
It's very possible, but my point here being that given Dan Campbell's commitment to him, what that team was able to do last year, them blowing that game was not on Jared Goff. Dudes need to catch the damn ball. Jared Goff has quarterbacked the team to a Super Bowl. He is beloved in Detroit, and he has shown, well, I don't think Jared Goff is the most dynamic quarterback in football. That is an organization, going back to the way that we think that Denver should be building things, they built it that way. They stockpiled assets. You know, they traded for all the picks. They built that thing up pretty well, and that's the team that, you know, while it's really hard to find the Patrick Mahomes of his generation, the Joe Burrow, the Josh Allen of his generation, what that team has shown is go and get a guy that's good, surround it with everything that's awesome around it, and we'll have our best season in decades.
Here's the thing for me, okay? Jared Goff is your classic, and I think he even leans a little more towards you could do worse, but you could do better. Now, I think you could do a lot worse than Jared Goff. I don't think Jared, to me, wouldn't be like 15, 16 of the NFL quarterbacks. He's probably moving up a notch or two towards the top 10, but
top 12, top 10,
12, yeah.
You know what's funny about that?
Sometimes you take that for granted.
Real quick, when we say top 12, you know what we mean? He's 12th.
Yeah. No higher than 12.
It's not like we're like he's top 12,
but it's funny,
and he's like 7.
Listen, it's funny you bring it up because that was about my mind where I was sticking him, and then I was like, I better double check that list. But that feels about the right neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
But it's funny because the guys in the middle are the guys we take for granted all the time. You know who was kind of in the middle during his time here? Jake Plummer. How badly would most fans take a Jake Plummer on this team right now? Able to lead you and do something you haven't done. He was outside of Manning. He's the best winning quarterback. It's Elway, Manning, and him.
Mike Shanahan took the bigger swing. He took the bigger swing to try and go with Jay Cutler, and history would suggest it did not work out for him.
So, but it's just funny that you bring this up, even with Tua, okay? Maybe this is why we're not hearing. I mean, I know people want the Broncos to go all nutty and go try to jump into the top 3 or 4 and grab a guy. Maybe Sean Payton's going, maybe I just sit back and see what the free agent crop looks like next year.
Yeah.
And if I get Jarrett Stidham to show that this is still a fun offense to run, even if it doesn't go right, there'd be plenty of guys that maybe would be willing to come here for them.
I don't think they need to be in a big hurry to go find a quarterback right now at all.
Not with the line and everybody keeps talking about how good the receiver room is. And look, to your point, I would be making receiver my first choice right now.
Yeah.
But there's plenty to build on. We keep going over it. There's so many areas to address on this team.
All of them.
Don't force a quarterback to pass up a possible solution.
I agree, unless something happens, which I'll tell you about at 5:20. Spring.
High five. Got a couple of Patrick Mahomes comments for you. Obviously, his dad was a Major League Baseball pitcher, and Mahomes was a relief pitcher at Texas Tech while also playing quarterback. He did an interview with Time Magazine about possibly attending spring training, participating in spring training with the Kansas City Royals. He actually was a draft pick of the Detroit Tigers. Late round pick was Patrick Mahomes. He told Time Magazine, quote, I've talked to the Royals, and if I can maybe go out to a spring training, I'm not opposed to that. I'll get it approved by the Chiefs and everything like that. But maybe one of these years I go out there and see what I got, see if I can still hit the ball or pitch or whatever that is. Maybe not in the games, but I can at least practice with them. Also, Patrick Mahomes talked to the general assembled media, and he was asked if the Chiefs are openly talking about the three-peat. Here's Mahomes.
It'll be something that I think was kind of discussed more after we won the second one. Now that we're kind of back and we're starting back from the beginning, that's how you have to start. You have to start from the beginning. Go back to your fundamentals. I'll be going over like fronts and stuff today, stuff that it might get a little tedious, but stuff that I need to know. And the coaches get a laugh out of it because they know that it kind of irritates me sometimes. But that's how it is. You have to go back to the beginning, go back to your elementary school and learn it from the beginning. And I think that's something that that's kind of gotten us to where we're at, is that you can't be satisfied with where you're at. You have to learn, and you pick up one little different thing that you didn't know the year before. And so that's something that I'll continue to work on throughout this offseason and prepare myself. And then once we get to the season, we'll try to make that run at it. But it's going to take a day in, day out type of mentality.
Yeah, and you guys will probably stink for the first 2 months of the season, and we'll all go, what the hell is wrong with the Chiefs offense? And then you'll suddenly start to get your poop in a group in November. You'll be awesome by December, and then you'll just roll through and win a Super Bowl again because that's what you do.
Shh. Shut your mouth. Why don't you go play for the Royals? Why don't we give that a try? Go see how that look. Just for a year. Do the Jordan. Give yourself a couple years suspension. Come on back. By the way, he was in time because he's one of the world's most 100 influential people. He's on the cover.
I read a great story about Mahomes as a high school pitcher a couple of years ago, and he was going up against Michael Kopech of the White Sox, who was like starting for the rival high school that day because it's Texas, big school athletics, so they just crank out professional athletes all over the place. And yeah, it was on Mahomes, it was like stuff-wise, it wasn't the greatest. And honestly, when you faced Mahomes, the scouting report was essentially of like, it's coming in 99 to triple digits, and he's not exactly sure where it's going.
Yikes. Little Randy Johnson to him then. Early Randy Johnson.
But on that day, he had it all. And he threw a no-hitter against Kopech's team. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty special stuff. This just kind of sounds like he's going to go to Royals camp and do like a fantasy camp thing, basically.
Hold on. Did Russ do that?
Yeah, I believe he did it at Rocky's camp, didn't he?
No, when
it was the Rangers. Yeah. You're right, it was the Rangers.
He did that with the Rangers.
Yeah.
A la, who's the country star that did that?
Garth
Brooks.
Right.
Hanging out with the Padres.
He was like good too, didn't he?
Yeah, he was all right.
He
was
parked
pretty
a couple
good.
in the seats.
Yeah, but I think it's funny. It shows you how worthless spring training really can be. They're like, yeah, stop
nothing
by.
but
Will
time.
Smith went and did Will Ferrell went and did some stuff. Remember that? Didn't he play for like the Padres too, or whatever? It just.
I heard that Will Smith got in and did some BP. He smacked a few.
There you go.
Spring.
High five. And finally, Gardner Minshew is now the quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders, and he showed up today to Raiders team workouts wearing a shirt that on the chest said, Lil Ass Boy. Now, why did he wear that shirt? Well, it's because he's now teammates with Max Crosby, and the Colts, when Minshew was on the Colts last season, they played the Raiders in the second to last game of the regular season, and Gardner Minshew was mic'd up, and every time Max Crosby got close to him, that's what he called Gardner Minshew. Here's that mic'd up audio. You'll hear Max Crosby and then Minshew talking about it when he gets to the sideline.
Little last boy. Little last boy.
Dude, Max Crosby is so damn angry. Bro, he just.
But like the thing is, like he's not really that angry.
I know, right? He keeps calling everybody little ass boy. Hey, little ass boy. I'm like, I'm little out here, but not always, you know.
My God, it just is. It's you so funny.
Also, on quarterback, because I watched the first few episodes of Quarterback, and one of the games where they had Mahomes mic'd up was against the Raiders, and he kept getting big mad at Crosby because Crosby would, he'd do his pass rush and then like running back to the huddle, going by Mahomes, he'd just like stick an elbow in his chest. That was sort of Crosby's that dude.
Yeah.
Okay, complete meatball, just an a-hole out on the field, and that's sort of his MO and the way that he plays, and it pisses everybody off. And then Mahomes throws a touchdown and goes and talks all the bleep to Max Crosby that he can handle. But yeah, that's just sort of Crosby's MO out there, and apparently Minshew was lil ass boy.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. What I took from that piece of audio is how long would a meeting between Mike McDaniel and Minshew take? Huh? Couple chill bros.
Get to the point, fellas.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and hurry up right here.
Huh?
324 says Chad Kelly walked so Gardner Minshew could run.
There you go. There it is.
Well, Chad Kelly was running out of the house while he was getting hit by a vacuum cleaner tube.
By the way, someone pointed out it was Ferrell Will Ferrell played 9 positions in one game.
Jose Oquendo style? Oquendo did it over a full season. That's
Also, Will Smith smacked one off Chris Rock is what you were looking for. Yeah.
There it was.
There it is. There's the finish.
And
yeah, trust me. Took me a minute to remember Rock's name, which is why the end of the joke shows up 2 stories later.
What was the guy's name? The guy with the thing. Yeah, that guy. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. I do have an NFL draft theory that I want to float by you here, Andy. Plus, ahead of tip-off between the Lakers and the Pels in play-in action game number 1 from the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, we will revisit some of Michael Malone's comments from Dempsey and Company earlier today, including which opponent he would prefer, the Pels or the Lakers. It's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, which you can watch via Twitch. Our Twitch feed is presented to you by Safeway. You can save more with Safeway. Receive our best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway For You member every day. Download the Safeway app and sign up for free today.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. All right, well, it's camping season. You need to get the old truck or 4x4 loaded up to haul the fifth wheel or maybe just add more gear in back. They can do that for you over there. Maybe there's some tie downs you can put on the old bed of the truck to be able to handle more gear, or like get a tow ball, whatever you need. Get it all put on there and get the old camping setup ready to go as we near Memorial Day. If you're looking for any other accessories, maybe you want some seat covers or possibly a bed cover or the floor mats, the step rails, whatever. Automatic start, heated seats. I don't know why you need them necessarily right now, but if you always liked the heated seat option and decided you'd pass at time of purchase, they can still do something like that for you. Colorado Off-Road's got everything you need. Jerry and Wendy Jones own this fine business. Go see them over in downtown Littleton, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton, right there on South Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. You can find out more about them at cooffroad.com.
And LaRavia will look in here. He gets it in over to Scottie Pippen Jr., and there's the horn. The Nuggets tie a franchise record for most wins in a season. The regular season is officially over. Denver takes care of Memphis tonight, 126-111 at the FedEx Forum.
Yeah, 57 wins tied the 12-13 season. They did not get the record, blew that game against San Antonio, as we know. The Nuggets will learn their opening round opponent, I don't know, a little bit, I'd say about 3 hours from now. We'll get you tip-off. Lakers and Pelicans, we'll keep you updated on it throughout the course of the show. Berto's got the blitz for you this evening as well, so they will undoubtedly be keeping a close eye on all that is going on. Michael Malone today was on with Dempsey and the company, and he got asked who he would rather get, the Lakers or the Pelicans. Here's Michael Malone with his thought on the matchup.
Doesn't matter. I mean, I think both teams present problems. I know there's this people out there think that the Lakers are going to lose intentionally because they don't want to play us, and they want to get matched up with the Thunder. And I don't think any NBA team would ever take that risk because there's no guarantee you're going to win the next game. So the Lakers are not going to lay down tonight. And obviously, last year we didn't know till Friday night who we were playing. The good thing about being two, if you want to say, well, what's the positive about it, is that around 7:30 tonight we're going to know who we have on Saturday in Game 1 of Round 1, New Orleans or the Lakers, and then we'll start getting ready for whoever that team is.
So there you go. He has no preference whatsoever. All right, Andy, if he wasn't on the radio and you were just asking him over a cup of coffee, perhaps, what do you think he'd tell you?
I really don't know. I could make cases for both teams.
Right.
In there, I don't know.
Let me oversimplify it for you, okay?
Okay, try.
If you don't have to go up against LeBron James,
okay, yeah,
it's probably better.
No, I'm with you. But see here, Nate, we kind of had this debate yesterday. There's a physical nature to Memphis. Let me make this clear to everybody.
Yeah.
I don't think you're losing a series to either team. But what are the ramifications of playing a team? And I think the physical nature of Memphis, I don't want you
New Orleans.
New Orleans. I don't want to get beat up in the process of getting ready for the next round, right?
Right.
And New Orleans has got the physical guys that could maybe get that done. Okay. Again, not enough where you lose the series.
I mean, to be fair, both these teams are pretty damn huge.
Yeah, but I don't look at the Lakers as a real physical team. For whatever reason.
Because Anthony Davis falls too
Right.
much.
And look, just for whatever reason.
How tough can you be? You're always on the floor.
When I think about the New Orleans Pelicans, Zion is kind of the poster boy of it.
Yeah.
They're a physical
huge.
team, man.
He's
They're going to beat
huge.
you up a little bit.
Right. Jonas Valanciunas. What does that dude weigh? 260, 270? He's one of the few dudes. First off, he's one of the only guys. I think he's one of 6 guys that played 82 games in the league this year. And he's one of the few guys that has the bulk to be able to bang around with Nikola Jokic. Anthony Davis, as great as he is defensively, what is AD? 250, 260,
Right.
whatever he is.
And
he's given away a lot of size and bulk to Nikola Jokic. Herb Jones is excellent defensively, and he would be a serious problem. I have no doubt about that. He will be a problem for Jamal Murray, and he's going to make life tough on him. They bring Trey Murphy off the bench, who is big. They bring Larry Nance off the bench, who is big, Wyoming's own. So there is size all over the place on that New Orleans team. Size all over the place on the Lakers as well. But I agree with you. In terms of the physicality of the matchup, the Pelicans are tougher.
Here's what I'd say, though, about the Lakers. And this is why I hemmed and hawed when you asked me. There is a part of me that, even though I know this is a great team whose window's closed and they're past their prime, there is still a part of me that feels like even Tom Brady summoned it for one more playoff run. Do you know what I mean?
LeBron James.
I don't want that happening with James and Davis and the like.
LeBron's still awesome.
Yeah, he still gives the Nuggets problems.
He's not
the one that was not scoring against them.
He's not what he was, because what he was is the second best basketball player that ever lived. He's still a top, I don't know, 15 player at the NBA at 39 years of age. That's incredible.
I know.
And when you go up against him in the postseason, and it's tough for him to still be dominant deep into games over the course of a long series, all of those things. We know that's the case, but he also can find his moments. He can find his moments, and he can get big time buckets, and he can still, if he turns the corner and gets downhill, he still looks like LeBron James when he does that.
And look, if it's a tight game, he's still going to get a whistle.
Yep.
Okay? Your guys don't always get the whistle.
Mm-hmm.
So's Anthony Davis.
Yep.
So
now that said, you beat him in 5.
I know. I get that, but there's just that's the only hesitation for me is that do they find their Tom Brady, Tampa Bay Buccaneers moment where they're just finding a way to outduel everybody, even not being at the top of their game?
Other thing about the Pels is, for example, in the IST semifinals, they got their butts absolutely kicked by the Lakers. The other day when they played in game number 82, they got their butts absolutely kicked by the Lakers. The thing I wonder about the Pelicans, and we'll find this out about them tonight. I think they're a well-coached team, and I think they have a ton of talent. Do you guys have the mental toughness to step up and show up in a big moment?
Yeah, there's still playoff questions about them, right? Like you said, they got knocked out pretty quick last year. What were they? What seed were they last year? Weren't they the 2 seed because the Lakers won the play-in?
Yes.
Am I thinking of that right? No, I got it mixed up with Memphis. I'm doing that thing again where I always mix up New Orleans and Memphis. Memphis was the 2 seed last year, right? And that's who the Lakers got by winning the play-in.
Right.
And avoided the Nuggets till the end.
Right. They actually didn't make the playoffs last year. They didn't have Zion.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, they didn't make the playoffs. So again, it goes back to the point of young teams, will you rise to the playoff moment? Are you really ready for what this is going to provide?
Michael Malone today on Dempsey and Company talked about the 21-6 finish post All-Star break. How did the team do it?
But after the All-Star break, we had gone in losing 3 games in a row. And again, a lot of that had to do with no Jamal, no KCP in the majority of those 3 games. But I loved our approach coming out of the break. And we didn't ease into it. We didn't think that we could just turn it on the last 2 weeks of the season. We turned it on with 27 games to go. And for us to have a 21-6 record, which tied Boston for the best record post All-Star break, is a testament to our players being locked in, to understanding the urgency that we needed to play with, to put ourselves in the position that we put ourselves in. So our players they're pros. They're phenomenal. And we have tremendous veteran leadership that really leads by example with all the young players that we have in that locker room. So could not be more proud of a group.
They had the kick. They had the kick down the stretch, and that's how they got to this place where they needed a couple of things to work out for them, but they did. And now this is the number 2 seed, and they await the winner of tonight's matchup between the Lakers and the Pels. Nuggets are in good shape, and they're on a good side of the bracket. Again, I think this kind of worked out for them. Just as long as the Thunder don't make the Western Conference Finals. Because then you're giving up home court advantage. Even though I think you beat the Thunder anyway.
Yeah, the Thunder are going to be an interesting case study for me this year.
Yeah.
If they get past the first round, they could be a problem.
Yep. Young team. But God, they're a good team. We know that about that. You don't win that many games by accident. All right, Andy, I told you I got a draft theory.
Yeah, what's this deal? Give me this theory. What are you theorizing?
I got a bit of a draft theory here, all right? And the theory has to do with the part where the Minnesota Vikings haven't traded up yet. And you know that they're in communication with Arizona and Monty Ossenfort. You know they're in communication with the Chargers. You know that they are working the phones to be thinking about whatever the price will be to get to 4. Kevin O'Connell knows he needs a quarterback right now.
Got a couple of picks to work with.
He's got 23. He's got 11. They've put they have the ammunition in place to go ahead and try and make that jump. Hadn't gone down yet. And I think it's for a very good reason. And I think it's this, okay? You brought up before the possibility of the Washington football team, a.k.a. the Manders, Are they getting hot for J.J. McCarthy?
Or is this just stuff people chat about as we wait for the draft for another 10 days?
Exactly. Okay. Because again, almost anybody's quarterback stack is Williams and then Daniels or May, depending on whatever way you want to go. Dane Brugler, who we had before, is a May over Daniels guy, but it comes down to taste. And then at 4, it's J.J. McCarthy. What I think the Vikings are doing is I think they're sitting around and going, all right, is somebody going to fall for the J.J. McCarthy trap? Is somebody going to just fall through that hole in the floor and take J.J. McCarthy somewhere in the top 3? Maybe even the Manders at number 2. Maybe even New England at number 3. And either May or Daniels falls to 4. At which point, I think there's a couple of things happening. Number one, I think Minnesota probably has a J.J. McCarthy price that they want to pay, and then they have a better quarterback price that they want to pay. And they're trying to figure out what that is. I think teams like Arizona and the Chargers are sitting in these exact same spots and going, who is the guy that could potentially fall? If it just goes chalk and 1, 2, 3 goes Williams, May, and Daniels, I think that Minnesota will pay the standard freight. They'll pay 11, they'll pay 23, maybe some future second or something else like that, but they'll go ahead and they'll make the jump up to number 4. However, if somebody falls, that's when Arizona is going to sit around going, okay, what is the Drake May or Jaden Daniels bidding war going to look like? And I think Arizona is waiting to see who's going to get goofy at the top of this draft. And Minnesota is sitting there going, okay, what is the freight we're actually going to pay here? But I think that's why we haven't seen that trade go down yet. And if Drake May falls beyond the top 3, I think there's going to be an insano bidding war. And I believe one team that will be involved in it will be the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I don't know. I talked to somebody today that doesn't think he fits what Sean wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you like May. You like May than I know more of the people that I know like May. I will tell you this. Here's what I like about your story, your scenario. It does show, in my opinion, and to your point, every one of these guys, even Caleb Williams, he works for some. Believe it or not, doesn't quite work for all. If it were me, I'd go ahead and take that chance.
Yeah,
I'd like to see how that turns out. You know, I know you don't love how he holds the ball here and there. All right.
I'll live with it.
Yeah,
I'll live with
I
it.
saw some pretty electric things when he got to that second play.
If my worry about Drake May is, his footwork gets a little wonky when he's under pressure. Well, he was at North Carolina, okay? Let's put him behind an NFL offensive line. Sometimes he misses the layups. Okay. He needs NFL coaching. There is no doubt about that. But when it comes to making the throws, those just dotting that thing down the field off of weird platforms, those special NFL throws, he's got it. He has the it that you need in the NFL to be that player. Dude is special. And I think that the teams in the back are waiting to find out who's going to talk themselves out of it.
Here's the thing. I think no matter who it is, here's my point. It goes to show you that not everybody loves all 4 of these guys.
No.
Period.
No.
So to your point,
the opinions
Minnesota
are diverged.
Maybe they got 3, maybe they got 2. I don't know, right?
Right.
But Minnesota is saying, to your point, we're not going up for any of the 4, which should just tell everybody that, again, this isn't one of the greatest of all time, but it's the best they've had in a bit, and it's better than next year, and could be better than in 2 years. So people are going to do some stuff. Because if it was about all 4 of these guys are going to the Hall of Fame, they already would have made the trade. They're waiting to see who gets through. And frankly, I think Arizona's sitting there. If you're Arizona, you want the draft haul or do you want a legit I mean, you get to pick one of the guys that are going to be a special receiver according to draft.
You
experts.
scout all this stuff too. You like Marvin Harrison just as much as anybody
Yeah,
else? Of
yeah.
course you do.
So how far do you really want to fall back to 11 and give up one of those guys?
Right.
You probably ain't getting Rome Odunze. You're not getting Marvin Harrison. Who's the third? Neighbors. You're
Malik
not getting
Neighbors-
that guy.
No, they won't be there. I do say might be there.
Maybe. But it's a hell of a risk to go to 11.
It is.
You know what I mean? You kind of need some stuff too. That's why you're picking 4th.
Andy, we're 9 days out, but I firmly believe the order will go Williams, May, Daniels.
I've seen too many. I think Daniels has usurped May.
He has in many circles.
Now,
I believe they're wrong. I think they're going to take the more talented and higher ceiling player because that's what you do.
What if they go McCarthy? Then what are you going to do?
I will be stunned. I will be stunned by that. I am not buying J.J. McCarthy in the top 3 for 1 second, but I do think there's a whole bunch of teams that are trying to talk that possibility into
I'm
existence.
not sure I'm buying him at 4.
Right.
But we'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
This is what I'm saying is I think so much of this chatter is born out of the teams outside of the top 3 that are trying to will it into existence, that are trying to hype J.J. McCarthy enough that maybe, just maybe, either Washington or New England would be dumb enough to talk themselves into it. I don't believe they will be.
I don't know what New England's doing. There's some that aren't positive New England isn't open for business
There's
on
that
the
too.
pick.
There's that too.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, because here's the other thing about New England. They clearly are going to have a preference between Daniels or May.
Sure.
And so if the guy isn't there, do we love the other guy enough? Or Giants at 6, Minnesota at 11, Denver at 12, Vegas at 13.
See, if I'm Denver, I'm hanging out. If you have to draft a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
See, I hate this because we don't know who's sitting there. It's about who are you taking instead of.
Yeah. I love kicking the possibilities around, Andy. I don't see a planet where this happens.
No. To me, I think Denver's quarterback choices are going to be what has been the mundane.
Yep.
It's going to be Penix or Nix.
Yep.
If you're going to take a quarterback, I'm taking a chance with Penix.
Do it
That's
later.
me.
Yeah, do it later.
But I'm not, to me, give me a Bowers. When Brugler said to you, look at O-line, I mean, who are we to kick a starting offensive tackle that could be a solid 10-year dude out of bed?
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one. We talked about J.C. Latham yesterday with Jeff Legwold. Boy, is that intriguing. That's a football player right there. That is a large man that can dominate, and the Broncos are going to need dudes like that low over time. Again, I don't think this is going to happen, but I think this is what it's all geared to try and make happen, is get May or Daniels outside of the top
I want
3.
the chaos of McCarthy going,
I
too.
hope so, too.
Because it ain't going to
That's what I'm
affect
rooting
us.
for.
Not going to affect us.
It is completely what I... You know what, though? It might. It very well might. Can't see Denver going up for J.J. McCarthy. God, I hope not. Kreckman and Lindahl. Rocks trailing the Fightin' Phils 2-0. Top half of the 6th right now. There at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. A JT Real Muto 2-run bomb. The difference in this ball game so far here today, Andy, as the Rocks are trying to hopefully pick up a win in this series and give them opportunity for a series victory tomorrow. Hey, drop third strike.
Your favorite rule. I just thought of you.
Dumbest rule in sports. Right there and on display for us. But yes, the Rocks are currently trailing there in Philadelphia, 4-13 on the year.
Although one Kyle Freeland was shown in the dugout.
He does exist.
He had a hoodie on. Not sure if the shoulder was wrapped.
He did not die as a result of the collision at the plate yesterday, although it looked for a moment like he wanted to.
He looked in a lot of pain.
Yes.
I wonder now if the shoulder rolled out and he just had to go have it put back in. Which that isn't good.
You know, I learned from Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon. You can just do that.
Sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now hold on. How was he putting it back in? I haven't seen that movie. All I remember is him like banging his shoulder against the wall or whatever.
That's pretty much what it was.
How does that put it back in?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say that there were questions with the medical science behind those scenes in Lethal Weapon.
Classic movie poppycock.
I would certainly say so.
You're not into the word poppycock? You just got done telling me about spinning records as your family entertainment for the night and the break, and poppycock's not up your alley?
I also believe, and I think I read this about Lethal Weapon, Andy, is that Danny Glover
was too old.
When he said the words,
Yeah.
I'm too old for this bleep, he was like 42.
Yeah, you know what's scary?
I would say he's exactly the right age for that bleep.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch any of the 80s into the 90s shows, all those people look terribly older than they really were. Danny Glover among them. That dude looked in his 50s easily. Had the bald spot going.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sam Malone. They were all much older than they allegedly were. So.
The cast of Saved by the Bell, weren't they all like 25?
Yeah, well, it goes back to like 16 Candles.
Yeah.
The girl in the shower was 25, playing a senior in high school.
I remember the girl in the shower.
Oh, we all do. But see, they actually, first off, you couldn't find someone age appropriate, I don't think. And secondly, that's how the body shaming started, or whatever it was.
That is fair.
Ralph Macchio was like 45 and collecting AARP stuff when he was the Karate Kid.
Pels leading the Lakers 23-21 in the first quarter right now at the Smoothie King Center. D'Angelo Russell currently leading the Lakers with 8 points here in the early going. The Pels have made 3 of their first 6 from outside.
And in the most ridiculous Rockies thing ever, they got a hit, could have kept the inning alive. And a base running error got a runner hung up between third and home. The first baseman went sprinting from first base at the runner for the pickle.
Given what Bryce Harper
yelled a year ago,
declared to the entire Rockies organization
and the world with a hot mic,
and the world a year ago. Is it awkward for everybody to have to see that guy again? No feelings were kept in check, Andy. They were all expressed out loud for anyone to be able to listen to what Bryce Harper and quite frankly many other around Major League Baseball, what they think of that franchise.
Did it offend any Rockies fans? I don't remember it offending any Rockies fans. I remember them taking Bryce's side.
I remember Mike Moustakas hanging his head like, I don't really have a comeback for that one.
Yeah. It's kind of like Wah with the rings years ago to Roenick.
Yes.
You got these 2 cup rings right here.
Yes.
Hey, according to Cuban Benny, you can get a free McDouble if they hit a double. Have we at least got McDoubles?
Do they have a double today? Let me check the box.
You get you a McDouble and some tacos.
Well, you would have to get him to score 7 runs. That ain't happening all
All I
that
gotta
often.
say is, if you were to actually do all that, you wouldn't be watching a lot of Rockies baseball because life expectancy isn't all that long.
Ah, come on. It's all perfectly good for you,
4
Andy.
tacos and a McDouble?
That's breakfast.
free?
Okay? You'll be doing just fine.
Really?
The Rockies don't have any doubles.
Not yet?
No. They do have 4 singles on the day, but no doubles.
Watch this. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to go way around third.
Uh-huh.
Decide he doesn't want to go home. And I think, was that Bryce Harper that ran him down? It was Alan Trejo.
Yeah, Bryce Harper is playing
Yeah.
first. That was Alan Trejo. And now
Why
he's...
does he just stop and then he decides to, no, just kidding. Whop! All right.
Take a chance on a pitching mistake.
Take a chance on me.
324 says, what a horrible arena name Smoothie King Center is. What's wrong with Smoothie King Center?
Yeah, I like a smoothie.
I like a smoothie.
The king of smoothies might make a good smoothie.
I prefer to order my smoothies from royalty.
Why not? You're the king.
It's not any
You know what?
different than any other corporate
Do we
name that we
have 'em
slap
here?
on these things.
I'm going to go into a Smoothie King and just go impress me. Show me.
We have Jamba Juices. I don't know if we have Smoothie Kings in the area. Somebody let us know. That'll do it for Crickman and Lindahl this afternoon. Thanks again to Dane Brugler. He was with us on the show, and he was very fun.
Think you ever gets called Danny Boy?
No.
You know what? We'll write that one
Maybe
down.
ask him next time.
Write that one down. We'll try it next time.
A year from now when we need Dane Brugler's draft advice. Hey, Danny Boy.
See if we remember. See if we're still here. Have a good night, everybody.